Mr. Li, you have a call from Mr. Xiao Qian. He mentioned that a mobile game called The Journey of the Floating and Mysterious has recently launched and garnered widespread attention. Additionally, there's a company called Quantong. Secretary Xiao Yu always wondered why her astute boss, General Manager Li Qiang, associated himself with Mr. Zeng, the owner of a company that seemed nothing more than a shell. Quantong was a standard facade operation, and its head, Zeng Wei Guang, was notorious for his shady dealings. With a sigh, she thought, "It's not our place as junior staff to meddle in the boss affairs." Shaking her head, she returned to her tasks. However, she was familiar with Xiao Qian, the best-selling author of The Journey of the Floating and Mysterious, which had recently been transformed into a wildly popular mobile game, attracting many female players. Of course, Li Qiang was a significant figure himself, earning admiration from all levels of the company. With sheer determination and minimal funds, he established this trading firm, transforming it from nothing into a business worth millions in just 6 short years. While numerous people in the business world envied him, they could not help but respect his daring vision and capacity for action. At 29 years old, Li Qiang was of short stature with dark skin. Growing up in poverty, he overcame challenges with remarkable intelligence and the support of friends, managing to complete 4 years of university against the odds. Naturally sociable and generous, he cultivated many friendships along the way. "Hello, Wei Guang, what's the matter? I have a meeting soon, what? You need to meet in person? Let's arrange it for another day. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Today it's impossible." "What? It's about the guarantee fine. They'll be there right away," Li Qiang said, his expression darkening as he hung up the phone. He paused for a moment and instructed Xiao Yu, "Cancel this afternoon's meeting. Inform Peng Zidong and Jianzai to meet at room 403 of the Hilton Hotel. Make it quick." Anxiously, Li Qiang drove to the Hilton, hurriedly making his way upstairs, where he found Zeng Wei Guang waiting outside the room. Upon seeing Li Qiang arrive, Zeng said, "Brother Qiang, there's no need to rush. We need to think this over carefully. What is the situation with Anqing Company?" Li Qiang demanded. "Alas, their president is under suspicion of fraud, having vanished with a substantial amount of assets. The companies that guaranteed for him are in a panic, and those defrauded have already taken the matter to court. I want to give you a heads up so you're not caught off guard." He added, "To be honest, I misjudged the situation. Brother Qiang, it was my fault for convincing you to guarantee for them. Now is not the time for apologies. We still don't have all the details," Li Qiang replied coolly, his sharp eyes glinting with clarity. "When did this happen?" "About 3 days ago. I only just learned of it and called you immediately," Zeng explained. Brother Qiang, two young men greeted from a distance. "All right, Wei Guang, I have to leave. If there's anything urgent, contact me by phone," Li Qiang said, hastily escorting the two out. As they reached the lobby, he promptly instructed Jian Zai to gather information, eager to understand the full scope of the situation. He also directed Peng Zidong to return to the office and gather the department heads for a meeting upon his arrival. Once inside the car, Li Qiang had the driver take him away. He realized that he was caught in a significant dilemma and, pondering the complexities of the issue, took out his phone to call his girlfriend, only to find it switched off. An inexplicable turmoil enveloped his mind. "Mr. Li, we have arrived at the company," the driver announced. Just as he opened the car door, his phone rang unexpectedly. After answering the call, Li Qiang's face went pale, and he ordered, "Go back," immediately returned to the Hilton Hotel. After arriving outside room 403 of the Hilton once more, Li Qiang distinctly heard familiar laughter from within the unmistakable voice of his girlfriend. "Xiao Guang, with this large sum of money, let's run away together. If Brother Qiang finds out, we'll be in deep trouble, hee. You're so naughty. Hey, be careful with what you say. Come here, my little darling." Standing in a daze outside the door, Li Qiang felt as if the world around him had turned alien, a rush of blood surging through his head. He shakily approached a floor attendant to request entry to the room, familiar as he was with the staff there. Upon entering, he found the sight of a naked couple on the bed. His girlfriend and Zeng Wei Guang, who hastily scrambled to dress upon noticing him. "Brother Qiang, please, let me explain," Zeng stammered. Li Qiang gazed at him with the cold demeanor one might reserve for a dog, and spoke with a chilling calmness. "When I was younger and struggling, there was a man who continually humiliated and bullied me. Would you like to know what happened one day when he targeted a dear friend of mine?" Suddenly, Li Qiang's expression twisted, and his hand, concealed behind his back, shot forward, plunging a fruit knife viciously into Zeng Wei Guang's abdomen. "You're just like him. I've just given you the same treatment," Li Qiang whispered into Zeng's ear. A scream erupted from his girlfriend. Zeng couldn't comprehend the blade that now protruded from his gut. He had exploited Li Qiang's amiable nature and unguarded disposition, setting up a fraudulent scheme with fake company Anqing a year prior, utilizing Li's own business as collateral. Charming and persuasive, he had even seduced Li Qiang's girlfriend, connivingly ensnaring Li in their deception. He never anticipated that Li Qiang would discover everything so swiftly or resort to violence. Li Qiang let go of the knife with a desolate expression, adding, "I have countless friends, yet I was blind to the likes of you." Without casting a glance at his girlfriend, Li Qiang turned and exited the room, feeling as if a myriad of sharp blades pierced his heart, a wound deep enough to invoke thoughts of despair. He sent the driver away, driving aimlessly through the streets, feeling lost. Coming to a halt, Li Qiang realized he had reached the bank of the serene lake on the outskirts, a place he had often visited with his girlfriend. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon answering it, he heard, "Hello. Do you remember me? This is Fu Shan." Li Qiang recalled him as a mysterious acquaintance from 5 years ago who had once urged Li Qiang to join him. At that time, filled with aspirations, Li had declined. Before parting, Fu Shan had assured him, "In 5 years, I will come for you when you need my help." For some reason, Fu Shan had left an indelible impression upon Li, and even after all these years, the memory remained vivid. A shiver ran through Li Qiang as he replied, "I remember. Do you need my assistance? How can you help? Where are you?" asks Li Qiang, feeling the tension rise. "Right behind you," Fu Shan said, causing Li Qiang to whirl around in surprise, confronted by the imposing figure of Fu Shan. Upon steadying himself, Li Qiang took in Fu Shan's appearance, clad in a well-tailored black suit, with a deep-hued pattern tie that accentuated his formidable physique. His long black hair flowed effortlessly, and his large eyes, set beneath thick eyebrows, radiated an intensity that pierced through the viewer's soul. He seemed in his 30s, yet his gaze hinted at many lifetimes lived. Li Qiang had never quite understood Fu Shan's profession, only feeling the weight of mystery surrounding him. After 5 years, he appeared unchanged, as youthful as when they first met. "Brother Fu, how did you know I was here?" Suddenly, distant police sirens sounded, prompting Fu Shan to glance back, grinning, and saying, "It seems the police are looking for you." His phone rang again this time. Upon hearing the news, Li Qiang could only laugh in disbelief, tossing the phone far into the lake. Turning to Fu Shan, he asked, "How can you help me? You should leave. I don't want to involve you in this mess. The place is already surrounded." Grinning, Fu Shan responded, "He'll ask you the same thing I always have. Are you ready to follow me?" Li Qiang, feeling a mix of frustration and desperation, shouted, "I'm willing." "What good will it do?" Surrounded by approaching footsteps, a voice blared through a loudspeaker, stating, "If you're inside, stand still and place your hands on the roof of the car. Do not resist unnecessarily." Fu Shan erupted into laughter. "Well, you finally agreed." "Ha ha ha." Several armed police officers surged forward. As Li Qiang glanced at the grinning Fu Shan, a wave of melancholy washed over him, hoping not to implicate the man. Yet Fu Shan appeared to appreciate the gravity of the moment, flashing a wide, toothy grin. In what seemed a brief moment, a blinding light erupted, and when the officers opened their eyes, both Li Qiang and Fu Shan had vanished, leaving only Li Qiang's car abandoned by the lakeside. In that instant, Li Qiang embarked on his ethereal journey, unknowing of the thrilling and unimaginable days that lay ahead. We've arrived," Fu Shan remarked cheerfully as he surveyed the desolate battlefield. Li Qiang stared in bewilderment, unable to believe his eyes, feeling as if reality had morphed with lightning speed. Suddenly, the world around him had transformed entirely. Just moments ago, the police had been rushing towards him, and now they were nothing but a distant memory, replaced by the stark, barren landscape of a Gobi-like region. "Brother, I know you have many questions, but let me first enhance your physique, and then I will explain. It'll be easier for you to grasp." Fu Shan spoke with a gentle tone. Li Qiang watched in astonishment as Fu Shan radiated a warm, golden luminescence, cradling a sphere of purple light, gradually elevating from the ground in an aura of sanctity. In his heart, Li Qiang wondered, is he a deity or some celestial being? He surely is not human. Among my many friends, how could I have such an extraordinary one? Gradually, the purple light grew so luminous it hung above Li Qiang's head. An inexplicable force entirely enveloped him, drawing him into this ethereal glow, whereupon he sighed with profound comfort, closing his eyes. He distinctly sensed a powerful warmth coursing from the crown of his head all the way to his feet. The soothing warmth escalated into an intense heat, and just when Li Qiang felt he could endure no longer, he unexpectedly found himself unable to call out, unable to even open his eyes, even as his physical sensations grew sharper. It felt as though an insatiable fire had been ignited within, scorching his very soul. Whenever Li Qiang neared the brink of collapse, a wave of refreshing energy would shield him just in time. Time lost meaning as the pain gradually subsided, restoring the initial comfort he had felt. All done, it is finally perfect, Fu Shan proclaimed with glee. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the power of the purple flame heart has transformed your appearance. Look into a mirror later. Purple flame heart? What is that? An indescribable sensation of comfort radiated from deep within Li Qiang's bones, and as he stood, he stretched languidly, the sounds of cracking joints like popping popcorn echoing throughout his body. This simple stretch invigorated him, escalating his strength from head to toe. He was startled to find that his eyesight had dramatically improved. Distant mountains were now crystal clear. The individual feathers of eagles soaring above were indistinguishable. The gentle whispers of the breeze gliding across the land were now audible. However, the distant birds chirping and horses neighing everything was astonishingly vivid. Glancing down, he was taken aback. The clothing that had once fit him snugly now seemed ludicrously tight around his body, and the hems of his trousers reached no further than his knees. In that moment, it dawned on him. He must have grown taller. The purple flame heart, is an artifact I cultivated for the purpose of body reinforcement. It matches your physical constitution and character perfectly, Fu Shan explained with a smile. Li Qiang gaped, utterly speechless. This was all so extraordinarily unbelievable to him. This marks the beginning of your journey into cultivation. I've merely laid the foundation. To fully harness the power of the purple flame heart and cultivate into your own strength, reaching the plateau of a cultivation expert. The road ahead, my friend, is still long, Fu Shan remarked. He was quite astonished by how quickly Li Qiang absorbed the essence of the purple flame heart. Although he had taken in less than 1% of its power, such affinity surprised Fu Shan, proving Li Qiang to be the individual he had seen potential in 5 years prior. After regaining his composure, Li Qiang was filled with countless questions. Brother Fu, are you a deity? He inquired, struggling to comprehend the enormity of Fu Shan's actions. What is a deity? Just what defines a deity? Fu Shan replied with a laugh. Well, I think a deity is omnipotent, immortal, and, well, no one has really seen a deity. If deities exist, then there must be beings like Yama and bodhisattvas, or even a god, but what exactly does God do? Li Qiang's thoughts spiraled in confusion. Fu Shan watched Li Qiang with amusement and could not stifle his laughter. My dear brother, I'm not the deity you imagine. I'm a cultivator, and while my abilities may come close to what you define as a deity, I am still just a human from Earth. Although I had traveled beyond Earth during the Western Han Dynasty, my capabilities now allow me to guide you as your mentor. I've traveled from the celestial realm to find someone who can merge with the power of the purple flame heart. After 9 long years on Earth, I finally found you on the 4th year, but you refused to come with me. Funny how fate is designed. Eventually, you agreed. Li Qiang felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on his status as a university graduate and still not comprehending Fu Shan's words. Yet he did grasp a few points. This Fu Shan was indeed from Earth and had left during the Western Han era. He was a kind of cultivator, indicating he was ancient by earthly standards and had the extraordinary ability to integrate the purple flame heart. Suddenly, an exhilarating possibility gripped Li Qiang's imagination. Fu Shan was not just a wise man, but someone from the stars. Surely he would take him away from his planet. In his heart, he sought escape, eager to leave this place that had brought him such pain and resentment. Overwhelmed by a mixture of sorrow and joy, he burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Ah, ha ha ha. Taken aback by Li Qiang's abrupt laughter, Fu Shan asked, Hey brother, did I say something particularly amusing? No, brother Fu. What's our next step? Wiping his tears, Li Qiang quickly redirected the conversation. Once he made up his mind to leave, a sense of lightness enveloped him. Well, we have roughly 20 days before we leave Earth. It's a bit tight, but well managed. First, we're heading to a significant city, Fu Shan remarked, conjuring an outfit that appeared out of thin air, complete with socks and leather shoes. Brother, change into these clothes. Your current appearance is quite unbecoming. Li Qiang took the garments and donned them swiftly, realizing with surprise that everything was high-end fashion, including the finest socks. Indeed, appearances matter. Who would have thought you would be so dashing? Fu Shan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Qiang felt his cheeks redden. He had never heard such flattery directed towards him. Grumbling, he replied, Brother, I've always been called the old rat dashing. I hardly fit that description. Shaking his head in amusement, Fu Shan thought, no one understands the immense power of the purple flame heart. Its ability to evoke such incredible transformations is extraordinary. It is one of the most difficult artifacts to refine from our sect, and it has transformed plain Li Qiang into someone remarkable. I can only anticipate what he will become. Noticing his luxurious attire, Li Qiang suddenly posed a question. Brother, I have not seen you carry any belongings. Your hands are entirely empty. Where are these clothes and shoes coming from? Fu Shan gestured with his left hand, revealing a bracelet 3 fingers wide, materializing upon his wrist. The bracelet was a peculiarly dark brown adorned with faintly shimmering silver patterns that spun mystically within. My goodness, that's stunning. What kind of bracelet is that? Li Qiang exclaimed, utterly captivated. This is called a Naji bracelet, designed specifically for the storage of items by advanced cultivators. This is the finest one I possess. I've had it for years, yet I found only this one. I have another, which I'll gift to you, Fu Shan declared, conjuring another bracelet seemingly from thin air. Upon touching the new bracelet, Li Qiang understood its secrets, despite not grasping the underlying principles. The usage was effortless. In his palm appeared a stack of cash, which vanished just as quickly, followed by a diamond the size of an egg. There are so many items within this bracelet. Oh wow, is this a diamond? An hay race? A broadsword? He marveled as items materialized and disappeared within his grasp. Time to move. Everything within the bracelet is yours. Take your time to explore later, Fu Shan said with a grin. He then exclaimed, let's go. With a flash of light, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 2 Departure. To this day, Li Qiang remains perplexed as to why he is transformed in such a manner. In the guest room of the Jinjiang Hotel, he gazes at the reflection in the mirror, gently caressing his face, contemplating. Now, no one will recognize me. Who would have imagined I could become so handsome? Alas, what good is beauty? I have lost my home, my friends, and my company. I now possess nothing at all. At this moment, Li Qiang stands at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. His complexion is as smooth and delicate as that of an infant, with a subtle flush coursing beneath the surface of his skin. He feels the latent power within his muscles, his slender eyes radiating an intense brilliance. The contours of his face are chiseled with strength, not conventionally handsome, yet exuding a potent masculinity that renders his former self unrecognizable. What astonishes Li Qiang the most is that his image in the mirror resembles that of an 18 or 19-year-old young man, with only his gaze retaining the maturity of his original self. Fu Shan informs Li Qiang that in 20 days, he will leave Earth, and during this time, he must attend to certain matters and will return to fetch him. Li Qiang is quite pleased with his current appearance and feels invigorated, believing he can start anew. After showering and dressing, Li Qiang departs from the hotel. His first order of business is to rent a room in a warehouse. He reasons that since he is about to leave Earth and may not return for a while, it would be prudent to purchase various items in the coming days, as they may prove useful in the future. Moreover, the cash within his bracelet would be rendered useless once he leaves Earth, becoming nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. Hello, do you have any fine wines? He inquires with a smile at a charming saleswoman in a tobacco and alcohol shop. The typically articulate saleswoman, upon seeing Li Qiang, finds herself momentarily speechless. Her heart racing like a deer caught in headlights, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she thinks, handsome. This boy is absolutely stunning. My boyfriend pales in comparison. Across the counter, 2 similarly youthful female attendants whisper to each other, occasionally erupting into flirtatious laughter. Hello, what? Oh, I'm sorry. What would you like to buy? The beautiful saleswoman stammers, her face growing even redder. Li Qiang chuckles softly, relishing the sensation of his newfound allure, and replies, I would like to purchase some fine wine. Could you recommend something? What follows leaves the saleswoman astounded. This incredibly handsome young man proceeds to buy nearly every brand of wine in the store, laying down thick stacks of cash before instructing a hired hand to carry it away, then waving her goodbye with nonchalance as he strides towards the next establishment. Even long after, the beautiful saleswoman remembers the dashing and affluent young man, daydreaming about how wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Li Qiang's shopping spree continues into the night until he finally ceases his extravagant purchases. Returning to the rented warehouse, he places all his acquisitions into the storage bracelet. By the time he returns to the hotel, it is already past 11 o'clock at night. Tomorrow, he intends to shop again, but as he sits on the bed, he finds himself unable to sleep, the pain in his heart seemingly only quieted by the frenzied consumption. Memories of his impoverished childhood and subsequent struggles in the marketplace flash like scenes from a film in his mind, leading to a sleepless night. After 19 consecutive days of superfluous shopping, Li Qiang finally exhausts the cash stored within his bracelet. Habitually, as a businessman, he calculates his expenses, astonished to discover that he has spent over 9 million yuan, equivalent to more than $1 million. The space in his bracelet is now half full, crammed with everything from clothing and shoes to books and paper, rice and salt. Anything visible in the market has been acquired, along with numerous medications and small medical instruments. On the afternoon of the 20th day, Fu Shan appears before Li Qiang punctually. Mars, our neighboring planet, boasts a diameter of 200 miles, approximately half that of Earth, with a mass only 11 times that of our planet. It is shrouded in a relatively thin atmosphere and is known as the mysterious red star. The surface of Mars exhibits 3 distinctly different terrains. 1. Craters akin to those on the Moon. 2. Chaotic, uncharted landscapes formed by extensive subsidence, with the widest subsidence area reaching 60 miles. And 3. Ordinary plains devoid of hills or ridges, resembling a vast expanse of barren wilderness composed of sand or dust. Fu Shan and Li Qiang find themselves standing in the second type of terrain, the vast subsidence area, due to Earth's near-total neglect by the realm of cultivation. The teleportation arrays on the planet have long been abandoned, vanishing over a century ago. Only those like Fu Shan, who have departed Earth, are willing to expend significant energy stones to return to their homeland. For anyone who is not a cultivator, the journey back is impossible. Fu Shan sits cross-legged on the ground. The instantaneous travel from Earth to Mars has cost him 5 premium energy stones and a considerable amount of his own energy. He raises a 5-colored flame barrier to protect them both before immediately entering a meditative state, focusing intently on replenishing his energy with 1 stone in each hand. Li Qiang, still reeling from the experience, finds it hard to believe that one can travel from Earth to Mars. The thought of having departed, never to see his family and friends again, brings a wave of melancholy flooding back. No matter what, he resolves to return to Earth once he has achieved mastery in cultivation. With this determination, he feels a measure of calm wash over him, allowing him to observe his surroundings more closely. The dark red cliffs tower ominously into the sky, the atmosphere heavy with silence, while the vibrant, flowing barrier envelopes him and Fu Shan like a colossal tent. Although he does not fully comprehend this protective artifact, he understands its significance. In the midst of his ennui, Li Qiang discovers something remarkable. He can exist without the need to breathe, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. Observing the meditating Fu Shan, who appears unlikely to awaken soon, he decides to sit cross-legged beside him, contemplating the changes within his own body since the transformation by the purple flame heart. Now seems an opportune moment to explore these alterations. After settling into a cross-legged position, Li Qiang finds himself at a loss, unsure of how to begin. All right. He recalls having read about martial arts in novels, something about focusing energy in the dantian. Perhaps he should try that. Surprisingly, he feels nothing. How vexing. I refuse to believe I cannot accomplish this. Li Qiang steels himself, holding his breath and closing his eyes to calm his mind. He remains in this state for an extended period. Just as he is on the verge of despair, a sudden explosion erupts within him, as if his body has been detonated. Even with his eyes closed, he clearly perceives a purple flame within him expanding. He realizes that the purple flame heart has awakened. This activation is no trivial matter. It is akin to dropping a massive stone into water, sending ripples cascading outward. The current energy of the purple flame heart resembles a water surface, and Li Qiang's stillness is like that stone plunging into the depths, triggering the vast energy within the heart. A brilliant purple light radiates from Li Qiang, illuminating the surroundings. He understands his own struggles. The moment the purple flame heart awakens, he regrets it, for he is utterly uncertain of what to do next. He thinks to himself, what a predicament. Who knows when Brother Fu will awaken? What am I to do now? The energy of the purple flame heart continues to swell, and Li Qiang can no longer remain seated. He leaps from the ground like a cannonball, bursting through the protective 5-colored flame barrier and hurtling towards the imposing cliffs ahead. As he gazes at the oncoming rock face, terror seizes him, and he cries out, "Oh no! The mountain is collapsing! Help!" With a resounding crash, the cliffs indeed crumble, a significant portion collapsing as massive boulders tumble down, accompanied by a deafening roar, swirling dust and debris rushing toward the 5-colored flame barrier below. Deeply embedded in the sheer cliff, Li Qiang was startled to the core, shouting frantically, "Brother Fu, quickly hide." Huh, how am I still alive? He watched helplessly as rocks plummeted towards the multicolored flame barrier, only to see the vibrant hues spinning rapidly, the swirling dust failing to obscure the dazzling light. Gradually, everything settled, and Li Qiang realized that the fallen stones had formed a neat circle around the barrier, unable to penetrate it. What a treasure, truly a marvelous treasure. Oh my, how on earth do I get down from here? Li Qiang was perched over 70 meters above the ground, his entire being radiating a violet glow, resembling a lantern hanging from the cliff. Fortunately, this was on Mars. Had it been Earth, the consequences would have been unfathomable. As the energy from the violet flame continued to disperse, the rocks surrounding Li Qiang began to crumble piece by piece. This isn't fun. This isn't fun. Help me. Please don't break apart. Oh no. Wow. I'm done playing. Help. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. Li Qiang fell deeply into the ground, leaving a mark more than half a meter deep. After a moment, he painfully crawled back up, spitting out mouthfuls of mud and sand, and angrily struck his fist against a nearby boulder to vent his frustration. Another resounding boom erupted, as if the rock had been detonated, sending debris flying. What on earth is this? It can explode as well? Li Qiang stood there, dumbfounded. Brother Fu, did you turn me into a monster? I'm about to be killed by this. Terrified by his precarious situation, he dared not move recklessly, tiptoeing toward the multicolored flame barrier. Why can't I get in? Brother Fu, open the door. Li Qiang found himself blocked by the barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he could not step inside. He lay against the barrier, looking pitifully at Fu Shan inside. Time passed, and eventually, Fu Shan slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a naked youth, his body wreathed in violet flames. Pressing against the barrier and staring longingly at him, his lower parts swaying nonchalantly. Thank heavens. Brother Fu, open the door. Fu Shan was taken aback. Isn't that Li Qiang? He waved his hand, retracting the multicolored flame barrier. Li Qiang lost his support and fell with a thud, watching him struggle to rise. Fu Shan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, ha. Brother, although there are no outsiders here, is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Ha ha. Feeling a sense of relief, Li Qiang suddenly realized he was entirely naked. It turned out that upon activating the violet flame, all his clothing had turned to ash. He hastily pulled out a piece of clothing from his bracelet, but before he could unfold it, poof, it disintegrated into gray smoke. Li Qiang was left dumbfounded. Brother, the items brought from Earth can't be used right now. If you cannot control the true fire emitted by your violet flame heart, everything will be reduced to ashes. Fu Shan explained with a chuckle. Li Qiang crossed his arms over his privates, a mournful expression on his face. If I weren't somewhat confident in my current appearance, I wouldn't be able to endure this at all. This is truly embarrassing. Fu Shan laughed again, surprised to discover that his chosen younger brother was such a lively character. Don't worry, brother, your current state is something I didn't expect either. Reaching the tranquil state in such a short time is quite impressive. Generally, it takes decades for a cultivator to reach this stage. You truly are remarkable, achieving it in just a few days. How enviable. Li Qiang, unable to resist the flattery, puffed out his chest, but suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly bent down to cover himself, awkwardly exclaiming, Brother, I don't care about this tranquil state or whatever. Think of a way to cover up. I can't remain like this. I had originally planned for you to forge your own armor before reaching the tranquil state. But that is no longer possible. I'll gift you a set of armor I've already refined, but you must learn to forge your own in the future, Fu Shan said, approaching Li Qiang and revealing a set of silver armor. With a mere gesture, the armor seemed to come to life, automatically attaching itself to Li Qiang's body. Once donned, the violet flames began to scorch the armor, transforming it into a spectacle of shimmering silver. The violet flames danced across the surface like flowing water, gradually melding into the armor, creating a mesmerizing interplay of colors. Surprisingly, Li Qiang felt no weight. Instead, he experienced a refreshing, comfortable coolness enveloping him. Li Qiang was unfazed, having acquired yet another treasure. Observing the exquisite armor closely, he marveled at its craftsmanship, exclaiming, What is this beautiful armor called? It's truly stunning. Oh no. Wait, how do I take it off? Hee. Fu Shan grinned mischievously. This armor is named Starry Sky, an exceptional inner armor that, once worn, cannot be removed. However, once the tranquil state concludes and the nascent soul begins to form, The armor will attach to the nascent soul, becoming invisible from the outside. At that point, you'll need to forge a second piece of armor, the true battle armor, which you can wear and remove as desired. What? I can't take it off? How? How am I supposed to face people? You're not suggesting I walk around in this shining armor, are you? Li Qiang began to panic. Fear not. It's quite common where we are. And no one will mock you, Fu Shan reassured him. Here, take this jade eye tablet. Through it, you can learn and understand everything. Just infuse a bit of your energy into it, and you can give it a try. Fu Shan handed Li Qiang a piece of black jade, the size of a cigarette case. Upon testing it, Li Qiang was elated to discover that it was a memory stone, containing vast amounts of knowledge on crafting items, cultivation methods, formations, and more, essentially functioning as a highly informative computer. We must be on our way. The path to the teleportation point is somewhat lengthy. Let us proceed, Fu Shan said. Curiously, Li Qiang asked, Brother Fu, is the technology on Fengyuan Star highly advanced? How does it compare to Earth? Fu Shan replied with a smile. It's difficult to compare. The technologies are of different types. Some things are beyond your understanding, but each has its strengths. My recent visit to Earth was truly eye-opening. The difference from before is astounding. Once you arrive at Fengyuan Star, you can gradually learn the new knowledge. Li Qiang, brimming with excitement, asked, Are there many planets to visit? Is it fun? Can we play that recently popular mobile game, Journey of the Wandering Immortals? There are indeed many planets to explore, but it requires a substantial amount of celestial stones and a ready teleportation array. As for the fun, you'll know once you go. Regarding that mobile game, you should search and download it on your phone yourself. It should be available, Fu Shan advised. Will I be able to return to Earth? Yes. But you must cultivate to the integration stage to possess the ability to return. The ancient teleportation arrays on Earth have long been obliterated. Returning will entirely depend on your cultivation level, Fu Shan explained. Li Qiang did not comprehend the implications of the integration stage for cultivators. It required countless years of practice. He thought he would return soon, but if Fu Shan elaborated further, he might lose his mind. It had taken Fu Shan over 700 years to gain the ability to return to Earth. How long would it take Li Qiang? Before long, they arrived at the teleportation point, and Li Qiang was astonished to find it constructed from large energy stones, resembling a Bagua diagram. Fu Shan chuckled. I first traveled to Fengyuan Star from here as well, but this place has been abandoned for many years. Only a few cultivators still remember it. Had it not been for your low cultivation, I wouldn't have thought to use this route. His tone carried a sense of nostalgia. All right. You stand in the center of the array while I activate it, Fu Shan instructed, beginning to replace some non-functional energy stones and adjusting the formation. As the stones began to emit a gentle glow, Fu Shan sighed, remarking that the teleportation point had been abandoned for far too long, and it would take a moment for it to recalibrate its direction. Sitting at the center of the array, Li Qiang felt a surge of anxiety. His journey from Earth to Mars had been a bewildering experience, but this time he was fully aware, uncertain of what might transpire. He silently prayed, invoking the celestial beings and deities. Oh, divine spirits, all gods and Buddhas, dear God, may you bless me to safely reach Fengyuan Star. Amen. Drawing a cross, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. As if to affirm his prayer, a series of piercing howls suddenly echoed from a distance. Fu Shan straightened up, frowning as he gazed into the distance, his expression grave as he called out, Who dares to howl and summon others? Come forth. The sound was not particularly loud, yet it resonated, reverberating as if it had been detonated, echoing back, Come forth, come forth. An astonishing phenomenon indeed. Li Qiang thought to himself, This is too uncanny. I hope a monster doesn't appear and embarrass us. However, rather than a monster, it was Fu Shan's arch-nemesis who arrived. Chapter 3. Heavy strike. Do not shout, do not shout. My ears are about to go deaf. Is that not the venerable Master Fu? Where are your 11 deceased brothers? TSK, where have you once again procured a young brother? I mean, what is it but a heavenly tribulation? Why seek so many substitutes for death? The alluring voice echoed from afar, drawing near with a seductive charm. A large mass of peach-colored mist floated rapidly from a distance, halting not far from Fu Shan's position, swaying up and down in a most peculiar manner. Fu Shan's face turned a shade of iron, tinged with helplessness. Huameinyang, is it you again? After so many years apart, why do you continue to cause chaos everywhere? I have yet to settle last time's score with you, and yet you dare to confront me? The peach-colored mist parted on both sides, revealing the enchanting figure of a stunning beauty. Li Qiang could not help but exclaim, "Wow, she is an absolute knockout." Hua Meinyang flashed him a faint smile, as if 1,000 peach blossoms had bloomed simultaneously, leaving Li Qiang momentarily speechless. However, having just suffered a blow in matters of the heart, he felt somewhat apprehensive toward women. Gazing at Hua Meinyang's breathtaking beauty, he could not resist the urge to provoke her. "Little brother, is your sister beautiful? Come to your sister, be good." Her sultry tone and enticing gestures were accompanied by a flirtatious laugh. "Hey, Hua Meinyang, I warn you, should you dare to entice my brother, do not blame me for ensuring you never attain rebirth. Oh, the venerable Master Fu is angry. If he himself were to seek me out, it would not be considered seduction, you know." "Heh, Hua Meinyang, do not be too self-assured. Men do not fancy a woman who is perpetually flamboyant. Though you are the most beautiful woman I have encountered, I have no interest in you." Li Qiang sat defiantly within the teleportation array, exuding an air of indifference. In truth, Li Qiang was merely speaking off the cuff, unaware that he had struck a sensitive nerve with Hua Meinyang. Fu Shan could not help but laugh heartily. "Hua Meinyang, my brother is uninterested in you. Your flirtatious glances have been wasted, ha ha." A sharp, piercing curse unexpectedly erupted from the beautiful Hua Meinyang's lips. "You little rascal. When have I ever liked filthy men? You wretched little brat. If you ever fall into my hands again, I swear I will drain you dry, and I will not be called Hua Meinyang anymore." Observing Hua Meinyang's reaction, Fu Shan found it somewhat peculiar. "I am afraid. Well, if you no longer wish to be called Hua Meinyang, perhaps you would prefer Hua Qi instead." If Li Qiang intended to provoke someone, even a bodhisattva would be driven to exasperation. "Go to hell. I had intended to play the game of floating journey with you, but forget it. I shall find someone else." The mist swirling around Hua Meinyang split off a portion, rushing toward Li Qiang like a tidal wave. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant white light flashed from Fu Shan's hand, and the peach-colored mist seemed to evade as if alive. Yet the white light was exceedingly swift, already slicing through the mist with a thunderous crash accompanied by a flurry of sharp sounds, shattering the mass of mist into fragments. Li Qiang applauded and laughed. "Splendid. The mist has vanished." He remained blissfully unaware of the danger he had just escaped. At his current level, without the protection of battle armor, should that mist have enveloped him, he would have been utterly defenseless against the countless tiny essence-draining needles concealed within it. Hua Meinyang's peach blossom mist was indeed a sinister weapon, regarded as a viper by many practitioners. Fu Shan chuckled. "I have always been courteous towards you, but in the realm of cultivation, it is well known that I, Fu Shan, prefer not to engage with women." In truth, Fu Shan had not exerted his full strength. To compel him to do so would likely require a select few master cultivators. Enraged, Hua Meinyang shouted, "Peach blossom armor." The mist surrounding her rapidly absorbed into her body, revealing a set of peach-colored armor. Li Qiang could not help but marvel. The creations of these individuals are astonishingly beautiful. It truly opens one's eyes. He remained oblivious to the fact that in the world of cultivation, crafting was an essential skill for survival, demanding perfection. Exquisite battle armor. With a flourish, Fu Shan donned his own armor. Li Qiang could no longer remain seated. He stood up from the teleportation array. Hua Meinyang wielded a peach blossom, seemingly freshly plucked from a tree, vibrant and glistening as if still adorned with morning dew, casually waving it in her hand. Li Qiang was compelled to concede that Hua Meinyang was indeed exceptionally captivating. Her demeanor and enchanting visage evoked a sense of pity, rendering one reluctant to strike her. Petals filled the air, pink blossoms scattered like celestial maidens showering flowers, transforming the desolate scene into a vibrant springtime tableau. Hua Meinyang laughed sweetly. "Master Fu, behold my newly mastered 10,000 flower catastrophe. Go." "Oh." Fu Shan nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "After many years, you have finally mastered it. Splendid." The astonishment within Li Qiang was indescribable. A rain of blossoms filled the sky. Surely it could not be an illusion? How ludicrous it seemed to fight with flower petals. Fu Shan, however, found nothing strange about it. He understood that each petal swirling in the air was a weapon forged from condensed energy. The rain of flowers commenced the 10,000 flower catastrophe, as the petals gently floated in the air began to spin rapidly, emitting a soft humming sound. With Hua Meinyang's full force urging them on, the petals clustered together, spinning even faster. As their speed increased, the sound transformed into a deafening roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. Li Qiang watched with eager anticipation to see how Fu Shan would respond. Quite the spectacle. Watch this. Fu Shan raised his hand, sending forth a small golden butterfly. Li Qiang fell back, bewildered, thinking to himself, Master Fu must be jesting. Even butterflies are taking flight now. It was no wonder Li Qiang remained clueless. He was only beginning to grasp the realm of cultivation. That tiny golden butterfly was renowned in the cultivation world. It was an exquisite blade crafted by the master artisan Yin Han, known as the Golden Butterfly Blade, which could only be wielded by true experts. Moreover, it had been refined by Fu Shan, its power amplified. With each wave of Fu Shan's hand, a golden butterfly soared forth, each splitting into a dozen more, filling the sky with a flurry of fluttering golden butterflies, all heading to collect flowers. As flowers and butterflies converged, a cacophony of explosions echoed through the skies, a frantic energy swirling in all directions. The petals, transformed from energy, collided with the golden butterflies, scattering pink and gold in a wild dance in the air. Gradually, the petals diminished, yet the golden butterflies danced with increasing vigor. Finally, as the last of the petals vanished, the golden butterflies multiplied into thousands, then hundreds, ultimately coalescing into one, gracefully swirling around Hua Meinyang. Li Qiang understood that Fu Shan had emerged victorious. In all his years, he had never witnessed a battle of such nature, devoid of martial arts or techniques. Merely a contest of magical artifacts and energy, yet it was undeniably captivating. Remarkably splendid, was Li Qiang's assessment. Hua Meinyang found herself in a disheveled state. Her peach blossom branch shattered, the blossoms wilted, waves of despair surged within her. Against a master like Fu Shan, she felt utterly powerless. This peach blossom had taken her 7 years of cultivation, countless efforts, now rendered entirely obliterated. A sly smile suddenly crept upon her face. 10,000 flower shield. Countless vibrant flowers erupted around Hua Meinyang, swirling rapidly in a protective circle, catching Fu Shan off guard as the golden butterfly blade sliced through empty air. Oh, still not willing to concede. Very well, bring it on. Fu Shan had grown somewhat complacent. What do you intend to do? Li Qiang found himself terrified, his spirit nearly fleeing at the sudden appearance of Hua Meinyang. Hua Meinyang did not target Li Qiang, fully aware that if she harmed him, Fu Shan would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred for her. In the cultivation world, Fu Shan was a top-tier figure, few dared to provoke him. Yet he held a principle of never pursuing women to the bitter end, which emboldened her to disrupt his affairs on multiple occasions. Though she refrained from harming Li Qiang, she excelled at causing chaos and destruction. She activated the teleportation array. Without a calibrated direction, only heaven knew where it would send Li Qiang. Fu Shan was filled with rage as he sheathed the golden butterfly blade and unleashed his renowned weapon, the cold blue sword. Experts in the realm of cultivation understood that when old Master Fu resorted to the cold blue sword, the situation had escalated significantly. Fu Shan held a prestigious position within the cultivation community, revered like a deity on Fengyuan Star and other celestial bodies, with few daring to provoke him. As the cold blue sword soared into the air, the temperature plummeted. Fu Shan bellowed, "Scoundrel!" Hua Meinyang felt a chill run down her spine. She was acutely aware of the sword's nature. It would not return without tasting blood. Given her current prowess, she had no chance of victory. Flight was her forte, and as she spat out a mouthful of blood onto the petal shield, her true form burrowed underground. She wagered that Fu Shan would be preoccupied with inspecting the teleportation array's direction, and that if she could by even a moment, he would struggle to locate her. With a sharp sound, the cold blue sword pierced through the petal shield and returned to Fu Shan's grasp. Noticing the bloodstains on the blade, Fu Shan stamped his foot in frustration, realizing she had escaped once more. Indeed, a sizable blossom lay on the ground, with a few petals scattered. Tainted with blood, Hua Meinyang had vanished without a trace. Picking up the flower, Fu Shan discerned that Hua Meinyang must have felt great sorrow as she fled. 2 of her magical treasures had been destroyed within a single day, a loss that no one could bear lightly. He swiftly approached the teleportation array, only to be met with dismay. The array pointed towards Fengyuan Star. Fu Shan instinctively knew this was impossible, as that hadn't been the initial destination. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he meticulously examined the array and calculated for a considerable time, identifying 7 potential planets she might have escaped to. "I shall strip the skin off that little demoness," he lamented, resigned to return to Fengyuan Star and enlist several brothers to search. Reluctantly, he stepped onto the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Mars returned to its former silence. The night breeze whispered through the treetops, its lamenting tones reminiscent of ghostly wails. While unidentified creatures emitted peculiar howls, Li Qiang stood within an ancient teleportation array, a chill coursing through him as he reflected on recent events. Gradually, dawn broke, and a melodious bird call roused him from his reverie. A bird's song? Where could this be? Underneath the azure sky and amidst dense primordial forests, Li Qiang found himself surrounded by overgrown weeds and scattered colossal rocks, momentarily believing he had returned to Earth. However, upon glancing at his shimmering purple flame armor, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Li Qiang hesitated. Should he wait for Fu Shan or venture out of the forest? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to wait a few days. If Fu Shan had not arrived by then, he would explore. Resolute, he began preparing. Grateful for the abundant supplies he had procured, which would now come in handy. Clearing a patch beneath the towering rocks, he hummed a tune while assembling a travel tent from his bracelet, crawling inside to lay out a blanket and sit cross-legged. I should eat something, he mused. Ever since activating the purple flame heart, he had entered a fasting period, and his body's energy needs could be entirely met by the purple flame heart. Eating was no longer a necessity. He opened a vacuum-sealed bag of pork jerky and consumed a few pieces, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of melancholy. To shake off the sadness, Li Qiang emerged from the tent and took a deep breath, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the rocky wall, causing him to tremble in disbelief. There, etched into the stone, were two massive Chinese characters. Although he did not recognize them, he knew they were ancient Chinese stone drum inscriptions. Immediately, he began searching the vicinity and, indeed, discovered more dense inscriptions on a nearby rock, both stone drum script and various forms of calligraphy, including seal script, clerical script, regular script, running script, and cursive script, alongside unfamiliar characters. As he carefully examined the familiar texts, astonishment washed over him. This planet was named Heavenly Court. It turned out that some ancient Chinese individuals, after cultivating, had been brought to this planet in batches by four cultivators known as the envoys of the Qing Emperor. Each group believed they had achieved immortality and would ascend in 100 days, yet upon arrival, they could never locate the envoys again, revealing that the reality here was far from their expectations. The emotions expressed in the inscriptions, pain, sorrow, helplessness, and rage, sent chills down Li Qiang's spine. Upon scrutinizing the signatures at the end of each text, he discovered that apart from himself, the last individuals to arrive on this planet did so during the third year of the Jiaqing reign of the Qing dynasty, totaling 756 people, of all ages and genders, who had come in 4 successive groups. For reasons unknown, no one had been teleported here since, leading to the gradual abandonment of this place. A sense of solace enveloped Li Qiang, knowing he was not alone on this planet, regardless of whether those who had come from Earth remained. Their descendants must still inhabit this land. With a foolish grin, he resolved to leave his mark as well. He inscribed a line of text on the colossal rock, tilting his head to admire his handiwork before bursting into laughter. The rock bore his crooked script, with the southeast and northwest winds swirling chaotically, boldly proclaiming, Li Qiang visited here, dated September of the first year of the 2000s, exiled to Heavenly Court Star due to the schemes of Hua Meinyang. Returning to his tent, Li Qiang decided to delve into the materials within the Jedi manual. After experiencing helplessness during the activation of the Purple Flame Heart and witnessing Fu Shan's breathtaking battle with Hua Meinyang, he understood that to survive in such a world, he must become powerful. Clutching the Jedi manual, Li Qiang entered into a deep meditative state, sleepless and focused. As torrents of information surged into his mind from the Jedi manual, he learned that the cultivation realm was a world where cultivators resided, distinct from the mundane world. Cultivators were those who could absorb, master, and wield vital energy, primarily found within ores, with certain rare plants and animals also containing it. This energy was abundant on some planets, scarce on others, and entirely absent on some. The energy extracted from ores was known as crystal stones or cultivation stones, commonly referred to as immortal stones or foundational stones. Beginner cultivators often started with lower-grade cultivation stones, gradually upgrading to superior stones as their skills improved, until they formed their primordial infant, After its formation, cultivators could draw upon their own energy rather than relying on cultivation stones. The cold soul pearl used by Fu Shan and the purple flame heart wielded by Li Qiang were extraordinary treasures, not products of nature, but crafted through cultivation. Akin to soulless primordial infants. Such rare items were not for general cultivators, but could only be wielded by a select few with unique attributes. The ranks of a cultivator's cultivation were divided into 11 levels: rotation, reflection, illumination, integration, heart movement, spirit tranquility, primordial infant, out-of-body, divided spirit, unified body, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana, each with its distinctions. If a cultivator reached the sixth layer of the primordial infant stage, with the condensation of vital energy, they could cultivate their purple palace primordial infant, achieving what is termed as the immortality of the soul. Should they reach the 10th layer of tribulation crossing, their physical body would become indestructible. However, the tribulation crossing stage posed the greatest danger. A saying among cultivators goes, the primordial infant is easily cultivated, yet the tribulation is easily extinguished. As long as a cultivator had time, immortal stones, and the correct cultivation methods, they could invariably reach the primordial infant stage. But the tribulation stage was another matter entirely. A single misstep could lead to complete annihilation. Artifact crafting was also a profound discipline within the cultivation realm, a skill every cultivator must master. There were various categories of crafting and numerous sects within the cultivation realm, each specializing in their unique crafting techniques. The Jade Eye Manual recorded many crafting secrets and the formations inextricably linked to crafting, many of which required artifacts to manifest. When Li Qiang finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the starry armor had retracted into his body. He now realized he had reached the initial stage of the primordial infant, marking the beginning of his sixth layer of cultivation. He found it peculiar that the tent was thickly coated in dust. Unbeknownst to him, his first meditation had consumed 7 months, profoundly transforming him. In the vicinity, he discovered a small pond, where he joyfully bathed and changed into fresh attire. Li Qiang mused, if Brother Fu were to come, he would undoubtedly see the words I have carved into the rock. With his remarkable abilities, how could he possibly fail to find me? He resolved to embark on the exploration of the celestial realm, treating it as a complimentary adventure. After gathering his belongings, Li Qiang, brimming with enthusiasm, shouted, "Here I come. I hope to experience the journey of the ethereal." With a firm step, Li Qiang commenced his voyage into the celestial realm. Chapter 4. Image. Li Qiang and Appo's most pressing desire was to find someone, anyone, after spending countless days wandering through the primeval forest. The path was flanked by towering trees, thick underbrush, and an oppressive canopy that obscured the sunlight, creating an eerie atmosphere where, after traversing miles, he rarely glimpsed a hint of daylight. Instead, he frequently encountered various unknown wild creatures and birds. He marveled at the pristine environment, untouched by pollution, and the breathtaking scenery that uplifted his spirits. Finally, he emerged from the forest, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight of a city. He stood there for a long time, tears nearly welling in his eyes. Gazing at the city from a distance, he felt a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness. The city walls bore a resemblance to ancient China, made of blue bricks, with square arrow slits, arched gates, and a clock tower with flying eaves. He noticed pedestrians moving along the distant road. After some contemplation, Li Qiang decided it would be best to disguise himself as a tourist. He retrieved a large backpack, hastily stuffed it with various items, and tied his long hair back with a lengthy ribbon. Dressed in brown hiking boots, jeans, a dark red shirt, and a vest, he slung the backpack over his shoulders and approached the city gate, his heart racing with excitement and anxiety. Upon reaching the gate, Li Qiang found the scene even more perplexing. A crowd of men, women, and children had gathered around him, staring as if he were a performer. He smiled and nodded repeatedly, yet as he drew closer, they scattered like startled rabbits before regrouping a short distance away, pointing and laughing. From their attire, Li Qiang could not ascertain which dynasty of ancient China they belonged to, but was certain it was either the Ming dynasty or earlier, for he was well versed in the clothing of the Qing dynasty from watching numerous television dramas. Though communication was impossible, his keen hearing picked up their hushed whispers, which he recognized as the dialect from the Hangzhou and Jiaxing regions. He felt a surge of excitement, recalling his 4 years of study in Zhejiang, where he had become familiar with the local dialects. At the city gate, Li Qiang was stopped by 4 soldiers, each adorned with long swords. "Who are you? Present your travel documents," one of the lead soldiers demanded, their faces betraying curiosity as they scrutinized him. Unable to contain his laughter, Li Qiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could understand them. "My good fellow, I hail from a distant land and wish to enter the city for a brief visit," he replied in the Hangzhou dialect. The soldiers were taken aback, huddling together to whisper among themselves, and one hurriedly ran into the city. The lead soldier, now exceedingly respectful, gestured for Li Qiang to follow. "Honored guest, please accompany me. I will arrange for you to rest momentarily. I have already sent for the governor." "Ah, no need for such formality," Li Qiang replied, perplexed. "I hardly said anything worthy of such respect." Though he had said little, he had spoken in the authentic Hangzhou dialect, which in this place was a language reserved for the royal elite. Only the nobility could learn or speak it. Li Qiang would only grasp this later. "What is your esteemed surname?" he inquired, attempting to establish a rapport. The lead soldier, flustered, replied, "I dare not presume. My humble surname is Hua." Li Qiang suddenly realized the strict hierarchy in this society, as the soldiers referred to themselves as and appos, humble servants, and appos, a sentiment that felt jarring to someone accustomed to modern notions of equality. Li Qiang craved information. The scrolls he possessed contained only details about the realm of cultivation, devoid of any knowledge about the mundane world. "Brother Hua, what is the name of this city?" He began to extract the information he so desperately needed. With each mention of and appos, Brother Hua, and appos, the soldier became increasingly flustered. Eager to divulge everything he knew, Li Qiang gradually learned some fundamental facts. The city was called Hanlin, situated adjacent to the Sighing Forest, the very forest he had just traversed. It was the first capital established by the former Song Kingdom, which had relocated its capital 3 centuries prior. Since then, the city had gradually declined, with its population dwindling from over 700,000 at its peak to just over 20,000 now. The former Song Kingdom boasted a population of around 70 to 80 million and was considered relatively weaker among the 3 major nations in the Green Basin, the other 2 being the Li Tang Kingdom and the Great Han Kingdom. Of the 3, the Great Han Kingdom was the most powerful. There were also several smaller nations scattered across the harsh terrains of Heaven's Star, including the renowned Wangming Kingdom in the Storm Plains and the Qingfeng Kingdom in the Red Rock Mountains, among others. Additionally, notable ethnic groups included the Qin, Wu, Chu, Xia, and Shang tribes. Li Qiang concluded that the former Song Kingdom must have been established by people who migrated from Earth during the Song dynasty, and the same likely applied to the other nations and ethnic groups. He also learned that the Green Basin, the most fertile land on Heaven's Star, was rife with conflict among the 3 nations, with wars erupting every decade or so, as each sought to annihilate the others and unify the basin. Yet success had always eluded them. The primary reason for this failure was the interference of the realm of cultivation, as every royal family and notable ethnic group maintained intricate ties with it, with many nobles being cultivators themselves. The soldier informed Li Qiang that the governor of Hanlin City was Feng Kaiyun, a scholar who had seemingly fallen from grace and been relegated to this remote city. The garrison commander was Tong Fengzhen, a man who had risen through the ranks due to merit. "The governor is arriving," a soldier announced. Li Qiang looked up to see 2 lines of officials wielding clubs, 4 of them holding signs that read "Silence and Stand Aside." A sedan chair, carried by 4 men, approached slowly. Li Qiang nearly burst out laughing, thinking, "Goodness, this is quite extravagant. It feels as though I have truly returned to ancient times." As the sedan came to a halt, the bearers lowered the poles, and the officials hastily lifted the curtain. Out stepped a middle-aged man, who, resting a hand on a soldier's shoulder, stomped his foot, retracted his hand to stroke his beard, and glanced at Li Qiang with a flicker of surprise before a smile spread across his face as he sauntered over. Li Qiang scrutinized the highest official of Hanlin City. He had a square face, dark eyebrows shaped like the character for 8, thin lips, 3 long whiskers, and a hooked nose. Clearly a man of considerable depth. Dressed in blue official robes with a jade belt, his flat hat swayed gently as he walked. Li Qiang found the spectacle amusing. He approached, and, with his first words, startled the officials and soldiers. "Ha, you must be the esteemed Governor Feng, right? I am Li Qiang. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The soldier named Hua thought to himself, "So this esteemed individual addresses everyone as brother. No wonder he referred to me in the same manner." Feng Kaiyun paused, not daring to be dismissive. "I was unaware of your arrival, esteemed Lord Li. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly." Don't mention it. Li Qiang replied. I merely wish to explore the city. There's no need for you to accompany me. Just tell me where I can find an inn. Feng Kaiyun's bewilderment deepened. Wait. Please present your official documents so that I may prepare for official matters. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Qiang felt baffled. What official documents? I have none. How strange. The officials and soldiers gradually encircled him. Feng Kaiyun barked, impudent. How dare you impersonate a royal noble? Speak. What is your purpose? Li Qiang's temper flared. You scoundrel. What nonsense. When did I ever impersonate anyone? What I do is none of your business. He continued to vent his frustration, feeling an uncontrollable surge of rage. Why are you all kneeling? The celestial armor adorned with purple flames erupted once more, instantly reducing Li Qiang's clothes to ashes. A consequence of the forceful energy unleashed. Feng Kaiyun, drenched in cold sweat, knelt in fear, realizing the gravity of his blunder. Only members of the royal family could possibly cultivate such a formidable armor, a secret typically kept under wraps, and he thought to himself, alas, my head may not be safe this time. In his study, Feng Kaiyun paced back and forth, stroking his beard, still haunted by the incident. Fortunately, Li Qiang did not hold him accountable. Otherwise, he could not fathom how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. His chief advisor, Qing Zichong, was deep in thought. Sir, a maid named Qiang from the guest quarters wishes to see you, claiming she has something to report, a young attendant said, bowing slightly. Quickly, let her in. Feng Kaiyun responded, his demeanor somewhat flustered. Qing Zichong reassured him, patience, my lord. I believe Lord Li is not one to be easily offended. Feng Kaiyun sighed heavily. Oh, my dear advisor, I am utterly flustered. You must help me maintain composure. The maid Qiang knelt before him. Speak, what is it? She replied from her position on the ground. Lord Li wishes to go to the market, and Sister Qiang is currently trying to persuade him to stay. I dared not decide without your word on what to do. Qiang, kneeling, could hardly suppress her laughter. She had never encountered a guest like Lord Li, young and handsome. He was lively and boisterous, chasing after the four maids attending to her, calling them sister and little sister indiscriminately, showing no pretense, which was utterly delightful. He even treated them to candies they had never seen before, which were simply exquisite. Licking her lips, she thought of the candy in her arms, wondering when she might find a moment to have someone bring some home for her family to enjoy. Qiang, you may return and inform Lord Li that I shall arrive shortly, he instructed. Yes, my lord. Qiang was eager to return and, after a careful retreat, dashed away. My dear advisor, let us go together, Feng Kaiyun said, feeling a genuine trepidation at the prospect of meeting Li Qiang. Qing Zichong encouraged him, my lord. Whatever request Lord Li makes, agree to it. We must be cautious in our dealings with him. We cannot afford to offend him again. I believe he will not stay long. Feng Kaiyun understood Qing Zichong's intent. As long as they could ensure Li Qiang was satisfied during his stay in Hamlin City, they would be willing to pay any price. Once he was content and departed, everything would revert to normal. Li Qiang was not unreasonable. Having taken residence in the guest quarters of the governor's office, he would no longer dwell on Feng Kaiyun's earlier rudeness. Although he did not fully comprehend why Feng Kaiyun appeared so fearful upon seeing the celestial armor, he was nonetheless pleased to have alleviated any hostilities. For engaging in conflict would be most troublesome and contrary to his desire to explore the heavenly realms. Dressed in the new attire provided by Governor Feng, he hurriedly prepared to venture into the market, his curiosity piqued by everything around him. When he saw the four maidens blocking his path, he could not resist engaging in playful banter with them. Feng Kaiyun halted outside the guest quarters, glancing back at Qing Zichong and gesturing for him to enter first. Qing Zichong nodded, ready to proceed, but they both paused as laughter erupted from within. Sister Qiang, do not hold me back. I merely wish to take a stroll. Why are you all so anxious? My lord, please consider my plight. Sister Qiang has informed me that the esteemed master is on his way. So could you kindly wait a moment longer? I've told you countless times, do not call me my lord. Call me brother instead. I love hearing it. Feng Kaiyun felt a shiver run down his spine. He mused, this Lord Li is shockingly frivolous, disregarding etiquette. This is excessive. Yet, he felt powerless to change the situation. Unable to endure the laughter any longer, he cleared his throat and pulled Qing Zichong into the room. Li Qiang's demeanor fluctuated. Upon seeing Feng Kaiyun, he feigned innocence, greeting him with a wide grin and grasping his hand, exclaiming, brother, you have finally arrived. I wish to explore the market, and these lovely maidens insisted on waiting for you. Will you accompany us? Feng Kaiyun nearly lost his composure, yanking his hand away forcefully. Qing Zichong, noticing the change in Feng Kaiyun's expression, hurriedly interjected, Lord Li, the governor has brought his younger brother to pay his respects. And also to inform you that Lord Tong Fengshan, the city's defense chief, wishes to visit you. Our intention is not to be neglectful. Since you wish to inspect the city, allow my younger brother to accompany you. This is, Li Qiang inquired, eyeing Feng Kaiyun. Oh, this is my esteemed advisor, Qing Zichong, a learned scholar. Feng Kaiyun sighed with relief, thinking that perhaps having Qing Zichong accompany them would mitigate any potential irritation. He clasped his hands and said, Since you are eager to inspect the city, I shall not impose further. Qing Zichong will accompany you, while I attend to some official matters and shall not join you. In the evening, I shall host a welcoming banquet for you. Farewell. Do not be hasty. I promised these lovely maidens I would take them to the market. You have no objections, do you? Li Qiang extended his hand once again, and Feng Kaiyun felt exasperated, promptly retorting, Please do as you wish. The four maidens, Chuan Xiang, Qiu Xiang, Zhu Xiang, and Lan Xiang, joyfully followed behind Li Qiang and Qing Zichong, whispering and giggling, utterly surprised that Li Qiang genuinely intended to take them out. Qing Zichong was equally astonished. This Lord Li was like a child, utterly unconcerned with propriety, speaking freely and without restraint. Having frequented numerous government offices and encountered countless officials, he had never met someone quite like this, finding it rather amusing. Upon entering a ready-made clothing shop, Li Qiang could not help but sigh. Compared to the vast supermarkets and shopping malls on Earth, the resources available here were woefully scarce. The shopkeeper, a rotund man with a double chin and shrewd eyes, hurried out from behind the counter, a broad smile adorning his face. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. What can I assist you with? I can fetch anything you desire. The shopkeeper called over an assistant. Quickly, bring out the goods and summon the tailor. We have female guests. Uncertain of what Li Qiang intended to purchase, Qing Zichong could only stand by with his arms crossed. Li Qiang smiled and said, Shopkeeper, I would like 4 sets of autumn attire and 4 sets of winter attire. He gestured to the 4 maidens. These are for these lovely maidens. If you have ready-made items, that would be ideal. Otherwise, measure their sizes and deliver them later. His gaze swept over the racks of clothing, and he added, Please bring me that black fur cloak. The shopkeeper retrieved the black fur cloak and exclaimed, Esteemed sir, this cloak is made from the hide of a rare creature known as the Bishi beast. Your discerning eye is commendable. This is the finest cloak in my shop. Qing Zichong gasped. Is this truly made from the Bishi beast's hide? That is remarkable. Li Qiang touched the fur but was unimpressed. What is this Bishi beast? What kind of creature is it? Qing Zichong explained. It is a prized creature that inhabits marshlands and is exceedingly difficult to capture. Its hide is impervious to water, providing protection against rain and wind. It is light and warm when worn in winter. The shopkeeper grinned widely. Ah, this esteemed gentleman is truly knowledgeable. Amidst the flurry of activity, the 4 maidens felt as if they were in a dream. They had never been treated so kindly in their lives, and their gratitude was beyond words. Very well, I shall purchase these, along with the 8 sets of clothing I requested earlier. Please have them delivered to the governor's office. The shopkeeper recoiled in fear, thinking to himself, Goodness, it's an official. If I do not receive payment, I might as well throw myself into the river. Worried, he inquired, How much will that be? Li Qiang, suddenly anxious, thought, Oh no, I have no idea what currency is used here. The cloak is 715 taels, and the 8 sets of clothing amount to 47 taels and 4 coins, totaling 762 taels and 4 coins. The shopkeeper rattled off the calculations. Li Qiang turned to Qing Zichong and asked, Where can I find a jewelry shop? Chapter 5 The old master takes a disciple. The proprietor of the tailor shop followed Li Qiang anxiously, secretly praying, Oh, my silver, may the Bodhisattva bless me. Qing Zhirong introduced, This is the finest and largest silver shop in the city, Zhao's Silver Jewelry. The shopkeeper was snapped out of his daze, urging, Hurry in and greet him. The tailor shop owner hastily entered, calling out, Master Zhao, I've brought you a distinguished guest. Come out and welcome him. Ah, it's you. Fat Chi. Take it easy, don't fall over. Who is this esteemed guest? A slender, agile middle-aged man emerged amidst laughter. Isn't this the venerable Qing? You are quite the busy person. What brings you to my humble establishment? His tone was warm. Old monkey, can't I come to have some fun? Qing Zhirong replied with a smile, pointing at Li Qiang. I've brought along a significant patron. How will you thank me? He continued to introduce, "This is Li Qiang, a distinguished gentleman new to Hanlon. You two should get acquainted." "Ah, old monkey, why haven't you invited Mr. Li inside?" Zhao Degui nodded and bowed, ushering everyone into the inner hall to take a seat and enjoy tea, with the master from the governor's office personally accompanying them. It was evident that they were dealing with a significant client, and Zhao Degui was all smiles, attending to them. For young ladies, referred to as sisters by Mr. Li, emerged from the inner quarters with refreshments to accompany the conversation. "Our shop has recently crafted a batch of gold and silver jewelry. Mr. Li, do you practice martial arts? I've just brought in 3 excellent celestial stones from the capital. Would you care to take a look?" Li Qiang nodded, placing 2 palm-sized exquisite jade pieces, a top-quality rainstone, and 4 diamonds of varying sizes onto the tea table. "Old Zhao, what do you think? Are these valuable?" Cheng Zhirong was the first to notice, gasping in astonishment. "Exquisite celestial stones, jade, and gemstones. Oh, old monkey, come see." His voice had changed in excitement. Zhao Dagui, busy calling for his assistants to fetch jewelry, was startled by Cheng Zhirong's reaction. Turning to see the treasures on the tea table, he was left dumbfounded. Having been in the jewelry business for so long, he had never encountered such exquisite gems. The tailor shop's proprietor, Fat Chi, whose eyes were originally narrowed into slits, suddenly widened in greed, his eyes sparkling as he wiped his mouth, repeatedly murmuring, "Bodhisattva of wealth, have mercy on me. I am climbing my way through the path of riches. I must have valued these far too low." Gently tapping the tea table, Li Qiang coughed lightly and chuckled to himself. "Goodness, I wasn't particularly excited when I acquired these. After all, they are merely a few stones." In truth, Li Qiang had already amassed considerable wealth on earth, and having reached the spiritual tranquility stage in cultivation, his desire for material possessions had diminished sharply. He had surpassed spiritual tranquility and entered the initial phase of the nascent soul stage. Generally, cultivators must exert great effort to restrain their desires for material comforts from the heart-moving stage to the spiritual tranquility stage. Failure to do so could lead to the loss of not only the tranquility stage, but also the heart-moving stage, requiring them to start their cultivation anew from the fusion stage. Li Qiang's starting point was exceptionally high, as the purple flame heart itself was a form of unconscious nascent soul, allowing him to begin with a nascent soul and subsequently fill in the gaps of his earlier cultivation, naturally altering his mindset in accordance with his progress. "Quickly invite the old master here," Zhao Dagui commanded excitedly. "He is a cultivator, a renowned semi-immortal, the true backer of this establishment, extremely formidable, especially in playing the latest mobile game, Floating Journey." Cheng Zhirong whispered to Li Qiang. Zhao Dagui picked up the rainstone, exclaiming, "This is the first time I have seen such an exquisite celestial stone." After examining it closely, he remarked, "This rainstone is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. In the capital, it would fetch an even higher price." "The old master has arrived," an assistant reported. A tall elder entered the room, his snow-white hair swept atop his head, 2 longevity brows resembling drawn swords angled into his temples, and his beard combed neatly like steel needles. The elder exuded a sense of unrestrained generosity, and Li Qiang felt an immediate fondness upon seeing him. Upon entering, Zhao Laoyizi's gaze fell upon Li Qiang, fixated and unyielding, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Zhirong's greetings. Zhao Dagui grew anxious, having never seen such an expression on his father's face. A curious blend of laughter and tears. Father, what is the matter?" With a wave of his hand, Zhao Laoyizi silenced his son and inquired, "Have you already fused?" His tone suggested a mixture of uncertainty and reverence. Li Qiang paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that Cheng Zhirong had mentioned he was a cultivator. He smiled and simply replied, "Nascent soul." The entire room fell silent, puzzled by their exchange. Suddenly, Zhao Laoyizi knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead to the floor, and beseeched, "Please, master, guide me through the maze. I recently opened my spiritual sight, but seem to have stagnated. I humbly request your mercy to take me as your disciple." Zhao Dagui was taken aback. Seeing his father kneel rendered him unable to remain standing, and with a thud, he too knelt. A series of thuds echoed as the assistants, witnessing their master kneeling, followed suit, all bowing down. Li Qiang found this sight troubling. Modern Chinese people rarely kneel before the living unless paying respects to ancestors or deities. Just as he stood up, a loud thud startled him. Turning, he saw the tailor shop's portly proprietor also kneeling. Li Qiang stifled a laugh and declared, "Everyone, please rise. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. Approaching Zhao Laoyizi, Li Qiang offered to help him up. To his surprise, the elder was quite stubborn, refusing to rise, continuously repeating, "Master, have mercy. Master, have mercy." Li Qiang sighed helplessly. All right, I am merciful. Please get up. He thought to himself, is it really necessary to go to such lengths for cultivation? Unbeknownst to him, on this planet, cultivation was an extraordinarily difficult endeavor, requiring not only immense effort, but also substantial financial resources to acquire celestial stones and seek out esteemed mentors. If one failed to reach the nascent soul stage within their lifetime, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Master, please have a seat, Zhao Laoyizi said respectfully. Li Qiang exclaimed, No, I cannot accept you as a disciple. Please, do not kneel. Let us engage in mutual exchange, shall we? He thought. How can I take on a disciple older than my father? How will I manage my reputation? Cheng Zhirong was not surprised by Zhao Laoyizi's request for apprenticeship, recognizing that it was not shameful for the accomplished to take on students. What puzzled him was that Li Qiang seemed quite averse to having others kneel before him. He became flustered whenever it occurred. Seeing Li Qiang's reluctance, Cheng Zhirong smiled and urged, Everyone, listen to me. It seems Mr. Li is reluctant to take on a disciple. Li Qiang nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes. Yet Zhao Laoyizi remained resolute in his desire to become a disciple. Please do not call me Zhao Laoyizi. Refer to me as Zhao Hao. Master, you must accept me as your disciple. I earnestly beseech you. His unwavering attitude sent shivers down Li Qiang's spine. Then let Zhao Hao be a nominal disciple of Mr. Li, shall we? After much heated discussion, Zhao Hao finally achieved his wish, becoming Li Qiang's first nominal disciple at the age of over 70. At Li Qiang's insistence, the jewels on the tea table were gifted to Zhao Hao's family, with the rainstone designated for Zhao Hao's cultivation. The silver shop settled the accounts with the tailor shop, and Li Qiang generously presented the cloak to Cheng Zhirong, selecting some jewelry for the four young sisters. Li Qiang understood well that harmony among people was essential in any place. After spending only one night in the governor's guest room, he requested to move to an inn. He had no objections to Feng Kaiyun. He simply wished to gain a better understanding of local customs, which he could not do while confined to the governor's office. After some negotiation, Cheng Zhirong had no choice but to agree. As Li Qiang departed, he bestowed upon Feng Kaiyun, Cheng Zichong, and four young maidservants numerous gifts. Feng Kaiyun was pleasantly surprised by the presents. The specific items mattered little to him, but it was evident that Li Qiang harbored no ill intentions. Zhao Hao, the elder disciple, exerted every effort to invite Li Qiang to the silver shop. Li Qiang, seeking to leverage Zhao Hao's experience to inquire about the heavenly court star, as well as to find a tranquil place to cultivate some urgently needed artifacts, decided to accompany him. Zhao Hao was overjoyed, bustling about the silver shop in a frenzy. He not only tidied the entire back garden, but also recruited several servants to attend to Li Qiang's needs. Once everything was prepared, he closely followed Li Qiang, eager to absorb his master's teachings. That evening, Li Qiang commenced the crafting of his first weapon. After gathering the necessary materials and tools upon returning to his quarters, Zhao Hao insisted on remaining, adamant about staying inside. He dismissed the young servants, closed the door, and stood reverently by, fixated on Li Qiang. Li Qiang found the situation both amusing and exasperating, feeling reluctant to send him away. He first set up a defensive formation within the room, activated it with his true essence, and, after verifying its efficacy, instructed Zhao Hao on how to enter and exit. He directed him to stand at the Kuan position within the formation, as the temperature during his cultivation would exceed Zhao Hao's capacity to endure, and only the yin corner at that position would remain unaffected. With all preparations complete, he embarked on his inaugural cultivation session. Li Qiang aimed to first forge a protective gear, a hand crossbow, and a spear. All three items were present in the bracelet left to him by Fu Shan, albeit in the form of semi-finished products that needed considerable refinement. Li Qiang resolved to complete these three items to gain some experience. As this was his first endeavor in crafting artifacts, he discarded his clothing, wearing only a pair of shorts, and retrieved the protective gear, a diamond-shaped arm shield, 30 centimeters in size, silver white and devoid of patterns. He glanced at Zhao Hao, reminding him not to disturb him during the forging process, instructing him merely to observe. Zhao Hao, lacking the understanding of this stage of cultivation, felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, the celestial armor emerged from Li Qiang's body, and Zhao Hao comprehended the necessity of Li Qiang and Appo's state of undress. The shorts instantly turned to ashes, and a violet radiance illuminated the entire room. The small silver shield levitated in midair as two streams of violet flames erupted from Li Qiang's hands, incessantly scorching it. Zhao Hao was astounded. This was the Samadhi true fire, also known as heart fire, a potent essence only attainable by those who had reached the nascent soul stage. He thought to himself, so, Master has already achieved the nascent soul. He is indeed a celestial being. In truth, Zhao Hao was rather uninformed. Practitioners in the cultivation world do not consider themselves celestial beings, and those who reach the nascent soul stage are numerous. Generally, such practitioners withdraw from the secular world for secluded cultivation, and the heavenly court star is not a hub for cultivators. The planet where Fu Shan resides, Fengyuan Star, is a true gathering place for practitioners, making Li Qiang's presence here somewhat fortuitous. Li Qiang's spirit merged completely with the small silver shield, and he discerned a miniature protective formation within it, devoid of energy. Since the method of creation was recorded in the Jade Eye manual, it posed no challenge for him. After meticulous adjustments, Li Qiang began to infuse energy into the shield. Given that Li Qiang's foundation was the purple flame heart, which possesses a fire property, it greatly facilitated the crafting process. There are two approaches to crafting, the method of forging and the method of heart forging, which are fundamentally different. Forging utilizes tools as a furnace and celestial stones as the fuel, controlling the process with true essence. In contrast, heart forging employs the heavens and earth as the furnace, utilizing Samadhi true fire and true essence to regulate the process. It is the supreme method for crafting superior artifacts. Gradually, energy filled the silver shield. Li Qiang employed the severing character formula to detach his true essence, the solid character formula to seal the formation, and the transforming character formula to allow the formation to flow gently within the shield. Although he was not entirely proficient, he completed the task successfully. An idea struck him. He decided to add an offensive formation within the shield. This was when the importance of the storage bracelet became evident, as one by one celestial stones emerged from his hand and were deposited into the silver shield. Among them were 4 water-type celestial stones for their gentleness, 2 metal-type celestial stones for their sharpness, and 1 fire-type celestial stone for its explosive properties. As this was his first attempt at crafting, some trial and error was inevitable, but ultimately, he succeeded. With the core component finished, Li Qiang resolved to enhance the exterior of the silver shield. His initial inspiration was the dragon. After all, the totem of the Chinese nation is eternally ingrained in the hearts of all descendants of Yin and Huang. He felt that a dragon motif on the shield was quite fitting. To forge the shield's face with Samadhi true fire proved remarkably effortless. Whatever he envisioned materialized. Li Qiang shaped the edges of the shield into a flame-like design, embedding some gold and silver threads for embellishment, and finally, the work was complete. Elder disciple Zhao Hao was thoroughly impressed, having vigilantly observed for 7 days and nights, his heart brimming with joy. When Li Qiang opened his eyes and gazed at the arm shield in his hand, pride radiated from his expression. The 30-centimeter silver arm shield had transformed. Hints of golden purple shimmered through the silver, and the dragon motif on the shield's surface appeared slightly raised, its claws poised as if ready to soar. The flame-like edges of the shield seemed to flicker with real fire. Li Qiang marveled, questioning whether such a beautiful arm shield could truly be the product of his own making. With a mere gesture, the arm shield affixed itself to his left arm, and he immediately sensed its integration with his being. By channeling his true essence, the formation within the arm shield activated instantly. Eager to test its might, he looked at Zhao Hao, who was grinning with delight. Elder disciple Zhao Hao brandished his signature weapon, the giant wind knife, channeling 8 parts of his true strength, and bellowed, "Behold the blade." The giant wind knife sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whooshing sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Qiang, with a mere thought, activated the protective formation of the arm shield, summoning a dragon of violet and gold flames to encircle him, while the offensive formation simultaneously initiated. A resounding clash ensued. Boom! The giant wind knife shattered. Li Qiang was alarmed, hastily retracting the offensive formation. In a swift motion, he seized Zhao Hao by his collar and tossed him aside. That was a close call. It would have been quite the embarrassment to proclaim that his first disciple was felled by the very arm shield he had crafted. Zhao Hao found that his strike had landed as if against a steel pillar, and what terrified him further was that this pillar retaliated. As the giant wind knife shattered, the recoil rendered his entire arm numb, causing blood to flow from his palm as he helplessly watched the violet gold dragon rush toward him, internally resigning himself to his fate. Suddenly feeling a tug at his collar, he soared through the air as if riding clouds. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Hao was overwhelmed with emotion. In the verdant basin of the Three Kingdoms, my martial arts were considered exceptional, even amongst the elite. How could I have failed to land a single strike against my master, who merely used a small arm shield to test me? Had it not been for my master's intervention, I cannot fathom the consequences. Li Qiang, feeling a twinge of guilt, helped Zhao Hao to his feet, saying, I've damaged your weapon. Let me forge you a new one as compensation. Elder disciple Zhao Hao was both surprised and delighted. A weapon gifted by his master would surely be a celestial treasure. After expressing his gratitude, he inquired, Master, does this arm shield have a name? Seeing Li Qiang shake his head, he continued, I have a name in mind, but I wonder if it pleases you? Curious, Li Qiang asked, what is it? How about the Scarlet Flame Dragon Shield? Li Qiang exclaimed enthusiastically, excellent. I adore it. The latest popular mobile game, Journey to the Immortal, features this weapon. Let it be named the Scarlet Flame Dragon Shield. Chapter 6. Cultivation. Li Qiang had not anticipated that Zhao Hao's foundation was so lacking. Observing the intense thirst for knowledge emanating from this old disciple, who was even older than his father, Li Qiang felt a sense of compassion and could not bear to deceive him. He inquired in detail about Zhao Hao's cultivation journey and was astonished to discover that Zhao Hao, with only a rudimentary understanding, had sought masters and friends in martial arts, gathering cultivation methods from every possible source, and had forcibly advanced to the enlightenment stage after over 30 years of practice. This revelation filled Li Qiang with great admiration and emotion. Determined to guide him further in his cultivation, Li Qiang recognized that despite being a novice himself, his circumstances were remarkably favorable. Not only had he established an excellent foundation with the purple flame heart, but he also possessed the Jade Eye manual bestowed by Fu Shan, which contained a plethora of cultivation methods from Fu Shan's school. The disparity between Zhao Hao's situation and his own was akin to the heavens and the earth. Zhao Hao had already deviated from the fundamental first step of cultivation, the reflection stage, and it was perilous that he had forcibly advanced to the enlightenment stage. Li Qiang had no choice but to instruct him to start anew from the reflection stage, imparting to him the proper methods of cultivation. It was then that Zhao Hao realized his previous efforts had been in vain. The reflection stage is the most fundamental foundation for cultivators and is crucial for future practices. During cultivation, one must utilize 5 types of attribute stones: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, using the body as a formation to create a microcosm. This microcosm gradually absorbs energy from the outside in, enabling the transformation of one's constitution and the proficient manipulation of vital energy. Once Zhao Hao understood this, he eagerly requested to begin his practice. Master, I will cultivate in the defensive formation's Kuan position. What do you think? Zhao Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Qiang replied with a smile, you should first explain to your family. Once you sit down to cultivate, it may be a long time before you awaken. I also need to finish my own preparations. As he resumed his cultivation, Li Qiang couldn't help but marvel at Fu Shan's brilliant design. The hand crossbow resembled an eagle soaring high, compact enough to rest on the back of his hand. The intricate attack formation within the crossbow presented a challenge for Li Qiang. He understood that the smaller the formation, the higher the requirements for the cultivator's skill. For instance, crafting a sword is exceedingly difficult, as it necessitates the complete design of an attack formation within a blade barely 8 inches long or even smaller, a feat unattainable without mastery. Fortunately, Fu Shan had already completed the formation. All that was needed was energy. Li Qiang charged the formation with energy and made slight modifications to the hand crossbow, thereby completing his second weapon. Next, he focused on the long spear. This spear was unique, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with a 1-meter blade made up of 8 stacked sharp edges, allowing the blade to rotate like a fan. This time, Li Qiang completed the cultivation swiftly, merely adding barbs to each edge for aesthetic appeal. Finally, he turned to the precious sword intended for Zhao Hao. Contemplating deeply, Li Qiang realized he possessed several blades within his bracelet. However, due to Zhao Hao's insufficient cultivation level, the precious sword required the owner's direct infusion of energy to be effective. Otherwise, it would be no different from an ordinary steel blade. After much deliberation, Li Qiang devised a compromise. He extracted a 3-foot-long precious sword, altering its attack formation into a simple energy storage formation. embedding 4 pieces of earth and water attribute stones as a foundation. As long as Zhao Hao infused a modicum of true energy, the sword would become indestructible, albeit posing minimal threat to cultivators. Li Qiang noticed that after a prolonged period of weapon cultivation, his own abilities had significantly improved, particularly in controlling true energy, which filled him with exhilaration. Upon seeing Zhao Hao, he couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hao lay on the ground in a spread eagle position, 5 stones hovering above him, slowly rotating, a rather amusing sight. Li Qiang extended a thread of true energy, subtly probing, and was slightly taken aback. Zhao Hao's microcosm was beginning to take shape. Albeit with very weak true energy, it would take an eternity for him to awaken with these 5 inferior stones. Impatient to wait, Li Qiang retrieved a superior red flame stone, channeling energy from the stone into Zhao Hao's body while slightly modifying the microcosm within him. Li Qiang's simple gesture brought immense benefits to Zhao Hao. As Zhao Hao opened his eyes, he realized everything had changed. After crossing the reflection stage once more, he began his first transformation. His white hair and beard gradually turned black from the roots, and the wrinkles and age spots on his face swiftly vanished. Witnessing Zhao Hao's rapid transformation from an elderly man to a middle-aged one left Li Qiang astounded, pondering that it seems impossible to judge a cultivator's age by their appearance. Zhao Hao, filled with astonishment, regarded Li Qiang with the utmost respect. He knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Disciple expresses utmost gratitude to master. Li Qiang sighed. I dread when you kneel before me, yet you insist on doing so. If you continue this way, I shall expel you from the sect. Quickly rise. This is the precious sword I gift you. Having completed his respectful bow, Zhao Hao stood and said, Master, one must not neglect propriety. Accepting the precious sword, a glimmer of delight shone in Zhao Hao's eyes as he exclaimed, A splendid sword. A splendid sword. Li Qiang chuckled, Try channeling your true energy into it. The precious sword emitted a misty green light, its blade shimmering like flowing mercury, creating an ethereal illusion. Zhao Hao marveled, Truly a divine weapon. It is indeed extraordinary. Very well, let us exit the formation, Li Qiang declared. Who knows how long we have been cultivating? As they retracted the defensive formation, both stepped out of the room. The cacophony of noise rushed towards them. They're out. They're out. Quickly summon the chief. Lord Li and the elder have emerged. Zhao Hao frowned. What is all this commotion? Such a lack of decorum. Call the Gue over. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Li Qiang inquired, What has transpired? Hanlin City is besieged. The chief has been here daily. We can't enter the house, and our voices are hoarse. Indeed, even the governor has visited several times. As they spoke, Zhao de Gue hurried in, exclaiming, Father, Lord Li, it's wonderful that you have finally emerged. The governor nearly drove me mad. Hey, father, you look younger. Zhao Hao chastised Zhao de Gue with a flick, scolding, Your words are disjointed and nonsensical. What is there to panic about? We shall discuss it inside. He then bowed to Li Qiang, saying, Master, let us enter the house. To the north of Hanlin City lies the Sighing Forest. The northwest houses the Red Rock Petrified Mountain Range. The west is a desolate Gobi Desert, and to the southeast is the renowned Green Basin. Thus, Hanlin City serves as a vital military stronghold for the former Song Empire. In the desolate Gobi Desert to the west lurks a fierce and ruthless bandit army known as the Black Flag Army, led by N Gang, rumored to be a formidable martial artist. He commands 7 ruthless generals, each leading 2,000 to 3,000 elite cavalrymen, raiding merchant caravans and occasionally harassing the borders. This time, they have come to Hanlin City, accompanied by 4 generals and over 10,000 men. As Zhao de Gue finished relaying the situation, a flustered servant rushed in, shouting, It's bad. The city is breached. Zhao Hao, as the owner of the Silver Pavilion, had weathered many storms over the past 70 years. He glanced at Li Qiang and stated, Master, please forgive my impudence. Li Qiang nodded. Though Li Qiang maintained a calm exterior, his heart was tumultuous. He had never experienced war, and while he had seen it portrayed in films and novels, facing it in reality left him feeling utterly unprepared. De Gue, gather the entire family in the courtyard, and do not bring too many belongings. Hide all valuable items. Everyone should prepare their weapons swiftly. Zhao Hao instructed. He then turned to a warrior-like man, saying, Brother Yi Feng, summon your men and prepare some strong crossbows. We shall retreat through the east gate. The entire city of Hanlin was in chaos, with thick smoke billowing into the sky and the streets echoing with cacophonous shouts, accompanied by the distant neighing of war horses. Li Qiang felt a sense of unease and hastily prepared himself, secretly relieved that he had not been idle. He had forged 3 weapons, though he regretted that his armor had not been completed in time. With a swift motion, he donned the flame dragon shield, secured the eagle strike crossbow, and grasped the 100-blade spear in his right hand, allowing his mind to settle. Once armed, Li Qiang transformed. A formidable aura radiated from him in sync with his breaths. Zhao Hao sensed an overwhelming pressure that forced him to retreat repeatedly, deepening his awe for Li Qiang. Master, the Black Flag army has breached the city, and it is customary for them to slaughter. Please, show mercy. Zhao Hao, a seasoned veteran with decades of experience, recognized Li Qiang's urgency in gearing up and understood that he had not faced combat before, prompting him to offer a word of caution. However, he was not worried for Li Qiang's safety, knowing he could defend himself. Soon, everyone had gathered, and Zhao Hao commanded with assurance, Brother Yifeng, you lead the way with your sword and shield. De Gouei, protect the carriage with your crossbowmen, ready to support Uncle Yifeng. I will lead a squad of spearmen to cover the rear. Understood? It seemed the people of the Silver Building were no strangers to such situations, as they appeared calm and composed, likely due to prior training. Father, you command the crossbowmen. I'll cover the rear. Zhao de Gouei exclaimed anxiously. You think your skills surpass mine? Cover the rear? You know the ferocity of the Black Flag army. Go try blocking their advance if you dare. Zhao Hao scolded him. Isn't it because I worry for you? Zhao de Gouei muttered. What am I to do? Li Qiang thought. I too should be considered a master. Though I have not formally studied martial arts, my weapons are formidable, and my disciples' affairs are my own. Zhao Hao would not overlook such a master. Master, you provide support from the center. Wherever danger arises, you shall intervene. Does that sound acceptable? Very well, Li Qiang responded, satisfied. He stood atop the carriage, holding the 100-blade spear, feeling rather impressive. As they turned a corner, the thunderous sound of hooves approached from the west. The Black Flag army had arrived. Zhao Hao commanded loudly for the entire unit to retreat eastward while he held his ground with over 20 spearmen at the street's entrance, intending to delay the Black Flag army and buy time. The carriage gradually distanced itself from Zhao Hao's squad. Li Qiang sensed something was amiss. They would soon be out of sight, rendering his support impossible. He leapt from the carriage and said to Zhao de Gouei, You all go ahead. I will assist your father. Racing back to the street corner, he saw Zhao Hao fiercely battling, wielding his treasured blade against 2 formidable flag generals, Yuan Ba of the Thunder Flag, positioned 3rd among the generals, and Han Jingtian of the Snow Flag, 6th among them. Yuan Ba bellowed, Huh? Old Six, there's a reckless fool here. I'll cleave him in 2. He urged his mount forward, swinging his heavy axe. Little did Yuan Ba and Han Jingtian realize they had encountered a formidable opponent, and an even larger one was on the way. In his youth, Zhao Hao had been nicknamed Mad Blade for his reckless ferocity in combat. As he faced Yuan Ba's descending axe, a cold smile crept onto his face as he shouted, Come then. Channeling his newly forged true essence, he raised his treasured blade, intent on a head-on clash to test its power. Realizing the danger, Han Jingtian shouted, Yuan Ba, be careful. That is a treasured blade. He leapt from his horse, drawing his sword to aid his comrade. A thunderous clash ensued, and the force radiated outward. Zhao Hao was taken aback. With a single strike, the renowned general of the Black Flag army was knocked from his horse, while Han Jingtian was forced back. Zhao Hao's confidence surged as he laughed. This path is blocked. The spearmen, witnessing their master's commanding presence, felt invigorated. Yuan Ba was terrified, nearly paralyzed with fear, and without Han Jingtian's warning, he might have met his end. Who was this master wielding such an extraordinary blade? Greed swelled within him. Yuan Ba and Han Jingtian exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously shouted, Men, charge together. Zhao Hao cursed vehemently, inwardly lamenting his plight. He was unafraid for himself, but his spearmen were in grave danger. Frustrated, he swung his treasured blade and plunged into the fray. The spearmen were no match for the battle-hardened Black Flag army. Upon engagement, 7 or 8 fell. Just as despair set in, an overwhelming pressure descended, and someone shouted, Everyone, do not panic. The master has arrived. The spearmen stared in astonishment as golden-hued eagles, each the size of a palm, flew from Li Qiang's hand, briefly circling before diving with a sharp cry into the bodies of the Black Flag soldiers, causing them to explode. In an instant, none of the encircling Black Flag soldiers were spared. Quickly pursue the front lines. I will handle this. Li Qiang, suppressing the sorrow of his first kill, commanded. He had not anticipated the Eagle Strike crossbow's power. In merely testing it, he had felled 31 Black Flag soldiers, leaving him no time to withdraw. Zhao Hao rejoiced. Master, you guard the entrance. I leave this to my disciple. Haha. The old man is truly rejuvenated. Yuan Ba's eyes were filled with rage as he brandished his weapon, ready to confront Li Qiang, but Han Jingtian restrained him, advising, Third brother, do not act impulsively. This man is beyond our reach. Let us retreat and seek the flag leader. He called out, Men, fall back. Hey, would you two masters care to reveal your names? Zhao Hao laughed heartily, exclaiming, A true man does not change his name nor his surname. Remember this well. I am the Mad Blade Zhao Hao. As for my master, you are unworthy to inquire. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hao felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, never having experienced such delight before. As he watched the tide of the Black Flag army retreat, Li Qiang sighed, Let us pursue the main force. At that moment, the city was engulfed in rampant pillaging and slaughter. As they advanced eastward along the main street, the scene struck Li Qiang as hellish, with corpses strewn everywhere and many grievously injured, crying out in despair. After looting, the Black Flag soldiers set fires, engulfing the surroundings in flames and smoke. Zhao Hao cleaved a Black Flag soldier who was emerging from a building with a large sack, saying, Master, do not take offense. Every decade or so, a great battle occurs here, and my disciples are accustomed to it. Li Qiang smiled wryly. While Zhao Hao had grown accustomed to it, he found the horror utterly disorienting. Isn't that Fat Cheese Tailor shop? Li Qiang recalled this establishment as the first shop he had entered upon arriving in Hanlin. Approaching the entrance, he spotted Black Flag soldiers within. Lord, I beg you spare me. Take whatever you want, sob sob. Oh heavens, have mercy, please. They've taken my mother inside. Please spare her. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by furious cursing. Vile woman, how dare you bite me? I'll cut you down, damn it. Mother of the child. Li Qiang had never witnessed such atrocities firsthand. An unquenchable fury surged within him, propelling him recklessly inside. Zhao Hao hurriedly followed. Furious, Li Qiang unleashed a torrent of energy spikes from the 100-blade spear, the sharp cries of the eagles echoing ominously. Zhao Hao shuddered. Even he, a battle-hardened warrior, felt fear. Inside, the Black Flag soldiers were reduced to mere fragments, the room awash with blood and gore. Lordly. Fat Chi sat on the floor, cradling an 8- or 9-year-old boy, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 7. The reason Li Qiang gradually calmed himself, feeling a deep sorrow within. This was for the family of Fatty Chi and for the soldiers of the Black Flag army who had perished at his hands. Regardless of the justification, taking lives in such a manner was not an act of joy. At that moment, 3 soldiers from the Black Flag army burst in, crying out in alarm. Call for help. Our men are being killed. Humph, it's too late, Li Qiang thought. Zhao Hao's precious blade gleamed like lightning from the heavens, blinding in its brilliance, rendering the soldiers utterly defenseless. Heads flew high, and blood gushed forth. Master, the enemy is increasing in number, and we cannot continue to kill indefinitely. We should leave. Li Qiang urged. Chi, come with us. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Where can I go? My family is destroyed. I have lost everything. Fatty Chi lamented. My lord, I only have this one child. You are a good person. Please take him with you. Just ensure he has something to eat wherever you go. He pushed the child towards Li Qiang, weeping, My son, stay with the Lord and be obedient. The child, terrified, cried out, Father, please don't leave me. Father must accompany your mother. Be good, my child, Fatty Chi said, plunging a knife into his own abdomen. Li Qiang was taken aback and rushed to support him. Oh, Chi. Zhao Hao shook his head in sorrow, astonished that the usually greedy Fatty Chi could exhibit such deep affection for his family. Fatty Chi, blood bubbling at his lips, murmured, Ajuan, I come to join you. Do not be afraid. Do not. Li Qiang's eyes glistened with tears. He gazed at Fatty Chi, his heart tumultuous. Gently, he laid Chi's body down and said, Do not worry. I will take good care of your child. A flicker of a smile crossed Fatty Chi's lifeless face as his eyes slowly closed, a single tear of blood escaping the corner. Zhao Hao observed as Li Qiang rose, sensing an unusual change within him, but unable to articulate it. He took the weeping child into his arms and said softly, Master, let us go. Li Qiang nodded firmly, filled with resolve. Very well, we shall depart. As they stepped outside, Li Qiang raised his hand, conjuring a surge of flames that engulfed the small tailor shop. His heart hardened like iron. He strode down the street, mercilessly slaying any Black Flag soldiers he encountered, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The Black Flag army was unfortunate to confront such a fierce adversary in Hamlin City. Many civilians, unable to flee, followed behind, hoping to escape the city with them. As they advanced, the throng of civilians grew, swelling to nearly 1,000 as they approached the East City Gate, a sight both magnificent and harrowing. From afar, cries and screams echoed from the East Gate. Zhao Hao remarked, "Master, it seems the Black Flag army has sealed the gate." Li Qiang replied coldly, "Even if they have bricked it up, I can break through." Zhao Hao shrank back, thinking, "Goodness, the master is truly enraged." The East Gate had become a hellscape, with defeated soldiers, officials, and civilians battling desperately against the Black Flag army. Everyone knew that those who could not escape the city were doomed. "You take care of the child and do not interfere. Today, I shall unleash a massacre. Rest assured, no one will harm this child," Zhao Hao promised. Li Qiang surged forward like a tempest, his roar echoing like a lion's or dragon's cry. The Black Flag soldiers beheld an extraordinary youth, surrounded by a swirling purple dragon of flames, with golden eagles circling overhead, wielding a spear that seemed to crackle with lightning as he charged into their ranks. The Black Flag army fell into disarray. The youth, amidst the soldiers, wielded his spear with abandon, sending a barrage of stabbing strikes that flew forth like lightning. The golden eagles dove down, their piercing cries melding with the thunderous explosions, and the anguished screams of the surviving soldiers filled the air. It was a veritable slaughter. "Begone!" Li Qiang seemed to embody a celestial being. The remaining Black Flag soldiers scattered in panic. The East Gate swung wide, and the surviving civilians, defeated soldiers, and officials surged forth. Those who escaped spread the legend of Li Qiang's battle against the Black Flag army, heralding him as the protector of the people of Hamlin. Zhao Hao, unable to find his own group, approached Li Qiang and gasped, "Master, you look unwell." Li Qiang sheathed his spear, saying, "I have exhausted too much of my true essence. That last strike drained considerable energy. I shall be fine shortly." Lordly, it is I, Qing Zizhong." "Oh, old teacher, why have you not yet left the city?" Li Qiang exclaimed in surprise. "What of Qiu Xiang and Chuan Xiang? Where are Zhu Xiang and Lan Xiang?" Chuan Xiang choked back tears. "Zhu Xiang is dead, and we cannot find Lan Xiang. I am so afraid." Qing Zizhong sighed deeply. "I never expected the leader of the Black Flag army to possess powers akin to yours, lordly. We have been besieged for over 10 days. The city was not meant to fall, but today, with the arrival of the leader, the gates exploded open, and the guard, Lord Tong Fengshan, was severely injured. Thus, the city fell." Zhao Hao interjected, "Master, this is not a place to linger. We should leave the city and discuss further." "Umph, now you choose to leave? It is too late. How dare you kill so many of my brothers? I will flay your skin and drink your blood." The voice drifted ominously from afar. Qing Zizhong cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it is Dongong. You all go ahead. I will hold them off," Li Qiang said swiftly, drawing his multi-edged spear. "Master, let me scout his abilities first," Zhao Hao offered, handing the child to Qing Zizhong. Li Qiang barked, "No, go quickly. Anyone capable of blowing open the city gates must be a formidable opponent." Seeing Li Qiang's anger, Zhao Hao dared not argue further. With a resolute stomp, he declared, "Master, please take care. I will wait for you outside the city." Li Qiang stood firm at the East Gate, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips, reflecting on the absurdity of being drawn into such a massacre. Without warning, a figure emerged 100 paces away. Li Qiang, emboldened, activated his red flame dragon shield and summoned 10 golden eagles to soar above, gripping his spear tightly as he fixed his gaze. The figure wore black battle armor, a black demonic mask obscuring his face, and silver hair that contrasted starkly with his dark attire. In his hands was a peculiar weapon, a blue glowing black sphere. "You are Angong of the Black Flag army? Indeed, it is you who has slain my men. Such audacity. What is your name? Which sect do you belong to? Who is your master?" Ngang's tone dripped with arrogance. Li Qiang had never feared verbal sparring. In his youth, when he lacked combat skills, he was adept at banter. "Who am I? Listen closely, I am Li Te. Do you understand? I am your superior. Those feather-brained subordinates of yours, I never regarded them as human. They are but a pack of rabid dogs, all slain by me. You wish to bite me? Ha ha ha." Ngang's silver hair stirred as if caught by an unseen wind, his body quivering slightly. He was furiously enraged, the mask shifting to a hue of blue. Countless azure threads surged from the black sphere, accompanied by sparks as fine as sand, hurtling towards Li Qiang. Anong also hurled an explosive device, the size of an egg, mingled among the light threads. This explosive could only be used once, yet its power was formidable. Most cultivators were aware of its nature, but Li Qiang, not having progressed through the lower ranks, was at a disadvantage. With a wave of his hand, the 10 golden eagles soared forth, followed by a streak of white light as countless spear strikes collided with the azure threads, producing a thunderous roar. Both combatants were sent reeling backward. Li Qiang was struck by the explosion, while Anong was overwhelmed by the relentless golden eagles. Anong realized that his strength paled in comparison to Li Qiang's, yet he also discerned that Li Qiang seemed inexperienced. Fortunately, the red flame dragon shield had mitigated the damage, but Li Qiang's true essence had been significantly depleted, leaving the protective purple dragon considerably diminished. Li Qiang thought to himself, if I do not swiftly conclude this battle, the unfortunate one will surely be me. I shall fight with all I have. In Gang and Apos. S thoughts mirrored those of Li Qiang. He too had not anticipated that Li Qiang and Apos' cultivation would surpass his own. A shrill cry of an eagle pierced the air, and as In Gang looked up, terror seized him. Over 30 golden eagles, arranged in a straight line, swooped down from the sky towards him. He shouted defiantly, "Very well, I shall fight you to the end." The black orb in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light, shooting towards Li Qiang. The ground trembled, and the heavens dimmed. Both were unable to evade each other's lethal strikes. The black orb Ngang launched was a rare treasure known as Wu Qing Dan, crafted from the inner elixir of a beast that dwelled underground. Typically, Wu Qing Dan could serve as a weapon, its emitted Qing Si Hua possessing considerable power. Yet, its most formidable trait lay in its ability to unleash a double explosion. The first would disrupt a cultivator's true essence, impairing their control, while the second explosion was the true weapon of destruction. However, once the double explosion was executed, Wu Qing Dan would vanish into nothingness. Li Qiang had indeed fallen victim to this flaw. With his current cultivation, he could have easily withstood it, but his lack of experience proved detrimental. When the double explosion detonated, Li Qiang was propelled over 30 meters, blood spurting from his mouth, his vision clouded by golden stars, his body weakened. He pondered, what sort of monstrous orb is this? It's incredibly powerful. Ngang fared far worse. The golden eagles launched from the Eagle Strike crossbow were beyond his cultivation level to withstand. It is worth noting that this crossbow had been designed by Fu Shan in his early years, and Li Qiang had meticulously refined this supreme weapon-making method, rendering its power not to be underestimated, even if it did not match the treasures wielded by true masters. After firing Wu Qing Dan, Ngang swiftly attempted to evade, simultaneously casting 7 protective barriers. However, he underestimated Li Qiang's golden eagles. One by one, the 32 golden eagles dove down, their successive explosions shattering the protective barriers like dried twigs. In the end, only 2 golden eagles remained, crashing down directly towards him. In a moment of sheer panic, Ngang raised his left arm to shield himself. Thus, he lost his left arm. Both were grievously wounded. A figure dashed into the eastern gate, scooping up Li Qiang and fleeing. Master, are you all right?" Zhao Hao had never left. He had been hiding around the corner of the gate. Upon witnessing Li Qiang being blasted away, Zhao Hao's face turned pale with shock. He disregarded his own safety and rushed over, lifting Li Qiang and running. Ngang was fortunate. Had Zhao Hao glanced at him longer, he would have realized that he too was on the brink of defeat, merely needing a final blow to seal his fate. Li Qiang chuckled weakly. "Why haven't you left?" Zhao Hao replied anxiously, "Master, I cannot bear to leave you." "Master, please rest a while. Soon we will catch up to De Gui." Li Qiang felt deeply moved. He had not expected such concern from this old disciple. "Where are we headed?" Li Qiang inquired. Zhao Hao explained, "There is a manor in Fengling town, originally built by the descendants for the disciples. All those who retreated have gathered there to reassess the situation." Li Qiang mused, "This place is so different from Earth. Even a merchant possesses a manor. If it weren't for the constant wars, it would indeed be a pleasant place." He then asked, "How large is Fengling town? Is it enjoyable?" Zhao Hao, carrying Li Qiang, nearly stumbled at his words, exclaiming, Fengling town isn't large. There aren't many people usually. However, it's very cool during the summer, with numerous officials and wealthy merchants building manors there to escape the heat and enjoy leisure." While explaining, he thought, my master is injured so gravely. Yet he still thinks of leisure. Such a broad-minded perspective is beyond my reach. Sigh, true masters are truly admirable. If Li Qiang were to know Zhao Hao's thoughts, he would surely laugh heartily. His goal on Tianting Star was simply to enjoy himself while waiting for Fu Shan to arrive. This battle had been entirely involuntary. By evening, the two finally arrived at Fengling town. Li Qiang, exhausted, pointed towards the forest behind the town, asking, "Is that the Sign Forest?" Zhao Hao, in a rush, replied, "Yes, master, just a moment longer, and we will be home." As they sprinted, Zhao Hao too began to feel the strain. The small Fengling town was crowded with a multitude of fleeing refugees, a chaotic scene filled with cries, moans of the injured, and desperate searches for lost family members. The tragic sight deeply moved Li Qiang, leading him to reflect. So this is the cruel reality of war. When conflict arises, it is the common folk who suffer the most. Zhao Hao, however, could not afford to dwell on such matters, hastily carrying Li Qiang through the town. Not far beyond the small town, they spotted the manor's walls. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Master, we have arrived." The grand entrance of the manor was tightly shut, a precaution against thieves. Unable to wait, Zhao Hao kicked the door, which swung open with a resounding crash, the thick wooden doorpost splintering into 3 pieces. Zhao Hao rushed inside, shouting, "Where's everyone? Come quickly to receive guests." Li Qiang chuckled, thinking, to receive guests, haha, that has a rather special connotation back on Earth. After 5 days of recuperation, Li Qiang gradually regained his strength, thanks to the Xian heart, truly a supreme treasure for cultivators. Stretching lazily, he stepped out of his room and into the manor of Fengling town, but he had barely taken a step when he exclaimed, "Ah, Sister Qiang, Sister Qiang, what are you two doing here?" "Greetings, Master. We are watching others play the latest mobile game, The Journey of the Wandering Immortal. I heard that if you download it now, there are great rewards." Qiang and Xiang, upon seeing Li Qiang, had tears of joy in their eyes and greeted him with smiles. Xiang said, "Old Master Zhao instructed that if the master awakens, he should go to the hall." Qiang joyfully dashed outside, exclaiming, "I will notify everyone that the master has arrived." Li Qiang laughed, "Sister Qiang, I told you not to call me master. Why do you all refuse to listen? Am I truly that old?" He bent his back in a mock elderly manner. Xiang giggled, "Master, I cannot refrain from calling you master. It's the rule." Li Qiang sighed, thinking, such a young girl, only 12 or 13, in her innocent years, yet she must have endured countless hardships to dare not defy this ridiculous rule. "Lead me to the hall," he instructed, retrieving 2 bags of dried plum candies from his bracelet and handing them to Xiang. At the entrance to the hall, Zhao Hao, Cheng Zizhong, and Zhao de Gouet had already come out to greet them. Inside the hall, many dignitaries, officials, and martial arts practitioners were present. After introductions and pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Zhao Hao insisted that Li Qiang sit at the head of the table, while Li Qiang, unfamiliar with the customs, simply sat down. Li Qiang inquired, "How is the child of Manager Qi?" In the preceding days, Zhao Hao had informed everyone about Li Qiang's rampage in Hanlin City. Zhao Hao replied, "Master, rest assured. The child is in the care of de Gouet's wife. He will not suffer any grievances." Li Qiang nodded and then asked Cheng Zizhong, "Old Master, are there any new developments in Hanlin City?" Cheng Zizhong responded, "The Black Flag Army in Hanlin City has retreated. I heard rumors that Lord Li severely injured their leader, In Gang. When I asked Old Master Zhao, he said the situation was too urgent for him to discern what had truly transpired." Li Qiang reflected on the events, saying, "It's possible. My final confrontation with In Gang was indeed mutually destructive. However, I was caught off guard by his black orb. If Zhao Hao hadn't rushed in to save me, I might have perished." Li Qiang exhibited no shame regarding his defeat. Everyone was astonished. For Li Qiang's account differed from Zhao Hao's, who claimed that his master had sustained injuries while rescuing him. Cheng Zizhong continued, "Yesterday, I encountered a friend returning from the capital, who mentioned that the emperor is vigorously recruiting soldiers, seemingly preparing for war with the Litan kingdom. The atmosphere in the capital is fraught with anxiety." This news immediately captured everyone's attention, sparking fervent discussions. Li Qiang, taken aback by the turmoil in Tianting Star, thought that had he not possessed formidable strength, he would surely have met a grim fate. Zhao Hao did not anticipate that Cheng Zichong would divulge such significant news to everyone. However, the elder, being well-versed in matters, remarked, "Let us all return for now. If the news from the old master is indeed true, An imperial decree will surely arrive in the coming days. Before the crowd could disperse, a young servant rushed in, stumbling over his words. Master, master. Zhao Hao barked, calm down. What is the matter? The servant swallowed hard and replied, an imperial edict has been issued, and the master is summoned to receive it. Zhao Dequei stepped forward and slapped him, scolding, speak clearly. Which master are you referring to? The servant, looking aggrieved, pointed at Li Qiang and said, it is Master Li. Startled, Li Qiang's mind raced to a certain individual, Feng Kaiyun. It must be his doing. Chapter 8. Carelessness. Li Qiang had not misjudged the situation. From the very first day, he took residence in the governor's mansion. Feng Kaiyun had dispatched an urgent missive through the postal station to the capital. One could hardly blame Feng Kaiyun. Regardless of where Li Qiang appeared in the realm of heavenly court, local officials would promptly report his presence. The power of a cultivator is an invaluable asset to any nation, particularly that of a master practitioner, who is a coveted figure for every state. Feng Kaiyun's report directly alarmed the emperor. The reason being, Li Qiang was proficient in courtly language, and his eloquence mirrored that of royal family members. The emperor thus commanded an investigation into Li Qiang's origins. After several exchanges of documents that yielded little clarity, it was ultimately concluded that he might be a descendant of scattered royal lineage. Li Qiang exhibited remarkable prowess in Hanlin City, decisively defeating the Black Flag Army. Following the grievous wounding of their leader, Gang, the army had no choice but to withdraw. In haste, Feng Kaiyun activated the royal communication array to relay the situation back to the palace. Li Qiang felt overwhelmed. He had no desire to receive any imperial edicts. He discreetly inquired, Old Master Qiang, what would happen if I refused to accept the decree? Cheng Zicheng was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, that is not permissible. Disobeying an imperial command could lead to execution, not only for you, but for the entire Zhao family as well. We must avoid that at all costs. He feared for his own safety, realizing that should Li Qiang refuse, no one could stop him. Li Qiang pondered, what is dictatorial rule if not this? There is no justice here. If I choose to flee, no one can hinder me, yet my old apprentice's family would be doomed. Alas, I suppose I shall accept the decree. Cheng Zicheng anxiously watched Li Qiang, noting his fluctuating demeanor, and urged, you should accept the decree. Listen to its contents before making a decision, shall we? Li Qiang could only nod in agreement. Turning to summon Zhao Hao, he noticed the ceremonial table was already prepared, with the decree officer standing behind it. The officer unfurled the edict, elongating his tone as if singing, the decree is hereby given to Li Qiang to receive. Everyone present fell to their knees, save for Li Qiang, who remained standing. Cheng Zicheng, in a fit of anxiety, tugged at Li Qiang and Appo's trousers, prompting him to lower his head and say, Old Master, please stop tugging. You might just pull my trousers down. Cheng Zicheng nearly fainted from the stress. With a playful grin, Li Qiang addressed the decree officer, my good fellow, my knee is injured, and I am unable to kneel. Let us be pragmatic. If you hand me the decree, I shall consider it accepted. It would be convenient for both of us, wouldn't it? He thought to himself, wait, that last part doesn't sound right. Convenient is just a euphemism for using the restroom. Cheng Zicheng sensed the precariousness of the situation as he observed the decree officer trembling with anger. Ready to erupt, he hastily bowed and said, Your Excellency, I have vital information to share. The decree officer replied, Speak. Cheng Zicheng leaned in to whisper, and the officer nodded, Very well, consider it resolved. He then handed the decree to Cheng Zicheng. Li Qiang was perceptive. He could hear Cheng Zicheng's low voice despite its volume. Cheng Zicheng informed the officer, I possess a secret order permitting flexibility in our actions. Please hand the decree to me for proclamation. Li Qiang shared a knowing glance with Cheng Zicheng. Zhao Hao presented the decree officer with a significant sum of silver. Watching him depart with a satisfied grin, wiping the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, my master is truly one of a kind, seemingly indifferent to the imperial decree. Li Qiang clapped Cheng Zicheng on the shoulder and remarked, Old Master, I underestimated you. Now, what does the decree entail? He did not wish to expose Cheng Zicheng's actions, merely acknowledging his cleverness. Cheng Zicheng's face flushed slightly as he replied, It requests your presence in the capital to meet the emperor. Li Qiang, puzzled, asked, What does meet the emperor mean? Cheng Zicheng clarified, It means you are to visit his majesty. Li Qiang mused, Meeting the emperor could be quite amusing. I and Appos, V never encountered a real emperor before. I shall certainly go. He smiled. I was just thinking of visiting the capital for a bit of fun. Zhao Hao interjected, Master, I have opened a silver shop in the capital. You can stay with me when we arrive. Li Qiang inquired, Are you not coming along? Zhao Hao replied, I have resolved to follow you on your path of cultivation. Wherever you go, I shall not part ways. He thought, It took me so long to find a true master willing to teach me. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Zhao Hao added, Ling's trading company has a shipment of local products to transport to the capital. The large fellow in the blue shirt from the hall, named Ling Hongxian, should accompany you. Master. Li Qiang shrugged. Very well. Please make the necessary arrangements and see if there's anything else we need to prepare. He then turned to Cheng Zichong with a knowing expression. Old master, you shall be accompanying us to the capital, correct? Cheng Zichong, eager for an opportunity to travel with Li Qiang, chuckled. Indeed, with a master of your caliber, our journey shall be significantly safer. He thought to himself, This fellow is quite remarkable. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Qiang fell into deep contemplation. After the unexpected battle in Hanlin City, he realized that engaging in conflict with cultivators did not make him invincible, and the slaughter of ordinary soldiers was utterly meaningless. They were deprived of any chance to retaliate, rendering his victories hollow. Li Qiang reflected, I cannot continue this mindless killing. I am but a traveler, merely passing through this world, and have no need to involve myself in its conflicts. However, he understood that detachment was no longer an option unless Fu Shan whisked him away immediately. He was already entangled in the affairs of this realm. Traveling from Windbell Town to the capital would require traversing 3 perilous locations: Seven Forks Ridge, Frightening Slope, and Bewildering Forest. Caravans would gather before daring to pass through. Seven Forks Ridge was notorious for its banditry, while Frightening Slope was frequently haunted by unknown beasts. The Bewildering Forest concealed a star-secret array constructed by cultivators, and one misstep could lead to entrapment. Ling Hongxian felt reassured as he transported goods, knowing that Li Qiang and the elder Zhao were accompanying him. He found Li Qiang to be enigmatic, often presenting them with items they had never seen before. Devoid of any airs, perpetually cheerful and inquisitive, endearing himself to everyone in the caravan. Li Qiang was indeed in high spirits. The journey unfolded like a picturesque landscape, a feast for the senses. He engaged Cheng Zichong and Zhao Hao in discussions about local customs and traditions. Zhao Hao remarked, Master, we are approaching Seven Forks Ridge. Li Qiang inquired with curiosity, Is this the place where bandits frequently appear? Ling Hongxian interjected, Our caravan dreads crossing Seven Forks Ridge. If we encounter a small band of robbers, we count ourselves fortunate. A few silver coins might suffice. However, if we face a large gang of bandits, negotiations could falter, leading to the loss of our goods, and if we are unable to escape, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, Li Qiang posed a question. How many days will it take us to reach the capital from Windbell Town? Ling Hongxian replied with a smile, If we hurry, around 40 days. If we lag, it's hard to say. Li Qiang shook his head, pondering, how could the imperial envoy have arrived in Windbell Town so swiftly? Cheng Zichong chimed in. The royal court has established small-scale teleportation arrays across various regions. However, they are reserved for transporting important individuals and items, and one must have an edict to activate them. Li Qiang regarded Cheng Zichong with admiration, thinking, he is quite astute. It is impressive that he could deduce that. Cheng Zichong smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Upon reaching the base of Seven Forks Ridge, Ling Hongxian raised his hand to halt the caravan and turned to Zhao Hao. Old master, it's your turn to take charge. Li Qiang watched with interest as Zhao Hao climbed onto a large cart, declaring, Listen up, this is not our first time crossing Seven Forks Ridge. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Follow my lead. Each cart driver should keep a close watch on their vehicle and not fall behind. Ling Hongxian will provide support from the center, while 10 of our men will lead the way, all armed and ready. The rest should prepare bows and arrows. Additionally, please secure the cargo on the cart more tightly. We have no time to waste in this place called Kishiling. We must hurry along. If fortune favors us, we should reach Panshir Town by the afternoon. Once we arrive, I shall treat everyone to a drink. Is that clear? Louder. I can't hear you. The crew erupted in a resounding chorus. We understand. Zhao Hao quietly said to Li Qiang, Master, would it be acceptable for you and your disciple to walk ahead of the caravan? Li Qiang laughed. Surely there aren't any bandits about? Li Qiang's luck was indeed peculiar. Not only did he encounter bandits, but the terrain of Kishiling was quite extraordinary. resembling a colossal fork that had fallen from the heavens, deeply cleaving the earth and leaving 7 profound ravines. These 7 gorges stretched for several miles, converging at the fork's handle to form a singular path leading forward. For bandits and marauders, such an intricate landscape was ideal for both attack and defense, while also serving as a vital route for merchants. It was the perfect place for them to gather. Ling Hongshuan's caravan entered through the second path, with Li Qiang and Zhao Hao leading the way, followed closely by 10 armed crew members. Li Qiang felt no anxiety. He was well aware that unless he was facing fellow practitioners of the way, ordinary people could not harm him, not even those with formidable martial skills. Zhao Hao had no intention of having Li Qiang intervene, as the events in Huilan City remained vividly etched in his memory. Walking along the road at the valley's base, Li Qiang's curiosity was piqued. He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "What sort of people are these bandits?" Zhao Hao, gripping his treasured sword, replied, "There are all kinds: escaped prisoners, defeated soldiers, and desperate commoners. The bandits here in the Green Basin are quite notorious, organized into various factions with complex backgrounds, comprising individuals from all nations. Oh, why doesn't the government send troops to eradicate these bandits, allowing them to roam freely?" Li Qiang found it hard to comprehend. Wasn't this a crucial route to the capital? Just as Zhao Hao was about to respond, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "It's a warning signal." He gestured for the crew behind them, and one of the men turned and ran back to relay the message. Li Qiang, both curious and excited, asked, "Are bandits coming?" Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the resounding beat of gongs and couldn't help but chuckle. Quite lively, isn't it? With whistles and gongs. Why aren't they using drums? Zhao Hao felt both amused and exasperated, thinking, generally, people would be terrified by bandits, yet the master seems to be enjoying a performance, treating it far too lightly. Zhao Hao managed a wry smile. "I hope they aren't a large group of bandits. Master, please refrain from acting. Let your disciple handle this." Li Qiang, not wishing to take lives, replied, "Very well, I shall observe from the side." A large group of individuals burst forth from the woods beside the road, and Li Qiang could not suppress his laughter. These so-called bandits appeared to be slightly better off than beggars, dressed in tattered clothing but equipped with an array of weapons, including knives and clubs. Leading them was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a scruffy beard, dark skin, large eyes, a lion-like nose, and a broad mouth. He wore a ragged outfit, with a piece of cloth tied around his forehead, the color indiscernible, and wielded an impressively large axe, measuring 2 meters in length. With a blade as broad as a basin, its material a mystery. Suddenly feeling playful, Li Qiang leapt in front of the giant and jovially declared, "Halt! This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to risk your life, leave behind some toll for passage." Zhao Hao burst into laughter. You've misquoted. You've misquoted." Li Qiang scratched his head. "No, it's exactly how it's written in the book." The giant raised his axe and bellowed, "Halt! This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll for passage." Li Qiang could no longer contain himself and laughed heartily. "Huh? Huh? Was it I who erred, or was it the giant who spoke correctly?" Zhao Hao chimed in. "Indeed, indeed. To demand both life and riches, such a bandit is exceedingly ruthless." The giant was bewildered, pondering, who exactly is the bandit here? Why are they not afraid at all? The giant swung his axe again and commanded, "Surrender your silver, goods, and clothing, and I shall spare your lives. Now hurry." The ruffians behind him clamored, "Hand over the silver. I want that man's clothing. Hey, those shoes are mine. Don't you dare snatch them." The giant turned and shouted, "Silence, all of you." Li Qiang, intrigued, asked, "Pray tell, giant, why should I give you my silver? It is much better for me to keep it for myself." The giant answered straightforwardly, "Because I am a bandit, my fists are strong, and my axe fearsome. Therefore, you must heed my command. Surrender your belongings, and I shall spare you." Li Qiang, grinning, replied, "What if my fists are stronger than yours? What if my blade is sharper? If you cannot defeat me, what then?" Zhao Hao stifled a laugh, thinking, the master is quite the witty one. "I'm getting dizzy from this back and forth." The giant, scratching his head in confusion, declared, "Impossible. With this axe, I can cleave you in two with a single strike. You, with that fair visage, would be ashamed to slay. So, why not obediently relinquish your belongings, and I shall spare your life?" Li Qiang mused. This giant seems rather simple-minded, perhaps a bit naive, making this interaction quite amusing. Pointing at Zhao Hao, Li Qiang cheerfully proposed. Giant, dare you wager with me? I wager you cannot defeat my disciple. Do you accept? The giant looked at Zhao Hao and suddenly laughed heartily. Huh, don't jest with me. I know this old man cannot be your disciple. He looks old enough to be your father. Zhao Hao, slightly irked, retorted. Hey, giant, cease your nonsense. My master is easygoing, but I am not. The giant, astonished, exclaimed, Really, he is your disciple? Very well, what shall we wager? I, Zhengpeng. Accept your challenge. Li Qiang smiled faintly. Let us wager that you cannot defeat my disciple. If you win, we shall give you all our belongings. But if you lose, what will you do? Zhengpeng replied, I shall not lose. If I do, I will forfeit my life. Behold my axe. Zhao Hao sheathed his sword, approaching with empty hands. He had discerned Li Qiang's fondness for this giant. Thus he was reluctant to harm him with his blade. As they engaged, Zhao Hao quickly realized that Zhengpeng relied solely on brute strength, possessing only rudimentary skills, far inferior to his own. Zhengpeng, growing increasingly frustrated, bellowed, Old man, stand still and let me strike you. Li Qiang was laughing so hard he could barely stand, saying, Exactly. Go ahead and strike him. Zhao Hao also chuckled, encouraging, Yes. Go ahead and swing. Zhengpeng, invigorated, shouted, Take this. He raised his axe high above his head, preparing to deliver a mighty blow capable of splitting even a boulder. Zhao Hao, a master of his craft, found no merit in such unrefined force. With a deft maneuver, he gently redirected the axe's side, causing it to embed itself deep into the ground. With a swift motion, Zhao Hao gripped the axe handle, forcing Zhengpeng to release it. His hands now covered in blood. Li Qiang exclaimed, You have lost. Zhengpeng gazed incredulously at his bloodied hands, grimacing. I have lost. I accept the wager. Just slay me. Not only did Li Qiang find this straightforward man endearing, but even Zhao Hao began to appreciate him. The ruffians behind Zhengpeng erupted in chaos. The third leader has lost. Hurry, inform the chief. This is dire. This old man is formidable. We must flee. We cannot withstand his might. The henchmen scattered in disarray. Li Qiang, with earnestness, addressed the giant. I see you are not suited for the life of a bandit. Return home instead. Do not pursue this path, for I shall not harm you. Zhao Hao shook his head and remarked, Master, I perceive him to be a homeless individual. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to becoming a bandit. If you wish for him to cease his thievery, you must be willing to offer him shelter. Zhengpeng was straightforward, yet not lacking in discernment. He could certainly distinguish between kindness and malice. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, he quickly added, My good sir, since I have lost the wager, I shall abide by your decision. If you spare my life, I will accompany you. Li Qiang thought to himself, This large fellow is quite adept at going with the flow. He considered it a pity for someone like Zhengpeng to become a bandit and believed it would be better to take him along. Thus, he replied, Very well. Hey, who struck my brother? Xiao Haizi, tell your sister who has wronged you, and I shall take care of it. Li Qiang was astonished. There are female bandits too? Zhengpeng's face flushed a deep shade of red as he responded, She is the chief, far more formidable than I. From behind a tree emerged a young lady, gracefully wielding a whip as she approached with poise. Chapter 9. The purple dragon. The young girl, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, had long, flowing hair that danced in the wind. Adorning her head was a crown woven from wildflowers, with a delicate oval face and large, expressive eyes that twinkled with mischief. Her smile revealed subtle dimples at the corners of her mouth. Her attire was meticulously chosen, suggesting she hailed from a distinguished family. Zhao Hao observed Li Qiang with curiosity as he swiftly donned the crimson flame dragon shield and secured the eagle strike crossbow. Upon first seeing the girl, it was not her petite beauty that astonished him, but rather the whip she wielded, a translucent white whip that radiated an unusual energy. Li Qiang instantly deduced that she must be a practitioner of the mystical arts. The burly Zhengpeng appeared quite concerned for the girl, saying, Little sister of the chief, I lost a bet and must apologize to you. I shall no longer remain in the mountain stronghold. Take care of yourself. Perhaps you could accompany me. I find this young man, quite decent, and you two seem well matched. He, unaware of his own predicament, worried for others unnecessarily. The young girl, infuriated by Zhengpeng's words, retorted, Haizi, Zhengpeng, what nonsense are you spouting? You, step aside while I teach this big and small scoundrel a lesson. Zhao Hao interjected, I must say, young lady, Zhengpeng is already one of us. It is not your place to discipline him. Besides, Why would a girl of your youth choose a life of banditry? Li Qiang urgently warned, be cautious. The girl unleashed her fury, her long whip flying forth. 9 whip shadows lunging menacingly toward Zhao Hao. Li Qiang dashed in to intercept the whip shadows, which transformed into 9 serpentine white tendrils, rapidly coiling around his body upon contact. Zhao Hao broke into a cold sweat, quickly realizing that this girl's whip, much like Li Qiang's eagle strike crossbow, was a weapon of a practitioner, one he could not hope to withstand. He shouted in alarm, Master, be careful. The whip shadows ensnared Li Qiang tightly, manifesting as 9 bizarre energy cords. The girl chuckled, have you felt my power? If I choose not to release you, you shall never move again. Li Qiang smiled faintly. Is that so? If I manage to free myself, do not be discontented. Zheng Peng was wide-eyed with astonishment as a flaming purple dragon spiraled forth from Li Qiang, shattering the 9 slender white cords. Following this, 7 or 8 small golden eagles, each the size of a palm, soared into the sky with raucous cries. The girl was taken aback, retreating in fright. You are also. No, don't let the eagles come down. She had never anticipated that Li Qiang was also a practitioner and far more accomplished than herself. Li Qiang, intending to intimidate her, had the golden eagles circle above her incessantly. Although Zheng Peng was unaware of the golden eagle's might, he could not help but plead. Ah, young man, let it go. Grant me this favor and spare her. Zhao Hao seized the moment. Young lady, if you concede defeat, I shall ask my master to spare you. The girl pouted, her eyes welling with tears as she suddenly burst into loud sobs. Wah, 2 big men are bullying a little girl like me. What power do you possess? Mommy, where have you gone? Why don't you come to my aid? With nowhere else to turn, I have no choice but to resort to banditry. This unexpected display left the 3 of them speechless, staring at one another in bewilderment. Li Qiang, dispersing the golden eagles in the air, quietly inquired of Zheng Peng. Isn't she the chief's younger sister? Why is she crying after losing? Zheng Peng, feeling awkward, replied, she has only been in the stronghold for half a year. The brothers there can't best her, so they made her the chief. She insists we call her elder sister, and if anyone disobeys, she can bind them with her whip for an entire day. However, she has a good heart and doesn't allow us to kill. The second chief even took a group of brothers away for that reason, fleeing with the stronghold as treasures. Zhao Hao listened intently, feeling a bit embarrassed as he chuckled. Little girl, stop crying. Since you have nowhere to go, why not come with us? The girl wept more earnestly, wah, 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 yet cast a sidelong glance at Li Qiang. Li Qiang, both amused and exasperated, finally said, all right, enough. Come along with us. With a relaxed demeanor. The girl wiped her tears away, beaming, you must keep your word then, let us go. Once again, the 3 were left in stunned silence. In the evening, the merchant caravan successfully arrived at Panshir town. The girl, named Mei Jingjing, affectionately called Nyonyo, was from the Li Tang kingdom, a fact Li Qiang managed to coax from her through a combination of persuasion and gentle inquiry. The presence of 3 young people brought a lively atmosphere to the caravan. Li Qiang noticed Nyonyo's playful and mischievous nature, which often exasperated the caravan members. Yet it resonated with him, for he too cherished a carefree spirit. During the tranquil periods of his cultivation, Li Qiang required no meals, subsisting instead on the fruits native to the heavenly star. Upon reaching Panshir town, arrangements were made for the caravan members to dine and rest. Ling Hongxian invited Li Qiang and the others to a tavern for a meal. Panshir town, situated at the end of Kichali Ridge, served as a crucial passage for merchants and travelers, as well as a den for bandits and outlaws. The town boasted numerous taverns, inns, gambling houses, and brothels, bustling with merchants, thieves, and beggars of all sorts, especially vibrant after nightfall. Ling Hongxian led the group to the largest tavern in town, the 100 Flavors Pavilion. Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me to the upper private rooms, called the Attentive Waiter. Having yet to visit a tavern since arriving at the Heavenly Star, Li Qiang felt a rush of curiosity. Upon ascending to their seats, Mei Jingjing immediately challenged Zhao Hao. I want to sit next to Big Brother Li. You must let me. Ignoring the usual decorum, she insisted on her place beside him. Zhao Hao sighed with a wry smile. Nyonyo, you are the youngest here and a girl. You can only sit at the end. With a twinkle in her eye, Mei Jingjing replied, though I am young, my status is elevated. Zhao Hao pondered where such status derived from, then remarked, that's a curious way to calculate status. Nyonyo, don't be troublesome. We are not related. So where does this status come from? Mei Jingjing smiled sweetly. I call him Big Brother Li, and you call him Master. He. Then you should call me Master Ant. Doesn't he that make my status higher than yours? Laughter erupted among the group, and Zhao Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as a clever idea struck him. Oh, so that is how it works. If you were to marry my master, wouldn't I have to call you Master Mother? Upon finishing, he leaped up to offer his seat, adding, Master Mother, please take a seat. Laughter filled the room. No one had anticipated Zhao Hao's wit. Mei Jingjing's cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted playfully. Big Brother Li, you should discipline your disciple. He is bullying me. Her voice was both enchanting and flirtatious, leaving Li Qiang dizzy, as he thought to himself, goodness, I cannot bear this. If this little girl continues to act coy, even the gods would feel a headache. Ling Hongxian intervened. Mei Gu, please sit beside Lord Li. The youth enjoy merriment, and let us not adhere strictly to decorum. Zheng Peng chimed in, exactly. My belly is starving. Let us sit down and eat. Food and drink flowed in abundance, and Li Qiang glanced at Zheng Peng, beckoning the waiter. Do you have large portions of braised pork? Bring me 10 pounds. Zheng Peng beamed, bellowing. Ah, you truly understand me, little brother. I can't stand small dishes. I crave a hearty meal. Hurry, and make sure the meat is served in big chunks. Zhao Hao raised his glass in a toast. Master, please have a drink of this local fine wine. It is renowned for its exquisite flavor, seldom found elsewhere. Ling Hongxian interjected. Indeed, this is exceptional wine. Even a tribute. Li Qiang, intrigued, lifted his cup and poured it into his mouth. A peculiar blend of sourness, bitterness, and spiciness surged to his head, causing him to spit it out forcefully, exclaiming, Is this wine? Quickly, bring me water to rinse my mouth. Mei Jingjing giggled. Big brother, if you cannot drink, then don't. This fine wine can intoxicate. The young girl grew increasingly affectionate towards Li Qiang. Casting a glance at her, Li Qiang replied, Do not speak nonsense. Have you ever encountered fine liquor? I happen to have some here. Let me offer you a taste. He casually retrieved a renowned spirit he had purchased from his hometown. A bottle of Wu Liangqian from Sichuan, along with 6 small glass cups, placing one in front of each person. He uncorked the bottle, filled the cups to the brim, and exclaimed with a smile, Now this is what one calls exquisite wine. As he opened the bottle, it was Ling Hongxian who first gasped in surprise. Oh, how fragrant. What is this aroma? Ah, it is the scent of wine. This is the first time I have ever encountered such a remarkable fragrance. Mei Jingjing, holding her small glass cup, marveled. Wow, this transparent little cup is so adorable. Chang Zirong lifted his cup, took a small sip, closed his eyes, and nodded appreciatively, declaring, This wine must be celestial. How rare it is to savor such a delight. Its rich and lingering flavor is truly unforgettable. While everyone was still in awe, a commotion erupted from behind the screen. Hey, why isn't the tavern keeper selling us that fine wine? Do you think I am without coin? Shouted a man, slamming down 10 taels of gold. I demand the wine from that table. The tavern keeper, his face filled with distress, replied, Honorable guest, that wine was brought in by another patron. We do not have it in our establishment. If you wish for more, I can fetch a jug of Li Qiang for you. The man, unreasonable and obstinate, retorted. That table has the real Li Qiang. I want that kind. Here are 10 taels of gold. Hurry and fetch it, or I shall set this tavern ablaze. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing like a striking bell, leading everyone to surmise he must be a robust figure. The tavern keeper, with a sorrowful expression, turned to Li Qiang's table and pleaded, Esteemed patrons, please have mercy on me. Could you part with your wine for the tavern? Zhao Hao, however, was unwilling. He had been silently savoring the exquisite drink and exclaimed, No way. This wine is not for sale. His fierce determination amused Li Qiang, who thought to himself, There is plenty of wine. What harm would it do to give him a bottle? Just as Li Qiang was about to offer the wine, the screen suddenly collapsed, and a slender, diminutive man leaped forward. This individual had a small head adorned with sparse strands of long hair, disproportionately long arms, and astonishingly large hands. Standing only about 150 centimeters tall, his unique appearance was unforgettable after just one glance. The crowd was taken aback. Was he the one speaking earlier? With a loud clap, he slammed a gold ingot onto the table, declaring, 10 taels of gold. Give me the wine. At this point, not only was Zhao Hao agitated, but Li Qiang felt displeased as well. Mei Jingjing scoffed. You think 10 taels of gold can buy this wine? Have you lost your mind? This is celestial liquor. 10 taels is barely enough to catch a whiff. The man twitched his nose, sniffing incessantly, his eyes fixated on the bottle in Zhao Hao's possession. He peered at Zhao Hao, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly exclaiming, You are Zhao Laoyizi? The others were astonished. Could he be an acquaintance? Zhao Hao was also stunned, setting down the bottle and hesitantly asking, Who are you? The man seized the bottle, leaping aside and laughing uproariously. You have chatted for so long. I have deduced who you are. I am nobody. I am merely here for this bottle of wine. He dashed out of the tavern, his laughter echoing. Ha ha. Fooled you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hao was infuriated, chasing after him. Li Qiang and Mei Jingjing reacted swiftly, following suit. Zheng Peng, equally incensed, shouted, Wait for me. I'm coming too, and dashed out. Cheng Zirong and Ling Hongxian exchanged glances, perplexed. The few of them sped after the elusive figure. Although he was fast, he neglected to cover the bottle's mouth, allowing the distinct aroma of woolly ancient to waft behind him, making it impossible to evade his pursuers. They chased through the night, and by dawn, Zhao Hao halted, scanning the surroundings, his heart racing. Isn't this the Scare Hill? Remarkably, they had traversed over 200 li in a single night. Li Qiang initially intended to call out to Zhao Hao, but reconsidered, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Cheng Zirong, planning to decide on future actions as circumstances dictated. Li Qiang inquired, What place is this? Goodness, we ran so swiftly. Contemplating to himself, he thought, I must learn to create a teleportation array. This pace is far too slow. Zhao Hao smiled wryly. We have likely reached the Scare Hill. Mei Jingjing exclaimed in alarm. Is this the Scare Hill where monsters roam? Her expression was one of palpable fear, as she had a particular aversion to grotesque beasts. Zhao Hao added, It seems we are in the very heart of the Scare Hill. From a distance, a tinkling sound grew louder. Mei Jingjing clutched Li Qiang's arm, her face tense. Brother, something is coming. Li Qiang comforted her with a reassuring pat. Do not fear, Niao. Do not be afraid. Hey, wait for me. Boomed Zheng Peng as he caught up, panting heavily. Reaching Li Qiang's side, he complained, I'm exhausted. You all ran faster than rabbits. Did you catch that fellow? Mei Jingjing, annoyed, retorted, You nearly scared me to death with your loudness. I thought it was some kind of monster. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she released her grip on Li Qiang's arm. Zhao Hao cautioned, Everyone, remain vigilant. The monsters here are formidable. Sounds of rustling emerged from all directions. Zhao Hao shouted, Be careful. It's a shadow bug. Drawing his treasured sword, his expression turned grave. Before them appeared 3 bugs, each the size of a vat, with peculiar appearances, crimson bodies adorned with dark spots, a single eye on their heads, and mouthparts resembling 2 sharp, needle-like appendages over a foot long, shimmering with an eerie blue glow. Upon sighting them, Mei Jingjing's face turned pale, and she leapt onto Li Qiang's back, whimpering, Mamma mia? How terrifying! Though Li Qiang felt anxious, Mei Jingjing's leap oddly steadied him, prompting a smile as he quipped, Oh, Niao, do not climb any higher. There's no pillar atop my head for you to perch upon. Zhao Hao shouted, Beware of their spines. Zheng Peng, brandishing his long axe, glanced at Mei Jingjing and chuckled, Sister, why has your courage waned? Look at my axe. Mei Jingjing, blushing with indignation, replied, I am a girl. Of course I am scared of bugs. Li Qiang swiftly summoned 3 golden eagles, sending them soaring towards the shadow bugs. With 3 explosive sounds, the bugs were sent flying several meters away. Mei Jingjing cheered, jumping down from Li Qiang's back, exclaiming, Brother, you are amazing. The bugs were blown away in an instant. Li Qiang felt a shiver run down his spine as her admiration sent goosebumps across his body. However, the 3 shadow bugs, despite being injured, staggered back towards them. Mei Jingjing gasped, retreating behind Li Qiang. Wow, they are still alive. Li Qiang's expression paled as well. The energy contained within a single golden eagle was formidable, yet it had not been enough to vanquish the creatures. It seemed these bugs possessed not only thick hides, but also some form of energy shield. The bugs emitted a piercing screech, akin to a blade scraping glass. Zhao Hao warned, They are calling for reinforcements. We must eliminate them quickly. Li Qiang commanded, Niao, bind them with your whip. Haizi, protect Niao, and Zhao Hao, guard our rear. Let us move. Gathering her courage, Mei Jingjing unleashed her whip, ensnaring each bug with 3 tendrils, rendering them immobile. The bugs screeched in protest as 6 beams of blue light shot forth. Li Qiang's myriad blades flew out in rapid succession, shattering the blue beams with resounding clinks, leaving 6 glistening blue spikes on the ground. The 3 shadow bugs, having launched their spines from their mouth parts, immediately grew lethargic, succumbing to the lethal strikes of Li Qiang's blades. Everyone exhaled in relief, and Zheng Peng scolded. These creatures are truly resilient. Striding forward, he swung his axe down, cleaving the defeated bug in 2. Mei Jingjing teased, "Oh, our Haizi is so brave." The bug was cut in half with just one swing of his axe. She took this opportunity to retort against his earlier comments about her fear. Zheng Peng's face flushed with embarrassment from her taunts as he retorted, "Had it not been for the young man instructing me to protect you, I wouldn't have paid any heed to these insignificant little creatures." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What is this?" From the belly of the shadow insect that He Zi had split open, a shimmering blue orb emerged. Zheng Peng reached out and retrieved it, marveling at its beauty. As he wiped it on his clothing, the blue orb sparkled even more enticingly. The young girl, captivated by the glimmering gem, extended her tiny hand and said, "Let me see that, dear sir." Zheng Peng, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Not a chance. Who told you to mock my He Zi?" Mei Jingjing, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Really not giving it to me?" Zheng Peng felt a shiver run down his spine at her mischievous demeanor. He was tempted to relent, but pride held him back. Mei Jingjing playfully flicked her whip and laughed. "Are you truly not going to give it to me? Then don't blame me for taking it." Upon seeing her whip, Zheng Peng suddenly realized and shouted, "Young lady, do not bind me with that whip. If you won't give it to me, then I shall bind you." The young girl insisted, showing no regard for his protests. However, Zheng Peng was not foolish. He swiftly turned and hid behind Li Qiang, exclaiming, I found my shield." Li Qiang, observing their playful antics, felt a warm sense of camaraderie and remarked, "Nyo here, for you," as he handed over 2 blue orbs, which Xiao Hao had unearthed during their playful skirmish. Mei Jingjing cheered, "My brother is the best. He Zi, you certainly do not embody the spirit of a true man," squabbling with a young girl over trinkets. Zheng Peng was left speechless, caught off guard by her jest. Suddenly, a rustling sound enveloped the air. Li Qiang inhaled sharply, quickly retrieving his celestial stones and other tools while setting up a defensive array. "Stay vigilant," he instructed. "He Zi, protect Nyo. If any insects charge at us, Nyo, bind them with your whip, and Xiao Hao, use your sword to strike, buying me time to complete the array. A horde of insects is rushing toward us." Mei Jingjing shrieked, "Oh no, so many insects. It's utterly revolting." Chapter 10. The Chase. A multitude of shadow insects, numbering in the hundreds and adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, predominantly pink, crawled towards them in a dense swarm. The vividly crimson insects they had just dispatched were nowhere to be seen. Li Qiang felt a surge of urgency. While he was somewhat protected by the crimson flame dragon shield, the other 3 were utterly defenseless against this onslaught. He unleashed a flurry of golden eagles that circled above, ready to dive down and explode any approaching monstrosity. Mei Jingjing, her heart racing with fear, bravely swung her whip, ensnaring the shadow insects that slipped through their defenses. Xiao Hao dashed back and forth, swatting down the incoming spines. Zheng Peng wielded his long weapon with fervor, cleaving the ensnared shadow insects while chanting, "I will slay you. I will slay you." Their teamwork was surprisingly harmonious. In no time, the air was thick with smoke and the remnants of the battle. Finally, Li Qiang established a defensive formation and called out, "Everyone, gather around me. We must activate the formation." With a swift motion, he sent the golden eagles spiraling down, creating a series of explosions that sent the insects scattering. Channeling his inner energy, he activated the formation. Gasping for breath, Xiao Hao lamented, "Master, it's my fault for bringing everyone here." Li Qiang, feeling a slight relief, reassured him, "Do not speak such foolishness. No one blames you. It was the one who sought the liquor that led us here." The swarm of insects collided against the defensive formation, encasing the 4 like a glass bowl, impervious to the relentless assaults of the creatures outside. For the moment, they were safe. Mei Jingjing patted her chest, exclaiming, "How terrifying. Thankfully, my brother can set up a defensive array. If all those insects had charged at us together, we would not have survived. You are truly remarkable, brother." Zheng Peng chuckled. Haizi, also dispatched many insects. Why not praise me, little sister?" Mei Jingjing shot him a glance, "Dream on." As Xiao Hao listened to their playful banter, he mused, "These youths are blissfully unaware of real dangers. The shadow insects we face now are mere nuisances. If a larger beast were to appear, we would be in dire straits." Li Qiang jested, "Jingjing, Your sweet words must have an ulterior motive. With a clap of her hands, Mei Jingjing replied joyfully, you guessed it. Brother, will you teach me how to set up the formation? Li Qiang pondered for a moment before inquiring, Jingjing, what level of cultivation have you attained? A hint of shyness crept over her. I've been practicing aimlessly. My mother said I'm close to reaching the enlightenment stage. Li Qiang was taken aback. That can't be right. You seem much lower than that. I thought you were already at the fusion stage. Stay still. Let me take a look. As he extended his energy to examine her, he thought to himself, her cultivation method is quite peculiar. She may be at the early enlightenment stage, lower than Zhao Hao. Yet her energy level is akin to that of the fusion stage. He observed her whip, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship and clever design. The whip would indeed grow in power alongside her cultivation. Perplexed by its intricacies, he mused, Brother Fu would surely understand this. To Mei Jingjing, he said, I'm not sure if you can learn this, but in due time, I'll forge a protective gear for you, similar to what's in the latest game, Floating Journey. You can check it out beforehand. Mei Jingjing beamed with delight. Zheng Peng asked, can I stand within the formation and strike at the insects? Li Qiang shook his head. That won't work. Suddenly, he realized that while weapons could not leave the formation, the energy emitted from them should be capable of reaching outside. He brandished the 100-blade spear and sent forth an energy projection that dissipated harmlessly within the formation. Sighing, Li Qiang acknowledged, we are trapped. Let us take a moment to rest while I think of a solution. Mei Jingjing toyed with 2 blue orbs, and Zheng Peng remarked, here, sister, take this large orb. I was only teasing you earlier. She accepted it, her expression dimming slightly, I know. Zhao Hao observed Li Qiang deep in thought and lamented, alas. It is my burden that weighs upon us. Mei Jingjing gently encouraged, old man, don't blame yourself. Keep your spirits up. I have faith in my brother. Look, despite the multitude of insects, none have harmed us. Zheng Peng chimed in. Indeed, I know our elder brother will devise a plan. After a prolonged contemplation without a breakthrough, Li Qiang rose and declared, you all stay within the formation. I will venture out to slay for a while. Do not worry, with the crimson flame dragon shield. These insects cannot harm me. Mei Jingjing grabbed his arm. Brother, don't go out there. There are too many insects. It's dangerous. Zhao Hao insisted, Master. I will accompany you. Zheng Peng clamored to join as well. Li Qiang commanded sternly, none of you are to move. Remain within the formation. Mei Jingjing's lips quivered, her eyes glistening with tears. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Qiang quickly soothed her. Jingjing, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Do you not trust your brother's abilities? Be obedient and wait here. I will find some orbs for you after dispatching the insects. His sweet words finally calmed her tears. Zhao Hao whispered, Master, do not stray too far. If anything seems amiss, return to the formation immediately. Be cautious. Activating the crimson flame dragon shield, Li Qiang leaped into the swarm of insects, while Mei Jingjing anxiously covered her eyes. Zhao Hao and Zheng Peng kept their eyes fixed on Li Qiang, ready to rush to his aid at the first sign of trouble. As the shadow insects sensed the presence of an intruder, they squealed excitedly, surging towards him. Li Qiang's scalp tingled as he shouted, come at me. He brandished the 100-blade spear, unleashing a torrent of silver-white spear tips that erupted around him, creating a cacophony as the insects were sent flying. While battling, he contemplated the design flaws of his weapon. The potency of his weaponry could not be adjusted. It lacked the ability to manifest energy based on the strength of the opponent, resulting in rapid depletion of his true energy, making prolonged combat untenable. He resolved to refine his techniques in the future. Suddenly, a shadow insect leaped onto his back. Mei Jingjing, peering through her fingers, gasped in horror and rushed forward. Brandishing her whip, Zhao Hao and Zheng Peng, alarmed, hurried out of the formation. Zhao Hao swung his precious blade like a tempest, driving the surrounding insects back, while Zheng Peng wielded his long axe with brute force, swinging it in wide arcs. The three found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. The crimson flame dragon shield proved to be extraordinarily effective, its counterattack power astonishing. As a shadow insect lunged at Li Qiang's neck, a tremendous force rebounded, causing the creature to shatter upon impact. Li Qiang laughed heartily, recognizing the strategy at hand. He sheathed his spear and focused on channeling the crimson flame dragon shield. Gradually, he grasped the reason for its formidable strength. The energies emitted from the 100-blade spear and the eagle strike crossbow were uniformly sized. While they could dispatch weaker foes in one strike, excess energy was squandered. Against stronger adversaries, insufficient energy would lead to greater waste. In contrast, The Crimson Flame Dragon Shield was a passive defensive weapon, adept at adjusting its response based on the force of incoming attacks, ensuring that no energy was wasted unless the opponent possessed greater strength. A shrill scream pierced the air. It was Jingjing's voice. Li Qiang's heart raced as he noticed Zhao Hao and the others had ventured out of the formation and were in dire peril. Panicking, he unleashed his true energy to summon a flock of golden eagles, filling the sky with their presence. He charged toward the trio, scooping up Mei Jingjing in one arm and yanking Zheng Peng back into the formation by his collar, while Zhao Hao, being quick-witted, leaped back into the safety of the array, effortlessly slicing through a shadow insect in the process. Mei Jingjing was unexpectedly lifted by Li Qiang, letting out a soft whimper. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her hands turning weak, her heart pounding like a drum. Upon returning to the formation, Li Qiang's complexion turned pale. The consumption of his true essence had been extensive. He gently set Mei Jingjing down, remaining silent as he sat down and retrieved a piece of celestial stone to replenish his expended energy. With a red face, Mei Jingjing stuck out her tongue at Zhao Hao, whispering, "Old man, if my brother scolds me, you must help me out." Zhao Hao nodded, thinking to himself that the master would likely not scold her, but if anyone were to be reprimanded, it would be him first. Outside the formation, a flock of eagles screeched as they charged towards the shadowy bugs, the earth-shattering explosions resonating through the sky. The detonating golden eagles ignited the surrounding flora, setting ablaze a fierce fire. Zhao Hao marveled at the potency of the defensive array. The thick smoke and flames outside had no effect within. The shadowy bugs, unable to withstand the scorching heat, fled in droves, leaving behind the injured and weak, most of whom perished. Gradually, the fire subsided. Mei Jingjing gazed at Li Qiang with concern and asked, "Old man, do you think my brother is in danger?" Zhao Hao shook his head, reassuring her. "There is no danger. The master merely expended too much true essence. He will recover shortly. Do not worry, Nyonyo. And please, do not disturb him." Zheng Peng remarked. "The fire is out. I'll go take a look." Zhao Hao quickly responded, "I will accompany you. Nyonyo, take good care of the master. We won't wander far." Mei Jingjing nodded, suddenly remembering. "Haizi, help me find some beads. I just love shiny things." Li Qiang slowly absorbed the energy from the celestial stone in his hand, gradually replenishing his true essence. In truth, he had yet to fully master the capabilities of the purple flame heart. He did not require other celestial stones to restore his essence, as he had only integrated less than 1/6 of the energy from the purple flame heart itself. Unfortunately, without Fu Shan by his side to guide him, Li Qiang could only explore blindly. Although his eyes were closed, his senses grew increasingly acute. Suddenly, he was enveloped in bright light, and to his astonishment, he seemed to descend into his own body, discovering a small figure, no larger than a fist, sitting cross-legged, enveloped in a swirl of purple flames. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the delicate features of the figure. It was an exact replica of himself, adorned in starry armor. Li Qiang was struck with understanding. This was his purple palace nascent soul, seemingly just formed, enveloped by the purple flame heart. He attempted to immerse his consciousness into the nascent soul and immediately realized it was another self, composed purely of essence energy. He experimented with exchanging energy between the nascent soul and his main body, as purple flames began to emanate from the nascent soul, continuously merging into his being. In a short while, Li Qiang felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Not only was the expended true essence replenished, but it became even more refined. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attained the realm of an undying soul. Mei Jingjing dared not disturb Li Qiang, her gaze fixed upon him. She herself could not comprehend why. In such a brief span of days, she felt such concern for him. When Li Qiang opened his eyes, he was met with her worried expression, and he felt a surge of emotion as he said, "Nyonyo, it's all right. I'm fine." "Huh, the bugs are gone." Mei Jingjing exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, all the bugs are burned. The old man and Haizi are checking outside. You really are okay?" Li Qiang rose with a smile. "Yes, Nyonyo, rest assured." "Haha, they are back." He thought to himself that this time, adversity had turned into fortune, not only advancing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, but also forming the purple palace nascent soul. The greatest gain was having met these three friends who were willing to risk themselves for his safety. In truth, he was equally committed. Zhao Hao returned to the formation and stated, "Master, we must leave here promptly. This time it was merely shadowy bugs. If we encounter monsters, it will be even more challenging." Mei Jingjing gasped, monsters? No wonder this place is called Frightening Slope. It terrified me. She then spotted Haizi and exclaimed, wow. So many beads. They look so beautiful. Give them to me. Li Qiang and Zhao Hao exchanged amused glances. This little girl was truly captivating. The beads varied in size and color, and as Li Qiang casually picked one up, he was puzzled. Such translucent, shimmering beads were never produced within animals on Earth. At most only pearls or similar substances. He probed the bead with his true essence and was taken aback, throwing it away instinctively. What happened? Everyone inquired. Just as the question left his lips, a low rumble echoed, and a chilling wind swept toward them. The spot where the bead had burst crystallized into thick ice shards. Mei Jingjing exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, how strange. Why did it freeze? Li Qiang, filled with trepidation, replied, the structure within this bead is too peculiar. It has 2 layers. And when activated by my true essence, the layers mixed and exploded. He suddenly realized, isn't this a very effective explosive? Mei Jingjing laughed. Isn't this an ice explosive? Wonderful. Let us use it on any monsters that appear. Zheng Peng chimed in. I'm hungry. Let us hurry. All right, let us go together. Li Qiang retracted the defensive array, and the 4 of them advanced. A faint aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Zhao Hao sniffed and quietly asked, do you smell that? Yes. It must be the person who stole the liquor yesterday. He is still around. Let me show him what. He was furious, recalling the chaos from earlier. How could this fellow hide away and drink? The 4 approached stealthily. Don't look for me. I'm right here. A casual voice called from a tall tree. The man perched on a high branch, swinging his legs, finished the last sip from his bottle and cheerfully declared, good wine. Excellent wine. Truly good wine. Hey kid, do you have more of that wine? I'll buy it. Zhao Hao was infuriated, leaping up the tree, his treasured blade poised to strike. The man didn't even glance his way, making a swift motion that forced Zhao Hao back down. Come down, and let us settle this. Zhao Hao shouted. Li Qiang remained silent, observing intently. Since Fu Shan had taken him away from Earth, he had come to understand the depth of the saying that there are always greater forces beyond one's own, and he dared not underestimate anyone. You're not even qualified. Even if the 4 of you teamed up, it wouldn't matter. He taunted, still refusing to descend. He added, hey kid, which country is this China, and where exactly is Sichuan province? I truly am ignorant. Li Qiang was taken aback, realizing that he had caught sight of the label on the liquor bottle. Zheng Peng assessed the height of the tree and knew he couldn't climb it. But he had a plan. He spat into his hand, rubbed his palms together, raised his axe, and shouted as he began chopping at the base of the tree. Despite its size, Zheng Peng's axe was formidable. The man in the tree shouted, hey, big oaf, do you need firewood at home? There are smaller trees nearby. Don't chop this one. If you cut it down, I'll fall. Mei Jingjing, growing impatient, whipped out her long whip, declaring, get down here. A white shadow flew toward the man, only to vanish silently as it reached him. Mei Jingjing gasped, covering her mouth. She had never seen such a technique before. Li Qiang leisurely took out a bottle of Maotai liquor, uncorked it, and said with a smile, everyone, come here and taste this exquisite liquor I brought. Haizi, stop chopping. Let him stay up there for a while. Li Qiang's strategy was truly brilliant. The strong aroma of the Maotai filled the air the moment the bottle was opened, and Zhao Hao exclaimed loudly, Master, this liquor is delightful. It smells wonderful. After such a tiring day, let me have a sip. Mei Jingjing pouted. You men just love drinking. What is so special about it? Save some for me. Zheng Peng, abandoning his chopping, hurried over to grab a drink. The man was utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined Li Qiang would bring liquor, and the aroma wafting towards him was tantalizing, as though a tiny hand was scratching at his throat. Upon departing from Bada Star, he found himself ensnared by treachery, his profound thirst for wine rendering him nearly inconsolable. The sight of such exquisite liquor, tantalizingly out of reach, filled his heart with sorrow. He cast a furtive glance around, contemplating, if I do not seize this fine bottle, it would be a grave embarrassment. With a graceful flick of his legs, he descended as softly as a leaf drifting from a tree. Displaying his skill, the man cast a triumphant look towards Li Qiang and his companions, only to find them utterly indifferent to his presence. Cursing under his breath, he donned a facade of joviality and approached them with a staggered gait. Zhao Hao admired his master. Realizing that while the 3 had tried every means to dislodge him from the tree, the master simply produced a fine bottle of wine, prompting the man to willingly deliver himself to them. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "This young sir, the wine, and all that." Li Qiang mused to himself. This fellow must be an extraordinary drunkard, despite his prowess in the ways of cultivation. He seems rather unremarkable in his reluctance to resort to forceful means to procure his drink. Though he had previously employed trickery, he had nonetheless spared 10 taels of gold. Perhaps a bit of fun at his expense, he thought, holding no grudge against the man. The four shared an unspoken understanding, collectively ignoring him as if he were invisible. The man stood bewildered, typically sharp-witted and feared by many. He found himself bested by a mere bottle of wine. A sly grin spread across his face, and in an instant, he vanished in a flash of white light. "Oh, he has gone," Zhao Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, they all knew he would not depart so easily. Sure enough, moments later, the man reappeared, shouting and running towards them, pursued by a colossal beast. He rushed to Li Qiang's side, grinning mischievously. "I accidentally provoked a golden crystal horned beast. Ha! I fear it. Time to flee." With another flash of white light, he was back atop the tree, leisurely observing the ensuing chaos. Chapter 11. A deep sense of inadequacy. The golden crystal horned beast is an exceptionally aggressive creature, measuring approximately 6 meters in length. Atop its head is a single snow-white, dagger-shaped horn, and its body is cloaked in white scales. When provoked, these scales shimmer with a golden hue. Its elongated tail is covered in scale spikes, and it possesses 2 crimson eyes. When enraged, a third eye opens upon its forehead, thus earning it the name Three-Eyed Beast. Li Qiang, caught unawares, could not utter a curse. He brandished his 100-blade spear, delivering a flurry of thrusts to the beast's head, simultaneously shouting, "Everyone, retreat." However, the illusory spear strikes failed to impede the beast's advance, as it charged directly at Li Qiang. The Crimson Flame Dragon shield activated, but the creature's immense weight and force sent him hurtling through the air. Zhao Hao and Zheng Ping approached from either side. Zhao Hao aimed his broadsword at the beast's eyes, while Zheng Ping swung his massive axe with all his might. When the axe struck the horn, a brilliant flash of gold erupted, causing Zheng Ping to feel as though he had struck a mountain, forcing him to stumble back and fall to the ground. His axe flying from his grasp, Zhao Hao's initial thrust missed, and realizing the peril, he deftly maneuvered to strike the beast again. Yet this blow failed to pierce its hide. Rising from the ground, despite being uninjured, Li Qiang felt a profound sense of inadequacy. He raised his eyes, only to be struck with terror, shouting, "Haizi, get down." Zheng Ping, still sitting on the ground, had dropped his axe, while the golden crystal-horned beast bore down upon him. 12 whip-like strikes ensnared the beast's legs, causing it to stagger and crash to the ground. Mei Jingjing, wielding her long whip, swiftly pulled Zheng Ping to safety. Casting a grateful glance at Nyonyo, Li Qiang's mind began to race with a plan, and he called out, "Everyone, follow me." Li Qiang led several companions toward a large tree. Upon reaching it, he instructed, "You all hide behind that boulder. I will draw it away." The golden crystal-horned beast, shimmering with golden light, quickly broke free from its bindings, rising in a fury. It turned its body and spotted Li Qiang beneath the tree, charging forth with a deafening roar. A golden eagle shot forth, forcing the beast back several paces. Li Qiang laughed heartily at the person in the tree, saying, "Make sure you're ready." He darted behind the boulder, and the golden crystal-horned beast, enraged by the eagle's attack, charged furiously. Li Qiang's sudden disappearance caused it to collide with the tree, sending the man tumbling down, landing squarely on the beast. To the astonishment of Li Qiang and his companions, the man grasped the creature's horn, striking it methodically. The golden crystal-horned beast appeared as if a mountain were pressing down upon it, utterly immobilized, with each punch sending waves of agony through its form. The man grinned at Li Qiang's hiding place, saying, "Heh, I'm nearly done, alas. Age has diminished my strength." The man leaped from the golden crystal-horned beast, using just one hand to pull it toward the boulder where Li Qiang was hiding. The four were left speechless, marveling at such strength. The beast, now glowing with golden light, exerted all its might to escape the man's hold, letting out a series of low, helpless growls. Mei Jingjing anxiously exclaimed, "He-s bringing the beast over." Realizing the dire consequences should the man release his grip, Li Qiang had an epiphany. He retrieved a nearly empty bottle of Maotai liquor, raised it high, and called out, "Hey, make sure you hold on tight. If you let go, I'll get anxious, and I want to be able to hold on to this liquor." The man, feeling the pressure, replied, "All right, you've got guts. How about this? I'll help you drive away the golden crystal horned beast, and you give me that bottle of liquor. Observing the liquor in Li Qiang's hand, the man and Apos' mouth watered. Mei Jingjing interjected, "That's unfair. You brought the beast here, so you should be the one to drive it away." The man thought to himself, my goal is achieved. What condition could possibly challenge me? Wiping away his saliva, he asked, "All right, what condition do you propose?" Li Qiang nodded, suggesting, "Niño, you decide." He thought it best that no one loses face in this negotiation. At that moment, Mei Jingjing, noticing the man holding the beast's horn, had a brilliant idea and chuckled. "How about you trade that horn of the beast?" The man visibly relaxed, laughing. "Oh, that's a tall order." He pressed his left hand on the creature's head, while his right grasped the horn, twisting it with a resounding crack. He astonishingly severed the beast's golden horn at its base. The four could scarcely believe such power could belong to a mere human. "You've done well. I want to kill you. Now scram." The man delivered a swift kick, and the beast rolled away as if pulled by an unseen force, vanishing from their sight. Approaching with the horn in hand, the man declared, "Young lady, you have an eye for treasure. This golden crystal horn is a rare gem." Zhao Hao, recognizing that this man was an extraordinary figure, felt a surge of respect, yet he asked, "Hey, who exactly are you?" The man ignored Zhao Hao's inquiry, extending his hand for the liquor. "Now, give me that drink." Seeing his eagerness, Li Qiang smiled slightly. "I have plenty of liquor, but first, you must tell me who you are." The man's eyes lit up. "Really? But I don't see you carrying any." "Oh, you have a storage bracelet. Whose disciple are you?" Hand over the liquor first." Noting the man's urgency, Li Qiang passed him the bottle. After taking a small sip, the man's gaunt face relaxed, and he exhaled, asking, "Which sect are you from? How did you come to possess a storage bracelet that even seasoned cultivators struggle to obtain? Your cultivation seems to barely have reached the nascent soul stage. How could your sect grant you such a precious item?" Before Li Qiang could respond, the man's expression shifted. "We need to find a quiet place to talk. 2 bothersome fellows have arrived." Without further ado, a beam of white light enveloped the four, and in an instant, the ground was empty. Out of thin air appeared 2 peculiar figures, one tall and one short. The tall one exclaimed, "Damn it, he slipped away again." The short one sniffed the air in astonishment. "That old fellow seems to have found some fine liquor. He might have broken the curse we placed on him." The tall one grumbled in frustration, "Let us go find him." The man plopped down on the ground. Although Li Qiang had not mastered teleportation, he had gained experience, while Zhao Hao and the others were filled with a mix of fear and admiration. The man took another sip of liquor, saying, "Let us continue our conversation," and fixed his gaze on Li Qiang. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qiang replied, "I seem to lack a sect. The bracelet was a gift from my elder brother." The man looked skeptical. "That's not possible." Who is your elder brother?" Li Qiang answered, "My elder brother is Fu Shan from Fengyuan Star." The man leaped to his feet in astonishment, shouting, "What? Fu Shan, Fu Chongbi? No wonder. Curious. Tell me, young man, is Fu Shan your guide?" Li Qiang, filled with excitement, responded, "Yes, brother Fu is my mentor." "Do you know him?" The man chuckled. Not just knowing him. We've been at odds for several hundred years, neither able to best the other. By the way, it seems you haven't learned much. Have you played the latest online game, The Journey of the Floating Realm? How come you're so lacking?" Zhao Hao and the others were astonished, unable to interject, each lost in their own thoughts. Li Qiang then recounted his experiences on Mars. The man laughed heartily. Hua Meinyang, not bad. That little demoness has some guts to stand against Fu Chongbi. It's quite amusing, truly entertaining. Continuing, he said, "Since you are Fu Chongbi's brother, I want to keep anything from you. My surname is Ho, my given name is Pijing. I am both a friend and rival of your elder brother." Li Qiang burst into laughter. "What? You're called Ho Pijing?" The four could not contain their laughter. Ho Pijing, exasperated, retorted, "Show some respect. It's Pijing as in thunder and clean, none of your laughter." He knew they would laugh at him, for individuals strained to hold back their laughter. Mei Jingjing's small face turning crimson, while the smile at the corners of her mouth rippled like gentle waves. Li Qiang, managing to suppress his own mirth, caught sight of Niño's peculiar expression and could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter. Hu Pijing, exasperated, stomped his foot and sighed deeply, taking a large gulp of his drink. "Do you want to know which sect Fu Shan belongs to?" he inquired. Naturally, Li Qiang was eager to learn. Ever since he had become separated from Fu Shan on Mars, He had missed many crucial details. With plans to return to Earth, he knew he could scarcely do so without Fu Shan's guidance. Hu Pijing, reveling in his knowledge, declared, "If you wish to hear, fetch another bottle of wine." Li Qiang was vexed by this. After a sip of his drink, Hu Pijing pondered for a moment before beginning to elaborate on Fu Shan's background and sect. Fu Shan, styled Chongbi and known as the Qingfeng Jinren, belonged to the Chongxian sect, which emphasized weapon crafting in their cultivation. Their methods were unique and remarkably different, allowing novices to progress swiftly in their early training. Among the 7 major sects and organizations on Fengyuan Star, Chongxian was the most distinctive. Its core members referred to each other as brothers, and they absorbed newcomers through a guiding approach. However, only those who met the sect's stringent criteria could be accepted. Moreover, to qualify as a guide within the sect, one must achieve the 8th layer of the divine separation stage and forge a unique cultivation artifact to lay a foundation for newcomers. Another peculiar rule of the Chongxian sect was that each core brother could independently take on disciples, contributing to its formidable strength. Currently, there were 27 core brothers, though 15 were unaccounted for, likely in secluded cultivation. Fu Shan held the 12th position among his brothers, having attained the level of a master. Li Qiang sighed, "Alas, I have lost contact with Brother Fu." Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "You mentioned 2 bothersome individuals earlier. Who are they, and why are you avoiding them?" With a huff that released the scent of alcohol, Hu Pijing cursed, "2 despicable scoundrels, lurking in the shadows to cause harm. They are elders of the poison curse sect. Damned if I didn't fall victim to their most potent curse, the Heartless Bind, while I was caught off guard. My nascent soul is sealed, and I must drink to temporarily break the curse, making me worse off than a drunkard." Curiously, Li Qiang asked, "Why can alcohol break the Heartless Bind?" Hu Pijing, perplexed, replied, "I don't understand it myself. When I was afflicted by the Heartless Bind, I felt miserable and sought solace in drink, only to discover it could temporarily alleviate the cursed state. It seems the stronger the liquor, the better it works. I've been drinking for 10 years now, and just the smell of alcohol makes my mouth water." Feeling mischievous, Li Qiang pondered, "If stronger liquor is better, then nothing surpasses pure alcohol. I happen to have medical alcohol with a purity of 100%. He retrieved a bottle, smiling. "This is the strongest liquor I brought, though it's not very palatable. Care to try?" Internally, he chuckled at the thought of how potent 100% alcohol could be, wondering how Hu Pijing would fare. However, Hu Pijing could not bear the mention of alcohol. Snatching the bottle, he unscrewed the cap and gulped down 3 hefty swigs, puzzled by the flavor. A fiery warmth surged from his stomach, and he exclaimed, "Heavens, this is incredible. What a rush." He drained the bottle and immediately sat cross-legged. Mei Jingjing quietly asked, "Brother, what kind of wine did you give him? His face is so red, and he is glowing." Zheng Peng clumsily added, "Little brother, let me have a taste of that wine too." Li Qiang, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "If it were drinkable, would I deny you? That is alcohol." The 3 of them, oblivious to the nature of alcohol, looked back at him in confusion, leaving Li Qiang at a loss for how to explain. Hu Pijing was ecstatic. After nearly a decade of torment from the Heartless Bind, he felt it loosening. Under the stimulation of the alcohol, his true essence began to circulate rapidly. With his eyes closed, he sensed the dark, sticky strands enveloping his nascent soul loosening, becoming increasingly faint, and his nascent soul expanded dramatically. In an instant, the Heartless Bind that had plagued him for nearly 10 years dissipated. Sweating profusely, Hu Pijing leaped up, floating in the air joyfully, circling around before landing in front of Li Qiang, grinning foolishly. Li Qiang thought to himself, "Goodness, 100% medical alcohol is like drinking water. Incredible." He laughed. "Have you truly been freed?" "Congratulations." Hu Pijing exclaimed, "I have been freed. Haha, brother, I owe no one anything. I want to express gratitude. But if you ever face an insurmountable challenge, old Hu will stand by you." Li Qiang, however, did not perceive the gravity of the situation. He felt a swell of happiness at having such a powerful ally. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Pijing was as renowned in the cultivation world as Fu Shan, a formidable figure in the mobile game Piao Miao GLV, with few rivals. With Hu Pijing backing him, there were limited individuals who could challenge Li Qiang. Li Qiang grinned, "Brother Hu, since I've lost contact with Brother Fu and lack many cultivation techniques, could you teach me, please?" Hu Pijing was taken aback. It seemed his brother was utterly unaware of the cultivation world's rules, not realizing that disciples from different sects were forbidden from practicing each other's methods. Nevertheless, he liked this brother and asked, "What do you wish to learn?" Zhao Hao tugged at Li Qiang's sleeve and whispered, "Learn to fly." Zhao Hao was not adept in cultivation but had an astute eye. Mei Jingjing and Zheng Peng chimed in, "We want to learn too." Hu Pijing looked at Zhao Hao and playfully chided, "You little rascal, your insight is impressive. Fine, since I'm feeling generous today, I'll teach each of you a technique." Zhao Hao, smiling wryly, felt flattered to be called a little rascal at over 70 years old. However, he was excited to learn from such a formidable teacher. As Li Qiang focused on the operation of his true essence, he gradually began to float, attempting to take a step forward. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he understood the reason behind his ability to move through the air. He began to stroll leisurely in the air, elatedly shouting, "Ha! I can fly." But as he relaxed his focus, he plummeted to the ground with a thud. Embarrassed, he scrambled to his feet and explained, "Hey, don't laugh. It was an accident." Mei Jingjing remarked, "Brother, you looked so cool when you fell." Hu Pijing burst out laughing, spitting out a mouthful of wine. "Little girl, are you praising your brother or teasing him?" "Ha ha." Mei Jingjing blushed, "Of course. I'm praising my brother. If you dare to laugh at me, I'll hit you." After a moment of playful banter, everyone resumed their practice. Li Qiang, with his solid foundation, quickly became proficient. In truth, cultivators could learn to wield sword techniques as soon as they reached the illumination stage, commencing their flight training. Although one needed a good sword to do so, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one could fly freely without external aids. However, to master teleportation, one needed to attain the 8th layer of the divine separation stage, indicating that anyone capable of teleportation would undoubtedly possess the mastery of a grandmaster. Seeing Zhao Hao's forlorn expression, Hu Pijing chuckled, "Don't look at me like that. It's not that I want to teach you, but your master hasn't bestowed upon you a treasured sword, so I cannot teach you." Li Qiang thought to himself, "Oh, so disciples in the cultivation world require a sword from their masters to learn. What a dilemma, I don't have one." After a moment's reflection, Li Qiang smiled at Hu Pijing. Hu Pijing caught sight of Li Qiang's grin and exclaimed, "Hey, don't get any funny ideas. I don't have a sword, just don't." Li Qiang remained silent, slowly arranging 8 bottles of exquisite wine on the ground, smiling at Zhao Hao. "Though you are my named disciple, I cannot grant you a flying sword. Consider these 8 bottles of top-quality wine as your compensation." Zhao Hao understood immediately, saying, "Thank you, master." Hu Pijing's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he exclaimed, "Brother, I haven't wronged you." He was flustered, scratching his head in agitation. Zhao Hao chuckled, "Master uncle, how about this? These 8 bottles of fine wine serve as my tribute to you. In return, you may bestow upon me a splendid sword on behalf of my master." Hu Pijing, having been thoroughly cornered by Li Qiang, found himself ensnared in a vice of his own making, his addiction to the aged liquor having burgeoned to an astonishing degree after a decade of indulgence. Shaking his head, Hu Pijing feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, it suddenly comes to mind that there is indeed a fine sword. Very well, I shall grant it to you, but you must retrain before you can wield it." Zhao Hao joyfully accepted the sword, a magnificent 7-inch blade that shimmered with a fluid silver essence, exquisite in its craftsmanship. Inscribed delicately upon the sword's hilt were the tiny characters "Cold Sparrow." Mei Jingjing and Zheng Peng, unwilling to concede, surged forward in a frenzy, demanding with fervor. Their voices a chaotic blend of demands. The 4 of them were so entangled that even the venerable Hu Pijing, a master of his craft, felt utterly perplexed. Overwhelmed by the relentless inquiries of his junior disciples, exclaiming in exasperation that he could no longer bear it. After more than 10 days of rigorous cultivation, the strength of Li Qiang and his companions had surged remarkably. On this particular day, Hu Pijing found refuge atop a grand tree. Savoring the fine wine as he pondered deeply, Li Qiang ascended the tree to sit beside him, inquiring, "Elder brother, are you also cultivating on Fengyuan Star?" Hu Pijing shook his head, responding, "I cultivate on Bada Star. However, I frequently visit Fengyuan Star. It is a hub of cultivators and various sects, and certain items can only be procured there." Curiously, Li Qiang asked, "Then how did you come to Tianting Star?" Hu Pijing replied, "This is my homeland. Every few decades, I return, though there is little left to see. Everything has changed. Yet, I cannot seem to let go." A hollow laugh escaped him, tinged with bitterness. Changing the subject, he asked, "Brother, where do you intend to go?" Li Qiang sighed, The Emperor of the fallen Song Kingdom has summoned me to the capital. Though I remain uncertain of his intentions. Ho Pijing nodded in understanding. That is not surprising, as you are a cultivator. No matter, I shall accompany you. His eyes sparkled with a sudden intensity as he added, well, those two despicable individuals have managed to find this place. Let us see how I shall deal with them. Li Qiang understood that the disciples of the Poison Curse sect had arrived. Chapter 12. Swift Transmigration. Ho Pijing stood before the two elders of the Poison Curse sect with a cheerful smile, saying, Are you looking for me? Feng Biqing. You seem to have grown increasingly thin like a bamboo pole. And you, Tong Kong. Goodness, eat less or you'll burst like a balloon. You two persistent souls have chased me for nearly a decade. If I were a woman, I might have succumbed to your advances. Seeing your earnestness, I can no longer contain my impatience. Let us draw closer today. The tall Feng Biqing gazed at Ho Pijing in astonishment, stammering, Why you? The short and stout Tong Kong reacted more swiftly, exclaiming, Oh no, the heartless spell has been dispelled. Feng Biqing's hands danced as he rapidly formed various seals, sending forth slender strands of black silk from his fingertips. Witnessing Ho Pijing remain utterly still, panic and astonishment spread across their faces. Had it not been for the heartless spell restraining him, no amount of the Poison Curse sect's elite could match his prowess. Haraha! I have endured for 10 years, and you two truly are formidable, chasing me in circles. Impressive. Ho Pijing extended his thumb, and without warning, delivered 2 resounding slaps to each of them. Standing firm, he continued to extend his thumb, causing both men to tremble in fear, inadvertently spitting out several teeth. Li Qiang and his companions hid amidst the trees, observing the scene. Only Li Qiang perceived Ho Pijing's rapid movements. The others were baffled, unable to comprehend how he could strike while remaining motionless. Feng Biqing and Tong Kong exchanged glances and simultaneously performed a peculiar seal. Feng Biqing's seal unleashed a wave of black silk that surged towards Ho Pijing, while Tong Kong's transformed into an extraordinary green mist that mingled with the black strands. The 10,000 Curses of the Heart is the most tyrannical offensive spell of the Poison Curse sect. Ho Pijing laughed heartily, declaring, This trifle is of no consequence before me. Ha ha ha, the 10,000 Curses of the Heart is fit only for tormenting children. With a flick of his hand, a massive hand, as large as a table and radiating a chilling white light, shot forth, causing the black silk to disintegrate like snowflakes tossed into a fire. Both men coughed up blood, severely wounded. Zheng Peng exclaimed, So this is the cold spirit giant palm. Fantastic. I've learned it too. Zhao Hao chuckled, To reach your master's level, you must cultivate for at least several hundred years. Zheng Peng shot him a glare, saying, You're just undermining my confidence. Feng Biqing shouted, This old fellow is too powerful. We must retreat. The two vanished into thin air. Ho Pijing smirked coldly. Can you truly escape? I have yet to properly engage with you. Before his words faded, there was a thud, and the two reappeared not far away. The short and stout Tong Kong cried out, We concede. You are a venerable expert. It would be unseemly to contend with us juniors. Ho Pijing replied joyfully, No need for contention. I shan't kill you two rascals. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your relentless pursuit over the past decade. He sauntered over to them, surprising Li Qiang and his companions as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon them, akin to a street thug in a brawl, landing blows that were both forceful and gratifying. In no time, the two lay on the ground like puddles of mud, and without hesitation, he rifled through their belongings, declaring, Inform your leader that I shall pay him a visit eventually. He should be prepared and get lost. Li Qiang and his companions emerged to applaud, with Mei Jingjing cheerfully flattering, Senior Ho, you truly are magnificent and incredibly brave, defeating those two rascals without them having a chance to retaliate. I admire you greatly. Ho Pijing shivered and replied, No, do not flatter me. You are the true little rascal. What do you think I don't know? The four laughed in unison. Ho Pijing said, In my past life, I must have committed sins to encounter you little rascals. This is for you, and this is for the little dark one. Zhao Hao chimed in, Master, what about mine? Li Qiang joined in, asking, Do I have anything? Ho Pijing felt overwhelmed, shaking his hands repeatedly. There's nothing left. Those two had the only valuables. No other items remain, or I would have to part with my own undergarments. Mei Jingjing and Zheng Peng received storage belts. Quite practical items. Though not as grand as Li Qiang's bracelet, they could still hold a fair number of possessions. Zhao Hao, having received nothing, felt no sorrow. After years of wandering the martial world, he understood that having a master like Li Qiang was already a blessing beyond measure. Who else would take on a 70-year-old man as a disciple? Ho Pijing proposed, "Brothers, let us head to the capital first." "Splendid. We're off to the capital for some fun." Mei Jingjing cheered, having been cooped up from her training for too long. With Ho Pijing's swift movements, the five arrived effortlessly at the capital. Upon entering, Zhao Hao smiled, saying, "Master, let us go to my home to rest. Tomorrow I shall accompany you around the city." Li Qiang hesitated slightly, inquiring, "Brother, what do you think?" Ho Pijing's expression was somewhat peculiar, his mind wandering as he replied, "The changes are truly remarkable." "Oh, all right. Let us go to your disciple's home." Zhao Hao asked curiously, "Master, are you familiar with this place?" With a long sigh, he replied, "Indeed. It has been over 40 years since I last visited. There used to be a Qingji oil workshop here, and now it has turned into a pawn shop." Li Qiang felt a deep sense of nostalgia, pondering what changes awaited him upon his return home. The group arrived at Zhao Hao's house, and Mei Jingjing exclaimed, "Wow, you're rich. Zhao Ji precious silver jewelry store. Did you open this silver shop?" Zhao Hao laughed, "Yes. I will have them bring out the finest gold and silver jewelry for you to choose from." Mei Jingjing responded happily, "Really? But I have no money." Li Qiang chuckled. How could he dare take your money? Upon entering, chaos erupted in the silver shop. Since their disappearance from the Bai Tavern in Panchir town, word had spread, and several of Zhao Hao's descendants had come to the capital, dispatching numerous capable hands to search for them. Just as they were in a state of panic, the group returned. Once home, Zhao Hao assumed the role of the head of the family, arranging accommodations for everyone in the best rooms and preparing a lavish feast in the living room to entertain them to the best of his abilities. Ho Pijing remarked, "I truly envy this lad, surrounded by so many descendants. I am quite the opposite, with not a single relative left." Zhao Hao, being a clever man, immediately said, "Master, my family is your family. Whenever you return to the old Song Kingdom, you are always welcome at the silver shop, and we will treat you with the utmost respect." A servant entered to report, "Lord Qing wishes to see you." Cheng Zizhong entered, calling out, "Oh dear, Lord Li, you have frightened the teacher to death. We waited for you in Panchir town for a full 2 days. If you had delayed any longer, the teacher would have thrown himself into the river." He thought to himself, "Thank heavens. If you had fled, the emperor would surely have my head." Upon seeing Ho Pijing seated in the chief position, Cheng Zizhong asked in surprise, "Who is this?" Li Qiang introduced, "This is my elder brother." "Older brother, this is Cheng Zizhong, Master Cheng." Cheng Zizhong quickly said, "Greetings, elder." Ho Pijing snorted dismissively, "Enough?" He projected an air of indifference. Cheng Zizhong thought, such arrogance. Were it not for Lord Li's favor, who would pay attention to an old man like you? His displeasure was evident on his face. Li Qiang smiled slightly, saying, "Master Cheng, please take a seat." He then asked, "Should I go meet the emperor? When should I go?" Cheng Zizhong replied, "Yes, Lord Li should go tomorrow morning. I will accompany you into the palace." Mei Jingjing was displeased, saying, "Brother, why must you go to the palace? Tomorrow, I want to go shopping. If you go to the palace, how can we have fun?" Zhao Hao interjected, "Don't worry, Mei Jingjing. Tomorrow, I will take everyone around. There are many enjoyable places in the capital, and your master will return quickly after meeting the emperor." "Fine, fine. Brother, after you meet the emperor, hurry back. I'll be waiting for you," she reluctantly said. Then asked, "Will you, Senior Ho, also join us tomorrow?" The young girl feared a lack of company and excitement. Ho Pijing shook his head and stated, "Tomorrow, I will accompany my brother into the palace. You all may go enjoy yourselves first." Cheng Zizhong, taken aback, exclaimed, "How can you enter the palace without an imperial edict?" Ho Pijing's gaze, sharp as a dagger, swept over Cheng Zizhong, and he retorted, "I have never needed any decree to enter the palace. If it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't even bother going." Cheng Zizhong felt a shiver run down his spine under that piercing gaze. He could not fathom the true nature of this coarse old man, who casually referred to himself in such a manner. He thought to himself, well, at the palace gates, the guards will surely stop him. Cheng Zizhong, adept in navigating social situations, smiled and said, "Of course, since you, old sir, are going, we shall all enter the palace together tomorrow." The following morning, Li Qiang and the others arrived punctually at the grand entrance of the imperial palace. Cheng Zizhong presented the imperial edict to the guarding attendant, who knelt to read it, then rose and announced, "Lord Cheng, Lord Li, please." As Ho Pijing followed inside, several guards stepped forward to block his path, commanding, No commoners are permitted within. Halt. Qing Zizhong smirked inwardly, thinking, let's see how you handle this. Ho Pijing, with a cold smile, retorted, your vision is clouded. Accept this. He swiftly flung a token from his hand. The guards, upon receiving it, immediately knelt in unison. The palace entrance fell silent, and one guard dashed into the palace to report. The receiving guard bowed respectfully, holding the token high, and declared with utmost reverence, second rank, fourth grade, head of the blade-bearing attendants. Respectfully welcomes His Royal Highness, the Prince of Great Wisdom and Might. Qing Zizhong nearly collapsed in shock and promptly knelt. He certainly knew who the Prince of Great Wisdom and Might was, yet he could hardly believe that the coarse old man beside him was indeed that very prince. Ho Pijing was a standard royal of the former Song Kingdom, originally named Zhao Yu, and bestowed the name Ho Pijing by his master. In his youth, he had forsaken the throne to pursue spiritual cultivation, allowing his brother to ascend as emperor, thus earning the title of the royal family's foremost relative and the rank of Prince of Great Wisdom and Might. In pursuit of further enlightenment, he had accompanied his master to the planet Bada, and upon his return, he found that time had drastically altered everything he once knew. Motivated by a desire to protect his homeland, he had often assisted the former Song Kingdom through crises, thus holding an exceedingly esteemed position there. Although he had not returned to the palace in over 40 years. Receiving the token, Ho Pijing remarked, everyone, rise. He exchanged a knowing wink with Li Qiang, discreetly inquiring, brother, what do you think? Li Qiang, equally astonished, had not anticipated that he was a prince, and in a hushed tone, replied, I hope you're not an impostor. That would be quite troublesome if exposed. Ho Pijing responded, what's there to impersonate? I have no interest in such trivial matters. Just then, a eunuch emerged from the palace. Calling out in a drawn-out tone, the emperor has arrived. Qing Zizhong felt a pang of regret, lamenting his missed opportunity to befriend the prince. Proving Ho Pijing and Apos' earlier words true, one must not judge others hastily. He silently rejoiced that he had not offended him yesterday. The emperor and Apos' palanquin halted at the palace gates, and two eunuchs assisted the emperor as he descended, beaming as he approached Ho Pijing. As the emperor passed, the surrounding attendants, eunuchs, and palace maids knelt like blades of grass before a gust of wind. Grandfather, you remain unchanged after all these years. It has been over 40 years since you last graced the palace. I have missed you dearly, the emperor expressed warmly. Qing Zizhong knelt, pondering that, over 40 years ago, the emperor could not have ascended to the throne without the support of the prince, hence their bond was distinct. Ho Pijing, exempt from kneeling, being a revered figure of the former royal lineage, received a bow from the emperor. Although Li Qiang understood the need to bow before the emperor, his upbringing had not instilled such formalities in him, so he remained standing alongside Ho Pijing. Ho Pijing chuckled, seeing the emperor in such good spirits brings me joy. However, if it weren't for my brother, I would not have returned to the palace just yet. The onlookers were utterly astounded. Never before had they heard someone speak so freely before the emperor. Qing Zizhong now recalled that Ho Pijing had indeed been quite courteous to him the previous day. The emperor, fully aware of his ancestor's character, glanced at Qing Zizhong and remarked, I never imagined that the young hero who displayed such prowess in Hanlin City is actually the brother of my grandfather. How delightful, he mused. No wonder he speaks the royal dialect. It all makes sense now. This misunderstanding would be difficult for Li Qiang to clarify. When Li Qiang heard the emperor address him, he felt a wave of anxiety. He was still unfamiliar with court etiquette. After a moment's hesitation, he recalled a scene from a television drama and decided to bow, proclaiming, Commoner Li Qiang pays his respects to your majesty. Qing Zizhong inwardly lamented, having intended to study the proper etiquette beforehand. Now, with the emperor personally greeting them at the palace gates, he found himself unprepared for any royal reprimand. Ho Pijing laughed, Your Majesty, my brother is unfamiliar with these customs. Please do not hold it against him. The emperor chuckled in return, Very well, grandfather, let us discuss matters within the palace. I have some issues I wish to hear your thoughts on. With two pairs of eunuchs and palace maids leading the way, the emperor's procession moved grandly toward his study. Li Qiang looked up at the plaque that read Listening to the Rain Pavilion, elegantly inscribed in a vigorous and forceful script. After taking their seats, Ho Pijing, impatient with royal formalities, communicated telepathically, Your Majesty, is it true that you wish to invite my brother to the Hall of Offerings? However, I must inform you that he is from the Chongxian sect, with Fu Chongbi as his elder brother. if your majesty can recruit him into the former Song kingdom. The implications for our relations with the Han kingdom, you must understand. The emperor, refraining from telepathy, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, though his expression remained calm. The emperor felt a rush of excitement within. It was evident that his ancestors still cared deeply for his homeland. He fully comprehended the significance of Fu Chongbi and the Chongshin sect. For the positions held by Fu Shan in the Han kingdom and Ho Pijing in the former Song kingdom were remarkably parallel, both revered as protectors of the nation. The crucial information shared with him by his grandfather sparked a decisive thought in his mind. With a warmer tone, the emperor spoke, Minister Li. Your recent heroics in Hanlin City saved countless lives and even wounded the leader of the Black Flag Army, forcing their retreat. Such remarkable deeds deserve ample rewards. Come, summon the Privy Council. I decree that Li Qiang be appointed as a first-rank offering and granted the title of General of Tiger Might, with permission to attend court without bowing. Li Qiang was utterly bewildered, having inexplicably been granted an official title. Stammering in disbelief, he looked toward Ho Pijing and said, This. Ho Pijing, ever the clever fox, seized the opportunity before Li Qiang fully comprehended his new status, saying, Brother, holding an office in the Hall of Offerings is quite easy. You may do as you please, no need to attend court, and you will receive a salary. Where else can you find such good fortune? Quickly accept the decree. In a daze, Li Qiang proclaimed, Li Qiang accepts the decree. The emperor's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled, and he joyfully continued, I grant you the title of General of Tiger Might, a government office, an estate, 1,000 taels of gold, and 10 bottles of imperial wine. Li Qiang was left speechless, having never witnessed such generosity in his life. Chen Zizhong stood to the side, equally astonished. Such lavish rewards were unprecedented, even for a trusted envoy of the former Song kingdom. He too found himself utterly bewildered. Ho Pijing interjected, That royal mansion of mine has been empty for so many years. I have no interest in it, and letting it sit unused is a waste. I might as well give it to my brother as his office. The emperor was taken aback and hurriedly protested, That is not permissible. The royal mansion of your ancestor is of utmost reverence. How could I dare bestow it upon another? Ho Pijing glared fiercely, obstinately declaring, If I say it shall be done, then it shall be. The house is for my brother. I have no use for it myself. The emperor, with a bitter smile, said, I shall heed your counsel. Is it not enough to listen to you? Chen Zichong, hearing the words my father repeated by Ho Pijing, felt a profound sense of trepidation and thought to himself, Such disrespect from a sage king is truly alarming. No wonder I could not fathom his identity in the Silver Pavilion. Li Qiang also pondered, reflecting on the adage that one should not receive rewards without merit. His modest achievements in Hanlin City hardly warranted such lavish recognition. Could it be that they valued him as a cultivator, hoping he would fight for them? Yet that seemed implausible, for within the palace, there were formidable experts like Ho Pijing. Surely there were others of equal caliber. The reasoning eluded him, leaving him in perplexity. A eunuch reported, Your Majesty, the envoy from the Li Tang kingdom requests an audience. The emperor replied, Bring him to the Iha Hall and summon the envoys from the Privy Council, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Rights to the palace. He waved his hand to dismiss the others. Li Qiang attempted to leave, but was retained by Ho Pijing, leaving only 3 individuals in the study. The emperor said, My esteemed ancestor, I have recently encountered tension with the Li Tang kingdom, and war may be imminent. Fortunately, your presence brings me much comfort. I beseech you for guidance. Ho Pijing responded, Your Majesty is aware that in the Green Basin nations, cultivators are forbidden from participating in warfare. The course of action must be determined by you. I can only offer suggestions, as it is inconvenient for me to take the lead. The emperor sighed and replied, Indeed, I understand. There exists an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivation. Cultivators, regardless of the planet, must not engage in wars between local nations. Their destructive power is simply too great, and such conflicts would drain the vitality of both parties. Thus, should a cultivator directly partake in warfare, it would invoke the wrath of the cultivation world. With a heavy heart, the emperor continued, The envoy from the Li Tang kingdom has entered the palace. If this negotiation fails, alas. Li Qiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, What has caused the dispute with the Li Tang kingdom? Ho Pijing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced meaningfully at the emperor, subtly gesturing towards Li Qiang. The emperor, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the implication. An ideal negotiator had presented himself, one backed by the formidable Fu Mountain, it was indeed a most fitting choice. With clever maneuvering, he could command an army of 1,000,000. The emperor burst into hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to Li Qiang, he had been unwittingly enlisted by Ho Pijing, all the while cheerfully counting his banknotes. Chapter 13 Notable Figures. The emperor, with a smile, elucidated the reasons behind the disputes between the two nations. With the presence of Li Qiang, he felt considerably reassured. The conflict between the Song and Litong kingdoms had deep historical roots. Since the establishment of the Song kingdom, it had gradually encroached upon the territories of Litong. Among the three kingdoms in the Verdant Basin, the Song kingdom was the last to rise. Yet it was the most ambitious at that time. Through the relentless efforts of successive emperors, its territory expanded continually. Presently, though the Song kingdom may not be the mightiest, the territorial boundaries among the three kingdoms have stabilized, and their national strengths are relatively comparable, resulting in a tripartite balance of power. The Litong kingdom has harbored resentment towards the Song kingdom for ages, with each monarch prioritizing the reclamation of lost lands, thus perpetuating the ongoing disputes. Recently, Litong mobilized troops to the border, projecting an intention to engage in warfare with the Song kingdom, while simultaneously allying with the Qingfeng nation of the Hongyan Shihua Mountains to harass the Song kingdom. The Black Flag Army, positioned behind the Song kingdom by Litong, was intended as a surprise force. However, due to Li Qiang's interference, Litong's plans were disrupted, leading to the retreat of the Black Flag Army. Consequently, the Song kingdom gained precious time to swiftly assemble its forces, achieving a state of equilibrium. Ultimately, due to the hurried preparations and lack of readiness, the Song kingdom was reluctant to initiate hostilities. Litong took advantage of this to exert pressure and present territorial demands, sending a renowned cultivator as an envoy with hopes of obtaining what could not be won on the battlefield. This envoy, a distinguished figure in the realm of cultivation named Lang, was tasked with these negotiations. The emperor's tone shifted as he remarked, "Li Qiang, this negotiation pertains to the very survival of our Song kingdom." Li Qiang pondered, "What does this have to do with me? I know nothing at all. Wait. What is the emperor implying by sharing this with me?" He was utterly perplexed. The emperor exchanged a knowing glance with Ho Pijing and declared, "Li Qiang, I appoint you as the special plenipotentiary envoy of the Song kingdom to negotiate with the envoy from Litong." My goodness, Li Qiang thought, realizing that the responsibilities of governance and the fate of the nation were being entrusted to him. Should the negotiations falter, the consequences would be catastrophic, and the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. "No, I cannot accept this," he exclaimed. "Your Majesty, I am but a novice, lacking the wisdom for such discussions. If I were to negotiate, it may lead to..." He glanced at Ho Pijing, contemplating, "You should speak up and assist me, or else." Ignoring him, Ho Pijing turned away, leaving Li Qiang gritting his teeth in frustration. The emperor chuckled, "There is no need for you to decline. I have faith in you. You shall have 3 days to prepare. My esteemed ancestor, I still have matters of state to attend to. What say you?" "Ah, you go on with your duties. I shall take my leave and visit the palace with my brethren," Ho Pijing interjected. Without allowing Li Qiang to protest further, the emperor coughed lightly and departed. In exasperation, Li Qiang stomped his foot and exclaimed, "Brother, why didn't you speak up to dissuade me? You've placed me in a perilous situation. I am utterly uninformed about these matters. How am I to negotiate?" Ho Pijing reassured him with a smile. "Do not worry. Everything will be under my control. You have nothing to fear." Li Qiang hastily replied, "Very well. But remember, you are in charge." He thought to himself, "At the appointed time, I shall speak nonsense and see how you handle it. If the negotiations fail, it would be just the opportunity for the emperor to dismiss me. How amusing." As they exited, a line of guards stood outside, and the leading guard approached, kneeling. "Chun Fengning, a 5th-grade sword-bearing guard, has received orders to attend to His Majesty." The group left the imperial palace and made their way to the royal residence. On the way, Li Qiang instructed a guard to fetch Xiao Hao and others from the silver shop. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Li Qiang was astounded. The palace spanned nearly 1,000 acres, only slightly smaller than the imperial palace, and served as a symbolic edifice of the Song kingdom. Having been transformed from the former royal garden, the palace walls stretched over 10,000 meters, with 5 distinct architectural clusters built within its confines. Every few years, the royal family allocated substantial funds for renovations. The number of eunuchs, palace maids, and servants surpassed 1,000, and the entire complex gleamed with opulence. rivaling even the imperial palace. Li Qiang now comprehended why Ho Pijin had been so astonished at the prospect of relinquishing the royal residence. The return of the Holy King not only caused upheaval within the palace, but also sent ripples through the court, for the Holy King's name was legendary. Revered as a godlike figure in the Song Kingdom, rumors spread rapidly among the nobles and officials, for the Holy King had not returned in over 40 years. The older generation had seen him, while the younger had only heard tales of his legendary exploits. Furthermore, it was rumored that upon his return, the Holy King had brought along a brother who had been granted the title of first-class general of the Tiger's Might, with rumors suggesting that the royal residence had been bestowed upon him. Most astonishingly, this brother was said to be a youth barely out of his teenage years, with whispers circulating that he had been the one to resolve the crisis in Hanlin City. The most shocking revelation was that this youth was the younger sibling of Fu Shan, the guardian deity of the Great Han Kingdom. These tidings were deliberately disseminated by the emperor, intended to reach the ears of the Li Qiang envoy. Soon, the once quiet entrance of the royal residence was bustling with the carriages and horses of visiting officials. The guards stationed at the entrance received the visiting cards, but declared that the Holy King was currently unavailable for audiences. The officials, unwilling to depart without a glimpse of the Holy King, gathered in small groups to discuss amongst themselves. As the officials engaged in fervent conversation, a guard approached with 3 individuals. "Hey, is that not the venerable elder from Zhao's jewelry and gold shop? What brings him here? Old Qian, are your eyes deceiving you? That elder seems far too youthful. Look at that tall fellow. Surely that axe he wields is excessively large. Oh, and that young lady is indeed quite lovely." The officials murmured in curiosity, watching as the trio strode confidently into the royal residence. They promptly chose one among them to inquire about the situation. This official approached a guard he was familiar with, asking, "Su, do you know why those 3 were allowed entry?" The guard chuckled. "Ah, Qin, to be honest, I am just as perplexed as you." The official, taken aback, managed a wry smile. "In that case, thank you, Su." Upon entering the residence, Ho Pijin exchanged a few words with the steward before disappearing into the depths of nostalgia. Li Qiang, surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs, was ushered into the inner hall. Before he could steady himself, a group of maids presented him with fresh garments, insisting he bathe and change in a side room of the inner hall. For eunuchs brought in a large wooden tub edged with silver, filled with water at the perfect temperature. A maid, with a delicate oval face and large expressive eyes, said, "Please, master, indulge in a bath." The eunuchs and attendants retreated from the room. Li Qiang replied, "Very well. If a bath is to be had, let it be so. You may leave now." The remaining 8 maids bowed respectfully. "We shall attend to your bathing, master." "Wait, this is not necessary," Li Qiang exclaimed, startled. The 8 maids knelt on the ground, lamenting, "We are at fault for our insolence." Li Qiang scratched his head. "What is this talk of fault and punishment? Rise. I merely prefer to bathe alone. There is no other intention behind it. If not, I shall forego the bath." The maids, however, continued to bow, refusing to rise. At his wit's end, Li Qiang resolutely declared, Fine, let us proceed with the bath." He thought to himself, the nobility truly enjoys their luxuries. Even bathing requires the attendance of women. I shall brave this. What is there to fear? One maid stepped forward to assist him in removing his garments, and Li Qiang assumed a posture of noble defiance, prepared to face whatever may come. In the inner hall of the royal residence, Li Qiang sat uncomfortably in a grand chair, still flustered from the meticulous attention of the 8 beautiful maids who had nearly caused him to lose his composure. A eunuch announced the arrival of Zhao Hao and his companions. Li Qiang exclaimed with delight, "Hurry, please come in." Zhao Hao, Mei Jingjing, and Zheng Peng entered. Looking around curiously, Mei Jingjing, impatient, rushed forward. Seeing Li Qiang in his official attire, paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "Brother, you look quite peculiar in that official garb. How did you come to be an official?" Upon seeing the 3 enter, Li Qiang's mood lifted, and he smiled. Nyo, does your older brother look handsome?" The trio replied in unison, "Not handsome." "Ha ha." Zhao Hao chimed in, "Master, news of your promotion has spread far and wide. Where is Uncle Master?" He detailed the rumors circulating outside to Li Qiang. After pondering for a moment, Li Qiang said, "There is one thing that has not been reported outside. The Emperor has appointed me as a special envoy, tasked with negotiating with the Li Tang Kingdom. By the way, Nyo, you hail from the Li Tang Kingdom. I would like to inquire about some matters." Mei Jingjing responded with a smile. As long as Nyo knows, she will tell you everything. Li Qiang continued. I wish to know what role Lang plays in the Li Tang kingdom. Mei Jingjing's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, Lang. The Lang from the offering hall of the Li Tang kingdom? Gritting her teeth, she added, he is our Mei family's enemy. Li Qiang instructed the steward, go fetch my elder brother. Then he turned to Nyo, tell your brother what happened. At that moment, Li Qiang truly regarded Mei Jingjing as his little sister, and he felt a sense of responsibility for her affairs. Mei Jingjing's father, Mei Ao, held the title of third-rank offering in the offering hall of the Li Tang kingdom. The Mei family's cultivation method was unique, relying on the practice of herbal alchemy, thus standing out among the practitioners in the offering hall. Notably, Mei Ao was renowned for his elixirs, with the Mei family's pills being the coveted treasures of cultivators. The 5 most famous ones include the Yuanyang pill, which significantly enhances a cultivator's true essence. If consumed at the nascent soul stage, it accelerates the growth of the nascent soul and mitigates the risk of losing control. The second is the Pei Yuan pill, a precious treasure for novice cultivators that aids in rapid foundation establishment. The third is the Jiesu pill. If a cultivator suffers from severed limbs during combat, this pill can seamlessly restore them. The fourth is the Li Yun pill, famed for its ability to save severely injured cultivators as long as they still draw breath, hence also referred to as the life-retrieving pill. The fifth is the Qing Yun pill, which dispels various strange poisons and curses. The trouble stemmed from Mei Ao's elixirs. Lang was a first-rank offering of the offering hall, holding a duke's title and being the emperor's uncle in the Li Tang kingdom. He wielded considerable power and sought to procure Yuanyang pills and Pei Yuan pills for his offspring. However, due to the difficulty of refining these 2 elixirs, Mei Ao had only a few left. Lang demanded 6 of each, which Mei Ao could not fulfill, thus sowing the seeds of enmity. Lang, known for his ruthlessness, bore a grudge against Mei Ao for his inability to meet the demands and secretly plotted to frame him, forcing Mei Ao to flee with his wife and daughter. Lang had his men pursue them relentlessly, leading to a fierce battle at the border between the Li Tang kingdom and the former Song kingdom, during which Mei Jingjing became separated from her parents and ended up in the Seven Forks Ridge. Where are your parents now? No news. Li Qiang asked with concern, thinking to himself, no wonder she resorted to becoming a bandit at Seven Forks Ridge. This girl is truly remarkable. Mei Jingjing, filled with sorrow, replied, no. But my parents may have gone to the Cold Ice Plains to seek help from their sect. Zhao Hao exclaimed in surprise. Are they going to the Cold Ice Continent? Mei Jingjing confirmed, yes, the Cold Ice Continent. Zheng Peng shouted, let me chop that old bastard in half. Sister, my axe is not to be trifled with. Li Qiang comforted her, saying, Nyo, do not be disheartened. We are all here to help you. Once things are arranged, I will accompany you to the Cold Ice Plains. He then asked Zhao Hao, what kind of place is the Cold Ice Plains? You have traveled extensively. Have you been there? Who would dare venture to the Cold Ice Continent if they are not a cultivator? That place is utterly frigid, with bizarre weather. And it is home to a beast known as the Cha-Cha Ice, which leaves no human unscathed upon encounter. I once passed near the Cold Ice Continent. Had I not practiced martial arts, I might not have survived. Of the 11 companions, only 7 made it back alive, Zhao Hao recounted with trepidation. Li Qiang declared, we must go, for I will not rest easy until we find Nyo's parents. Mei Jingjing's eyes glistened with gratitude as she said, brother, you must be cautious of Lang. He is devious and malicious, and one misstep could lead you into his trap. Initially, Li Qiang intended to approach the negotiations casually, but upon learning of Nyo's enemy, his resolve hardened. He would ensure Lang's difficulties. With determination set, Li Qiang began to ponder his strategy. The steward reported that the Holy King was in the Western Mansion, and they dared not disturb him. Li Qiang smiled. Let us go and disturb him. He vanished without a trace upon returning home, neglecting us entirely, so we shall seek him out. The 4 were led by the steward, followed by a throng of servants, toward the Western Mansion. Upon entering the architectural complex of the Western Mansion, the steward pointed upward, and the 4 couldn't help but laugh. Ho Pijing sat alone on the rooftop, lost in thought. Li Qiang gracefully ascended to the roof and greeted, brother, how is the view? Ho Pijing sighed, do you know? A cultivator has no home. One must endure profound solitude, watching as loved ones and friends depart one by one. I now dread returning to this royal mansion. Alas, my heart feels aged. Li Qiang was at a loss for words. Ho Pijing looked down at the children and said, your little friends have arrived. Let us go down. He added with a smile, "This royal mansion is now yours. Why not give everyone a tour and show some hospitality?" Seeing him relaxed and joking, Li Qiang chuckled, "Brother, surely you jest. This mansion is so vast that I cannot even discern east from west. Do you wish for me to get lost?" The two descended gracefully, and the servants knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Long live the Holy King." Li Qiang remarked, "Brother, how do you endure this daily bowing and scraping?" Ho Pijing laughed heartily. "That is precisely why I requested the emperor to bestow this mansion upon you, allowing my brother to experience the taste of it. How does it feel?" Li Qiang immediately recalled being tormented by 8 beautiful palace maids earlier and replied, "It feels terrible, not enjoyable at all." Indeed, it was quite distressing to be washed and scrubbed by 8 young and attractive women, especially when he had no desire for such entanglements. The discomfort was unbearable. Zhao Hao stepped forward and knelt respectfully, saying, "Disciple did not know that Uncle Master is the Holy King. Please forgive me." Internally, he felt a surge of pride, thinking, "The Holy King is my master. Power and wealth are within my grasp." Ho Pijing regarded Zhao Hao with a serious expression, retracting his smile as he said, "Listen carefully. Young man, I will say this only once. If you truly wish to step into the realm of cultivation, all worldly matters will hold no significance for you. You may indulge, you may care, but you must never become attached. If you cannot pass this threshold, you will never ascend to higher realms of cultivation. Do not blame me for not warning you when that time comes." His words struck Zhao Hao like a hammer, causing sweat to bead on his brow, awakening him like the sound of a morning bell. He repeatedly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Disciple is grateful for Uncle Master's guidance. I understand now." In truth, Zhao Hao's life in the mundane world for over 70 years had been focused on business, and it was only after meeting Li Qiang that he truly began his cultivation journey. His previous life, steeped in worldly desires, was hardly surprising. However, with Ho Pijing's admonition, Zhao Hao's future cultivation would greatly benefit. Ho Pijing added, "Learn from your master. His realm is far beyond yours." Li Qiang felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking that if Ho Pijing had witnessed his clumsy antics upon first obtaining the bracelet on Earth, he would surely have kicked him far away. In the royal mansion study, or rather, the study tower, which stood 3 stories high, the group entered under Ho Pijing's guidance. Li Qiang was filled with joy as he beheld the shelves brimming with ancient books from the 1st to the 3rd floor, thinking, "I must take the time to read these." Once seated, Li Qiang shared Mei Jingjing's family background with Ho Pijing, asking, "What is Enlang's status in the cultivation world? And what is the background of his sect?" "Brother, you are familiar with the situation. Please enlighten us." Ho Pijing first inquired of Mei Jingjing, "Niao, is there someone named Mei Yubing in your family?" Mei Jingjing exclaimed with delight, "Yes. It is Niao's great-grandfather. Do you know the esteemed elder?" Ho Pijing nodded and replied, "The Mei family sect must be located in the rejuvenating valley of the icebound plains. Is it called Lingpan sect?" Overjoyed, Mei Jingjing leaped up and eagerly grasped Ho Pijing's arm, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Niao can finally find her parents." Ho Pijing chuckled, "Stop shaking me. My old bones are coming apart." Turning to Li Qiang, Ho Pijing remarked, "Enlang holds little standing in the realm of cultivation. He is a petty man, infatuated with power and deeply involved in intrigues. Thus, it can be inferred that his cultivation level is not particularly high." Casting a glance at Zhao Hao, he continued, "However, it is said that he possesses a plethora of peculiar magical artifacts, some of which are exceedingly malevolent. His sect is shrouded in mystery, and as far as I know, Enlang is connected to the notorious by Huang Lao run of Qianjiexing." Mei Jingjing inquired, "What is Qianjiexing?" Ho Pijing explained, "It is a realm of exiled cultivators, a terrifying planet where a cultivator, if lacking in strength, faces an unspeakable fate. Furthermore, Bai Huang Lao Run is the leader of a tyrannical organization on Qianjiexing, commanding many formidable cultivators. Yet, under the suppression of Feng Yuan Xing, they dare not commit evil openly." Zheng Peng, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Little brother, I can't comprehend your conversation. It's utterly boring." Summoning the steward, Li Qiang quietly instructed, "Take him to the guest room and prepare a feast of meat and wine for him, quickly." After a moment's contemplation, Li Qiang added, "I am not well versed in the affairs of Li Tang and the former Song dynasty. Brother, please request the emperor to send someone. I need a strategist. Someone like Cheng Zicheng, and also find another individual who is well acquainted with the entire Green Basin nation." Ho Pijing smiled, "No problem. If you require the Chancellor of the Privy Council or any minister, I can arrange that. At that moment, a guard reported that the permanent envoy from the Han Dynasty to the former Song Dynasty sought an audience with General Hu Wei. Chapter 14. The successful merchant. The envoy from the Great Han Kingdom had already received a royal decree from the capital, urging the search for a cultivator named Li Qiang. Upon discovery, they were to retain him and fulfill all his needs, compelling him to visit the capital of the Great Han Kingdom. This decree left the envoy utterly perplexed, as he could not fathom the origins of this Li Qiang. It was not until today, upon hearing rumors, that he realized Li Qiang was the brother of the esteemed Fu Shan. The envoy promptly relayed this information to the palace via the royal communication array. Soon after, the emperor issued a decree commanding the envoy to meet Li Qiang and bestowed upon him the title of Marquis of Courage and Valor, urging him to present himself at court. The envoy hurried to the Holy King's residence to request an audience with Li Qiang. However, Li Qiang found himself in a predicament, as he was being offered positions of power by two nations without any merit on his part. He was at a loss, finding the situation almost amusing, as his desire to escape mirrored his feelings when he had taken lives on Earth. Although Li Qiang contemplated the Great Han Kingdom, eagerly anticipating Fu Shan's arrival to escort him to Fengyuan Star, there were two matters he needed to address first. An idea struck him, and he smiled, saying, "Esteemed envoy, I have a matter to attend to in the former Song Kingdom and may require your assistance." The envoy quickly replied, "Your Excellency, I am at your service and will assist you in any way you require." Li Qiang joyfully responded, "Thank you, esteemed envoy." After seeing off the envoy, Li Qiang slapped his forehead in frustration, while Mei Jingjing chuckled, "Brother, it seems you are reluctant to accept an official position, yet many envy you." Li Qiang smiled wryly. "Nio, do not tease your brother. I am quite troubled." In the evening, Cheng Zichong and an official arrived at the royal residence. This official, also a cultivator from the Hall of Offerings, specialized in gathering and analyzing intelligence, holding a second-rank title, and was named Tan Qigong. Once seated, Li Qiang began to inquire about the relations between the two nations, seeking insights into the economy, military, and the dynamics between the rulers and their subjects. He was particularly interested in the recent commercial conditions of the Li Tang Kingdom, including fluctuations in prices, the volume of trade, and the consumption patterns of the common people. Although Tan Qigong found this peculiar, he did not dare to neglect his duties, promptly instructing his aides to compile extensive reports through the royal communication array. Li Qiang, having been a successful businessman on Earth, had amassed a fortune of over 10 million in just a few years. He was accustomed to collecting and analyzing market data. In an era of information overload, it was essential to organize and distill valuable insights from the chaos. The intelligence provided by Tan Qigong and Cheng Zichong was both specific and accurate, offering Li Qiang an excellent foundation for logical reasoning and synthesis. Listening to Li Qiang's analysis, Tan Qigong was filled with admiration, realizing for the first time how intelligence could be utilized in such a manner. Ho Pijing was also taken aback. Having intended to use Li Qiang's dual identity to undermine the envoy from the Li Tang Kingdom, he now recognized that Li Qiang was far from a mere puppet. Li Qiang's ability to deduce the military operations of the Li Tang Kingdom from market price fluctuations and trade activities earned him newfound respect. His analysis concluded that the Li Tang Kingdom was incapable of waging war. This meticulously orchestrated situation was merely a fade for internal power struggles, and there seemed to be an ulterior motive behind it, though he could not discern what it was. Li Qiang felt he had gained the upper hand in negotiations and relaxed considerably. Seeking consensus, Li Qiang asked if anyone had differing opinions. Tan Qigong remarked, "Your Excellency's analysis is thorough. I shall seek your counsel more often. I will report the situation to the Emperor immediately." With Tan Qigong in agreement, the others had little to add. Zhao Hao, however, mused that if Li Qiang were to engage in commerce in the Green Basin, no merchant would stand a chance against him. After bidding farewell to the others, Li Qiang and Ho Pijing ascended to the study on the second floor. Both were free from the need for food or sleep. After a moment of silence, Li Qiang said, "Elder brother, I plan to resign after negotiating with the Li Tang Kingdom. You wouldn't blame me, would you?" Ho Pijing gazed at the stars above and replied, "I know that true cultivators are indifferent to fame and fortune. However, in 100 years, I will reach the tribulation period. If I cannot overcome it, I shall never have the chance to watch over my homeland again. Brother, I have no family, so I regard you as my closest kin. Please do not abandon your post. You may go wherever you wish, but do visit me often, all right? Ho Pijing's sentiments for his homeland moved Li Qiang, who promised. Very well, I shall keep my word. He then inquired, is the tribulation period dangerous? It seems that on Mars. Hua Mingyang mentioned that Brother Fu is also approaching this period. The tribulation is the greatest challenge for cultivators. Of every 100 who reach it, no more than 30 will survive. Those who succeed ascend to a higher realm, entering the so-called immortal world, while those who fail face true annihilation, losing both their physical body and their nascent soul. The onset of the tribulation period is a natural consequence of deepening cultivation, which cultivators cannot control. As explained by Ho Pijing, Li Qiang asked, are there no safer methods to navigate the tribulation? There are two slightly better approaches, Ho Pijing replied, holding up 2 fingers. One is to first seek a means of separation before reaching the tribulation, allowing the nascent soul to cultivate independently. The benefit is that one need not worry about the tribulation. The drawback is the significant loss of power due to the absence of the physical body, relying on other cultivators for protection. If discovered by malevolent cultivators, one could be turned into a cursed weapon, ensuring eternal damnation. The second method involves having the assistance of other powerful cultivators during the tribulation, which is immensely beneficial. However, the challenge is that aiding cultivators will suffer severe energy depletion. Unless they are very close friends, they are unlikely to offer help, and such skilled individuals are hard to find. Ho Pijing sighed, I have always walked alone, unwilling to separate my soul, and lacking anyone to assist me. Thus, I need my brother to help safeguard my homeland. Overcome with emotion, Li Qiang declared, Elder brother, when you reach the tribulation period, please inform me so I can lend my support. Ho Pijing, touched, shook his head, thinking, 100 years pass swiftly. Though Li Qiang wishes to help, he will not reach the required level within that time. A lingering question arose in Li Qiang's mind, and he asked, Elder brother, last time you subdued the golden crystal horned beast, how were you able to capture it effortlessly, even breaking its horn with your bare hands? I did not see you employ any artifacts. What was the reason? Ho Pijing chuckled, saying, I thought you would never ask. It seems you could not hold back. This relates to the various schools of cultivation. There are numerous sects, both righteous and sinister. For instance, comparing the Chongxian sect to my own Yuanshi sect. The Chongxian sect emphasizes artifact creation as a means to cultivate, guiding one from the external to the internal through their tools. You must have experienced this deeply yourself. Recalling his experiences in Hanlin City while cultivating several weapons, Li Qiang nodded. Indeed, I felt my power increase significantly just from crafting a few blades. Ho Pijing continued. That is the advantage of the Chongxian sect. One cultivates while simultaneously creating divine weapons. The Yuanshi sect's approach is entirely different, beginning with martial arts and then transitioning into cultivation. The benefit of the Yuanshi sect is that it does not rely on artifacts, instead transforming oneself into a treasure. The downside is that entry is exceedingly difficult. Li Qiang pondered silently. To be oneself is to be a treasure? The self is indeed a treasure. An elusive thought danced in his mind, just out of reach. Scratching his head, he asked, Brother, could you teach me martial arts? Ho Pijing remained silent for a while before presenting Li Qiang with a jade tablet, saying, Very well, since all members of the Chongxian sect practice multiple disciplines. Take this. Whatever you glean from it is yours. I shall not offer further guidance. Before Li Qiang could respond, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Ho Pijing vanished. Li Qiang and Appo's vague request had led Ho Pijing to mistakenly believe he wished to learn the sect and Appo's cultivation methods, a major taboo among practitioners. Fortunately, Ho Pijing was unconcerned. He had imparted the sect's texts to Li Qiang, but the path of cultivation was ultimately for Li Qiang to navigate alone. The jade tablet was half a foot long, 3 fingers wide, smooth and lustrous, with an ancient shape. As Li Qiang probed it with his true essence, he discovered it contained the cultivation methods of the Yuanshi sect. His heart raced with excitement. He had merely sought guidance in martial arts, yet had received the cultivation texts of the Yuanshi sect. The content within the jade tablet was limited, amounting to roughly 1/3 of the Chongxian sect's teachings given by Fu Shan. It detailed methods for cultivating the body and the nascent soul, with foundational techniques that were straightforward, just a sitting posture, a walking posture, and a lying posture, albeit somewhat peculiar in nature. Curiosity piqued. Li Qiang noted the 3 postures and their corresponding techniques. As he stored away the jade tablet, dawn began to break. Stretching lazily, he descended the stairs. The servant on night watch promptly came forward to pay respects, followed by a flurry of palace maids to assist him with his morning routines, which left him feeling quite uneasy. He mused that he must find a way to leave this place quickly. It was too confining. Li Qiang instructed the steward of the estate to summon Zhao Hao and the others, declaring, "Today, we shall go shopping and enjoy ourselves." Shopping was Mei Jingjing's favorite pastime, and she cheered as she dashed toward the main gate. Upon reaching the bustling street, Li Qiang halted the guards from following and allowed Zhao Hao to lead the way. The morning air in the capital was refreshing, shrouded in a light mist. The streets were lined with 2- or 3-story wooden houses with white walls and black tiles. The streets were mostly empty, with only a few early risers lazily heading out for breakfast. Some chimneys were already puffing out thin wisps of smoke, and small shops had rolled up their shutters, beginning their daily hustle. In a daze, Li Qiang felt as though he had stepped into an ancient town in China. Zhao Hao remarked, "Master, it's still early. Let us find a place for breakfast before exploring further." Qing Zichong added, "I know a little shop renowned for its delicious meat buns. Just follow this street and turn east." Turning the corner, they arrived at the bun shop, where a sign read Zhen Chao Bao in bold characters. Puzzled, Li Qiang inquired, "Why such an odd name?" Zhao Hao eagerly replied, "Zhen Chao is a local herb, and when steamed with the buns, it imparts a unique flavor. You and Amp, Oppos, LLC for yourself." The jovial shopkeeper welcomed them, saying, "Gentlemen, please take a seat upstairs." The steaming baskets were soon brought forth, releasing a delightful aroma. Upon opening the steamer, they found the buns small yet exquisitely thin-skinned, almost translucent, revealing the savory broth inside, resting on delicate green leaves. Li Qiang couldn't help but exclaim, "They are exquisite, so dainty and translucent. I can't believe buns can be crafted so beautifully." Zheng Peng grumbled, "Too small. Not enough to fill my belly. Hey, shopkeeper, bring me a large meat bun." His loud voice startled Mei Jingjing, causing her to drop her bun. With her hands on her hips, she scolded, "You ruffian. You nearly scared me to death." Zheng Peng, cowed, fell silent. When this little lady was riled, even Li Qiang would tread lightly. After savoring the buns, Li Qiang set down his chopsticks and asked Qing Zichong, "What exactly is the purpose of the worship hall?" Qing Zichong chuckled, "If a gentleman does not inquire, a scholar must still explain." The worship hall was a royal institution established for practitioners, tasked primarily with safeguarding the royal family, protecting the emperor, conducting foreign missions, and gathering intelligence. An additional crucial responsibility was the education and training of royal and noble offspring. Thus, the worship hall oversaw 4 academies in the capital: the Cultivation Institute, the Hanlin Academy, the Chongwu Academy, and the Guozijuan. Among them, the Cultivation Institute was meant to nurture future talents for the worship hall. Anyone with a respectable lineage and certain abilities could apply, focusing solely on merit rather than birthright. The Hanlin Academy and Chongwu Academy exclusively admitted royal and noble children. The Guozijuan had the broadest admission criteria. The children of officials and commoners, provided they had the means, could apply. Every nation in the heavenly court star had its own worship hall, Qing Zichong added. "Which academy did you graduate from, master?" Li Qiang inquired. Qing Zichong replied, "I obtained the title of Jinshi in the year of the rat and ranked 73rd among the second class the following year." He spoke with evident pride. Zhao Hao remarked, "Master, you are remarkable. Few graduates from the Guozijuan achieve the title of Jinshi, and even fewer attain the rank of a successful candidate. Your talents must indeed be exceptional." Qing Zichong humbly replied, "I dare not claim such accolades. It was merely chance." "How did you end up as a secretary in the prefecture of Hanlin City, being a Jinshi like Feng Kaiyan?" Li Qiang asked, puzzled. Qing Zichong explained, "I serve as an imperial inspector, and evaluating officials is part of my duties." Li Qiang understood. The emperor had indeed dispatched numerous spies. Mei Jingjing clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I'm full. Master, you know the capital best. Take us somewhere fun." Qing Zichong smiled and said, "Let us first head to Temple Street, where there are many shops, and later we shall dine at the largest tavern in the capital, the Bai Fan Lu. What do you think, Master Li?" Before Li Qiang could respond, Mei Jingjing eagerly called, "Yes, let us go see the shops first." Zhao Hao tossed a piece of silver, and the group set off for Temple Street. Temple Street was the most prosperous area of the former Song dynasty capital, bustling with merchants and lined with shops. Although Li Qiang was somewhat astonished, he had seen places 10 times more vibrant. Qing Zichong and Zhao Hao, being well-traveled, were unfazed. Mei Jingjing, hailing from the capital of Litong, had also encountered similar splendor. Zheng Ping, however, was different, having seen no such liveliness since birth. His head swiveled like a top, marveling at everything he encountered. By late morning, the crowd at Temple Street began to swell. A distant sound of gongs echoed from a nearby open space. Zhao Hao suggested, "That might be a street performer. Should we go take a look?" Zheng Peng eagerly chimed in, "Let us go see," and dashed ahead. Cheng Zichong remarked, "It doesn't seem like a performance. Let us take a look." The others followed slowly behind. As they drew near, they realized it was not a performance at all, but a rather grim spectacle. A weary-looking middle-aged man, gaunt and worn, with a straw marker on his head, stood before two burly men. One was banging a gong while the other clutched the man's collar, shouting. One man willing to sell himself to pay off gambling debts, selling cheap for just 10 taels of silver. "Speak up if you wish to buy." A voice from the crowd called out, "Isn't that Chi's second son? What a pity. He lost everything to gambling, even his wife and children. Now he is selling himself." Another chimed in, "He deserves it. Better to play the latest mobile game, Floating Journey." The crowd thickened, drawn by the commotion. But no one stepped forward to make a purchase. As the two burly men grew more impatient with the lack of bids, they began to beat the middle-aged man, who merely covered his head and mumbled incoherently, overwhelmed by despair. Mei Jingjing could no longer bear to watch. This young girl, who had once played the role of a brigand, displayed an air of defiance as she drew a whip from her storage belt. With a swift flick of her wrist, the whip cracked sharply through the air. The two burly men, startled by the sound, looked up to see a petite and spirited girl brandishing a white, supple whip. Glaring at them with indignation, one of the men laughed derisively and mocked, "Damn it, you startled me. What is it? Looking to purchase a man to take home? 10 taels of silver will make him yours, ha." The other man internally lamented and cursed his companion for failing to discern the situation after so long in the capital. The audacity of this girl to confront them suggested either her exceptional prowess or the backing of a formidable ally. Regrettably for him, she possessed both. With a swift crack, the whip struck the man's face. Mei Jingjing's shadow-patterned whip was indeed a treasure, a creation that even Li Qiang could not fathom. Without even channeling her true energy, the strike alone sent shockwaves of pain through the man's bones, causing him to howl, "You little wench, how dare you strike me? I will make you pay dearly for this. Brother San, help me seize this wretched girl." Disturbed by the man's vulgarity, Li Qiang approached. Chapter 15. A state of utter dismay as Zhao Hao saw his master approach. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, allow me to teach him a lesson." Li Qiang waved his hand dismissively, "No need." Mei Jingjing, her face flushed with anger, swung her whip with force, this time employing a hint of true power. The whip struck the back of the burly man, causing his clothing to shatter into fragments that scattered about. With a pained howl, the weight of the blow forced him to the ground, where he continued to mutter curses under his breath. Li Qiang seized him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, demanding, "Which gambling den do you hail from? Take me to your boss." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as the other burly man brandished an 8-inch dagger, lunging fiercely at Li Qiang. Ignoring the dagger entirely, Li Qiang grasped the second man in Appo's neck with his other hand. The man was utterly terrified, feeling as though his dagger was striking against iron, while the grip around his throat rendered him breathless. His vision darkened, and he fainted. The dagger clattered to the ground. Zhao Hao reminded, "Master, they have fainted." Li Qiang thought to himself, "I did not exert much force. How could they be so weak?" He quickly released his grip. Turning to the middle-aged man, he inquired, "At which gambling den did you lose?" The man stammered in fear, "I lost at the Baolai gambling house." Cheng Zichong whispered, "Sir, Baolai gambling house has connections to the Litan kingdom. The situation is quite complex." Li Qiang nodded with a smile. "Is anyone interested in a bit of gambling?" Cheng Zichong and Zhao Hao would never oppose Li Qiang's decision, while Zheng Peng found the prospect novel, and Mei Jingjing was eager to stir up trouble. They unanimously agreed to visit the gambling den. Zheng Peng hoisted the two burly men, following the middle-aged man as their guide to the gambling house. Baolai Gambling House was one of the 4 major gambling establishments in the capital, and those who could operate a gambling house there typically possessed a noteworthy background. The proprietor of Baolai was enigmatic, seldom seen, with a man named Du Dingguang overseeing the operations, reputed to be a skilled figure in the gambling world. Along the way, Cheng Zichong informed Li Qiang about various details, for his title as the Wind Patrol officer was not without merit. Upon reaching the entrance of the gambling house, Li Qiang signaled to Zheng Peng to raise the two men, while he himself took up a small gong and struck it, calling out, "Come and see, come and see." A grand sale of live goods, two strapping men for just a single coin. Buy one, get one free, no charge for the dead. Mei Jingjing giggled, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Your sales pitch sounds so practiced." Li Qiang mused, "What is so remarkable about it? The street vendors in our area are far more eloquent. They sell stockings while I sell men. Both are of inferior quality." Cheng Zicheng and Zhao Hao exchanged amused glances, leaning against the side to enjoy the spectacle. The middle-aged man, however, trembled in fear. Chaos erupted at the entrance as a group of thuggish enforcers poured out. The foremost, a burly man with a thick beard, clasped his fists and said, "My friend, what offense have my brothers committed against you?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, he suddenly realized, "Qi, you dare to bring someone to disturb our establishment? Have you grown tired of living?" Qi, terrified, repeatedly waved his hands, stammering, "I didn't oppose. Seek this out." The burly man retorted, "Betting means accepting the consequences. Qi lost on his own accord, so he cannot blame others for selling him off." Li Qiang chuckled, "Step aside. What are these Qi and Qi Sans? Don't hinder my business. I've finally found these two treasures and want to sell them at a good price. Perhaps I might win big at the tables myself." With a hint of mockery, Zhao Hao observed, "Master and amp. Oppos. S-tone mimics that of a quintessential merchant." The burly man had never encountered such audacity and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You insolent pup! Do you not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth?" Before he could finish, a whip struck him squarely on the mouth, shattering his front teeth. Muffled, he called to his subordinates, pointing at Li Qiang and weeping, Beat them to death. My teeth. Everyone attack." The thugs surged forward. But Li Qiang, still grinning, declared, "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will be knocked unconscious. Just don't kill them. Dead men are worth less." Zhao Hao assured him, "Rest easy, none shall perish." Zheng Peng laughed, "Ah, brawl. Watch my fists fly." The enforcers, though skilled, were unfortunate to face Zhao Hao, a master of the martial realm, who danced among them with the grace of a dragon, striking left and right with astonishing speed. Zheng Peng employed brute force, seizing one with each hand, smashing their heads together before discarding them and grabbing others. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with groaning enforcers, each one in distress. At last, several individuals emerged from within. The leader, an elderly man in his 60s, bald and beardless, bore a pallid complexion as if deprived of sunlight for years. His deeply furrowed forehead and sorrowful demeanor spoke volumes, flanked by several middle-aged men in blue garments. Cheng Zicheng quietly remarked, "That is Du Dingguang." Li Qiang paid him no heed, continuing to strike the gong, calling out, "Selling people. How many do we have now? Nyo, help me count." Mei Jingjing, delighted, counted the sprawled enforcers and giggled, 21, plus the two in front, that makes 23 altogether. How much silver for them? Du Dingguang inquired somberly. Li Qiang felt a jolt of surprise. Observing his calm demeanor, he recognized that he was dealing with a formidable adversary. Li Qiang, intent on provoking him, smiled. "Such worthless goods are a bargain at 100 taels each. If you buy them all, I'll offer a discount, 2,000 taels of silver for the lot. A grand clearance." One of Du Dingguang's companions could not contain himself and began to speak, but Du Dingguang gestured for silence, his tone dark and foreboding. "Are you here to gamble, or merely to flaunt your silver?" Li Qiang remained vigilant, sensing the man's malevolence. He responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, today I have encountered a significant patron. If I can sell off this rubbish, my luck must be excellent. I insist on placing a bet, ha." Du Dingguang signaled someone beside him, who dashed away. He then gestured for Li Qiang and his companions to enter the gambling house. Noticing the distraction, Qi quietly slipped away into the crowd, fleeing. Contrary to Li Qiang's expectations of a smoky den, the gambling hall was spacious and well-ventilated, providing a refreshing atmosphere. A casino attendant approached with a platter of chips, smiling. "Gentlemen, will you be playing in the hall or in the inner chamber?" Zheng Peng eagerly accepted the platter. Cheng Zicheng explained, "The hall is for the common folk. Only the wealthy may enter the inner chamber for entertainment." Li Qiang laughed. "Well, I am a wealthy man now. Ha, with 2,000 taels of silver in hand. Let us venture into the inner chamber." Standing at the back, Du Dingguang casually rubbed his hands, restraining his overzealous subordinates. The attendant led them into the inner chamber, which was opulently decorated, with youthful maidens flitting about and numerous partitions dividing the space. Du Dingguang coolly inquired, "What games do you gentlemen wish to play?" "Pai Gao, Do Shou Qi, dice, whatever you desire, this establishment will accommodate." Li Qiang, momentarily taken aback, realized he was at a loss, having never gambled before. After a moment's thought, he decided, "I shall play dice. Where do we play? Lead the way." A flicker of disdain passed through Du Dingguang's eyes as he turned to guide them to a large table. 6 elegantly dressed gentlemen were seated around it, engrossed in watching the croupier, who was calling bet, bet, bet. The crowd shouted, "Open, open, open." As the croupier unveiled the dice, some rejoiced while others lamented. Du Dingguang waved the croupier aside and positioned himself at the dice-shaking area, stating, "I shall attend to you, esteemed guests." The 6 affluent individuals were regular patrons, well acquainted with Du Dingguang. A middle-aged man clad in a dark green long gown remarked, "Boss Du, why do you wield the knife yourself? I dare not engage with you." Du Dingguang responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "I am here to entertain those esteemed guests." The crowd turned to see who could entice the renowned gambler into action. "Ah, is that not Zhao, the master of the Baoyinshijin building? My, how youthful you appear after 2 years," boomed a robust man. Zhao Hao chuckled, "Chenju, you scoundrel, abandoning the escort agency to gamble. Are you not afraid of your wife's wrath?" Chenju awkwardly laughed. "She wouldn't dare. If she disobeys, I'll teach her a lesson." Du Dingguang felt a jolt of surprise. He recognized Zhao Hao as a formidable expert, but maintained a composed faade. "How would you like to play?" "I shall heed your suggestions," he thought, savoring the prospect of a leisurely game. Li Qiang recalled gambling films he had seen on Earth and pondered. "Such complex games are beyond my grasp, but with my foundation in cultivation, I can dazzle him and intimidate him." He couldn't help but chuckle with a sense of pride. "Shall I dictate the rules of the game?" Li Qiang deliberately avoided eye contact with Du Dingguang. Though Du Dingguang's expression remained impassive, his internal fury surged. "As you wish. Whatever the guests propose, I shall accommodate," he said, suppressing his irritation. Li Qiang gleefully suggested, "Let us compare the sizes. Each of us shall have a dice cup with 6 dice. The one with the larger total wins. Ties are even, or we can bet on the smaller total. What do you say?" The onlookers marveled, having never witnessed such a method of dice gambling. Du Dingguang, a lifelong student of gambling techniques, had never encountered this style and felt intrigued. "Very well, let it be as you say," he replied. The attendant brought the dice cups and dice to the table. As word spread that the renowned Du Dingguang was personally engaging in a dice game with a youth, spectators flocked to watch. After inspecting the dice, Li Qiang smiled. "Guess first." Du Dingguang, uninterested in further conversation, picked up the dice cup, shook it momentarily, and set it down. "Please proceed." Li Qiang, invigorated, tossed the dice into the air one by one, using his true essence to control their descent. He then deftly maneuvered the dice into the cup and began shaking it vigorously, showcasing a dazzling display. At the end, he dramatically tossed the cup onto the table. The crowd gasped in astonishment at his performance, some breaking into applause. Even Du Dingguang, seasoned in the gambling scene, felt a surge of unease at witnessing such a spectacle. "Please place your bets. Wager on Boss Du to the left, and on this esteemed gentleman to the right," called the attendant. Du Dingguang inquired, "What amounts shall we wager?" Li Qiang, with a cheeky grin, asked, "How will you compensate me if I win?" Du Dingguang, on the verge of losing his temper, replied through gritted teeth, 1 to 1. "Do you expect 2 to 1? Li Qiang delighted in provoking him. "Would you be willing to offer 2 to 1? Ha." Du Dingguang's face flushed crimson with rage. Mei Jingjing clapped her hands in amusement. "Oh, yes," blushing. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Frustrated and flustered, Du Dingguang thought, "This little brat has gone too far. I refuse to believe my skills cannot surpass his." In a moment of impulsive chaos, he declared, "Fine, 2 to 1. You may go first." Li Qiang placed 2,000 taels and chips on the table, grinning. "Can I wager with jewels?" He produced 4 quail egg-sized luminous pearls and set them atop his chips. The crowd gasped. They knew the value of such gems. Zhao Hao remarked, "Each of these pearls is worth no less than 25,000 taels of silver." Du Dingguang exclaimed, "You are ruthless." Li Qiang pointed to a serving girl. "You shall reveal the outcome." Trembling, the girl lifted the cup. A collective gasp arose as the 6 dice displayed a perfect 5-star arrangement, all showing 6s, with one split in half, revealing an additional point. Du Dingguang's face turned ashen, and he bitterly conceded, "You have won." Though Du Dingguang also had all sixes, the added fraction rendered it an impossible comparison. Applause erupted, with patrons exclaiming, "What a spectacle! Truly remarkable!" Suddenly, a group entered, led by a martial officer dressed in third-rank official attire, clapping. Cheng Zichong whispered, "That is Peng Yongnian, the commander of the Imperial Guard." The crowd fell silent. Li Qiang mused that this officer must be a significant figure in the area. Du Dingguang's expression brightened slightly. Peng Yongnian approached the table, holding one of the luminous pearls. "Where did this pearl originate? I've heard reports of a recent theft involving a batch of jewels." He turned to his subordinate. "Is there any truth to this?" A soldier responded, "Yes, my lord. Among the reported stolen jewels were 4 luminous pearls." Li Qiang, intrigued, anticipated the unfolding drama, finding it entertaining. Cheng Zichong silently worried for Peng Yongnian, realizing he was provoking someone formidable. Seeing Peng Yongnian openly accuse them of theft ignited Mei Jingjing's fury, and she swung her shadow whip in retaliation. As Peng Yongnian grasped the pearls, Mei Jingjing's whip barely missed him. With quick reflexes befitting his rank, he evaded the strike, leaving a crack in the table. "You are quite nimble," Mei Jingjing remarked. "Let us see how you fare against this whip." Li Qiang raised a hand to stop her, knowing she intended to bind him. He wanted to see how the situation would unfold. Such audacity, even daring to strike an officer. He exclaimed, "Bring these suspects into custody." The soldiers surged forward. An invisible force radiated from Li Qiang, causing nearly everyone to stagger backward, except for Zhao Hao, Peng Yongnian, Du Dingguang, and Mei Jingjing, who managed to remain steady. Li Qiang reveled in his power, recalling the meditative posture taught by Ho Pijing. Peng Yongnian, visibly perturbed, exclaimed, "You little rascal, dare to resist arrest? Surround the casino and summon the experts from the Temple of Offerings." He had grasped that Li Qiang was a cultivator. Yes. Soldiers hurriedly rushed outside. The casino erupted into chaos, with patrons realizing escape was no longer an option. Li Qiang, unfazed, chuckled, "Do not panic. Take your time to relay the message. I'm not finished here yet." "Ah, Du Dingguang. Your name is poorly chosen, Dingguang." "Dingguang. Ha, you are bound to lose everything." Mei Jingjing giggled. "Brother, he lost yet. How much should he pay? Let us calculate. Well, 2,000 taels plus 4 luminous pearls, each worth 25,000 taels, at 2 to 1, that totals 240,000 taels of silver." As they continued their banter, seemingly oblivious to the brewing storm, Peng Yongnian felt a chill run down his spine. Years in the bureaucratic realm had taught him to discern the weight of situations. These individuals were either fools or of considerable standing, utterly unfazed by his authority. Having never encountered or heard of them, he found himself in a precarious position. An ominous premonition gripped Peng Yongnian, prompting him to inquire, "Hey, kid, what is your background? Who are your elders? Speak quickly to avoid further trouble." Cheng Zichong sighed internally, recognizing that while Peng Yongnian was not entirely foolish, he was certainly outmatched and would not gain their cooperation. Unable to contain himself any longer, Du Dingguang approached Peng Yongnian and whispered a few words discreetly. Peng Yongnian felt a sense of relief. After all, he was merely the proprietor of a silver shop. The backgrounds of this group were unlikely to be particularly distinguished, and the shop owner was certainly affluent. He had struck gold, so to speak. With this thought, he burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "I suggest you surrender. Resistance is futile. Once we reach the magistrate's office, everything will be clarified, and there will be no issue, haha." Li Qiang, amused by his self-dialogue, turned to those around him and said, "Have you all heard that? I keep hearing a pesky little insect buzzing incessantly in my ear. How utterly bothersome. Was it you talking just now?" Everyone marveled at how this young man managed to insult without resorting to vulgarity. It was indeed a rare talent. Peng Yongnian nearly lost his composure, trembling as he replied, "All right, very well, we shall see." He dared not utter any curses, utterly perplexed by the audacity of this individual. A soldier reported that 4 officials from the offering hall had arrived. Li Qiang quietly inquired of Cheng Zhirong, "Does the offering hall handle such matters?" Cheng Zhirong slowly shook his head, understanding Li Qiang's implication. If the offering hall were to concern itself with such trivialities, it would be no different from the guards outside. Noticing Peng Yongnian's smug expression as he eagerly approached the 4, bowing and smiling, he flattered, "Honorable elders, I have encountered a few blind fools and had no choice but to summon your esteemed selves to assist me in dealing with these arrogant and ignorant rascals. Haha. Please, The four officials were not dressed in official garb, making it difficult to ascertain their rank, yet each wore an air of haughty superiority. Cheng Zhirong sensed that the situation was escalating and quickly approached the leader of the officials, whispering discreetly in his ear while discreetly revealing an item from his sleeve for inspection before returning to stand behind Li Qiang. Both Peng Yongnian and Du Dingguang felt a chill run down their spines, sensing trouble. The four officials huddled together, murmuring quietly before turning to face Li Qiang, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to General Hu Wei. Unaware of your presence here, we apologize for any offense caused. Please forgive us." Gratitude filled their hearts for Cheng Zhirong. Had he not intervened, the calamity they faced today could have escalated significantly. While Li Qiang's rank was notable, it was his identity that was truly formidable. As the brother of the Holy King, anyone who dared to provoke him would surely be courting disaster. As the old saying goes, it is akin to a mouse licking a cat, seeking death. Peng Yongnian felt a wave of cold wash over him. His hands and feet turning icy, his limbs growing numb. He realized who this group truly was. Chapter 16. Frigid palm of immense power. Peng Yongnian, steeling himself, stepped forward and saluted. "Your humble servant, Peng Yongnian, a captain in the Imperial Guard, greets General Tiger Might." Du Dingguang subtly retreated, prompting Li Qiang to signal Zhao Hao. With a slight nod, Zhao Hao materialized before Du Dingguang with ghostly swiftness, chuckling. "Where do you think you're going? Stay a while." Du Dingguang hissed menacingly. "Don't push your luck too far. I'm not one to be trifled with." A faint azure phosphorescence emanated from his hands as he unleashed a swift series of palm strikes. His hands intertwined, creating two streaks of eerie light that hurtled toward Zhao Hao's chest. Zhao Hao roared with laughter. "Huh. Behold, the frigid palm of immense power." His palms shimmered with a white light, a technique he had learned from Ho Pijing. Though Zhao Hao's cultivation was insufficient to project the full palm print, its power was already considerable. The subtle contact sent a shock through Du Dingguang, who recoiled in alarm, countering with an upward strike of his phosphorescent palms. Before Du Dingguang could muster his strength, 5 spectral whip-like shadows encircled him, binding him tightly before he could evade. It was Mei Jingjing's whiplash. Zhao Hao, unable to halt his attack, redirected his power, sending a surge of true energy glancing across Du Dingguang's chest. A soft ripping sound followed as a large gash appeared in Du Dingguang's clothing. The palm force slammed into the flagstones, pulverizing a 10-foot section of the courtyard. Du Dingguang erupted in a furious curse. Zhao Hao exclaimed with surprise, "What's this?" As the proprietor of a prominent silver house, his discerning eye did not fail him. A delicate chain adorned Du Dingguang's bare chest, suspending a jade pendant the size of a thumb. Li Qiang, too, noticed it and commanded, "Bring it here." Zhao Hao tore it off without hesitation, causing Du Dingguang's expression to darken ominously. Peng Yongnian stood awkwardly aside, unsure what to say. The 4 night-luminescent pearls in his hand feeling like burning embers. Li Qiang, paying him no heed, toyed with the pendant. Its shape was peculiar, resembling a soaring bird. The material was reminiscent of a jade scroll. An idea sparked in Li Qiang's mind, and he probed it with a wisp of true energy. Overjoyed, he discovered it was indeed a miniature jade scroll. After a brief perusal of its contents, Li Qiang stored the pendant into his bracelet with a smile. "My apologies. Should I address you as Boss Du, or perhaps as Royal Advisor Du?" How demeaning it must be for a royal advisor from the Li Tang Kingdom to operate a gambling den in the former Song Kingdom. Turning to Peng Yongnian, he added, "Impressive. And we even have a captain from the former Song Imperial Guard providing protection. Security is certainly assured." Peng Yongnian collapsed to his knees, overcome with panic. "Your subordinate would never. He could find no words to explain himself. Li Qiang asked Cheng Zizhong, "Which department handles investigations?" Cheng Zizhong replied, "The Ministry of Justice's Office of the Censorate." "I'll have someone notified." Li Qiang requested the 4 enshrined experts to monitor the surroundings while dispatching the soldiers to raid the gambling den. The soldiers were elated, knowing that gambling dens were always lucrative. Mei Jingjing approached Peng Yongnian with a smile, extending her hand, handed over. "You can't even blush when you lie." Suddenly, the enshrined expert guarding the western side bellowed, "Who goes there?" "Halt!" A shadowy figure flashed past, its movements as elusive as a wisp of smoke, evading the expert's attempts to intercept it. Several soldiers attempted to block its path, only to be sent flying with anguished cries. Li Qiang swiftly launched a golden eagle talisman. A small, emerald glowing sword silhouette emerged from the shadows, colliding with the golden eagle in a soft explosion. Both vanished without a trace. Zhao Hao exclaimed in shock. A flying sword. He spat out the frigid sparrow's sword, sending 4 silver sword silhouettes to intercept the attacker. However, his flying sword technique was still rudimentary. Mei Jingjing's 7 whip-like shadows joined the fray. The 4 enshrined experts launched their magical treasures at the shadowy figure from all directions. The figure retorted, "Is that all you've got?" A brilliant green light erupted from his body as he seized Du Dingguang from the ground. Suddenly, he leaped out of the green aura, smashing through the roof. Bricks and splinters rained down as the residual green light collided with the barrage of magical treasures unleashed by the group. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves of true energy tearing through the room, filling it with chaos. Li Qiang launched 7 or 8 golden eagle talismans in pursuit, but the figure gloated. Do you think you can stop me with these trinkets? We will settle this later." His voice faded into the distance. Li Qiang restrained the others from pursuing, realizing with dismay that he was helpless against a true cultivator. In the mortal realm, he was unmatched, but in the world of cultivation, he was merely a novice. If he ever hoped to return to Earth, he needed to establish a foothold in the cultivation world, and that required immense power. From that moment forward, Li Qiang resolved to dedicate himself to cultivation and rapidly increase his strength. An official from the Ministry of Justice's Office of the Censorate arrived at the gambling den with a large contingent of men. After paying respects to Li Qiang, they began their search and investigation. A eunuch arrived at the gambling den, announcing that the emperor summoned Li Qiang and Cheng Zizhong to the palace. Unable to refuse a royal decree, Li Qiang reluctantly entrusted Zhao Hao and Nyonyo with the task, before departing with the eunuch. The emperor had convened several ministers in the water pavilion to discuss negotiations with the Li Tang kingdom. In recent days, the Li Tang envoy had been incessant in their demands, even threatening to declare the talks broken and report to the Li Tang emperor if negotiations were not initiated promptly. The ministers had been embroiled in heated debate over this matter. The emperor, swayed by the intelligence provided by Tan Qigong, remained hesitant and called upon his ministers to deliberate, only to find them divided and unable to reach a consensus. Li Qiang and Cheng Zizhong arrived at the water pavilion, paying their respects to the emperor and the assembled ministers. After being granted seats, they listened as the Minister of War declared, "Your Majesty, I believe we should commence negotiations with the Li Tang envoy without delay. Our military preparations are woefully inadequate. The mobilization of troops and supplies, the allocation of armaments, and the training of newly conscripted soldiers are all incomplete. A breakdown in negotiations at this juncture would be highly detrimental to our interests." The emperor nodded. "What is the Privy Council's perspective? Share your thoughts with us." Li Qiang gradually grasped the core of the ministers' debate. They were divided into factions advocating for war and peace. However, both factions sought an early commencement of negotiations. The war faction aimed to delay the conflict through negotiations, while the peace faction sought to avoid bloodshed if possible, as war would severely deplete the nation's resources, requiring years to recover. Observing the ministers' fervent and impassioned arguments, Li Qiang analyzed the situation and formulated his own plan. Content to listen to their disputes, the emperor, also uncertain of the course of action, noticed Li Qiang sitting calmly on the sidelines, piquing his curiosity. He had appointed Li Qiang to his position not for his capabilities, but to leverage his connections and status. Reports had reached him that the Great Han Kingdom had bestowed a title upon Li Qiang, and he wondered what Li Qiang was thinking. He asked with a smile, "Li Qing, you may also offer your opinion. You are, after all, our special envoy for these negotiations." Li Qiang, confident and composed, countered with a question. "Can anyone tell me why the Li Tang envoy is so eager to begin negotiations?" His simple question silenced the ministers. The emperor murmured, "Indeed, why is that?" Seeing the ministers' silence, Li Qiang spoke deliberately, "Because the Li Tang kingdom is even more desperate than we are. Any further delay will cause them to collapse." He proceeded to analyze the Li Tang kingdom's situation and motives for war, providing a thorough and insightful explanation. He meticulously dissected and summarized the entire Li Tang situation, presenting it clearly to everyone. The ministers were united in one thought. If this man were our superior, our lives would be miserable. He is far too astute. The emperor was even more astonished, realizing, this man has the makings of a prime minister. I have underestimated him. Li Qiang proposed his plan. which involved delaying negotiations while simultaneously launching a large-scale conscription effort to exert pressure on the enemy and dispatching spies to spread rumors. Most importantly, he advocated for an immediate halt to all commercial exchanges with the Li Qiang kingdom, especially grain trade. Recalling the events at the Baolai gambling den, Li Qiang added with a smile, "Your Majesty, I have something to present to you. Have the experts in the enshrinement hall transcribe it. You will understand when you see it." Presenting the pendant to the emperor, Li Qiang elucidated the prevailing circumstances. Promptly, the ministers marshaled their respective proficiencies, culminating in a comprehensive strategy. The emperor, elated, sought to bestow accolades upon Li Qiang. However, Li Qiang demurred, citing his recent arrival in the nation of Gusong as precluding a swift descent. The emperor, cognizant of their familial bond, relented. Subsequently, Li Qiang requested a leave of absence to sequester himself within the confines of the saintly king's manor for a period of cultivation. Amidst the minister's envious glances, Li Qiang took his leave. Upon his return, he summoned Zhao Hao, who inquired as to his master's purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qiang jested, seeking tutelage in martial arts. Zhao Hao, though perplexed by this apparent trivial pursuit, acceded to his master's request, esteeming him profoundly. Thus commenced Li Qiang's initial cultivation of his physical form within the saintly king's manor. Zhao Hao marveled at his master's rapid assimilation of his knowledge, surpassing his own proficiency. Li Qiang, too, was astounded by his ease in mastering martial techniques. This facility stemmed from his status as a cultivator of the Purple Mansion nascent soul, possessing internal energy far exceeding that of martial arts paragons. Having exhausted Zhao Hao's repertoire, Li Qiang turned to the saintly king's extensive library, renowned throughout Gusong. There, he immersed himself in martial arts treatises, voraciously studying for several days before succumbing to ennui. Abandoning his martial pursuits, Li Qiang embarked upon the cultivation of the primeval sect's texts. After ensuring the well-being of Zhao Hao and the others, he established a defensive array within the library and commenced his cultivation, beginning with the initial seated posture. His consciousness swiftly delved into his inner self, where he perceived his nascent soul to have grown, radiating an intensified violet luminescence. Following the primeval sect's methods, he endeavored to generate a miniature universe within his chest and abdomen. This endeavor, fraught with peril for novices, required unwavering focus to guide the true essence to specific locations. However, with the aid of his nascent soul, Li Qiang effortlessly surmounted this formidable hurdle. Returning his consciousness to his physical form, Li Qiang observed that the aura surrounding his nascent soul resembled a constellation of stars, facilitating automatic cultivation. Encouraged by this progress, he proceeded to the reclining posture, reminiscent of a reclining Buddha. The reclining posture facilitated the cultivation of the primeval sect's unique shadow dream armor, composed entirely of true essence and capable of evolving with its master's cultivation. This endeavor, demanding meticulous construction and considerable stamina, consumed over a month of Li Qiang's time. Emerging from the library, Li Qiang inquired of the steward regarding recent events. He learned that the saintly king had departed for the Bada Star. This news saddened Li Qiang, who had intended to seek information regarding the frigid ice continent. Qing Zizhong approached with exuberance, followed by Zhao Hao and others, all radiating excitement. Qing Zizhong conveyed the emperor's decree, bestowing upon Li Qiang the title of third-rank duke in recognition of his successful negotiations with the Li Tang nation. Li Qiang, bewildered, learned that during his seclusion, the emperor had dispatched Tan Qigong of the Hall of Offerings to negotiate based on Li Qiang's proposals. The Li Tang nation had not only withdrawn its troops, but also compensated Gusong for its losses. Furthermore, the jade pendant presented by Li Qiang had exposed several Li Tang spies holding prominent positions within Gusong, prompting the emperor to consider appointing Li Qiang to oversee the Ministry of Justice. Li Qiang promptly instructed his servants to maintain secrecy regarding his emergence from seclusion. He then announced his intention to depart the capital, declaring his desire to accompany Mei Jingjing to the frigid ice continent in search of her parents. Qing Zizhong expressed concern regarding the emperor's reaction. Li Qiang chuckled, "This is simple. I shall leave behind a memorial. If you still find it difficult to explain, then let it be this way." Just as Qing Zizhong was about to inquire further, Li Qiang raised his hand and struck the back of his neck. Watching him collapse to the ground, Li Qiang summoned a servant to carry him into the room, saying with a smile, "Now the emperor shall not blame you." Li Qiang swiftly began to make arrangements, first enlisting Zhao Hao to assist in completing the memorial. as Zheng Peng lacked the strength to venture to the cold ice plain. He was sent to temporarily stay at the Silver Building. He also neatly arranged the gifts bestowed by the Emperor in the hall. Though Li Qiang accepted the ceremonial gold medal and a jade tablet to affirm his identity, after all, he had promised Ho Pijing that he would oversee the remnants of the Song Kingdom upon his return to the Heavenly Star. With all preparations complete, Li Qiang appeared invigorated. All right, let us three quietly exit through the back door. As Mei Jingjing was still unaccustomed to long-distance flight, the trio had no choice but to walk, trudging along the road, weary from their journey. On one particular day, as they reached a mountain ridge, Li Qiang halted and remarked, "Why do I always feel a sense of unease, as if something is awaiting us? I wonder if you share this feeling." Mei Jingjing shook her head in confusion, replying, "Not at all. I feel it is quite normal." Zhao Hao pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps, sometimes I do experience a fleeting sensation of palpitations. But it passes quickly. I cannot say for certain." Li Qiang inquired, "Where have we reached?" After a moment of thought, he added, "If we were to become separated, it would be best to have a designated meeting place." The three of them agreed upon a rendezvous point, and Li Qiang felt reassured. Neither he nor Mei Jingjing were familiar with the path and had to rely on Zhao Hao. Their course towards the cold ice plain led them westward towards Hanlin City, where they could enter the cold ice plain by traversing the red rock petrified mountain range. At present, they were approaching the bewildering forest, with the red rock petrified mountain range lying beyond it. After walking for a while, they arrived at a hollow in the mountains, and Li Qiang felt increasingly uneasy. He stopped, and with a commanding shout, called out, "Show yourselves." Without warning, 5 figures clad in black armor appeared around them. "Who are you? Step forward," Zhao Hao demanded. Mei Jingjing immediately drew her shadow-patterned whip, and Li Qiang readied his weapon, fully aware that their visitors bore ill intent. "We come for your lives." The 5 individuals laughed brazenly. Li Qiang immediately understood that retribution had arrived. Chapter 17. Countenance. The leader possessed a youthful and handsome visage, clad in black battle armor, with 2 faint blue halos encircling his form. His arms were crossed defiantly across his chest as he regarded Li Qiang and his companions with disdain. Suddenly, Mei Jingjing cried out, "Be careful! He is a worshipper of the Li Tang kingdom." With a flick of her wrist, 3 whip shadows flew forth. "Still the same old tricks. Can't you come up with something new?" The man leaped into the air to grasp the whip shadows, which ensnared his wrist. However, a flash of blue light emanated from his arm, causing the shadows to dissipate without a trace. Mei Jingjing gritted her teeth, stating, "Li Zifeng, do not push your luck. You have been relentlessly pursuing us. Tell Lang that our Mei family will never yield." The 5 laughed heartily, and Li Zifeng retorted mockingly, "With a little girl like you, do we really need to involve the 5 generals of burning heaven? Huh, Lang? He cannot summon all 5 of us at once." His tone shifted to one of menace as he continued, "Li Qiang, indeed, you are Li Qiang. You have thwarted our plans, and the Li Tang kingdom will not let you escape this time." Li Qiang felt a slight unease. Although he had engaged in numerous fights, he was never quite accustomed to facing adversaries of this caliber. Nonetheless, he maintained a smile and declared, "Yes, I am Li Qiang. Do you understand? I am stronger than you." He realized that he had become increasingly glib. "Here, have a treat." Mei Jingjing hurled 3 ice explosive bombs obtained from the shadow insects. Li Zifeng nonchalantly caught them, but soon his expression shifted drastically as the bombs detonated. Despite his formidable strength, he was caught off guard, and one of his hands was nearly obliterated by the explosion. The chilling energy within the bombs quickly encased his black armor in frost. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qiang transmitted a message to Zhao Hao, instructing him to protect Nyonyo while unleashing a series of golden eagles. The 5 had come prepared. One of the rotund men formed an intricate seal with his hands, causing a small black net to emerge from his corpulent form, ascending above his head. "Go!" he bellowed. The black net suddenly expanded, and as the golden eagles collided with it, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. The fat man staggered backward, clearly straining under the impact. The 2 nearby henchmen channeled their vital energy into the black net, which immediately glowed with an eerie green light, sweeping toward Li Qiang and his companions. Only then did Li Zifeng recover, his black armor emitting faint cracking sounds as he took a step forward, pieces of his armor cascading like snowflakes. He was both pained and humiliated by Mei Jingjing's actions, as she had made him lose face in front of his companions. With a furious roar, Li Zifeng shouted, "You shall not escape. I will tear you apart." He too unleashed his vital energy upon the black net. This black net was a peculiar weapon known as the falling of the burning sky, a treasure cultivated collectively by the 5 generals of burning heaven, having vanquished countless cultivators. Li Qiang, with his keen perception, recognized that he and his companions were outmatched. He communicated with Zhao Hao, urging him to lead Nyonyo to the confounding forest while he stayed behind to obstruct the accursed black net. Zhao Hao hesitated but ultimately agreed, knowing that this was the best course of action for their survival. Quickly channeling his essence into the eagle strike crossbow, Li Qiang felt a surge of purple light envelop him, as a gigantic purple-gold eagle manifested. "Go now," he commanded. Zhao Hao grasped Mei Jingjing and propelled her forward with a flying sword, heading toward the confounding forest. The 5 generals of burning heaven watched in astonishment as Li Zifeng warned, "Beware of that eagle." Li Qiang was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected effect of harnessing his vital energy into the eagle strike. He urged his energy forward, and the purple-gold eagle flapped its enormous wings, lifting him into the air. The falling of the burning sky net glowed ominously as it slowly approached Li Qiang. Mei Jingjing, exasperated, was forcibly pulled away by Zhao Hao. From a distance, she witnessed the golden eagle materializing around Li Qiang, and then saw him soaring into the sky to confront the black net. Tears streamed down her face as the net loomed closer. In that moment, Li Qiang found tranquility amidst the chaos. As the net enveloped him, he bent low, executing a shrimp leap, freeing himself from the energy of the golden eagle. The black net immediately coiled around the purple-gold eagle, but with a thought, Li Qiang caused the eagle to explode. Brilliant golden light radiated outward, casting everything in a golden hue. The energy contained within the golden eagle was overwhelmingly powerful, creating a resounding roar that echoed through the mountains. The explosion shattered the surrounding area, sending all 6 individuals hurtling backward, with the 5 generals of burning heaven spitting blood. The destruction of the black net inflicted significant damage upon the 5, who were intimately connected to it. Even Li Qiang did not anticipate such a result. Though this strike had drained a third of his vital energy, a swift green light descended, revealing a figure, the one who had rescued Du Dingguang from the gambling den. He looked coldly at the 5 generals of burning heaven and remarked, "What utter fools you are, unable to handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me?" The 5 knelt in fear, begging for forgiveness. The figure continued, "You have one last chance. Capture him for me." "Who are you? This is unfair. 5 against 1. And you hide in the shadows to watch the fun? Damn it, I'm done playing." Li Qiang blurted as he devised an escape plan. Only when absolutely necessary would he foolishly fight to the end. Having been a merchant, he understood the importance of seizing opportunities and preserving his own life. "Behold my golden eagle." He unleashed a barrage of golden eagles and fled. The 5 generals of burning heaven, alarmed, realized that if they could not capture Li Qiang, they would face dire consequences. They disregarded their injuries and forced the falling of the burning sky net into action, pursuing Li Qiang. The figure, observing Li Qiang's flight, was taken aback. He soared into the air, remaining silent as he watched how the 5 generals would attempt to apprehend him. He intended to keep his promise and give the 5 an opportunity to prove themselves. As Li Qiang continued to fire golden eagles, he quickly found his vital energy depleting. Realizing that this strategy would lead to a dead end, he resolved to change his approach. He descended from the sky and swiftly entered the dense forest. The 5 generals of burning heaven watched helplessly as Li Qiang vanished into the trees. They activated the black net, which expanded ominously, covering an area of 300 meters. As the net descended, any trees it touched were instantly reduced to ashes, not even a wisp of smoke remaining. The black net advanced unimpeded toward the ground. Li Qiang entered the forest with barely a moment's pause, darting left at incredible speed, narrowly evading capture by the black net. Witnessing the trees incinerated by the net filled him with dread. He understood that being ensnared would be dire. He hastily plunged deeper into the forest. Under the watchful gaze of the figure, the 5 generals of burning heaven relentlessly urged the black net onward, which trailed closely behind Li Qiang. The net was indeed terrifying, obliterating everything in its path, though this consumed a significant amount of their vital energy. "Damn it, are you still chasing me? Take this." Li Qiang, cornered and desperate, hurled a massive stone, over 2 meters high, toward the black net. The stone soared 3 meters into the air, crashing against the net. The 5 generals trembled violently, spitting blood as they simultaneously exerted their strength. The stone shattered into fragments before it even fell. Seeing that this tactic worked, Li Qiang continued to search for larger stones while sprinting. Rounding a bend at the foot of a mountain, he exclaimed in delight upon discovering a stone forest. He dashed inside, hiding behind a massive boulder, convinced that he must use the stones to obliterate the net. The 5 generals, upon turning the corner, were stunned to find themselves in a vast stone forest. They could hardly use the black net to sweep through the stone formations. While they were momentarily dazed, Li Qiang took action, cursing as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks against the surrounding boulders, hurling one after the other toward the black net. The 5 generals felt utterly humiliated, recognizing that Li Qiang was employing underhanded tactics. As they prepared to ensnare him, they found themselves compelled to expend all their vital energy to counter the incoming stones. The figure in the air shouted, "You 5 imbeciles, fools, useless cowards. That wretched net should have been discarded long ago. With just the 5 of you, you could have killed this brat. How can there still be such brainless fools in this world?" Li Zifeng, a man of strong will, was so provoked by the scathing insults that he became utterly flustered and attempted to gather his Yuan infant. Among the 5, Fu urged one to collect, but they were immediately met with backlash. The extraordinary treasure let out a strange wail and vanished into nothingness under the tug of 2 opposing forces. The 5 agents of the blazing heaven were severely injured by the backlash, instantly losing their combat prowess. Li Qiang thought to himself, "If I don't run now, when will I?" He bolted, moving with such speed that even a rabbit would seem like his grandchild. The man landed and coldly remarked, "I've given you the opportunity. But alas, it seems you do not take it seriously, do you?" The 5 agents trembled in fear, and Li Zifeng pleaded, "Senior Lei, please spare this junior for the sake of my master." The man laughed heartily. "Your master? Huh, very well. I, Li Qiang, shall grant you a complete corpse." In an instant, a streak of green sword light swiftly pierced through the skulls of the 5. Red light flickered as their Yuan infants soared into the sky. With a flick of his hand, Li Qiang cast a beam of green light towards the fleeing Yuan infants, which seemed to possess a tremendous suction, drawing the 5 Yuan infants into a dark green gourd amidst their shrill cries. He gleefully exclaimed, "A bountiful harvest, haha." A plume of true flame shot towards the bodies of the 5, instantly turning them to ashes. Li Qiang soared into the sky, spotting Li Qiang sprinting far off. He smugly mused, "Little brat, let us see where you can run." Li Qiang felt as though he was running faster than a cheetah, intoxicated by the exhilarating speed, even contemplating how he could win a gold medal at the Olympics. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a green sword rainbow arced overhead, and Li Qiang effortlessly landed directly in his path. Li Qiang scolded himself internally, realizing how foolish he had been. Hadn't he just learned to fly? How could he outrun this foe? He halted and pretended to be innocent, smiling. "Hey, who are you? Introduce yourself, as I don't seem to recognize you." Li Qiang, usually somber, only laughed heartily when pleased or killing, and he boomed, "I am Li Qiang, the one sent to escort you to your grave. You have only yourself to blame for thwarting my grand plans, huh?" With a swift thrust, he aimed directly for Li Qiang's crown. "What nonsense is this?" Realizing he couldn't be deceived, Li Qiang wielded his 100-blade spear to deflect the sword shadow, but the immense pressure took him by surprise. The green sword shadow transformed into countless streams of light, flowing like mercury, infiltrating every possible gap. The crimson flame dragon shield erupted with its maximum protective power. The purple dragon spun rapidly, but the sudden pressure left Li Qiang gasping for breath. Li Qiang was equally astonished. His flying sword could not penetrate Li Qiang's defenses, and it even showed signs of backlash. He spat a mouthful of true energy into the sword shadow, making it shine brilliantly. As the crimson flame dragon shield seemed on the verge of collapse, Li Qiang shouted in desperation, "Frost Spirit Giant Palm." True energy surged into his palm, causing it to swell, shimmering with purple light, as a palm the size of a basin detached and shot forth. The unique skill of Ho Pijing was indeed remarkable. Upon contact with the sword shadow, it emitted a series of crisp sounds, alleviating the pressure momentarily. However, the crimson flame dragon shield could no longer withstand the attack. Dissipating with a mournful wail, Li Qiang disregarded the shield, focusing all his energy on the frost spirit giant palm. The crisp sounds transformed into deafening booms, and Li Qiang, astonished, realized he had exerted 5 layers of strength without achieving victory. He added another layer of force, pressing forward. Damn it! Li Qiang expended all his true energy, madly adding another palm strike. The winds changed, the heavens trembled, and in this fierce confrontation, they reached a stalemate. In truth, Li Qiang had suffered greatly. His opponent had only unleashed one sword, whereas he was on the verge of collapse, lacking the power to even take flight. Not bad, not bad. To actually withstand my 6 layers of power. Surveying the vast area of collapsed stone forest, Li Qiang recognized that Li Qiang had lost all capacity for resistance. He taunted with the tone of a cat toying with a mouse. I had thought Fu Shan had trained some exceptional disciple, yet it seems you are merely this capable. Don't blame me for being unmerciful now. At this moment, Li Qiang was exceedingly arrogant, seemingly unconcerned about Fu Shan. In reality, if Fu Shan were present, he would hardly dare to utter a word. He took advantage of Li Qiang being alone, with no one aware of his predicament, while the knowledgeable agents of the blazing heaven had already been silenced. Li Qiang deeply regretted not having cultivated the final move of the Yuanshi sect, which was specifically designed for swift movement. He inquired, "Are you from the offering hall of Lintang Kingdom?" He thought, "I must stall for time and find a way to recover some true energy. This fellow is undoubtedly a master." As he doesn't he even regard brother Fu Shan. At this moment, the benefits of having practiced the seated posture of the Yuanshi sect became evident. Li Qiang secretly urged his Yuan infant, beginning to recover speedily. Li Qiang, evidently still enjoying himself, scoffed, "Humph, what is the offering hall of Lintang Kingdom? I have not descended to such a lowly level." His tone dripped with disdain. Li Qiang laughed heartily. "Haha, so you're not serving the lowly Lintang Kingdom. How intriguing." He shifted his tone. "Then why do you relentlessly pursue me? Do you think I'm good-looking?" "Huh." Facing imminent death, he still spoke defiantly, "Letting me peel your skin for my amusement." A cloud of green mist surged toward Li Qiang. This was a vile weapon of Li Qiang. If it touched him and he lacked proper defense, it would be far worse than skinning. It could corrode a person's flesh. Li Qiang retreated hastily, simultaneously launching an ice explosion bomb, soaring into the air. In that brief moment, he had recovered a good amount of true energy. Taunting, "You should save your skin for yourself. I'm done playing." As he spoke, he clumsily flew towards the illusionary forest. Li Qiang was furious, cursing, "Little brat. Crafty and slippery." I will. Before he could finish, he leapt to pursue, puzzled at how this brat had recovered so quickly. The two engaged in a chase, with Li Qiang knowing he could not outrun him in a straight line. He zigzagged in the air, occasionally tossing an ice bomb and throwing out quips, which infuriated Li Qiang, reddening his eyes and causing him to lose his composure, allowing Li Qiang to slip away. Suddenly, Li Qiang halted in midair, being a master. He sensed something was amiss and immediately altered his strategy. He produced a small golden box and summoned the creature within, a green bat-like monster that screeched and took flight. Li Qiang, glancing back as he flew, saw the monstrous green bat shrouded in mist, nearly the size of a dining table, sending him into a panic as he accelerated his flight. Controlling the green creature from afar, Li Qiang laughed triumphantly. "I'll let you run. Haha, run faster." The green creature closed in, and with no options left, Li Qiang, having exhausted his ice bombs and fearing to use his golden eagle, found his remaining true energy only sufficient for flight. He was forced to skim the ground, using the terrain of trees and rocks to slow the green creature's pursuit. Li Qiang was now out of sight, with only the green creature tailing close behind. As he leaped over several massive boulders, Li Qiang caught a glimpse of pink in the distance. Without a second thought, he flew toward it. A large cloud of pink mist spread out in a valley, and Li Qiang felt a sense of familiarity with the color, but there was no time for contemplation as he dove into the mist. Once inside the pink fog, he felt a slippery sensation. Not far ahead, a massive rock loomed, and he quickly ducked behind it. The pink mist suddenly contracted rapidly, revealing a figure in the valley. Li Qiang was taken aback, realizing it was Hua Mainyang. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity earlier. He thought, "Oh dear, another enemy." Seizing the opportunity before she noticed, he quickly began to recover his true energy. Alas, whose bad essence is this? No one is responding. If that is the case, I shall claim it for myself. A vast cloud of pink mist enveloped the bat essence, followed by a cacophony of squeaks. From afar, a commanding voice resounded, "Stop." A flash of green sword light appeared, revealing Li Qiang at the valley's bottom, glancing around in confusion. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Hua Mainyang, filled with indignation, thought to herself, how could such a striking beauty stand before him and he pretends not to see her? still searching for others? With a composed laugh, she remarked, "Isn't this the Li Qiang who mingles with the likes of Qinjia Star? What brings you to Heavenly Court Star for leisure? Not even a greeting for your sister? Have you become so grand that your eyes now reach your temples? I told you to hide. Let's see where this little rascal can flee." A beam of green light shot towards a colossal rock, which shattered instantly, and a figure soared into the sky, landing in the valley. The three stood in a triangular standoff. Hua Meinyang exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Fu Lazizi's brother? How amusing to find you here in Heavenly Court Star." She added with a playful tone, "Little Lei Lei, you seem quite formidable now, daring to confront Fu Lazizi's brother. I am truly impressed." Lei Tianxiao cursed inwardly, lamenting the misfortune of encountering Hua Meinyang, and to make matters worse, she knew Li Qiang and recognized him as Fu Shan's man. If he were to capture Li Qiang in her presence, word would surely reach Fu Shan's heavy Xin sect, and they would not hesitate to retaliate. Unbeknownst to Lei Tianxiao, it was Hua Meinyang who orchestrated Li Qiang's arrival at Heavenly Court Star. Li Qiang, silent, seized the moment to discreetly grasp a piece of celestial stone, hastily restoring his true essence. The bat essence continued its distressing cries, and upon closer inspection, Lei Tianxiao's heart ached. The creature was riddled with minute essence-absorbing needles, its spirit waning, its form diminished to merely 1/3 of its original size. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Lei Tianxiao declared, "Hua Meinyang, you know all the consequences of opposing Qinjia Star. Cease your foolery and remove the needles from the bat essence. Oh, little Lei Lei grows ever more formidable. Is it not all right for your sister to take it?" Hua Meinyang replied with a sinister chuckle, summoning the bat essence, which shrieked in agony as countless needles sprang from its body, instantly rendering it a dry corpse. With a mocking laugh, she proclaimed, "Sister has indeed claimed it." Lei Tianxiao howled in anguish, "Hua Meinyang, you wretched harlot, this matter is far from over." Renowned for her cunning in the cultivation realm, Hua Meinyang had never been one to fear anyone. Even those as formidable as Fu Shan were not exempt from her provocations, let alone Lei Tianxiao. In a fit of rage, Lei Tianxiao unleashed his flying sword, aiming for Hua Meinyang's head. She laughed, "Your audacity grows. You dare to draw weapons against your sister." In an instant, the air was filled with a shower of peach blossoms. Chapter 18. Following my own path in this encounter, Li Qiang came to understand the formidable prowess of Hua Meinyang. During their previous confrontation on Mars, Fu Shan's overwhelming strength had overshadowed her abilities. Now, with a discerning eye, Li Qiang could distinguish between strength and weakness. The sky was filled with peach blossoms, resembling a flurry of razor blades, swirling around Lei Tianxiao with a piercing whistle. The green sword shadows danced swiftly, but the relentless barrage of petals was insurmountable. "Sky Universe Battle Armor," Lei Tianxiao declared, donning an exquisite green armor that emitted countless emerald rays, barely fending off the onslaught of petals. Hua Meinyang's expression turned grave. The donning of armor signified a desperate struggle. With a fierce cry, she countered, "Peach Blossom Battle Armor." Li Qiang silently commended her, recognizing that he had obtained invaluable time to breathe. The three individuals were unconventional in their ways. Li Qiang, in his ignorance, was fearless. Hua Meinyang was a natural rebel, and Lei Tianxiao was cunning and ruthless. Each harbored ulterior motives in their standoff. Li Qiang sought any means to escape, as he was the weakest among them, facing certain death against either opponent. Hua Meinyang, ever the instigator, saw an opportunity to torment Lei Tianxiao, who had treated her with disdain. Meanwhile, Lei Tianxiao had a mission, to capture Li Qiang and take him to Qinjia Star covertly. If discovered, he would invoke the ire of the formidable Xuanzhen sect and the Yuanshi Gate, two powerful factions in the cultivation world. The unexpected arrival of Hua Meinyang, especially since she recognized Li Qiang, infuriated him. In an instant, the Sky Universe battle armor radiated brilliance, scattering the petals around him. Lei Tianxiao drew forth a treasured weapon, the Ganglei Horn, a unique artifact crafted from Gongyu stone through intricate methods, requiring long-term cultivation for mastery. Infused with his true essence, the horn glowed with a crimson hue, unleashing a storm of sparks. "Just this? Watch as I unleash the full bloom of my flowers," Hua Meinyang taunted. As Li Qiang observed, he understood the necessity of remaining silent. Attracting their attention would spell disaster. He swiftly activated his Shadow Dream armor to avoid being caught in their fierce battle. Anxiously pondering the whereabouts of Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing, A tremendous force bore down on him, compelling Li Qiang to retreat. Seizing the chance to position himself behind Li Qiang, enraged, Li Qiang was focused on commanding his 6 summoned creatures when Li Qiang unexpectedly struck, believing Li Qiang to be out of the fight. With a thunderous impact, the icy hand of Li Qiang struck with formidable might. Though his powers were insufficient to unleash their full potential, the surprise attack caused Li Qiang to spew blood, narrowly escaping severe injury due to the protection of his armor. The 6 creatures momentarily lost their direction, their ferocity diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Meinyang unleashed 6 of her cherished emotional flowers, which floated gently, each resembling a lovesick partner, ensnaring the 6 creatures in their tender embrace. In a fit of rage, Li Qiang coughed up blood, acutely aware of the emotional flower's power. Attempting to command the creatures to evade, he was too late. The 6 beings succumbed to a silent, fatal blow to their hearts, visibly weakening. Desperate, Li Qiang bled onto the creatures, reviving them, though their former strength was diminished. He could not afford to let either of them escape. The consequences would be dire. Li Qiang, witnessing the revival, was astonished. Such phenomena exceeded his comprehension. As the chaos unfolded, he quietly retreated behind a rock, then took to the air at low altitude. In a frantic bid for escape, he flew lower and lower, gradually distancing himself. Finally breathing a sigh of relief as he soared towards the direction Zhao Hao and the others had fled. However, the depletion of his true essence forced him to land in a forest. After a brief recovery, he attempted to ascend, only to be astounded by the trees that seemed to rise to meet him no matter how high he flew. Alarmed, he descended once more. Where am I? Li Qiang marveled, gliding through the dense forest for what felt like hundreds of kilometers, yet he remained ensconced within its confines. Upon landing, he realized he had likely entered the legendary bewildering forest. Calm down, he urged himself. To discern the formation, he needed to ascend, but that was currently unfeasible. This grand array undoubtedly had a focal point. Locating it might provide a means of escape. Upon careful observation, the forest appeared ordinary, save for the eerie absence of life. No insects, not even birds. The silence was unnerving. He peeled a large section of bark from a tree, marking his path, and continued onward. Gazing at the countless marks he had left, Li Qiang felt a bitter smile escape him. Unable to fly above, nor traverse the ground, he pondered the underground. Of course, I haven't tried underground, he exclaimed, recalling that he had not yet learned earth traversal. He retrieved the jade scroll from Fu Shan, swiftly perusing its contents. Disheartened, he discovered he needed to cultivate an earth-traversing artifact first. Next, he consulted the jade scroll from the Yuanshi gate. With a triumphant cheer, he realized that possessing the Shadow Dream armor would suffice for earth traversal. He stowed the scroll, channeling his true essence as the armor began to shimmer with energy. Leaping into the depths of the earth, Li Qiang felt as though he had plunged into water, yet the surrounding terrain was entirely sensed through instinct. The underground environment was truly wondrous. Though sight was rendered useless, every detail was etched vividly in his mind, as if he could see it all with clarity. After traversing a distance beneath the surface, Li Qiang resurfaced, feeling as though he remained within the forest, only to dive back underground once more. Suddenly, he sensed a distant allure drawing him in, prompting him to turn and proceed in that direction. Lightness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had entered a corridor. He retrieved a large flashlight from his bracelet and illuminated his surroundings. This corridor was painted in yellow, its walls composed of an unknown, slightly sticky material. When he glanced back, the entrance had vanished without a trace, revealing a smooth corridor devoid of any damage. Intrigued, he attempted to penetrate the corridor wall with his earth-walking technique, but found himself unable to escape. He continued cautiously along the path. Turning a corner, he encountered descending steps. As he journeyed, Li Qiang was astonished. The corridor was immaculate, so pristine that it was hard to believe, with no signs of life or objects in sight. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted a flickering red light at the corridor's end, which startled him, causing him to proceed with caution. The sound of crackling flames grew louder, and the red glow intensified. A sense of unease gripped Li Qiang as he pondered the identity of the builders and the purpose of this place. Carefully, he activated his Shadow Dream armor and gripped his 100-blade spear, inching closer. At the corridor's end lay a grand, arched hall, its dome resembling the vast sky. adorned with twinkling stars that radiated a tranquil serenity. Suspended in the center of the hall was a meter-square, vividly red object, beneath which danced a purple flame, continuously burning without any visible source, as if it had been a flame since time immemorial. Li Qiang recalled reading in the Jade Tome that this resembled a celestial crafting technique known as the heavenly fire purification method, beyond the capabilities of mere cultivators. Yet, he was left wondering what was being forged here. For corridors branched from the hall, and after a moment's hesitation, Li Qiang contemplated whether to interact with the object or retreat. His curiosity was piqued. What could possibly be undergoing refinement? Exercising caution, he extended his 100-blade spear to touch the purple flame. In an instant, the spear's tip melted away. Startled, he quickly retracted the weapon, noticing a small clump of purple flame clinging to the spearhead, resembling a burning matchstick, which began to descend along the shaft. Realizing that his 100-blade spear, forged through the mastery of true fire, had succumbed to this minuscule flame, Li Qiang could hardly believe his eyes. The loss of 2 treasures in a single day caused him considerable heartache. As the flame approached his hand, he had no choice but to discard the spear. The flame, as if possessing a consciousness, leapt from the ground and sought out the hand that had held the spear. With a cry of alarm, Li Qiang instinctively flung his hand away. A searing pain shot through him, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. While ordinary flames would feel akin to dipping one's hand into warm water, this purple flame had melted his weapon. It became evident to him that such a flame required no defense. Any contact would result in immediate incineration. The Shadow Dream armor proved invaluable as the burning hand glimmered with light. Li Qiang, in agony, sank to the ground, attempting to dissipate the flame with his true essence. Gradually, the purple fire on his hand vanished, but he recognized that it had already penetrated his body, stubbornly advancing up his arm toward his nascent soul. Just as despair nearly enveloped him, the purple flame was halted at the boundary of his microcosm, and a miraculous event transpired. Li Qiang focused his mind on his nascent soul, channeling the immense, familiar energy that surged within him. The essence of the purple flame heart, akin to the energy of the invading flame, emerged from his nascent soul and ascended to his crown, where the flame eagerly merged with it. In a heartbeat, Li Qiang's entire being radiated brilliance. The suspended mass of purple flame seemed to receive a command, enveloping Li Qiang in a sudden embrace. The peculiar object lost its support, plummeting from the air. Had he not immersed himself in his nascent soul, he might have succumbed to the flames, potentially losing consciousness. The purple flame heart within him began to absorb the encroaching flames, and his nascent soul visibly flourished as it received a rapid influx of energy. Time became indeterminate as the purple flame heart finally absorbed the surrounding flames, plunging back into his nascent soul, which began to spin rapidly with newfound energy. In a remarkably brief period, Li Qiang felt himself on the verge of transcending the nascent soul stage, nearing the out-of-body phase. Returning to his original form, his Shadow Dream armor had automatically undergone an evolution. Li Qiang sensed a significant enhancement in his powers. Grateful that the purple flame heart had been the foundation of his survival, otherwise, he might have left nothing but ashes behind. Approaching the object that had fallen to the ground, he noticed the vibrant red had faded, its size considerably diminished, revealing a multitude of cracks from which golden light flickered. A thought crossed his mind. There must be a treasure within. He lightly kicked it, and a cracking sound echoed in response. Excited, Li Qiang watched as a sudden explosion erupted from within, releasing a dart-shaped object that radiated intense golden light. He reached out to capture it, but the object darted away with astonishing speed, producing a faint crackling sound as it careened about. Fortuitously, having recently bolstered his powers, he was able to pursue it, ultimately cornering it in a tight space. With determination, he employed a technique to capture the elusive entity, finally seizing its form. The object measured no more than 3 inches, diamond-shaped and slightly flattened, shimmering with golden light and adorned with delicate purple glimmers, pulsating in his grasp. Unsure of how to utilize it, Li Qiang placed it within his bracelet for safekeeping. As the illumination from the purple flame dissipated, the once bright hall dimmed, leaving Li Qiang feeling disoriented amidst the 4 corridors. Just then, he heard a sound emanating from the opposite corridor, compelling him to venture inside. This corridor was longer and distinctly different from the one he had just traversed, bathed in a pale blue hue that shimmered with a green luminescence under the yellow light of his flashlight. As he walked, a soft sound echoed, resembling something falling into water. Startled, Li Qiang found the corridor suddenly ablaze with light. The pale blue walls rippled as if caressed by a gentle breeze, creating concentric ripples that radiated outward. Having never encountered such walls, Li Qiang felt a mix of trepidation and wonder. What could this be? It was rather unnerving, he mused, extending a hand to touch the wall. Remarkably, it felt akin to dipping his hand into water, yet, upon withdrawing it, his hand remained dry. Resolving to ignore it for the moment, he continued down the corridor, only to witness the walls beginning to rise in waves. Unease gripped him. He clenched his teeth, contemplating whether passing through would render him safe. He hesitated, then began to fly forward. A colossal wave surged, tumultuous and roaring. The corridor abruptly transformed into a vast whirlpool, and before he could utter a word, Li Qiang was ensnared within its grasp. What madness is this? He cursed internally, bewildered by the transformation of a mere corridor into a vortex. His body was swept along the current, spinning at high velocity. Unsure of the dangers that awaited him, he activated his shadow dream armor, illuminating his entire being, gradually steadying his mind as he endeavored to escape the predicament. Slowly, the chaos subsided. The depths below and the heights above remained uncertain, while the peculiarities surrounding him intensified. Suspended within this aqueous substance, Li Qiang found himself in a predicament. How to escape? Bubbles began to rise slowly from below, multiplying and gradually swirling around him. The delightful sound of popping bubbles resonated like melodious chimes, enchanting and ethereal, transporting one's spirit to the clouds. A flicker of caution ignited within Li Qiang. He suddenly became acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. With each bubble that burst, the pressure intensified. Had it not been for the recent evolution of his shadow dream armor, the force could have easily obliterated his physical form. Alarmed, Li Qiang delved deeper into his nascent soul, rallying his strength to counter this inexplicable assault. A layer of latent energy emanated from him, forcibly dispersing the surrounding bubbles. This mounting pressure compelled him to accelerate the operation of his miniature cosmos, having recently absorbed the essence of the purple flame. Its profound impact manifested as boundless energy converted into true essence through his nascent soul. In mere moments, his power surged remarkably. As brilliance faded into the mundane, the bizarre experience dissipated as mysteriously as it had arrived. Li Qiang opened his eyes, bemused to find himself suspended in the center of a corridor. The preceding events akin to a fleeting dream. He cautiously advanced forward, soon arriving at the next grand hall. Having learned from his previous misstep, he heightened his vigilance. Everything here exceeded his wildest imaginings. Pausing at the entrance, he scrutinized the surroundings. This was a deep blue hall, adorned with 9 massive pillars, each of an extraordinary texture, swirling clouds visible within, ever in motion. In the center of the hall hung an ancient cloud table, upon which rested several indistinct objects. As he drew closer, one item became discernible, igniting a surge of joy within him. It was a jade-eyed scroll. He surmised it might contain the array formations of this place. Just as he intended to enter, a diminutive figure darted from the adjacent corridor, gesturing frantically. It was evidently a nascent soul. Intrigued, Li Qiang cautiously inquired, "Is entry forbidden?" The nascent soul nodded vigorously. Li Qiang pressed further, "Why can't I enter? Is it perilous?" As he took a step closer, the nascent soul recoiled slightly, trembling as it stammered, "Who are you? How did you pass through the stellar concealment array to reach the star annihilation array?" The voice was crisp yet faint. Recognizing its trepidation, Li Qiang softened his tone. "I am Li Qiang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Might you tell me your name? I assure you, I mean you no harm." Chapter 19. Time. The nascent soul appeared as a 2-year-old infant, yet his body proportions were akin to those of an adult. Strangely, he bore 2 snow-white longevity brows that extended to the corners of his eyes. His hard armor mirrored the hues of the grand hall, adorned in a captivating azure blue. Clutching a slender hairpin, he regarded Li Qiang with a skeptical gaze. Li Qiang, feeling fatigued, casually seated himself on the ground and remarked, "I am quite exhausted. Let us converse. Are there others present here?" He adopted a relaxed demeanor. The nascent soul shook his head and replied, "No. I have been trapped within this star-extinguishing grand formation for an extensive period." His expression darkened. "Ah, you have yet to disclose your name. I have shared mine. It would be a loss for me if you do not reciprocate." Li Qiang spoke deliberately in a light tone, fully aware that this nascent soul was pivotal to his escape from the formation. Anxiety gnawed at him as he worried for Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing's safety. The nascent soul settled cross-legged at another entrance, seemingly floating in midair, ready to flee through the passage behind him at a moment's notice. He appeared to have suffered from solitude for far too long, and the prospect of conversing with another soul captivated him profoundly. Alas, I have forgotten my own name. You may call me Mo Huayuan. In truth, my name has long ceased to hold significance. Mo Huayuan repeated his name softly, and Li Qiang suddenly grasped the implication. He was reminding himself to refrain from dwelling on the past. An overwhelming wave of sympathy surged within Li Qiang's heart. Almost instantly, Mo Huayuan sensed this emotion, drifting closer to where Li Qiang sat, his guard significantly lowered. How long have you been in this star-extinguishing grand formation? Who constructed this place? Mo Huayuan pondered for a moment before responding. Long ago, I can no longer ascertain the duration. When I arrived on this planet, it seemed as though no one had been here before. I wandered for a considerable time. Li Qiang interjected. Did you not encounter any traces of other beings on this planet? Seeing him nod, Li Qiang was astounded. How long must that have been? Surely several millennia had passed. Mo Huayuan continued. I stumbled upon the ancient immortal's star-extinguishing grand formation by chance, realizing it was the dwelling of an ancient immortal. Fearing detection by other cultivators, I set up a star mystery grand formation atop the star-extinguishing one, believing myself to be safe. Who would have imagined? Alas, it was a moment of folly. The contrast between his frail voice and seasoned demeanor struck Li Qiang as profoundly peculiar. What folly? Li Qiang inquired, curiosity piqued. Mo Huayuan gazed at him and unexpectedly asked, what was your experience like with the blazing heavenly fire in the Heavenly Fire Palace? I find it perplexing. Your cultivation level does not seem high, yet you emerged unscathed. And your power has surged rapidly. Had it not been for that, you would not have captured the Taihao sparrow. Li Qiang was taken aback, exclaiming, you witnessed that. He added, I am equally baffled. Perhaps it was merely luck. Mo Huayuan shook his head, stating no. I noticed you when you triggered the Tide Sound Array and investigated the Soul Shadow Crystal Sphere. Just as you ceased the Tide Sound Array, I saw you daringly breach the Cosmic Greenfield Array, which compelled me to intervene. He sighed and remarked, you are indeed a fortunate lad. I merely brushed against the blazing heavenly fire once, and my original body was reduced to ashes. Had it not been for my nascent soul attaining the great ascendance realm, I would not have endured such a prolonged period of solitude. Li Qiang, filled with questions, asked, why do you not exit the formation? Is it impossible to leave? Has no cultivator ventured here in all this time? He expressed his gratitude, saying, I must thank you for halting that Tide Sound Array. I was nearing my limit. Hearing Li Qiang's sincerity, Mo Huayuan revealed a hint of a smile, replying, it is nothing. Initially, I feared other cultivators would intrude, but as time passed, I yearned for company. You cannot fathom the desolation of this cursed place, devoid of any living being. A chill ran through Li Qiang upon realizing that Mo Huayuan had languished here for thousands of years without escape. What would become of him? Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing must be frantic outside. Mo Huayuan, perceiving Li Qiang's anxiousness, smiled wryly. Do not fret. I can lead you out. Really? Li Qiang sprang to his feet, exuberantly embracing Mo Huayuan, exclaiming, wonderful. You are truly remarkable. Caught off guard by the embrace, Mo Huayuan was momentarily startled, but he soon found solace in Li Qiang's joy, sensing no imminent danger, and discreetly tucked away his hairpin. Why remain here if you can leave? Come with me this time, Li Qiang suggested, assuming it was a simple matter. Mo Huayuan raised an eyebrow, asking, are you truly unaware, or do you feign ignorance? Li Qiang, baffled, replied, I do not understand. What do you mean? Seeing genuine confusion in Li Qiang's eyes, Mo Huayuan explained, the nascent soul is a purely refined essence. Aside from the hard armor for protection, it is exceedingly fragile. Should a malicious cultivator ensnare me in a soul refinement array for training, it would be a dreadful fate. Though I have safely cultivated here for ages, I remain a nascent soul, and the higher my power, the more I attract the covetous gaze of cultivators. After much contemplation, I concluded that remaining here is the wisest choice. Oh, I see. Is there truly no other option? There is. Mo Huayuan replied with a rueful smile. Regrettably, I did not regard it as significant when my original body was intact, and only upon losing it did I realize its importance. Perhaps I believed myself sufficiently powerful, neglecting necessary preparations, leading to my current regret. What is this item? If I can procure it, I shall assist you. Li Qiang resolved, determined to aid him, if only for halting the tide sound array and offering him an escape. Mo Huayuan was taken aback by Li Qiang's offer. An old surge of excitement welled within him. It had been ages since anyone had offered to help him without hesitation, and he was deeply moved. The item is called sea agate. I do not know its whereabouts, but I once heard it originates from a place known as the Ghostly Soul Sea. It is a secretion of deep-sea creatures. Li Qiang mused. Once I encounter Brother Fu Shan, he may have knowledge of it. Regardless, I must find a way to obtain this sea agate, so you may finally leave. He smiled. As long as I know the name of this item, I shall devise a means to find it. Why is sea agate so crucial for the nascent soul? Because sea agate can aid a nascent soul that has cultivated for over 1,000 years to ascend to the status of a loose immortal. While it does not grant the power of a true immortal, it signifies a significant advancement beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Mo Huayuan lamented, in truth. Attaining the status of a loose immortal is not my primary desire. I yearn to venture out and see if my fellow cultivators are still around. Li Qiang gestured toward the cloud platform at the center of the grand hall, inquiring, does this central column also possess a formation? This is the formation's eye. It is the most formidable aspect of the entire array. I have tested it countless times, and this is the one formation I cannot break. It is far too intricate and perilous. Had you entered just now, I would have been unable to save you. Li Qiang gasped, is that not what you said? I am indeed a fortunate lad. Come, allow me to guide you through this place. Mo Huayuan led the way, slowly floating as he explained the intricacies of the star-extinguishing grand formation. The ancient abode of the immortals was truly known as the Star Palace, arranged in a formation of 9 stars. The formations concealed within were exceptionally formidable, with each corridor housing arrays, such as the tide sound array that Li Qiang encountered. Had Mo Huayuan not halted it, Li Qiang might have perished within. When he fell into the array, it had only just activated, demonstrating its immense power. Within the Star Palace, there are a total of 9 grand halls, including the 4 inner palaces, the Hall of Heavenly Fire, the Hall of Heavenly Thunder, the Hall of Heavenly Water, and the Hall of Heavenly Clouds. The 5 outer palaces are the Hall of Tranquil Heart, the Hall of Desire, the Hall of Emptiness, the Hall of Serenity, and the Hall of Enlightenment. Their exquisite splendor left Li Qiang in awe. Preoccupied with thoughts of Zhao Hao and Niu Niu, he realized that fully exploring the Star Palace would take no less than several days, so he confided in Mo Huayuan about his situation. Mo Huayuan pondered for a moment and replied, Brother, I will not hinder your departure. However, I wish to bestow upon you some magical artifacts. Take a moment to cultivate them. Otherwise, should you encounter your adversaries upon your exit, what will you do? Surprised, Li Qiang asked, you wish to gift me magical artifacts? Indeed, Mo Huayuan chuckled. I have no use for them in the underground palace, and you will need assistance in locating the Hymeneo in the future. It would be unwise to venture forth without adequate magical tools. Li Qiang felt a tinge of pity for himself. Ever since he had become separated from Fu Shan, he had managed to cultivate only 3 weapons, 2 of which had been destroyed, leaving him with no substantial magical artifact. Mo Huayuan continued. The Taihao Suo you acquired in the Hall of Heavenly Fire is a celestial weapon. You must cultivate it here to the point of merging it with your primordial infant. At the very least, integrate it into your nascent soul, or else it may easily attract the envy of other cultivators. He then instructed Li Qiang on how to refine the Taihao Suo. The 3-inch-long Taihao Suo had been crafted using the Celestial Fire's purification method, and even Mo Huayuan was uncertain of its true capabilities. The cultivation method, however, was straightforward, as Li Qiang's Chongxian sect possessed unique techniques for artifact refinement. Using his primordial infant to cultivate the Taihao Suo, Li Qiang spent an entire day and successfully integrated the Taihao Suo into his nascent soul. Mo Huayuan advised, take your time to refine it further. Remember, do not use it until it is fully cultivated. Sensing Li Qiang's impatience, he added, I have some smaller items for you as well. You have a storage bracelet, correct? Place them inside for future use. Li Qiang was astonished by the array of items he received: battle armor, weapons, elixirs, jade talismans, and more. Mo Huayuan then produced an oddly shaped hand ring and said, This Xianyang ring was once my protective gear, and I have since recultivated it. It should serve you well, given your current level of power. The details of the other items are recorded in this jade tome. Take your time to peruse it. And regardless of whether you find the Hymeneo, do come and visit me when you can. His voice held a tinge of melancholy. Li Qiang replied, I will certainly return to keep you company. You must wait for me." As he soared through the sky, Li Qiang found himself perplexed about which direction to take. The desolate landscape around him revealed not a single soul. Ascending higher, he scanned the horizon and spotted what appeared to be a town in the distance, prompting him to fly closer. Upon arrival, he recognized it as the previously visited Panchir town. Strolling into the town, he noted that it was already evening, and many merchants had gathered, making the town lively once more. Arriving at the Bai Tower, Li Qiang felt a wave of nostalgia. Not long ago, he had shared laughter with several companions, yet now he found himself utterly alone. The innkeeper approached Li Qiang with warmth, inquiring, "How many guests does the honored patron have?" Li Qiang, disinterested in conversation, raised a single finger, prompting the innkeeper to announce, "One esteemed guest. Please, take a seat." Ascending to the upper floor, he selected a window-side table. As dusk fell, the number of patrons remained sparse, with most seats still vacant. He ordered a few dishes and began to wait, knowing that whenever a large merchant caravan arrived at Panchir town, the key figures would typically gather at Bai Tower for food and drink, providing him the opportunity to find a suitable caravan. Li Qiang had previously arranged with Zhao Hao that if they became separated, they would meet at the border town of Suishir City in the kingdom of Qingfeng. His predicament was his unfamiliarity with the roads. Thus, he needed to find a caravan to travel with, albeit at a slower pace, to avoid unnecessary detours. As the inn filled with patrons, the atmosphere grew lively. Li Qiang listened intently, but after some time, he remained none the wiser. He beckoned the innkeeper over, producing 2 taels of silver, and asked, "Might I inquire about something? Are there any merchant caravans heading to Suishir City in the kingdom of Qingfeng?" The innkeeper, bowing with gratitude, replied, "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed patron. Allow me to inquire, and I shall return shortly." In a short while, the innkeeper returned, saying, "Respected patron, I have learned that the prominent leader of the Fengji camel team is in the private room next door, and they are indeed bound for Suishir City. Take me to meet them," Li Qiang requested. Entering the private room, the innkeeper greeted, "Master Feng, a guest wishes to pay his respects." Li Qiang scrutinized the master of the camel caravan, who appeared to be in his 50s, with a face marked by deep lines and a strong presence. His piercing gaze and bushy beard, which had begun to turn gray, hinted at his prowess in martial arts. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Rinjian. How may I assist you, young brother?" His voice boomed like a bell, instilling immediate confidence in Li Qiang. "Forgive my intrusion. My name is Li Qiang. Is your caravan indeed headed for Suishir City? I would like to join you for mutual support. Here is 50 taels of silver as a partnership fee. What say you?" Feng Rinjian regarded Li Qiang with approval and, after a brief discussion with his companions, replied, "Very well. It is often inconvenient to travel alone. We shall set out together tomorrow. Come, sit, and share a drink with us." His straightforwardness was refreshing, though it was clear that the generous offer of silver had influenced his decision. Feng Rinjian introduced Li Qiang to the 4 companions seated at the table, Zhang Yunhua, Ma Jingning, Yuan Cheng, and Yuan Chong, all of whom were also leaders of the caravan. The following morning, the caravan set out. Li Qiang remained low-key, speaking little, while the others paid him little mind. Only Feng Rinjian and Ma Jingning occasionally exchanged pleasantries with him. In truth, Li Qiang was engrossed in studying the text from the Jade Tome. With the many Jade talismans Mo Huayuan had gifted him, he found great interest in their potential, believing them to be invaluable not only to cultivators, but also to ordinary folk. The Jade talismans, roughly the size of a finger, were slender and thin, available in various colors and purposes, including offensive types like lightning talismans, fire talismans, and violent talismans, as well as defensive types such as protective talismans and blocking talismans. Li Qiang's curiosity was piqued by the process of their creation, and thus, he found himself far from lonely, mastering most of the cultivation methods recorded in the Jade Tome, especially the crafting of Jade talismans, which proved to be a significant boon. As they entered the territory of the kingdom of Qingfeng, Ma Jingning chuckled, "Brotherly, have you ever visited Qingfeng?" Ma Jingning, a middle-aged man known for his sociability, had quickly discerned Li Qiang's uniqueness and sought his company whenever possible. Meanwhile, Feng Rinjian was preoccupied with managing the caravan, leaving him with little time for conversation with Li Qiang. Li Qiang replied, "I have not been to Qingfeng. What makes it different from the 3 kingdoms of the Green Basin? It's an entirely distinct nation, with peculiar customs. Men wear long braids, and their etiquette is quite unlike anything else. The women there are quite liberated, somewhat reminiscent of the bold women from Letong. They are daring and spirited. Li Qiang mused. Isn't that reminiscent of the attire of the Manchu people during the Qing dynasty? How intriguing. Ma Jingning pointed to a camel driver and said, Old Qian, tighten that load on the camel. It's about to fall off. How many times must I remind you? Tomorrow, when we reach the town, I shall treat everyone to a feast and invite a lovely lady to stir up some excitement for the leader. What say you all? As soon as the topic was broached, the team sprang to life. Some remarked, Indeed, I've noticed our leader has been quite irritable these past few days. One woman is not enough, at least two, one in front and one behind. TSK. An onlooker interjected, Brother, stop talking. You're drooling. You prefer the young and tender. But our leader has no interest in that. He favors the experienced ones with a bit of bite, doesn't he? Ma Jingning chuckled and chided. Sanzi, you little rascal. Our leader fancies your sister. You dare to jest with me. Be cautious, or I shall whip you. Sanzi shrank back, laughing. Leader, if you dare to pursue my sister, what will my sister-in-law say if she finds out? The other camel drivers erupted in laughter, suggesting that Ma Jingning might be somewhat cowed by his wife. Do not mock. My subordinates have grown accustomed to being unruly, Ma Jingning said with a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, the caravan came to a halt. What is happening? Why have we stopped? Ma Jingning inquired. A camel driver came galloping from the front and reported, Chief Ma, the Grand Chief requests your presence at the front. Li Qiang, intrigued, said, I shall go and see. Upon reaching the front of the caravan, Li Qiang quickly spotted what was blocking their path. It was the Black Flag Army, the very group that had previously compelled him to unleash a massacre. A small detachment of the Black Flag Army obstructed the road. Led by what appeared to be a squad leader clad in leather armor and wielding a spear, brazenly extorting from the caravan. The Black Flag Army refrained from outright plunder, recognizing the sheer size of the caravan and the formidable appearance of its leaders. The small band of extortionists realized that engaging in battle would yield little profit and thus resorted to demanding tribute, albeit at an exorbitant price, which left the Grand Chief Feng Rinjian in a precarious position. Feng Rinjian conferred with several of the chiefs and stated, This is troublesome. The Black Flag Army demands we surrender half our goods and men. If we comply, it will not only mean financial loss, but what will become of those left behind? Zhang Yunbo retorted angrily, Let us fight them. I refuse to believe that this handful of Black Flag soldiers can overpower us. Ma Jingning interjected, Brother, think rationally. This small contingent of the Black Flag Army is not formidable, but if we engage in a desperate struggle and one of us escapes, what do you think the consequences will be? Feng Rinjian nodded in agreement and said, They number over 30. If we fight, we are surely superior. However, we must consider that the Black Flag Army is not just any bandit. They possess the capability to lay siege and raid. Should they receive significant reinforcements, our caravan would be doomed. Li Qiang interjected, What about a gamble? Is there not a greater chance of success? Zhang Yunbo, impatient, replied, What are you doing here, meddling? Go. Stand aside. Feeling rebuffed, Li Qiang smiled nonchalantly and stepped aside with his arms crossed. Ma Jingning shot Zhang Yunbo a glare and said, Why do you always act foolishly? He means well. I believe a gamble is indeed a viable option. That man's skills cannot be too extraordinary. A protective jade talisman was handed to Ma Jingning, accompanied by a whispered warning, break it in times of peril, it may save your life. Ma Jingning was taken aback, realizing that the one who transmitted the message must be a person of considerable prowess. Chapter 20. The thunderous fury Feng Rinjian stepped forward to challenge, while the captain of the Black Flag Army hesitated. Refusing would necessitate a retreat, leaving him at a loss for what to do. It was too late to call for reinforcements. The caravan members detected his trepidation and inwardly hoped he would withdraw. Li Qiang furrowed his brow, hearing the distant sound of galloping hooves approaching. In no time, everyone else heard it as well. The captain's face brightened, and with arrogance, he declared, Very well. I accept your challenge. At this moment, Feng Rinjian had no option to back out. The inviting party must accept the consequences of any remorse. Over 200 riders thundered in, led by Yuan Ba, the Thunder Flag General of the Black Flag Army. Li Qiang discreetly concealed himself behind the others. It was not fear of the Black Flag Army that troubled him, but rather his desire to locate Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing as swiftly as possible. Yuan Ba inquired, Why Dafu, have you found that brat? Damn it, we didn't come here to rob. If we fail the old Immortal's instructions, what will become of our livelihoods? Captain Bai Dafu clasped his hands in salute, responding, General, I believe this batch of goods is quite rich. Heh. I wish to seize it to honor you. Yuan Ba laughed heartily. Indeed, you have a filial heart. I have not wasted my efforts on you. What are you waiting for? Slay them all. Li Qiang shook his head gently. This group of Black Flag soldiers was utterly inhumane. Bai Dafu ingratiated himself, saying, they requested a duel. Seeing the general's arrival, I accepted, knowing that you are invincible. These few are merely to entertain you. His flattery struck a chord with Yuan Ba. With a heavy mountain-cutting blade in hand, Yuan Ba boasted. Who wishes to duel? Will you come one by one or all at once? I shall take you all on, haha. Feng Rinjian stubbornly declared. I come to seek your guidance, General, please. Gripping a simple blade, he stepped forward. Ma Jingning seized him, stealthily handing him a jade talisman while whispering. Crush it if danger arises, be cautious. After retreating, he nodded at Li Qiang. Make it quick. No dilly-dallying. If you do not come forth, do not blame me for ordering your execution. As Feng Rinjian brandished his simple blade, Yuan Ba excitedly shouted, Excellent. Taste my blade first. He charged forth, swinging his sword with wild ferocity, harnessing the horse's momentum with thunderous force. The disparity in strength was too great. With a resounding clash, Feng Rinjian's blade was sent flying. Yuan Ba pivoted, delivering another blow, slashing downwards. Ma Jingning shouted, Crush it. As the jade talisman shattered, Feng Rinjian was thrown aside. The four palm whips gasped. The great palm whip. To their astonishment, he managed to cough and rise again. Yuan Ba stared at the heavy mountain-cutting blade in disbelief. This is impossible. Even the mightiest protective energy cannot withstand such a strike. You have lost. All must follow me. Any defiance will be met with merciless slaughter. Captain Bai Dafu proclaimed triumphantly. Li Qiang sighed and stepped forward, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Is that so? All of you get lost. Unfamiliar with Li Qiang, Bai Dafu cursed. Damn it. Are you seeking death? I shall chop you up. Before he could utter further insults, he was met with a resounding slap, delivered by Yuan Ba. Bai Dafu was left speechless, stammering incomprehensibly. Yuan Ba, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned and fled, urging his horse onward with urgency. The soldiers of the Black Flag Army, witnessing their general's retreat, panicked and fled in droves. Feng Rinjian looked at Li Qiang, astonished and bewildered. Little brother, who exactly are you? From the skies, a melodious voice chimed. Oh, you seem quite formidable here. I envy you. Li Qiang, startled, glanced up to find Hua Meinyang, accompanied by a girl clad in vibrant red. The caravan members gazed in awe at the enchanting beauty suspended in the air, a hush falling over them, as they pondered whether a celestial being had descended. To their utter surprise, Li Qiang, who had traveled with them for some time, also soared into the sky. Zhang Yunbo could not help but slap himself, lamenting his lack of perception. Li Qiang recognized Hua Meinyang's exceptional ability to navigate the situation. Understanding that she could not be judged by conventional standards, he leaped into the air, cheerfully stating, Sister Hua, you are truly formidable. How could I compare? Hua Meinyang feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh, in the blink of an eye, night has fallen. How peculiar that your words sound so odd. You are quite the sly one. While I was busy fighting, you slipped away to play the hero. Had it not been for my sister's timely arrival, I would have faced a significant predicament. Now, how do you propose we settle this? Li Qiang continued to flatter her. Ah, a woman of such valor as Sister Hua, capable of slaying tigers on the mountain and capturing dragons in the sea, surely does not require the assistance of a mere novice like me. I originally intended to admire how you triumphed over Lei Tianxiao with 3 punches, but alas, I had urgent matters to attend to and could not stay longer. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? He thought it prudent to navigate this moment carefully. The girl beside Hua Meinyang chuckled softly. Sister, he is quite the smooth talker. Li Qiang interjected. Wow, who is this lovely lady? Has a fairy wandered into the mortal realm? The girl, caught off guard by his compliment, blushed, speechless. Li Qiang mused. Surely this will silence you. If you say a few more words, Hua Meinyang will undoubtedly concoct some scheme. Hua Meinyang giggled, playfully patting the girl's shoulder. You've never encountered such a cheeky lad, have you? You wouldn't believe he is a brother of old Master Fu. Another round of laughter ensued. The girl gasped, covering her mouth, her expression captivating and tinged with shyness. Is that true? Old Master Fu wouldn't do that. So what about you? Hua Meinyang, appearing anxious, interrupted. Don't reveal anything. Li Qiang, bemused, asked. What mystery is this? Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, Hua Meinyang replied. She is a renowned figure from Fengyuan Star, training under Hong Laolao. Let her introduce herself. The girl confidently stated, I am Qin Xiaowan, and you must be Li Qiang, as Sister Hua has informed me. Hua Mingyang quickly pulled Qin Xiaowan aside. Hey, silly girl, don't say everything. Li Qiang quickly discerned that Qin Xiaowan was naive and lacked the cunning of Hua Mingyang, smiling as he said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Qin. Sister Hua, I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Hua Mingyang obstructed him. Feigning innocence, Li Qiang replied, I'm not running away. I have some personal matters to address. Hua Mingyang, her tone serious, cautioned, You are unaware that a large number of cultivators from Qingjia Star have arrived, and it is unclear what trouble you've stirred up to provoke such a commotion. You dare to wander about recklessly. Li Qiang, bewildered, protested, I haven't done anything. I don't understand why those from Qingjia Star are seeking me. Qin Xiaowan added, A great many cultivators from Fengyuan Star have also come. I heard old Master Fu has traveled to several stars searching for someone. He may arrive at Taoist Star soon. I heard from my grandmother that 10 of the 12 experts from the Chongshin sect are coming, and many major sects are sending their elites. Upon hearing that Fu Shan was coming, Li Qiang's spirits lifted immensely, exclaiming, Wonderful! Brother Fu is finally on his way. He cast a glance at Hua Mingyang and pondered, How strange! Upon hearing that Brother Fu has arrived, she appears quite exhilarated and shows no sign of fear. Does she not worry about his potential retribution? After some reflection, Li Qiang remarked, This cannot be right. So many cultivators cannot be here solely for my sake. Surely, some significant event must be unfolding. Unable to contain her amusement, Hua Mingyang replied, You seem quite astute. I knew I couldn't fool you, young man. Qin Xiaowan elaborated. It is due to the elder Bai Huang of Qingjia Star, who has been allowing his subordinates to hunt down cultivators indiscriminately, seizing their nascent souls, which has incited public outrage, hence this large-scale operation. At last, Li Qiang understood, his concern for Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing deepening as he said, I truly have matters to attend to in Shuaisha City. I must take my leave. Hua Mingyang, however, was unwilling to let him depart and insisted on accompanying him. Realizing he could not shake her off, he contemplated that having her by his side might ensure greater safety, and thus he reluctantly agreed. Upon landing, Li Qiang took the time to gift Ma Jingning and the others some jade talismans, explaining their usage before allowing Hua Mingyang to lead the way as the three flew towards Shuaisha City. Not long after they took flight, a line of darkness streaked towards them from the distant horizon. The piercing sound of laughter echoed chillingly, and suddenly, the sky darkened. With a swift gesture, Qin Xiaowan enveloped the trio in a white mist. Hua Mingyang chuckled, Sister, grandmother has passed the white cloud barrier on to you. Young man, you are fortunate. With this treasure, you need not fear. Two figures approached, one being Li Qiang, while the other was an old woman with a wrinkled, sallow visage. Her body shrouded in dark mist, and leaning on a peculiar staff that exuded black smoke from its tip, a sight most grotesque. Li Qiang stole a glance at Qin Xiaowan, noticing her poised demeanor, which garnered his silent admiration. The old woman cackled, Didn't Yuan Ba say he was the only one? Why is Hua Mingyang here too? And who is this young lady? Hua Mingyang, a master of mischief, giggled, Shinta Granny. I didn't realize you were from Qingjia Star as well. Has the elder Bai Huang offered you some benefit? I've been feeling restless lately and enjoy stirring up some excitement. What do you think? Li Qiang could hardly believe such words came from Hua Mingyang, and his animosity towards her diminished considerably. Lei Tianxiao scolded, She is an insufferable lunatic. Shintu, do not entertain her nonsense. Capture her, and I will ensure she experiences a fate worse than death. He then pointed at Li Qiang, berating, This little brat fled faster than a rabbit, daring to ambush me. Li Qiang promptly interjected, bantering, Capturing me would be merely flaying and dismembering. You wouldn't concoct something original like making me your father, would you? I see you've wasted your years, speaking like a foolish child. Why not find a muddy patch and dash into it to end your embarrassment in this world? Hua Mingyang clapped her hands in laughter, exclaiming, Ah, little brother, your insults are quite impressive. I like it. Ha ha ha, finding a muddy patch to die in, how novel. Qin Xiaowan revealed a faint smile, as it was her first time witnessing Li Qiang's sharp wit. Incredibly, even Shinta Granny cackled, Lei, you've been utterly humiliated. Lei Tianxiao's face turned a deep shade of purple, but he dared not provoke Shinta Granny further, silently cursing her for being a troublesome old crone. Enraged and embarrassed, Li Qiang resorted to his ultimate technique. He unleashed the 9 orifices soul-snatching ball, which this time expelled 9 nascent souls of cultivators. Granny appeared displeased, retreating slightly as she declared, "Let me handle this, Lei." Frustrated, Li Qiang had no choice but to summon all his strength to command the nascent souls forward. They collided with the white cloud barrier, shrieking and roaring, yet could not advance further. Granny remarked with mild surprise, "Is this the white cloud barrier of Hongjingyu? Hey, young lady, what relation do you have to Hongjingyu?" Qin Xiaohuan was too preoccupied maintaining the barrier to respond. Seeing that she was being ignored, Granny struck her peculiar staff down in frustration, causing the black smoke to whip like a blade towards the barrier, which made Qin Xiaohuan struggle to maintain it. Recognizing the peril, Hua Meinyang donned her peach blossom battle armor and exclaimed, "Sister, I will engage. You two stay within the barrier." She leaped forth. The 9 nascent souls shrieked and turned towards Hua Meinyang, who unleashed a torrent of pink flower mist, shouting, "Flower sword." Countless slender pink blades fluttered through the air. The nascent souls were momentarily dispersed before reforming, surging forward again with renewed fervor. Qin Xiaohuan found the barrier barely holding against the assault of the nascent souls. Li Qiang, unwilling to let the 2 ladies bear the burden alone, donned his own battle armor, gifted by Mo Huiyan, known as the Lan Yun battle armor. Once clad, Li Qiang transformed. Unbeknownst to anyone, he wore 3 layers of armor. The starry sky armor beneath, the shadow dream armor within, and now the Lan Yun armor on the outside. Qin Xiaohuan gasped, bewildered by the sight of him in such formidable armor, which glimmered with azure light, reminiscent of crashing waves, encircled by 7 golden halos of protective radiance. Li Qiang grasped a handful of the most potent jade talismans, saying, "Miss Qin, I will assist Sister Hua. Be careful." Astonished by his Lan Yun armor, Qin Xiaohuan could not gauge his strength and cautioned, "You be careful too." With a leap, Li Qiang exited the white cloud barrier, launching 9 lightning talismans. They transformed into streaks of lightning, booming thunderously, scattering the 9 nascent souls. Li Qiang's heart soared with joy. However, before he could celebrate, the nascent souls reformed, and Li Qiang, furious, pointed at Li Qiang, commanding the 9 orifices soul-snatching ball to shine a white light upon the nascent souls, who then angrily charged at Li Qiang. Li Qiang found himself in a frantic situation. His strength paled in comparison to Li Tianxiao's, and the 9 orifices soul-snatching ball was a formidable weapon. Even someone as powerful as Hua Meinyang would find it challenging to contend with, let alone a novice like him. He unleashed a barrage of lightning talismans, explosive talismans, and thunder talismans in rapid succession, shaking the heavens and earth as dust and smoke rose. Each explosion inflicted minor damage upon the nascent souls, for the talismans were pre-prepared and required no expenditure of true essence. Fuming, Li Qiang snarled, "Let's see how many talismans you have left to throw." Li Qiang shouted, "Sister Hua, you attack him. I'll hold off the 9 nascent souls, hurry." This stratagem of distracting the enemy while rescuing Zhao reminded Hua Meinyang, who promptly abandoned her pursuit of the nascent souls and turned to assault Li Qiang. Enraged, Li Qiang cursed, "You little brat," as he diverted his focus. The nascent soul's momentum weakened, and he cried, "Shintu, I beseech you to make your move." Simultaneously, he attempted to shift the battle's focus onto Granny. Li Qiang was already in grave danger. He had nearly exhausted his powerful talismans, yet fortunately, the onslaught of nascent souls began to wane. However, one nascent soul was already perilously close. In a moment of panic, Li Qiang hurled 2 talismans, realizing too late that one was a protective talisman. Qin Xiaohuan struggled to reach Li Qiang, having realized he was in dire straits, but the heavy black smoke from Granny made movement exceedingly difficult. The protective talisman manifested as a thin layer of azure light, enveloping the nascent soul, while the other talisman, an explosive one, flew silently into the nascent soul's body, rendering the protective talisman seemingly non-existent. In an instant, the nascent soul let out a frenzied wail, attempting to escape, only to be firmly held by the azure light of the protective talisman. A flash of red light erupted, and the nascent soul was obliterated. Li Qiang felt the repercussions. His energy severely depleted, unable to comprehend how Li Qiang had managed to destroy one of his nascent souls. Hua Meinyang laughed heartily, and Qin Xiaohuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Li Qiang, employing the same method, vanquished 2 more nascent souls. Li Qiang could no longer endure the strain, spitting blood several times, and was compelled to retract the 9 orifices soul-capturing sphere. The return of the nascent souls nearly resulted in a backlash, and he had no choice but to expel a mouthful of his own heart's blood to complete the process. Even more unfortunate was that Hua Mainyang, seizing the opportunity amidst his turmoil, struck him with a flower ball. Had it not been for Granny dispersing a wisp of black smoke to shield him, he would have been grievously harmed even if he survived, and his resentment towards Li Qiang had reached its zenith. Everyone paused momentarily, and Granny inquired, "Little girl, I shall ask you once more, what is your relationship with Hong Jingyu?" "He is my master," Qin Shaohuan replied. "You know my master?" Granny nodded. "Since he is an old acquaintance, I shall refrain from taking action. Please convey my regards to your master." Qin Shaohuan, somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement. "Certainly. I will relay your message to my master." Granny continued, "Little girl, it would be wise to return to Fengyuan's star. The heavenly court star has been rather tumultuous of late." Li Qiang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Granny, you cannot let them leave." Granny cackled, "Lay lad, this is not your place to speak. Come along with me. If you can best these 3, then take your time. Are you not leaving?" Infuriated, Li Qiang felt the urge to spit blood again, but chose silence as he turned to retreat. Granny let out another peculiar laugh, conjuring a wisp of black smoke as she swiftly departed. The 3 glanced at one another, simultaneously breaking into laughter, never anticipating that they would pass this trial so easily. Li Qiang pondered, truly, such fortune and providence. Otherwise, how could they be oblivious to the perils that lay in wait? That Granny appeared formidable. Should she ally with Li Qiang, it would spell trouble. The trio resumed their journey and soon arrived at the outskirts of Shattered Stone City. Qin Shaohuan suggested, "Let us proceed on foot into the city to avoid attracting undue attention." Shattered Stone City, a small border town, gained its reputation from the abundant production of gravel. It is also known colloquially as Ice Town, famed for its frigid climate. Upon entering the small city, Li Qiang felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Chapter 21. Dust settles. Li Qiang seized a figure enveloped in a voluminous fur coat and inquired, "Where's the Ping in?" The individual, startled by the sudden grip while hurrying along, was about to curse but swallowed the words upon recognizing Li Qiang. Quick to assess the situation, he noted that in such frigid conditions, one would not be so lightly clad unless they possessed considerable means. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to the cold long ago. "Young master, continue straight ahead and turn at the next 2 corners," he replied. Upon catching sight of Hua Mainyang and Qin Shaohuan, his expression became dazed, and he stood motionless, entranced as he watched them depart, internally musing about how he would recount to Xiao Guizi that he had seen a celestial maiden, so stunning, so breathtaking. Unbeknownst to him, the drool that had frozen on his chin was a testament to his distraction. The trio moved swiftly, almost gliding over the ground. After navigating 2 corners, they indeed spotted a tall pole bearing a blue awning emblazoned with 4 black characters, Ping and In. In a mere blink, the 3 had entered the establishment. Wang Zhonggui, the innkeeper, was at the counter, warming his hands over a copper hand stove. Business was slow, and he idly directed the young attendant, treating it as mere amusement, pondering whether to visit Widow Zhao for warmth that evening. A smile creeping onto his face as he imagined it. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before him without a sound. Startled from his reverie, Wang Zhonggui dropped the copper stove, exclaiming, "What?" He clutched his chest, astonished. "Goodness, scaring someone half to death." My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Li Qiang reached out, halting the flying stove midair, and, with a gentle flick of his wrist, it landed safely on the counter, not a speck of ash spilled. "Innkeeper, have any men and women checked in recently?" Wang Zhonggui stared blankly at Li Qiang and the 2 women behind him, utterly speechless. It dawned on Li Qiang that Hua Mainyang and Qin Shaohuan exuded an overwhelming allure to ordinary folk. For cultivators, attaining beauty was but a minor adjustment during the nascent soul stage, and with their otherworldly nature, it was nearly impossible not to attract attention, especially for female cultivators. Anxiety gnawed at Li Qiang as he observed the innkeeper's entranced state. "Hey," he barked, "I inadvertently unleashed some of my true essence." Wang Zhonggui jolted back to reality. The very structure of the inn trembling under Li Qiang's commanding voice, the beams creaking ominously. "Please, young master, do not shout. If the roof collapses, I shall lose my livelihood. Bring me your ledger." Li Qiang's unease intensified, his impatience mounting. Wang Zhonggui trembled, his mind in disarray, fumbling to retrieve the ledger from the counter, but it seemed to elude him. With a hand like iron, Li Qiang tore the counter apart, extracting the ledger and flipping through the pages, only to find no entries matching his inquiry. A wave of cold dread washed over him, followed by an intense heat. His complexion fluctuated between red and pale. He had come to regard Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing as family, and in this moment, they were his utmost concern. Qin Shaohuan gently suggested, "Perhaps they have yet to arrive. Shall we wait a while?" Li Qiang struggled to suppress his urge to shout, glancing at the trembling innkeeper, and tossed him a silver ingot. Hua Meinyang remained silent, intrigued by what kind of person could occupy Li Qiang's thoughts so profoundly. A tinge of jealousy crept in as she considered who could command such attention from him. Li Qiang surveyed his surroundings. His usually reliable mind now muddled like a pot of porridge, muttering to himself, "What should I do? What should I do? Perhaps this is not the right inn. Could you be mistaken?" Hua Meinyang suggested softly. "It is quite possible," Qin Shaohuan added. "Do not fret, let us investigate further." Li Qiang, disregarding their counsel, leaped into the air, channeling all his true essence, bellowing, "Zhao Hao, where are you? Respond to me." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the skies. Qin Shaohuan was pushed back by the force of the shout, the echoes of "respond to me," cascading across the city of shattered stone as if awakening it from slumber, with people rushing out of their homes to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Hua Meinyang recognized the potential trouble brewing. With so many cultivators in the celestial court, Li Qiang's reckless outburst could easily provoke unwanted attention. Yet, she found herself admiring his boldness, indifferent to the consequences it might bring. Not far from the city, a long, piercing howl filled the air, imbued with a sense of defiance. Agitated by the sound, Li Qiang retaliated with a thunderous roar of his own, unwilling to appear weak. A flash of white light materialized before them, revealing a young man clad in crimson battle armor, his eyes fierce and commanding, a ribbon tied atop his head, exuding an air of provocation. In his hand, he wielded a black short staff adorned with a small red orb, the nature of which remained a mystery. Momentarily taken aback by the presence of three cultivators, he quickly recognized Hua Meinyang and expressed, "Ah, it is the esteemed Hua. My apologies for intruding." Internally, he mused about her typically solitary nature and wondered why she was accompanied this time, feeling rather unlucky. "Ah, it is you, Qin Bantong." Hua Meinyang replied with a smirk. "What brings you here? Are your hands itching for trouble again? Last time, when you clashed with the poison-cursed sect, it was my intervention that saved you from embarrassment, wasn't it? Be cautious, or your master may scold you. If you seek a release, perhaps you should embark on the journey to the ethereal." Qin Bantong regretted his unwise choices, forced to express gratitude while internally feeling resentful. "You are the true troublemaker," he thought. "In the realm of cultivation, your reputation precedes you." Being aware of Hua Meinyang's unpredictable temperament, he adopted an even more humble demeanor. Li Qiang, noticing the familiarity between them, found his anger dissipating, yet his own frustration only deepened. With a bow, Qin Bantong said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He attempted to depart, but Hua Meinyang would not let him go so easily. "Hold on. You arrive with such fervor and wish to leave before our conversation is complete? Do you take me for a fool?" Li Qiang interjected, "Pray tell, Qin to go. Have you seen a man and a woman?" The girl wields a long white whip. Qin Bantong shook his head. "I have not seen them, but I did hear that a group from the Qinjia star has ventured to the frozen plains. I wonder if it bears any relation to your search?" Qin Bantong felt quite pleased with Li Qiang addressing him as the go, unaware that Li Qiang's habit was to refer to everyone as such. "Should we investigate further? It may indeed be connected," Qin Shaohuan proposed. Hua Meinyang analyzed. What could the Qinjia star group possibly seek in the frozen plains? They are surely aware of the frigid miasma that fills the skies, rendering flight impossible. Walking in would lead them into peril. Li Qiang suddenly recalled that Mei Jingjing's sect was located in the rejuvenating valley of the frozen plains. Gradually, he regained his composure and queried, "Do you recognize anyone from that group?" Qin Bantong pondered before responding. "There are a dozen or so. A few faces seem familiar. There's Su Ziki, Lan Di, and Chen something. I cannot quite recall." Li Qiang exhaled, feeling utterly perplexed. "Ah, and what about Feng Zhihao and En Lang? I am not familiar with the others." At the mention of En Lang, Li Qiang felt a jolt of realization. and Lang was indeed the nemesis of the Mei family. Is it truly in Lang? He inquired urgently. The others were bewildered by Li Qiang's sudden interest in Lang, but Qin Bantong nodded affirmatively. I would not mistake him. Li Qiang spoke anxiously. Lang is the enemy of my friend, and her sect is located in the Huichun Valley of the Icebound Plains. I must pursue her, Qin Xiaohuan gently suggested. Let us go together. There are many of them, and you will suffer if you go alone. Sister Hua, what do you think? Hua Meinyang had her own plans and replied, Very well, let us go together. Qin Bantong should join as well. Aren't you always looking for a fight? You will have plenty of opportunities to fight alongside your sister. Qin Xiaohuan secretly shook her head, thinking that Sister Hua was indeed addicted to causing trouble. Before anything had even happened, she was already ready for a fight. Li Qiang was taken aback, never expecting Hua Meinyang to assist him in this manner. Realizing that his own strength was lacking, he felt a surge of confidence with their support and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Qin Bantong readily agreed, as he relished the thrill of combat and treasure hunting. Impatiently, Li Qiang soared toward the icebound plains, but Hua Meinyang called out from behind, You can't fly, come down. Li Qiang's speed was astonishing, and he charged into the icy winds, which immediately forced him back down. What is happening? Why am I falling? He exclaimed, bewildered, causing the three to stifle their laughter. Qin Xiaohuan managed to suppress her giggles and explained, Li Gongzi, one cannot fly in the icebound plains. There are icy winds in the air. You must wear armor when entering, as it is a perilous place. Once everyone donned their armor, Qin Bantong remarked in surprise. Li Brothers' armor is quite peculiar. It appears to be the Lan Yun armor. Qin Xiaohuan, who had long been curious about Li Qiang's armor, couldn't help but ask, Lan Yun armor? What is so special about it? The Lan Yun armor is a legend, said to contain the essence of heavenly water. The method of crafting it has long been lost. Where did Li Brother acquire it? Not only was Qin Xiaohuan intrigued, but Hua Meinyang also grew curious, asking, How come I don't know? What is so extraordinary about this armor? Li Qiang suggested, Let us discuss it as we walk. He thought to himself, I am not entirely sure of the armor's functions. Mo Huayuan did not mention any special abilities in the jade tome he gave me. Understanding Li Qiang's anxious state, they promptly began their journey toward the icebound plains. Qin Bantong added, I have read that the greatest feature of the Lan Yun armor is its ability to unleash the ultimate defense known as Heavenly Soul Shatter, no matter the danger encountered. It can save its wearer once. However, I have never seen it in action, so I cannot verify its authenticity. That is nonsense. It seems you are just concocting tales out of desperation, Hua Meinyang retorted with a laugh. Qin Bantong muttered in protest. With a sharp look, Hua Meinyang asked, What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Qin Bantong quickly jumped aside and insisted, Nothing. I didn't say anything. His innocent expression caused both Li Qiang and Qin Xiaohuan to chuckle. The tension in the air lifted considerably, and Li Qiang inquired, Brother Qin, in which direction did that group from Qianjixing go? It seems they headed northwest, Qin Bantong replied. The icebound plains is a unique place. With its undulating icy terrain featuring massive ice layers and crevices, perpetually frigid with winds as sharp as blades. Ordinary people would freeze into ice sticks within moments of entering, and even cultivators would struggle against such extreme cold without their armor. To withstand the chill, the foredonned armor that emitted a faint glow. The warmest was Qin Bantong's, which shimmered red. Hua Meinyang's armor was the most beautiful, resembling pink peach blossoms swirling with vapor. Qin Xiaohuan wore a simple white armor that gleamed like silver against her delicate features, making her appear ethereal. Li Qiang's Lan Yun armor was distinct, with a flowing blue light akin to ocean waves, exuding a sense of grace and freedom. Suddenly, a strange wail echoed from afar. Hua Meinyang's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, Channel your energy. The icy winds are coming down. The group clasped hands, and she commanded, Quickly, unleash the white cloud barrier. Grabbing Qin Bantong's armor collar with one hand and Li Qiang's arm with the other, she frantically urged, You too, don't move. Pushing Li Qiang, she added, Quickly hold on to my sister. Qin Bantong thought that Hua Meinyang was overreacting. What was so fearsome about the icy winds? Moreover, having his collar gripped felt quite embarrassing. Li Qiang, though ignorant of the situation, sensed the unease in Hua Meinyang's tone. Whatever caused her distress was surely formidable. He complied and grasped Qin Xiaohuan's hand. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she raised her hand to unleash the white cloud barrier. The piercing sound grew closer, the sky darkened, and the ground trembled ominously. Ice particles the size of fists were whipped into the air, swirling around with a cacophony of sounds. A tremendous pressure descended from above, forcing nearly everything to the ground with a resounding crash. Suddenly, all fell silent. An intense unease filled their hearts, and Hua Meinyang and Li Qiang simultaneously shouted, "Be careful!" Boom! The invisible icy winds crashed down, striking the elevated ice layer nearby, as if smashed by an immense hammer, shattering it like paper. After a brief pause, a torrent surged toward the four, a blizzard of snow and countless ice fragments hurtling toward them like arrows. Qin Bantong's expression changed dramatically. The thundering noise reminded Li Qiang of an avalanche. Everyone crouched down, he urged, realizing that standing would only increase their resistance. Hua Meinyang echoed, "Channel your energy and brace yourselves." At that moment, the icy winds arrived. In an instant, their armors emitted dazzling brilliance. Qin Xiaohuan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from her lips. Hua Meinyang, alarmed, commanded, "Sister, quickly withdraw the white cloud barrier. I will hold the front." The force was overwhelming, beyond human strength to withstand. This single impact inflicted significant internal injuries upon Qin Xiaohuan. Standing firm, the four resembled the tip of an arrow, cleaving through the icy winds, which swept away to either side, carving deep gorges into the hard ice below. Before long, Hua Meinyang began to falter. Seeing this, Li Qiang urgently pulled her back, shouting, "I'll take the lead. Brother Qin, prepare yourself." Positioned at the front, Li Qiang finally understood the tremendous strain. The force and pressure were seemingly endless, like an exceptionally skilled opponent directing their attack at him. In that moment, he felt his blood surge, waves of immense pressure constricting his breath. He plunged his consciousness into his primordial infant, fiercely urging its power to resist, while the shadow dream armor began to function, temporarily withstanding the onslaught. The others were astonished to witness Li Qiang endure such a powerful icy wind. They were unaware that he wore 3 layers of armor. Li Qiang continuously channeled his true essence into the Lan Yun armor, causing the energy within to swirl rapidly. Due to the purple flame heart absorbing the energy of heavenly fire, blue light mixed with flames began to intensify, and gradually the armor transformed into a light golden hue. Li Qiang felt a remarkable alleviation of pressure. Qin Bantong murmured, "The Lan Yun armor can actually evolve on its own. How incredible!" Slowly, the icy winds weakened, and relief washed over them. Hua Meinyang remarked, "Lucky us. Who would have thought the boy's armor would be so exceptional? We narrowly escaped disaster." Qin Xiaohuan remained silent, quietly channeling her energy to recover. The icy winds came swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the four in silent awe at the surrounding devastation, all feeling a lingering sense of dread. Li Qiang quietly offered a piece of celestial stone, and Qin Xiaohuan nodded in gratitude, accepting it to absorb slowly. Qin Bantong chuckled. "This is my first encounter with such terrifying icy winds. If it happens again, it would be disastrous." "Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting?" Hua Meinyang replied sharply. Qin Bantong forced a smile. As the wind swept by, a distant rumble echoed. The expressions of the four changed dramatically. Hua Meinyang murmured to herself, "How peculiar. Why are there so many cold blasts falling?" Li Qiang suggested, "Could we not employ the earth-walking technique to evade the impact of these cold blasts?" Hua Meinyang sighed. "That is not feasible. The ground is covered with ice layers and fissures. If we were to proceed that way, our speed would be considerably hindered. When the cold blasts approach, we could submerge ourselves and resurface once they have passed. Wouldn't that be far superior to facing them head-on?" Qin Xiaohuan interjected. "It's because I lack proficiency in earth-walking that I did not propose this method." Qin Bantong added, "I too am unversed in earth-walking, regrettably. I did not bring any artifacts related to it on this outing." Li Qiang's mind raced, and he quickly proposed, "Let us dig a deep pit for shelter." This idea was immediately embraced by all. Qin Bantong volunteered, "I shall take the lead." Eager to showcase his skills, he raised the black short staff in his hand, and a red orb emitted a beam of white light that penetrated the icy ground. Moments later, Qin Bantong shouted, "Open." A series of thunderous rumbles erupted from deep within the earth, and a surge of murky water erupted, steaming and shrouded in mist. Taken by surprise, the muddy water drenched the four from head to toe. Hua Meinyang erupted in fury. "You little rascal, I do not wish to take a mud bath. Clumsy fool, I could just strangle you." Li Qiang had witnessed Hua Meinyang's wrath before on Mars, and this time, he found it amusing rather than off-putting. Qin Bantong scurried away, begging for forgiveness. The four exchanged glances, their previous elegance and charm momentarily forgotten. It was unclear who first chuckled, but soon laughter erupted among them, as if a shared joke had been struck. In unison, they channeled their energy to shake off the mud, restoring their appearances. The rumbling grew increasingly louder, mingled with peculiar sounds. Li Qiang suddenly recalled Zhao Hao's words from the royal palace and chuckled wryly. It seems we have struck the jackpot once more. Qin Xiaowan inquired. What do you mean? The Cha-Cha ice monster, Hua Meinyang affirmed. Indeed, it is the Cha-Cha ice monster. No single creature, but a whole swarm. Chapter 22. The Escape. The Cha-Cha ice beast is a peculiar creature unique to the frozen plains, known for its ability to absorb the frigid energy of the cold air. When faced with adversaries, it can expel air currents resembling icy blasts, summoning a terrifying downpour of cold energy from above. The rumbling sound of rushing water grew ever closer, and the surrounding fragments of ice and rock danced upon the ground. Hua Meinyang hesitated slightly, stating, "It's difficult to confront it head-on." Li Qiang interjected, "If we can't defeat it, then we must flee. What are we waiting for?" For Li Qiang, the notion of retreating when overwhelmed was entirely sensible. It would be madness to remain. It seemed as though everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Li Qiang shouted, "Run," and took the lead, sprinting close to the ground, with the others following suit in perfect harmony. Glancing back at the trio behind him, Li Qiang suddenly found the situation amusing and laughed heartily. "Let us race to see who can run fastest." Ha ha. Hua Meinyang found the humor infectious, feeling rejuvenated in the company of her companions. She giggled. Whoever comes in last must face the beast. With a swift tug, she pulled Qin Xiaowan ahead, effortlessly surpassing Li Qiang, for among the four, her strength was unparalleled. Qin Bantong exclaimed, "That's not fair. I just started running." Laughter erupted, and Hua Meinyang teased, "Well, who told you to play the hero?" A bizarre sight unfolded upon the white expanse of the frozen plains. For small dark figures shot forth like arrows, trailing a long plume of white smoke, pursued by a multitude of beasts whose forms were shrouded in swirling, icy mist, pressing ominously towards the four. After a considerable distance, Hua Meinyang wondered aloud, "What is happening? This pack of monsters shouldn't be pursuing us so relentlessly. Has someone provoked them?" Li Qiang and Qin Bantong ran on, oblivious to her words. Qin Xiaowan, being pulled along by Hua Meinyang, commented, "This is the first time I've heard of such a creature. I wonder why they won't let us go." She looked around, searching for answers. As Li Qiang ran, he contemplated, "At this rate, we won't be able to shake off the monsters. Damn it. Let us try shooting a few golden eagles." He called out, "Everyone, let us attack backwards simultaneously before we flee. When I count to 3, we all shoot." Qin Bantong, already impatient, exclaimed, "All right, brother, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3, fire." Qin Bantong shot 5 gleaming white projectiles backward, which immediately expanded and darted towards the beasts. Qin Xiaowan retrieved a stringless black longbow from her storage belt. Qin Bantong gasped, "The black flame bow?" Drawing back the non-existent string, Qin Xiaowan chuckled. Sister is going to show off. Though the bowstring was invisible, the sound resonated thunderously, and with each sound, a shadowy arrow flew forth, totaling 16 shots. She panted slightly. "I can only shoot 16 arrows at a time. Any more is beyond my capacity." Li Qiang sent forth 10 golden eagles, each enveloped in violet flames. Soaring towards the beasts, 17 flowers danced gracefully between the four and the monsters, their petals swirling like a vibrant wall amidst the monochrome landscape. "Ha, keep running. Where do we go?" Qin Bantong's words were abruptly interrupted by a series of thunderous explosions. Turning to behold the spectacle, he gasped in awe. "Wow, that's magnificent." A colossal plume of dust, intermingled with debris, surged into the sky, the bizarre sounds of the Cha-Cha ice beast echoing ominously. The explosive sounds of the petals detonating sent the monsters into disarray. As their pace slowed, Li Qiang remarked, "These beasts are in for a rough time. We can't stop. We need to increase our distance for safety. Let us go." Indeed, the monsters only remained confused for a brief moment before erupting in renewed fury. This time, their onslaught was even more formidable, with several beasts launching icy projectiles. Initially, a few small white spheres flew towards them, only to be shot down by Qin Bantong's artifact. Then, a multitude of icy orbs of varying sizes surged forth, threatening to engulf them. "Retribution!" Li Qiang cried out in despair. "There's a mountain ahead. Let us escape that way." Qin Xiaohuan was the first to spot it, glancing back in alarm. What is that thing coming towards us? Hua Meinyang quickly conjured 2 walls of flowers, shouting, "Find a fissure in the ice to hide." Qin Bantong, with keen eyes, called out, "There's a large crack to the left. Hurry." He dashed toward it. The 4 hurried to the ice crevice. But the 2 walls of flowers they had conjured for protection had already been destroyed, leaving them vulnerable as the icy projectiles continued their relentless pursuit. That fissure was, in fact, a deep ice gorge. Upon entering, Li Qiang soared forward along the gorge, urging, "Follow me." The others, quick-witted, promptly complied. The icy projectiles followed them into the gorge, losing control and detonating upon entry. The spot where the 4 descended instantly collapsed, and the shockwave from the explosion reverberated along the gorge, ominously drawing the attention of the cold energy above. "We must find shelter. The cold energy is coming back," Hua Meinyang exclaimed, waving her hands to create a barrier, causing large chunks of ice to tumble down and mitigate the oncoming force. Li Qiang cheered. "There's a turn ahead. Everyone, hurry." He understood that if they could navigate the turn and hide, they would be safe. The sky began to darken again, and the gorge grew increasingly shadowy, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. The 4 sensed the mounting pressure from above, their speed noticeably diminishing. Just as they entered the bend, the massive wave of force surged past them, roaring like rolling thunder. The impact from behind posed no threat to them now, and they settled onto the ground, waiting silently for the cold energy to descend. "Everyone look." Qin Bantong pointed towards the sky above the gorge. A red glow emanated from a large defensive formation. "What is that?" "It's different from the mobile games like Floating Journey." Hua Meinyang's words were cut short by a thunderous explosion. The ground trembled, and the 4 instinctively lifted themselves, activating their armor to maintain balance amidst the quaking. Qin Xiaohuan released a barrier of white clouds, while Li Qiang cast protective talismans for each of them. The ice gorge shook violently, and countless ice shards fell from above, the atmosphere resonating with the sound of countless war drums. The sky darkened further. Li Qiang felt as though the end of the world was upon them. Qin Xiaohuan quietly nestled closer to Hua Meinyang, while Qin Bantong muttered curses under his breath. Amidst the falling debris, the red light flickered, and they remained unaware of who else was resisting the cold energy. Fortunately, they had sought refuge in the ice gorge, narrowly escaping disaster. Li Qiang thought to himself, "This Cha-Cha ice beast has caused us so much trouble, and yet I still have no idea what it looks like. Sigh, in such a perilous place. I can only imagine how Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing would fare. No wonder Zhao Hao was so anxious upon hearing about the frozen plains." Suddenly, an unappealing creaking sound emanated from one side of the gorge. Qin Bantong, ever vigilant, shouted, "Not good. Run. It's going to collapse." With the overwhelming pressure, it was too late to take flight. Li Qiang cursed, "Quickly channel your true energy and strike upward with the ice spirit giant palm." Understanding his intent, the others swiftly attacked upward, hoping to shatter the falling ice blocks. The massive chunks of ice were struck by the ice spirit giant palm, but frustratingly, only a large hole was created. It was Hua Meinyang's flowers that proved most formidable. A flower the size of a fist exploded within the hole, shattering the massive ice before it could crush them. Yet, they were still buried beneath the debris. Fortunately, the defensive artifacts of the cultivators held strong. The 4 found themselves standing amidst a dome constructed of ice blocks, though their faces revealed their exhaustion. After a lengthy pause, Qin Bantong, growing impatient, declared, "Let us check outside. The cold energy should have passed. I'm suffocating in here." With a loud crash, 4 figures burst forth from the ice pile. Qin Xiaohuan exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful. We're all safe and sound." The earth lay in serene stillness. Had it not been for the scattered ice pits, one might have thought that nothing had transpired. Gazing at the hazy sky, a sense of comfort enveloped everyone. Suddenly, Li Qiang recalled the crimson light from earlier and inquired, "Brother Qin, from which direction did that red light emanate?" "Look." Qin Bantong pointed towards the distance. At the foot of the faraway mountains, a cloud of smoke billowed, occasionally illuminated by flashes of light, unmistakably the result of a magical artifact explosion. The sound of distant crackling reached their ears. "Who could it be?" Hua Meinyang mused aloud. "Should we go take a look?" Qin Bantong said eagerly, puffing out his chest. "Of course we must. Let those monsters feel my wrath." Li Qiang, however, was wary of rushing in recklessly and cautioned, "Let us tread carefully and approach from the side, so as not to alert the beasts." Hua Meinyang nodded, "Yes. Caution is wise." "You reckless boy, Must you always seek the limelight? Can you not use your brain for once? Qin Bantong, intimidated by her, forced a smile and replied, "The younger generation understands." Internally he vowed, "I swear, when I next encounter you, I will keep my distance to avoid your scolding." The group meandered around, arriving at the snowy mountains, racing along the ridge towards the site of the conflict. Good heavens! How can it be them? From the ridge, they beheld a dazzling red defensive formation, repelling the assault of the Cha-Cha ice monsters. Outside the formation, a figure leaped gracefully, weaving effortlessly through the throngs of beasts. Qin Bantong exclaimed in astonishment, "That person is terrifying. Look, he wears no armor and moves through the monsters with such ease. Who is he? And how is he so formidable? He is my elder brother, Ho Pijing. Ha, I am overjoyed." Li Qiang danced with delight, thinking, what a relief. It turns out my brother is still at Heavenly Court Star. He hasn't departed. Hua Mingyang gasped, "What? You know Elder Ho? I cannot fathom how you came to know him." "Sister Hua, who is Elder Ho, that you refer to him with such reverence? He is a renowned elder in the realm of cultivation, known for his eccentric temperament and unfathomable skills," she replied, regarding Li Qiang as if he were a monster. Li Qiang paid no heed to the explanation. He let out a long shout and spiraled down the steep mountainside. "We should also descend, with Elder Ho present. Everything will be fine," Hua Mingyang declared. At the halfway point down the mountain, Li Qiang spotted several figures within the formation, and his heart swelled with indescribable joy. The individuals inside the formation, startled by his shout, looked up and joyfully cried out, "Master! Ha, my master has arrived." A voice, choked with emotion, called out, elder brother, I'm over here, hurry." It was none other than Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing, accompanied by 3 others whom Li Qiang did not recognize but presumed to be friends. "Zhao Hao, little sister, I have finally found you," he exclaimed, his tone brimming with relief and happiness. "Brother, I am here to assist you." Ha, little brother, you should meet your sister disciple first." "Oh, little Demonis, is that you? Am I seeing things today? How come you are with my brother?" Hua Mingyang laughed, "Old man, if someone as peculiar as you can be brothers with him, why can't I?" Indeed, she was a little Demonis, unafraid in anyone's presence. Around the defensive formation, over 20 monsters lurked, and Li Qiang finally discerned what the Cha-Cha ice monsters truly resembled. These creatures hovered above the ground, expelling air from their abdomens as they moved, accompanied by their distinctive crackling sound. Their appearance was bizarre, with flat heads, a single eye glinting with silver, and their bodies shrouded in a mist. With Ho Pijing present, Li Qiang felt emboldened and charged into the throng of beasts. Several monsters immediately attacked him. With a punch, he sent one crashing to the ground. The Cha-Cha ice monster emitted 2 strange sounds before levitating again, its icy mist enveloping Li Qiang. The frigid vapor contained an overwhelming coldness, momentarily slowing his movements. The soft golden glow of his Lan Yun armor shone brightly, and Li Qiang's entire form ignited like a flame, instantly generating an intense heat, purple fire being forced out by the icy chill. The Cha-Cha ice monster that had just approached recoiled in fear, while the one he had struck staggered towards him in a daze. "Be careful, brother." Ho Pijing kicked the Cha-Cha ice monster away and soared towards Li Qiang, just as an unexpected event transpired. A seemingly ordinary person suddenly cradled a massive ice block, the rapid stimulation causing the purple flame to burst forth. The brilliance of the Lan Yun armor intensified, and Li Qiang appeared as a wrathful divine being, the expelled celestial fire roaring fiercely. The Cha-Cha ice monster, caught in his embrace, frantically crackled, desperately attempting to escape as if it were trapped in a terrifying furnace. "Aha, too late. I will scorch you." With a whoosh, an abundance of vapor erupted, and the Cha-Cha ice monster melted away like a snowman in the fire. In but a moment, the unfortunate creature vanished without a trace. The remaining monsters, seemingly terrified of the celestial fire, were also intimidated by Ho Pijing's prowess. After a brief hesitation, they turned and fled. "Little brother, it has only been a few days, yet you have improved so rapidly in your cultivation. What armor is this? I have never seen such a thing before. It is truly remarkable." Ho Pijing clapped his hands and approached Li Qiang, affectionately resting a hand on his shoulder. "Brother." Mei Jingjing dashed out from the defensive formation, clutching one of Li Qiang's arms, her eyes glistening with tears. Hee. Li Qiang could only stand there with his mouth agape, grinning foolishly, overwhelmed with joy. Zhao Hao observed quietly from the side, rubbing his hands in satisfaction. Qin Bantong bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. I am of the Qing clan. Qin Xiaohuan also stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, I pay my respects to my uncle. My master is Hong Jingyu. In high spirits, Ho Pijing replied, all right, everyone rise. I do not favor kneeling upon meeting. Oh, little demoness, why do you not bow to me? Not a chance. At most, I will call you old man, nothing more. Hua Mingyang cheerfully declined. Ho Pijing laughed heartily. Very well, very well. I quite admire the little demoness' free-spirited nature. The group introduced themselves and exchanged pleasantries. It was then that Li Qiang learned that the three individuals within the defensive formation were guardians from the Huichun Valley, somewhat renowned in the realm of cultivation. Resembling characters from a mobile game, all three donned dark green armor. The leader was named Guanxi, a robust figure with a doll-like face, exuding an approachable demeanor. The two beside him were Zhongming and Wang Yongyan. Zhongming had a fierce look about him, albeit short in stature. A peculiar little creature resembling a red-eyed frog perched on his shoulder, occasionally emitting wisps of ember-like vapor. Noticing Li Qiang and the others, he smiled and explained, this is a fire essence. It is quite a treasure in the frozen ice plains. What is a fire essence? Li Qiang inquired, leaning in for a closer look. The fire essence leaped and settled on Li Qiang's shoulder, closing its red eyes in sheer bliss. Wang Yongyan exclaimed in astonishment, remarkable. Brother Zong, your precious creature has left your shoulder. What could this mean? Zhongming, equally bewildered, replied, strange, since I tamed this fire essence, it has never shown affection for anyone. I cannot fathom why it has chosen to leap onto young Master Li. He pondered, the fire essence radiates an intense heat. Typically, ordinary cultivators cannot withstand its warmth. This Li Qiang is truly extraordinary. He appears unfazed, making it hard to gauge his level of cultivation. In truth, Zhongming overestimated Li Qiang. Merely because Li Qiang's foundation was rooted in the purple flame heart, a fire attribute, and later absorbed heavenly fire in the Star Palace, making him immensely attractive to the fire essence, which is also a quintessence of fire. Li Qiang gently cradled the fire essence and returned it to Zhongming. Yet the little creature perpetually leapt back onto Li Qiang's shoulder, creating an exceedingly awkward situation for Zhongming. Mei Jingjing chuckled, Uncle Zong, let it be. Why not give the fire essence to my brother? Zhongming glanced at his beloved niece and sighed. Ah, this little one has chosen its master. Very well. Since young Master Li has a bond with it, I shall gift it to you. This fire essence is quite perceptive. Treat it well, and consider it a token of our first meeting. He then presented Li Qiang with a small jade scroll, saying, this contains instructions on how to utilize the fire essence. Do take a look. Li Qiang felt immensely embarrassed, unable to return it, so he could only express his gratitude and accept it. He reached into his bracelet and produced a shimmering white object, a set of 4 interlocking white triangles, and smiled, Brother Zong, I truly apologize. I also have a gift for you. This was given to me by a good friend, and I wish to pass it on to you as a token of goodwill. Ho Pijing, witnessing this, seized the item and examined it closely, exclaiming in surprise, oh, what a treasure. Zong, you hit the jackpot. He promptly handed the artifact over. What sort of treasure is this? Zhongming realized from Ho Pijing's words that this item was undoubtedly valuable, and he accepted it without hesitation. Qin Bantong, hailing from a prestigious family, was well-versed and remarked with astonishment, this appears to be the veil horn, a device for invisibility. Li Qiang nodded in acknowledgement, Brother Qin. You are truly remarkable. It is indeed the veil horn, but Brother Zong will need to refine it afresh before use. Qin Bantong beamed with pride at Li Qiang's praise, his chest swelling with delight. Brother, what about mine? Mei Jingjing teased, tugging at Li Qiang, while Qin Xiaohuan, though silent, gazed at him. As did Zhao Hao and several others, all falling silent in anticipation. Ho Pijing chuckled, ah, as the saying goes, treasures should not be revealed easily. His joy was palpable. Everyone shall receive one, except for you. Brother Ho, each of us will take a treasure. Li Qiang generously declared, having received an abundance of artifacts from Mo Huayuan. He had grown indifferent towards material possessions. Mei Jingjing received a multicolored battle armor and a golden step yao. Zhao Hao acquired black battle armor. Qin Xiaohuan obtained a petal feather bracelet, while Qin Bantong was the most elated, having received a pair of fishmouth clasps, knowing them to be legendary crafting items of immense value. In the end, even Ho Pijing felt envious, exclaiming, oh, what a loss. How did I not know that this lad would present only top-tier treasures? I want one too. He displayed an immature demeanor. Li Qiang chuckled. I have prepared a treasure for you. How could I dare not gift you something? He handed Ho Pijing a small black sphere, though Ho Pijing was merely joking. Treasures mattered little to him. Huh, brother, I'm just having fun, no need to gift me. Upon catching sight of the item in Li Qiang's hand, he gasped in astonishment, the annihilation pill. Wow, it's the annihilation pill. The old man was beside himself with joy. Mei Jingjing, curious, inquired, what is the annihilation pill? Chapter 23. Assistant Li Qiang retracted his hand with a grin, saying, Oh, it seems my elder brother does not require it. Very well. I shall bestow it upon someone else. Haha. Oh dear. You little rascal, hand it over to me. My good brother, haha. Observing Ho Pijing's comical expression, Mei Jingjing and Zhao Hao were unfazed. They had long been accustomed to such antics. However, for Hua Mingyang and the others, it was quite a novelty. They were taken aback that Li Qiang dared to jest with Ho Pijing, who, despite his solitary nature in the cultivation world, held a position of great esteem. Mei Jingjing chimed in with a laugh. What treasure is this Jimmy Dan that even Senior Ho finds it so appealing? Oh, brother, just look at how pitiful he appears. You should give it to him. Ho Pijing, agitated, exclaimed, Hey, little girl, are you supporting me or mocking me? I regret ever pampering you. All right. Since my little sister is also speaking for you, I shall grant it, Li Qiang said, seizing the Jimmy Dan and examining it closely. Ho Pijing was elated, performing several ecstatic flips and laughing heartily. Everyone was immensely curious about what this Jimmy Dan truly was, and even Qin Bantong was at a loss for words. Li Qiang explained, All I know is that the Jimmy Dan is used to withstand tribulations, though I am unclear about its application. I thought of giving it to you. As you are approaching the tribulation phase, I hope it proves useful. My brother, I truly do not know where you procure these treasures. Let me tell you, the Jimmy Dan is the foremost elixir for transcending tribulations. With this treasure, it is akin to having the assistance of 2 cultivation experts during the tribulation phase. What significance does such a thing hold for me? Ho Pijing, due to his peculiar temperament, was reluctant to seek aid from other cultivation masters. Thus, the tribulation had always been a source of distress for him. With the Jimmy Dan in hand, his chances of success had significantly increased. How could he not be thrilled? Li Qiang felt a surge of happiness for being able to assist Ho Pijing, thinking to himself, I still have 3 more. It would be just perfect to give one to Brother Fu, which would surely make him happy. The anticipation of meeting Fu Shan grew within him. Guanxi inquired, Young Master Li, we have 5 guardians accompanying us. 2 others are at the Pinyin Inn waiting for you. Have you seen them? Li Qiang replied, I have not seen them. He mused, if I could meet them, I wouldn't be so anxious. Hua Mingyang interjected with a laugh. Little brother nearly scared the innkeeper to death while searching for you at the Pinyin Inn in Shattered Stone City. He leapt in the air, shouting wildly, which made Qin Xiaozai think there was some kind of monster, and he nearly rushed in to fight. Ha. Qin Bantong's face turned crimson as he muttered, Who knew you were there? Guanxi exchanged glances with the others, and Zhong Ming frowned, stating, This is troublesome. They should have arrived at Shattered Stone City long ago. Something must have happened on the road. Guanxi sighed. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. We should return to the valley. The old master is about to emerge from seclusion, and it is best to let him decide. Wang Yongyan concurred, I think the same. It would be wise for everyone to return to the valley. The group ventured deeper into the snow-capped mountains. Due to their large number, even Ho Pijing could not teleport and had to fly close to the terrain. Mei Jingjing was accompanied by Hua Mingyang, as she was unable to fly. The 3 young women quickly became familiar with one another, chattering incessantly and occasionally bursting into fits of giggles. Li Qiang inquired about Zhao Hao's circumstances following the breakup with Mi Lin. Zhao Hao replied with a wry smile. Miss Mei has been sulking ever since I took her away, causing her to pick fights along the way. My disciple even got into a few scuffles because of her. He wore an expression of helplessness. Mei Jingjing, with her keen ears, was listening intently to Li Qiang's conversation and exclaimed, You mustn't speak ill of me, do you hear? No bad-mouthing. Hua Mingyang, playfully wrapping her arm around Mei Jingjing's waist, leaned in and whispered, Little sister, do you perhaps have feelings for your brother? Would you like me to assist you, Sister Hua? Mei Jingjing felt her face flush with heat, her heart racing like a drum. Hua Mingyang's gentle teasing had revealed her secret thoughts, leaving her at a loss for words. She could only pout and say, Sister Hua, please do not tease me. Her voice was sweet and coy, her bashful demeanor leaving Hua Mingyang momentarily stunned, who remarked, Oh my, sister is so beautiful, it makes my heart ache. Qin Xiaowan, oblivious to their exchange, played with her feather bracelet. She had already clarified its usage. It was a defensive treasure. However, she was perplexed by Li Qiang, who casually gifted items that could serve as treasures in various cultivation sects, seemingly without a hint of reluctance. She found it utterly incomprehensible. Old brother, did you not say you were returning to Bodhistar? How is it that you have come to the ice plains? Ho Pijing sighed. Is it not for you few? I have been pondering over Mei's situation and could not resist making a trip back to the Spring Valley. Unfortunately, their old valley master, Mei Yubing, is in seclusion. So I had to bring 5 guardians to search for you. I first went to the capital city, but you abandoned your post, and it is chaos in the capital. He continued. Later, not far from Shattered Stone City, I encountered the 2 of them fighting with the Black Flag Army, which is how I found you. I initially intended to escort them back before seeking you. Zhao Hao added. Indeed, if it were not for our master, we would have been in grave danger. The opposing side already had cultivation experts on their way, but upon seeing our master, they were frightened off. Li Qiang had long harbored doubts regarding the arrival of many experts from Qinjie Star and Fengyuan Star. What is the reason for this? He pondered. Ho Pijing's expression grew serious, and the others gathered with curiosity. Hua Meinyang commented. Is it not due to the experts from Qinjie Star seeking to plunder the Yuan Ying of cultivators? Li Qiang voiced his skepticism. I have always doubted that if this were the case, they should not come to Heavenly Court Star, as it seems there are not many cultivators here, and it does not warrant such upheaval. This suspicion had lingered in his mind. As a businessman back in his hometown, Li Qiang was inherently skeptical of information and reluctant to form judgments without thorough analysis, a habit deeply ingrained in him. Ho Pijing regarded him with admiration, saying, You are truly exceptional. This matter pertains to you. Your actions in the former Song Kingdom have disrupted the plans of the Li Tang Kingdom, and the true objectives of this plan have been indirectly exposed. This matter is directly related to Qinjie Star. What was once a straightforward affair has now entangled many cultivation sections. Qin Bantong, considering himself well-informed, inquired with curiosity, what plans and objectives? It concerns a desolate mountain situated on the border of the former Song Kingdom. According to the plan, the Li Tang Kingdom was supposed to acquire it, but you, little brother, have thwarted that, leading us to uncover their true intentions for the mountain. Ho Pijing expressed his surprise. I never anticipated that within this mountain lies something unimaginable that all cultivation sects covet. Li Qiang and the others were filled with curiosity regarding what could possibly be so enticing. Mei Jingjing urged, Senior Ho, do tell us what it is. The wrath of the celestial deity. Hua Meinyang, having roamed the world for many years, exclaimed in astonishment, The wrath of the celestial deity? My heavens! How could it be this artifact? It is said to be the sole treasure left behind by the god of wrath, possessing it. She paled at the revelation. Meanwhile, Qin Bantong appeared utterly dazed, fully aware of the significance of this matter. Miss Mei, the Spring Valley should have a communication array, right? I must apologize. May I use it? This matter must be reported to my sect at all costs. Guan Qi interjected, Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will take care of this. A flash of red light illuminated as a small red jade tablet appeared in Ho Pijing's hand. Suddenly, Ho Pijing's expression shifted dramatically, cursing, Damn it! Who is so audacious as to cause trouble at the Spring Valley? Guan boy, take everyone and leave. I must return to investigate. Without waiting for a response, the figure vanished in a flash of white light. Mei Jingjing anxiously exclaimed, Who is heading to the Rejuvenation Valley? We must hurry. The group fell silent, racing down the snow-capped mountains. After what felt like a meal's worth of time, Guan Qi urged, We are almost there. Let us quicken our pace. Hua Meinyang was the first to sense something amiss and shouted, Everyone, prepare your magical artifacts. It seems the battle is fierce. Li Qiang also heard distant explosions echoing, and the group readied themselves. Suddenly, a dark figure sped towards them. Mei Jingjing cried out, That Essen Lang. Block his path. With swift reflexes, Qin Bantong unleashed a beam of white light from his short staff, while Qin Xiaowan took to the air, soaring about 3 zhang high, readying her black flaming bow without releasing an arrow yet. For golden eagles circled overhead as Li Qiang cast a burst talisman. Hua Meinyang's peach blossom armor erupted in a cloud of pink mist, charging forward. The 3 guardians of the Rejuvenation Valley also summoned their magical treasures. And Lang, caught off guard by the presence of so many formidable opponents, panicked and activated his best defensive artifact, the green silk scarf, which enveloped him like a cloud. The white light from Qing Bantong struck first, with the green light flashing effortlessly dispelling it. The golden eagles let out a sharp cry as they collided with Lang, who screamed in agony as he staggered back, the green silk scarf dimming in its protective capacity. The explosion talisman landed at his feet, detonating with a thunderous roar. Although the green silk scarf held strong, Lang was sent soaring into the air like a bluebird. Unfortunately, he was in the icy region of the snowy mountains, and the frigid winds whipped around him, causing him to plummet back to the ground before he could even discern his attackers. Despair gripped Lang as he noticed a thick cloud of pink mist awaiting his descent, silently lamenting, "My life is forfeit." In a flash of yellow light, a man clad in golden armor seized Lang, and as he landed, he spread his other arm like a peacock fan, unleashing a dazzling array of golden light, sending forth a torrent of energy. Hua Meinyang chuckled wickedly. "Oh, quite impressive. Enjoy a taste of my love blossoms." She unleashed 7 blooms. Though the others were unaware of his identity, they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him and instinctively joined the fray. Qin Shaohuan released 10 arrows, while everyone, including Mei Jingjing, lashed out with their whips. In an instant, the air was filled with floral shadows as Li Qiang quietly unleashed a chilling palm strike. The man laughed heartily. "A bunch of youngsters, not worth my time." With a flash of yellow light, he vanished, leaving only a shimmering afterimage that detonated the gathered energy, creating a cacophony of noise. "Who is he?" As everyone exchanged curious glances, Hua Meinyang shook her head. "I am uncertain, but given his aura, he must be one of the top masters from the Hidden Hero Star, quite formidable." Guanxi insisted, "We should return to the valley swiftly." The battle in the Rejuvenation Valley had concluded. With a powerhouse like Ho Pijing present, the Hidden Hero Star's forces had not anticipated such resistance and were forced to retreat. At the valley's entrance stood several figures, and Mei Jingjing's eyes brightened as she sprinted forward, calling out, "Grandfather, grandfather, you have emerged from seclusion. Where are my parents?" Her voice trembled with emotion. The man was none other than Mei Yubing, the most powerful elder of the Mei clan, donned in a white robe, his complexion youthful, with 5 strands of snow-white beard cascading down to his chest, exuding an ethereal grace. He chuckled, "Ah, my dear Jing'er has grown so much. These must be your friends. You have done remarkably well to gather so many companions. Your parents have gone to find your uncles. They are not in the valley." As Mei Yubing praised her, he added, "Jing'er, do introduce your friends to me." Mei Jingjing eagerly pulled Hua Meinyang forward, saying, "This is my newly acquainted sister, Hua Meinyang." Mei Yubing was taken aback, exclaiming, "The renowned Hua Meinyang. It is indeed a pleasure." This was a truthful statement. While Hua Meinyang's cultivation was not at the pinnacle, her reputation for causing chaos in the cultivation world was well known. "Ah, Mei old man, renowned. That sounds rather awkward," Hua Meinyang said with a wry smile. In a flash of white light, a voice chimed in, "My dear Mei, you are being too modest. Renowned is not enough. Notorious would be more fitting. Ha ha." Ho Pijing returned, adding, "A bunch of cowards, fleeing faster than rabbits. I could not be bothered to chase any longer." Hua Meinyang, unfazed by their remarks, laughed sweetly, "Old Ho, do not regret it. Angering me could lead to consequences." Ho Pijing, somewhat intimidated by her, swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Mei, let me introduce my brother." Pointing to Li Qiang, he said, "This is Li Qiang, brother of Fu Chongbi, and a good friend of mine. Young brother, do greet your elder Mei." Mei Yobing's surprise was evident. He did not dare take it lightly, saying, "Heroes emerge from the youth. I am fortunate to share the company of such esteemed predecessors, so I shall call you brother." Li Qiang respectfully bowed. "I am not worthy. I shall still call you grandfather, just like my little sister." Mei Jingjing beamed with joy, while Hua Meinyang secretly chuckled, playfully squeezing her hand, causing Mei Jingjing's face to flush. Li Qiang continued, "Brother, let us keep our own circles." Ho Pijing was indifferent, while Mei Yubing, wise and perceptive, eyed Mei Jingjing with a knowing smile. "Very well. I shall take the liberty of calling you a Chong." Qin Bantong and Qin Shaohuan stepped forward to pay their respects, introducing themselves. Zhao Hao, elated, bowed respectfully. "Zhao Hao pays respects to you, esteemed uncle." He knocked his head 3 times. Ho Pijing interjected, Hey, you call me uncle, then refer to my younger brother as your granduncle. What kind of hierarchy is that?" Laughter erupted, leaving Zhao Hao feeling quite embarrassed. Li Qiang exclaimed, "Brother, do not bully my disciple. He is a good-natured fellow." Knowing Zhao Hao had endured countless hardships in pursuit of cultivation, Li Qiang regarded him with familial affection. Feeling his embarrassment as his own, despite understanding Ho Pijing's jest. Guan Qi interjected, "Elder Valley Master, please invite our guests to rest." Li Qiang and his companions entered the valley smoothly. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a vibrant green world, where mountains and valleys were adorned with various plants and flowers, a stark contrast to the icy landscape outside. Hua Mingyang, particularly enchanted, embraced Mei Jingjing, exclaiming, "What a delightful place! Sister, shall we enjoy ourselves here? Are you welcoming?" Mei Jingjing giggled, "How could I not welcome my sister? You are always welcome." She glanced at Li Qiang, who appeared lost in thought. Li Qiang had been pondering the golden-armored man, curiosity swirling within him. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Brother, who is that formidable figure in golden armor?" Despite our combined efforts, he appeared unfazed. "Who is he?" "Ah, the golden armor? That would be one of Ba Huang's 4 generals, the Battle King Sidu Yong. His strength is not to be underestimated. It was you who startled him away." Mei Yubing interjected. Ho Pijing laughed proudly. "I fear not Ba Huang. His minions are of little concern." No one doubted his words, for Ho Pijing indeed possessed the strength to make such claims. As they turned a corner, the group was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery before them. In the vast expanse of the exotic peach orchard, the trees are adorned with blossoms at the peak of their splendor. The peach flowers, the size of fists, exhibit a kaleidoscope of colors, brilliant reds, delicate pinks, pristine whites, and even shades of deep purple and verdant green. A gentle breeze stirs, causing petals to cascade gracefully to the ground. Hua Mingyang sighed, "Even my peach blossom cottage cannot boast such breathtaking scenery." Mei Jingjing replied with a smile, "How could Lingpan Gate be without its peach blossoms? My grandfather has several exquisite immortal peach trees. Those are truly remarkable." Zhongming cautioned, "Do not be deceived by the beauty of these peach blossoms. If one ventures in without guidance, it could prove perilous. Observe the skies above this orchard. Do you not see the 5-colored mist shrouding it? That is the floral malevolence generated by this peach blossom formation." Qin Bantong quietly inquired of Guan Qi, "Brother Guan, could you lead me to the sound transmission array first?" The enchanting vista of the valley held no allure for him. His urgency lay in conveying the news of the divine wrath to his clan, thus he felt no need for decorum in pressing the host, though puzzled by Qin's urgency. Guan Qi chuckled, "Young Master Qin, beyond this floral formation lies the abode with the sound transmission array. We shall arrive shortly." The 3 guardians, and Li Qiang, along with Xiao Huan, were in a state of confusion regarding the significance of the divine wrath within the realm of cultivation, and they did not regard it with the seriousness it deserved. Qin Bantong, a young prodigy from a prestigious lineage, possessed a deeper understanding of the matter and its implications, hence his palpable anxiety. He was acutely aware that the news, once relayed to his clan, would incite considerable upheaval, likely prompting all the reclusive elders to emerge from their seclusion. Moreover, once the news was conveyed, his standing within the clan would significantly elevate. Upon passing through the floral formation, the group arrived at the abode, where an individual emerged from within, prompting a surge of astonishment in Li Qiang. Chapter 24. Surprised, the figure emerging from the room was of a race that Li Qiang had never encountered before. With a faintly green complexion, a broad forehead, and a crimson mark running vertically between his brows, he resembled the legendary three-eyed king, clad in a loose, dark green robe that revealed a black chest plate underneath. He bore a large round emblem adorned with peculiar patterns on his left shoulder. His green hair was intricately braided into numerous small plaits, gathered atop his head. Aside from his unique appearance, he was of average stature and bore a smile. While Li Qiang was taken aback, the others seemed unfazed. Qin Bantong quietly informed Li Qiang that this individual was likely a practitioner from Tambang Star, as only that world was home to such a green-skinned race. The man glanced at Qin Bantong and affirmed, "You are correct. I am indeed an envoy from Tambang Star." Mei Yubing stepped forward to embrace him, gently touching her forehead to his. Li Qiang found this custom amusing and, unable to resist, mimicked the gesture. The envoy was utterly astonished, for only close friends among the green race could exchange such a high form of greeting. Caught off guard, he tilted his head in confusion. Everyone understood the significance of the gesture, and none anticipated that Li Qiang would act in such a manner. They stared blankly at the bewildered green envoy. Hua Mingyang, unable to contain herself, let out a soft giggle, which prompted Ho Pijing to burst into laughter. Soon, everyone joined in the mirth, and the green envoy comprehended that Li Qiang was merely ignorant of the customs, his face breaking into a resigned smile. This laughter instantly eased the atmosphere. Mei Yubing chuckled. This is Caben from Tianbang Star, an old friend of mine. He has come to deliver several rare plants that are not found in the Heavenly Court Star. We are only meeting now, a few days after his arrival. Li Qiang felt embarrassed for his faux pas, but his curiosity surged. This was his first encounter with an unfamiliar race since arriving on this alien planet, and he was filled with excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the pavilion. Once seated, Caben spoke. Senior Mei, our clan leader has specifically requested that you create a batch of lifespan elixirs for our people. Alas, our realm, Qing, is on the brink of war with Tante. Ho Pijing expressed his astonishment. Tianbang Star is going to war? Does that not involve your practitioners as well? Caben sighed. It is not just us. Practitioners from other planets will be drawn into this conflict as well. The scale is immense. Mei Yubing inquired. What could have escalated to such a large-scale war, one that entangles the realm of cultivation? Typically, the cultivation world does not meddle in worldly affairs. Caben explained. It concerns the recent discovery of a massive crystal mine, the very stones we practitioners utilize. The reserves are astonishing, and the quality is exceptional. As you know, all development on Tianbang Star hinges on these crystal mines. Unfortunately, this mine lies on the border of both nations, previously an unregulated territory. Now both sides claim ownership, and tensions are escalating. Li Qiang understood immediately. It was akin to the energy crisis on Earth, a war ignited by the competition for resources, with the involvement of the cultivation world driven by the same motives. He silently lamented human greed, recognizing that the pursuit of profit was the root cause of conflict. Yet he found himself disinterested in these matters. Qin Bantong fidgeted anxiously, overwhelmed by two significant revelations in a single day, feeling both excited and apprehensive. He glanced around restlessly, his head bobbing like a wave drum. Li Qiang discreetly inquired, "What troubles you? You seem unsettled. Is something amiss? Where has the guardian law gone? I cannot seem to find him." Realizing his intention to locate the communication array, Li Qiang grew curious about this device, wondering if it would function like a telephone on Earth. He beckoned Mei Jingjing, whispering, "Little sister, could you take us to the communication array?" Mei Jingjing, eager for an opportunity to be with Li Qiang, smiled brightly. "Sure, brother. Follow me." The trio arrived at the communication array of Lingpan Gate. It was Li Qiang's first time witnessing this device, and it was nothing like he had imagined. Constructed from an unknown material, it stood about half a person tall, resembling a bronze drum, supported by 4 sturdy legs, its smooth surface swirling with mist. Qin Bantong expertly retrieved 5 small celestial stones, embedding them into 5 slots on the side. He unleashed a breath of true essence, causing the mist within to swirl violently, from which a white vapor gradually materialized into a humanoid figure. The figure inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Li Qiang was nearly overwhelmed. This contraption surpassed even a video phone, projecting 3-dimensional images along with sound. After Qin Bantong finished his report, he could not help but boast upon seeing Li Qiang's astonished expression. This device is essential for long-distance communication. Feng Yuan Star only produces smaller communication orbs, similar to those used by Caben from Tianbang Star, though theirs have limited range. Suddenly, it dawned on Li Qiang that Heavenly Court Star was merely a backward planet. Feng Yuan Star and Tianbang Star likely possessed advanced technology comparable to Earth, and he anticipated a grand awakening of his understanding. Mei Jingjing tugged at Li Qiang's arm with a grin. "Brother, let me show you the pill chamber. Would you like to join us, young Master Qin?" Qin Bantong's mind was preoccupied with the impending war on Tianbang Star, eager for more information. He replied, "Oh, I will pass. I prefer to return to the pavilion and listen for any new updates." "Very well, young Master Qin, you may go. We shall return shortly," Mei Jingjing said, eager for him to leave. She pulled Li Qiang toward the back of the pavilion. The Mei family's pill chamber held a prestigious reputation in the realm of cultivation, situated nearly 100 meters underground. Upon entering the labyrinthine corridors, Li Qiang felt a slight dizziness, pondering. It seems that practitioners here have a penchant for underground structures. Last time it was the Star Palace, and now it is the pill chamber. Perhaps it should be termed a pill cave. "Be careful, brother. Do not touch that. It is a cold purification array, and triggering it would cause great trouble. Do not step there. You might fall in." Li Qiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Little sister, why are there so many mechanisms and formations here?" Mei Jingjing chuckled. "Brother, without these numerous mechanisms, the Mei family's spiritual pills would likely have been stolen long ago. We are almost at the entrance. Let us hurry. We cannot fly here, So do not think this is some popular mobile game, floating journey. Curious, Li Qiang asked. Why can't we fly? Wouldn't that be faster? Flying would immediately trigger the largest formation here, sealing off the entire corridor. This is a secret of our Mei family, so do not disclose it to outsiders. Li Qiang felt touched, realizing that Mei Jingjing regarded him as family, which was why she spoke so. This mechanism was indeed clever. Any practitioner attempting to steal pills would likely resort to flying in, both for speed and to avoid triggering the hidden mechanisms, thus falling into the trap. We have arrived. Please wait a moment. Before them appeared a black hole approximately 5 meters square. Mei Jingjing executed a series of hand seals that Li Qiang could not comprehend. With each change, a wisp of green smoke emerged from the black hole. After a brief interval, a black stone slab ascended from within. Mei Jingjing exhaled in relief. Fortunately, I did not forget. Brother, please step onto it. As they stood on the black slab, Mei Jingjing performed another hand seal, and with a gentle rumble, the slab began to descend slowly. Li Qiang's thoughts were consumed by the realization that the material conditions available to practitioners should not be inferior to those on Earth, should they choose to pursue them. Surrounded by swirling mist and flashes of blinding light, he felt a slight halt beneath his feet, indicating they had arrived. Li Qiang curiously questioned, "Little sister, why is it so dark around us?" Mei Jingjing executed a final hand seal, and in an instant, the area was illuminated. Upon closer inspection, Li Qiang exclaimed in wonder, "How marvelous!" The room was octagonal, each wall adorned with a different hue. Mei Jingjing waved her arm, and silently, 8 compartments manifested within one wall, each housing a distinct jade box. She smiled and said, "This is the room for storing spirit elixirs. There are a total of 9 rooms, with one being the alchemy chamber. Allow me to show you." Li Qiang, noting the absence of any visible exits, remarked, "Sister, there is no door." "Right here," Mei Jingjing replied as she approached a wall and unexpectedly vanished into it. Li Qiang hurriedly followed, discovering that it was an illusionary wall. Then he heard Mei Jingjing's astonished voice, "How did you end up here?" followed by a pained gasp. Realizing it was Mei Jingjing's cry of pain, Li Qiang's heart raced with alarm, and he leaped forward with all his might. Inside the alchemy chamber, there were 3 individuals, and Lang, a servant of the Li Tang kingdom, the battle king Situ Yong, and another person whom Li Qiang did not recognize. Mei Jingjing was suspended in midair, struggling against an unseen restraint, sobbing, "Seventh uncle, you have colluded with outsiders. Grandfather will never forgive you." The man Mei Jingjing referred to as seventh uncle displayed a fleeting look of shame before his expression turned cold. "Do not call me uncle. I, Mei Chu, have long been cast out from the Lingpan sect." "Who is he?" Li Qiang quickly retorted, "I am your grandnephew." He had already leaped to Mei Jingjing's side, embracing her and attempting to retreat. "Stop him. He will trigger the mechanism," cried Mei Chu. A powerful force enveloped Li Qiang, and sensing danger, he shouted, "Sister, tell your brother to." He exerted every ounce of strength to hurl her into the illusionary wall, instantly triggering the defensive array of the alchemy chamber. Mei Jingjing cried out, "Brother." Mei Chu urged, "Hurry, the array is formidable." Situ Yong angrily scolded, "You brat, you've ruined our plans." And Z, activate the teleportation array. Mei Chu, grab the Jade Eye Scroll. "Brat, you think you can escape?" Situ Yong raised his hand, conjuring a massive golden hand that descended upon Li Qiang with lightning speed. The overwhelming force caught Li Qiang off guard, pressing down on him as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean, the pressure threatening to shatter him. He deeply regretted not donning the Lan Yun battle armor in time, as his training in the Shadow Dream armor was insufficient to withstand such immense force. He was seized by Situ Yong, and Lang had already activated the teleportation array, and Mei Chu exclaimed, "I found it." She leaped into the array, and at that moment, Li Qiang was also pulled in. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, his face contorted in rage. Suddenly, the Ta Hao Suo, within his nascent soul, surged with power, golden light flashing as it shattered the golden hand. With his limbs freed, it was the perfect moment for Li Qiang to flee. Yet he instead struck Mei Chu out of the teleportation array. The force of his strike, infused with the powers of Ta Hao Suo and the heavenly fire, was devastating for Mei Chu. She dropped the Jade Eye Scroll, blood gushing as she was sent flying. Simultaneously, Li Qiang discreetly stowed the Jade Eye Scroll into his bracelet. "Ah!" Situ Yong roared in fury, his hands clapping together, unleashing 10 beams of golden light that ensnared Li Qiang. Just then, the teleportation array activated. The 10 beams of light, like solid blades, burrowed deep within Li Qiang. The shadow dream armor struggled to resist, leaving Situ Yong astonished. How could this disciple of the Mei family possess such resilience? He had not anticipated that Li Qiang was not truly a member of the Mei family. As he prepared to exert more force, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the three were transported away. Situ Yong, infuriated, realized that the teleportation point had been meticulously set by Mei Chu with the intent of stealing the Jade Eye Scroll and the refined spirit elixirs. Now, Li Qiang had thrown everything into disarray. Pain, excruciating and relentless, surged through Li Qiang like a tidal wave. He attempted to immerse his consciousness in his nascent soul, only to find it barred from entry. Never had he felt such agony. Gritting his teeth, he gasped for air as waves of dizziness washed over him. The 10 beams of golden light felt like daggers slicing through him, leaving him feeling faint. Li Qiang collapsed to the ground, muttering curses under his breath. What a stroke of bad luck. He realized that the golden light from Situ Yong had sealed his nascent soul, rendering him unable to harness its power. However, Situ Yong remained oblivious to the fact that within Li Qiang's nascent soul lay the purple flame heart and the Ta Hao Suo, two extraordinary treasures that still afforded him numerous possibilities and opportunities. Wiping the blood from his face, Li Qiang had no time to strategize an escape before the second teleportation began. After 3 consecutive teleports, they finally arrived at a peculiar black castle. From the outside, it appeared as a floating fortress suspended near the heavenly court star, bathed in a greenish glow. This was the aerial palace of the venerable Bai Huang, renowned in the cultivation world as the Shadow Fortress. Littlein, take him to the Black Camp. This brat's abilities have been rendered null, commanded Situ Yong, who could never have imagined that Li Qiang's nascent soul was unlike that of other cultivators. His 10 soul fragment gold fingers could only temporarily seal him, and he would soon find an opportunity to break free. Had Situ Yong chosen to investigate further, Li Qiang might have been doomed. Fortunately, Situ Yong was excessively confident in his own prowess and dismissed any further scrutiny. And Lang chuckled, "Old prince, please, I will take good care of him." Li Qiang felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the sinister undertones in Lang's words. Watching Situ Yong depart amidst a throng of guards, and hearing Lang's incessant, sinister laughter, Li Qiang suddenly found the situation absurd. His journey from Earth to the heavenly court star felt like an inexplicable dream, filled with encounters beyond imagination, leaving him questioning what was real and what was illusion. Ha 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 ha. Li Qiang laughed, pointing at Lang's nose. Lang was taken aback. No captive had ever reacted like that before. Enraged, he waved his hand, unleashing 5 waves of energy. A sharp crack echoed as blood splattered. Instinctively, Li Qiang raised his arm in defense, only to realize that the shadow dream armor had solidified outside his nascent soul, rendering it ineffective against external attacks. In disbelief, Li Qiang touched his forehead and cheek, noting the blood staining his hands, tasting the saltiness. 4 of the 5 energy strikes were blocked by his arm, but one had grazed his forehead, leaving a trail of blood down his cheek. With his nascent soul sealed within, he could not heal his wounds. This marked the first time he had truly suffered injury since arriving at the heavenly court star. And Lang chuckled sinisterly. "How does it taste?" Li Qiang continued to smile. "Still salty. I thought after cultivating, my blood would turn sweet, yet it remains the same. Someday, I shall taste yours, haha. I wonder if such a thing exists in the game Floating Journey. Perhaps I should download it and find out." Daring to jest further, and Lang was infuriated and ordered 2 burly men in black armor to seize Li Qiang. The ensuing brutal beating left Li Qiang in agony, yet, as his nascent soul remained intact, he could still protect his vital areas. Though blood flowed profusely and pain was excruciating, he endured. "Regret it yet? Ha ha, brat. It's too late." Li Qiang spat out blood, coughing. "I do regret it. Ha ha. You dare strike me?" Huffed. "Aye." He thought better of it. Feeling the injustice of his situation, gasping for breath, he chuckled. "Ha ha. I can't be bothered with you. Don't come to annoy me." And Lang paused, a wave of unease washing over him. "Fine, fine. You'll soon regret opposing us. Bring him to the Black Camp. You'll have your fun, brat, ha ha." Neither Situ Yong nor Lang realized that he was indeed Li Qiang. Had Lei Tianxiao been present, Li Qiang would have been in dire straits. Several men in black armor dragged Li Qiang towards a teleportation station. It was a colossal teleportation array, at the center of which stood a large cage containing dozens of individuals, predominantly robust men adorned in garments from various nations. Several formidable figures clad in black armor forcefully shoved Li Qiang into the cage. One of the burly men remarked, "Hey, old one, it's about time. We can commence the transfer. The next batch won't arrive for several days." "Understood. You may descend now. Later, we'll send your group over." "And that would certainly be a jest," came the response. Li Qiang gradually squeezed himself into a corner, crouching down, hands tucked within his clothing. Quietly retrieving a vial of Yunnan Baiyao he had purchased on Earth, he first consumed the life-saving red pill from the cap, followed by sprinkling the powder on his injuries. Fortunately, his physique had been thoroughly enhanced by the purple flame heart, although he currently lacked the repair abilities of a nascent soul. His constitution was far superior to that of an ordinary person. After staunching the bleeding, he exhaled deeply, contemplating that as long as there are green mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. They would see how things unfold. For the first time, Li Qiang profoundly experienced the terror of lacking strength as support in the realm of cultivation and began to ponder his future course of action. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the sound of muffled sobs reached his ears. Turning around, he noticed a young boy, similarly crouched on the ground, his shoulders trembling as he wept. Li Qiang gently patted the boy's shoulder and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" The youth looked up in terror, his gaze meeting Li Qiang's bloodied face, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Yet tears continued to flow as he shook his head incessantly. Nearby, a middle-aged man lamented, "Ah, do not press him for answers. We have all inquired, yet he remains silent. Alas, it is a tragedy. He is still but a child." Li Qiang then asked, "Sir, how did you all come to be here? Where are they intending to send us?" The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed softly. "Some were deceived, others captured. I know not where we are headed. However, I overheard the guards mention something about Tambang Star." Li Qiang was taken aback. "Tambang Star?" The man confirmed, "Indeed. They spoke of Tambang Star. Do you know what kind of place that is?" Li Qiang's heart echoed a single word, dire. Chapter 25. Fearless, a blinding white light erupted, causing many to cry out in terror. However, Li Qiang remained unperturbed, as he had experienced the teleportation array numerous times before. Soon, the radiance dimmed, and the large cage came to a slight halt. He understood they had reached their destination. Simultaneously, sounds of retching and screams filled the air, mingling with the stench of blood and decay. To his astonishment, Li Qiang discovered that several individuals within the cage had perished, their eyes bulging, blood oozing from their orifices, and their corpses bearing the marks of a gruesome demise. The few survivors were barely clinging to life. One middle-aged man gasped for breath, coughing as he muttered, "Devils, devils. Terrifying, too terrifying. Where are we?" A fortunate young boy had survived, though he merely stared blankly. Li Qiang helped the middle-aged man to his feet and inquired, "Are you all right, sir?" A wave of sorrow washed over him as he realized that if one's body was not robust enough, it was best to avoid the teleportation array, for it could indeed lead to death. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Qiang, his face ashen, shaking his head, fear and panic evident in his expression. They stood in an empty expanse, surrounded by towering walls, with the sky shrouded in gray, obscuring their location. Suddenly, the cage opened with a clang. Peering out, Li Qiang saw several unfamiliar beings engaged in rapid chatter. The crowd surged toward the cage in terror, with someone shouting, "Demons! It's the white demons!" These individuals donned peculiar silver-white armor, with a 3-finger-wide silver circlet adorning their foreheads, embedded with a crystal. They possessed high noses and deep-set eyes, golden hair flowing, and their bare skin bore scaly patterns reminiscent of fish. They wielded white staffs, each topped with a half-foot-long pointed crystal, and sported elongated arm shields. What race could this be? It's utterly bizarre. A faint buzzing filled the air, and Li Qiang looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment. 6 or 7 figures soared through the sky, each brandishing a white staff, their shoulders extending pairs of silver appendages resembling wings, circling above as if to observe. "I want to go home. I want," sob, to go home. Li Qiang quickly covered the boy's mouth, whispering, "Brother, brother, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." The boy gazed at him helplessly, but gradually. The calmness in Li Qiang's eyes instilled a measure of courage in him. He nervously bit his fingers but ceased crying, as if finding solace. A disheveled man was ushered in from outside, pushed forward by the soldier-like figures, who shouted at him in a cacophony. He responded with some hurried words before turning to address the people in the cage, saying, "Listen up, you have arrived at Tambang Star. in the black camp of the Taunt Nation. You must comply with orders. Otherwise, you will be executed without mercy. I advise you. The death of one of our people here is a senseless loss. Now, step out of the cage. All were paralyzed with fear, huddled within the cage, unwilling to exit. Li Qiang discerned the translator's tone of helplessness and stood up, moving toward the cage's entrance. The boy clutched his garment tightly, following closely behind. Noticing the boy's reliance on him, Li Qiang offered a faint smile and declared, "Those who can walk out of this wretched cage are indeed fortunate." "Aha!" The middle-aged man chimed in, "What this brother says is true. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Let us go out." Gradually, the group exited the cage, forming 3 lines under the soldiers' jeers. Li Qiang quietly asked the boy, "What is your name?" The boy clung tightly to his clothing and replied softly, I am Qiao Yuhong, from the Great Han Nation." "Brother," Li Qiang interjected, "you can call me Muzi Go. I accept you as my brother." He had decided to adopt a pseudonym for the time being. Qiao Yuhong's eyes glistened with tears as he replied, "All right, Muzi Go." The middle-aged man added quietly, "Brother Muzi, I am Han Jing. Let us look after one another." "Uncle Han, where are you from?" Li Qiang mused, realizing the importance of gathering a group for a chance of escape. Han Jing sighed, "I hail from the former Song Nation, a bodyguard from the Wei Yuan escort agency. Not only did I lose the escort, but I was also captured and brought here, along with 3 other bodyguards." Han Jing introduced the others. "This is Wei Yuan Qing. And this is Zhao Ji and Lin Fenghe. Let us befriend and support one another." Wei Yuan Qing was tall and robust, exuding a solid presence. Zhao Ji was small and nimble, brimming with cleverness, while Lin Fenghe was tall and composed. The 6 exchanged quiet words, finding solace in each other's company. Upon exiting the enclosure, they beheld a desolate landscape, surrounded by dark hills, where the low-lying vegetation exhibited peculiar colors devoid of green, emanating a faint, eerie glow. Zhao Ji muttered, "What a bizarre place this is. Everything seems strange and peculiar." The translator called out, "Everyone, gather at the white area ahead and stand in formation." Not far off stood a large, white protrusion, approximately 30 centimeters thick, 20 meters long, and 6 meters wide. The translator ascended to direct them, and once everyone was in place, he shouted something at the soldiers. Suddenly, a red light erupted from the edge of the white structure, encircling the group as it began to ascend, floating forward. The youthful Qiao Yuhong, with a childlike curiosity, momentarily forgot his fear and exclaimed, "How does this thing fly?" "Muzi Ge, do you know what is happening?" Li Qiang understood, as Earth had similar technologies, yet he could not elucidate it to the boy, merely shaking his head. "I'm not quite sure either." As the speed increased, some individuals cried out in fear. One person lunged toward the edge, only to be repelled by the red light. The soldiers in front laughed heartily, seemingly enjoying the terror and ignorance of the crowd. In the distance, a towering, black peak loomed. As they approached, they noticed countless cavities at its waist, and the white structure slowly entered one of these openings. Inside was a vast, gaping hole, over 100 meters wide, with a depth that seemed endless. The group was ushered off the white platform, and Li Qiang gathered his companions, sensing that staying together was crucial to avoid being separated. Under the soldiers' escort, they ventured deeper into the cavern. Han Jing glanced back at the sky, murmuring, "I wonder if we will ever see the light of day again or return to our homeland." Qiao Yuhong's tears fell silently at his words. They arrived in a dark room, where over 20 soldiers and several foremen awaited. The group was divided into 5 smaller teams, each consisting of 11 or 12 people. Fortunately, Li Qiang had prepared, and they stood together, assigned to the 5th team. Led by 2 soldiers and 2 foremen, the groups moved toward different corridors. Li Qiang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, thinking, "Damn it, I'm back in a tunnel again. It seems I have a connection with the underground." He recalled how his classmates had nicknamed him the Underground Rat back on Earth, a title that resonated with uncanny accuracy. "Everyone, stand ready. We are about to descend underground," one of the foremen announced. "Muzi Ge, he speaks our language too." Before he could finish, the foreman lashed out with his whip. Li Qiang gently pulled Qiao Yuhong aside, positioning himself slightly to shield the boy. The whip struck Li Qiang's back, tearing his shirt and causing him to flinch in pain. "Silence," the foreman barked. Qiao Yuhong trembled with guilt, while Li Qiang offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The ground beneath them shifted, and they descended rapidly. After a while, they paused momentarily before entering a corridor, a damp, musty odor assaulting their senses. The fifth team advanced deeper under the whip and the soldiers' shouts, turning several corners until they halted at a doorway. A line of people formed, and a soldier dragged the one at the front through the door. Moments later, a chilling scream resonated from within. Qiao Yuhong trembled violently, while Li Qiang silently pulled him behind himself, gently squeezing his hand, surprised by its softness. "Do not fear, Hong Di. It is nothing severe," Li Qiang whispered soothingly. Soon, it was Li Qiang's turn. He did not allow the soldiers to pull him, but instead strode confidently into the room. The chamber was desolate, with 4 soldiers stationed at the corners, their white rods aimed at him. It was later that he learned these white rods were a formidable weapon on this planet, known as spine-piercing guns. A foreman stood in the center of the room, holding a round object, and coldly commanded, "Do not move." He raised the object to Li Qiang's forehead, a pungent smell of flesh wafting through the air, accompanied by an intense pain that pierced his mind. Li Qiang remained motionless, his gaze fixed coldly on the foreman. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and he fell down a slanted passage. Though his primordial spirit was sealed, the martial arts he had practiced in the royal palace remained intact. His feet touched the slope like a great bird soaring through the corridor. Just as he descended, the thought of Qiao Yuhong being next struck him, and he turned to ascend once more. Midway, a scream echoed, followed by the sight of a small figure tumbling down. Li Qiang pressed his right foot against the wall of the passage and shot forward like an arrow, catching the falling figure before it hit the ground. Cradling a person in his arms, Li Qiang descended effortlessly. His keen eyes spotted a glowing opening below, and in an instant, he reached it. Without hesitation, he executed a spinning maneuver, one leg extended while the other kicked out, his body resembling a great wheel as he descended rapidly. When he had practiced this move, he remembered how it resembled tearing a piece of paper into a zigzag shape as it fell from a height. In midair, Li Qiang surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered a large pool below, surrounded by many people, some shouting. "Another one is coming down. Prepare to fish them out." Li Qiang, not wishing to plunge into the water with Qiao Yuhong, swiftly flipped 7 times before landing firmly at the water's edge, the heavy impact stirring up a cloud of dust. After a moment, someone cheered, "Good. A true hero. Impressive. A master has arrived." The crowd erupted in applause. Li Qiang set Qiao Yuhong down and ensured he was seated properly, noticing Zhao Ji descending from the opening, already launching himself before he had fully steadied himself, shouting, "Use your strength." Zhao Ji, adept in martial arts, understood instantly, and as Li Qiang's palm met his, they both executed a backwards flip simultaneously. Zhao Ji was surprised that Li Qiang was also a martial artist, feeling deep admiration. The crowd erupted into cheers as Han Jin and others landed one after another, each caught securely by Li Qiang and Zhao Ji at the pool's edge. The surrounding people gradually approached. Li Qiang observed closely, noting the pallor of their faces and the tattered state of their clothing. A diverse array of individuals was present, including members of the Green Clan he had seen in the Rejuvenation Valley, each marked with a peculiar crimson, circular pattern on their foreheads. Strangely, there were no soldiers guarding or foremen present. As Li Qiang helped Qiao Yuhong to his feet, he was taken aback to see a similar red pattern on his forehead. He also noted the delicate, pale skin of his neck, contrasting sharply with the sooty grime on his face. Suddenly, everything clicked into place, and he sighed internally, choosing not to reveal his understanding as Qiao Yuhong clung tightly to his arm. Han Jin clasped his fists and addressed the gathered crowd, "Fellow villagers, we are new here and unfamiliar with the situation. Could someone enlighten us?" True to his experience on the road, he sought to familiarize himself with the environment. The crowd, having witnessed the remarkable skills of the newcomers, felt an unspoken reverence and treated them with greater respect. It was important to note that the local custom dictated that newcomers would have all their belongings stripped upon arrival. The previous arrivals had been pulled from the water, completely bereft of their possessions. Amidst the exchanges, Li Qiang gradually pieced together the circumstances in this place. They were in the Black Camp of the Taunt Kingdom, currently at its lowest tier known as the Black Prison. There were no guards or overseers, and they were required to extract a sufficient amount of crystal or within a specified time frame to exchange for food. Failure to meet the quota would result in dire consequences. The Black Prison was divided into numerous zones, each governed by one or several leaders vying for control over the mining resources, leading to frequent large-scale conflicts. This was a lawless realm where the strongest ruled. Newcomers had to align themselves with an existing group. Refusal to do so would likely lead to a quick demise. often without understanding how it happened. Surviving here was no small feat. In addition to human conflict, there were hazards such as cave-ins, toxic fumes, and sudden eruptions of magma, which deterred the Taunt Kingdom from sending soldiers to oversee operations, opting instead for a system of food for crystals to maintain control. Due to the high mortality rate, the Taunt Kingdom colluded with the practitioners from Qing Star to capture laborers from lower-tier planets and send them here. Li Qiang contemplated that if he allied with a leader, their small group would undoubtedly survive. However, he intended to escape. With just the 6 of them, it was impossible. It would be best to seize control of a zone and arm his comrades before targeting others. At that moment, he resolved to pursue the best possible outcome by any means necessary, vowing to exact revenge on the practitioners from Qing Star once he escaped. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. Xiao Yuhong tugged at Li Qiang's sleeve, pointing at a group emerging from the passage. They were distinctly well-groomed, some wielding knives and clubs. One knife-wielding individual approached. "Hey, newcomers. What do you have to offer our esteemed leader? Hand it over quickly." Anyone caught hiding something knows the rules well enough for me not to elaborate." He brandished his long knife arrogantly. The group encircling Li Qiang and his companions hesitated and then retreated in fear. The 6 of them regarded the situation coldly, remaining silent. Han Jin and the others, martial artists themselves, were not easily intimidated. The group had likely never encountered individuals like Li Qiang before. The arrogant man, accustomed to being in charge, pointed his knife at Li Qiang, declaring, Yes, you, dressed like a young master, stripped down to nothing. Do you hear me?" Li Qiang recalled the incident when he first encountered Zheng Peng and Mei Jingjing, who had attempted to rob him, and a smirk crept onto his face. He thought, "Fortunately, my sister escaped. I wonder if she is still crying." A wave of warmth washed over him as he glanced at Xiao Yuhong. The man, growing increasingly furious, approached with his knife, cursing, "Do you dare defy what I say? Do you want to die? I can help you." Li Qiang turned to Han Jing. "Protect my Hong Di." He then stepped forward. "Come on, try to take a swing. My neck is itching. I've wanted to die for a while now." "Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall grant you that." The man, incensed, swung his knife, causing Xiao Yuhong to gasp in fright from behind. Li Qiang slightly leaned aside, his left hand snatching the man's wrist with a laugh. "Your skill is pathetic. You can't even hold onto a knife. Who are you going to strike?" As the words left his mouth, a crisp crack rang out as he crushed the man's wrist, eliciting a sharp scream of pain. With a swift motion, he seized the man's knife, and with a powerful kick, sent him flying back, coolly stating, "A worthless fool, daring to flaunt his prowess." 2 more figures charged in, one wielding a club and the other a fork. Li Qiang tossed the knife to Han Jin and leaped forward, darting through the 2 with lightning speed. Having resolved to strike hard, the 2 individuals, with peculiar cries, stumbled forward and collapsed to the ground, motionless. What remarkable agility. I wonder if this young man would be interested in joining us. A bald man with dark eyebrows, his face marred by 2 scars and 1 blind eye, emerged, his countenance exceedingly fearsome. He clapped his hands, and those around him bowed their heads in unison, greeting him with, "Greetings, my lord." The man seemed quite pleased with his own imposing presence, boasting, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Li Qiang found it amusing. In the days of the former Song dynasty, he himself had been tenfold more formidable. "I would be most delighted to join, but I insist on being the leader," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 26. Continuous shooting. The bald man had not anticipated Li Qiang's response, his furious face contorting in rage as he screeched, "Damn it! I, the Cyclops, am a formidable figure in this black prison. Don't think that just because you possess some skills, you can trample over me. Come on. Use the weapon to eliminate those few." From behind the bald man emerged an individual wielding a small black stick, pointing it menacingly at Li Qiang. The onlookers recoiled in panic, and Li Qiang immediately became alert. The man grinned maliciously, and suddenly a red dot shot forth from the small black stick with astonishing speed. Li Qiang, unsure of the nature of this device, hesitated to obstruct it, leaping upwards just as the red dot zipped past his feet. A distant scream echoed, revealing that someone had failed to evade the attack. The man cursed and fired another red dot. Li Qiang sensed the gravity of the situation. This object was akin to a handgun and could fire continuously. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, and Han Jin and the others followed suit. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiang was before the man, flashing a toothy grin. Upon seeing the scars adorning Li Qiang's face, the man realized they bore a striking resemblance to those on his own leader's face, both equally grotesque and terrifying, especially when smiling. Terrified, he let out a scream, his grip on the black stick vanishing inexplicably. The man stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how his weapon had ended up in Li Qiang's possession. Li Qiang noticed a button on the stick and, driven by curiosity, pressed it, resulting in another red dot being shot forth, striking the dazed man squarely. With disbelief, the man stared at the gaping hole in his chest, his hand reaching out in confusion, mumbling, "Impossible," before collapsing to the ground. His legs twitching and his eyes staring blankly at the sky, never to close again. Li Qiang's decisive action immediately subdued everyone present as he commanded, "Raise your hands and kneel on the ground. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Indeed, whoever was targeted by the black stick fell to their knees in fear, their flesh and blood unable to withstand such a weapon. Despair filled the Cyclops' heart as he watched his subordinates kneel en masse. The small spiked gun he had painstakingly acquired was now in the hands of his adversary, capable of ending his life with a single shot if Li Qiang so desired. In the Black Prison, the cardinal rules were to preserve one's life and obey the strong. He understood that despite his opponent's youth, he was undoubtedly an exceptionally formidable expert, filling him with dread. Li Qiang handed the spiked gun to Han Jin, smiling. "This device is quite effective. You should hold on to it for now. Hey, Cyclops, come here. Don't worry. I have no intention of killing you." Before Han Jin and his companions had the chance to take action, the conflict had already concluded. As Han Jin received the spiked gun, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This thing is truly impressive. It's my first time witnessing such a weapon." The Cyclops timidly approached, gritting his teeth to muster courage as he awaited Li Qiang's judgment. In every district, those who had been ousted from power faced dire fates. Li Qiang glanced at him and said, "Cyclops, send someone to summon everyone from our district. I have something to say." The Cyclops felt a temporary relief, knowing he was not in immediate danger. He turned and instructed a subordinate to fetch the others. Before long, a throng of 600 or 700 people surged in, causing Li Qiang and his companions to be taken aback. A subordinate reported to the Cyclops, "Boss, there are still some people working at the mine. Should we call them over as well?" The Cyclops slapped the subordinate's head and scolded, "Fool. He is the boss now. I am no longer your leader." Sigh. The subordinate glanced fearfully at Li Qiang and refrained from speaking, while the newcomers murmured in confusion. Uncertain of what had transpired, Li Qiang leaped onto a large rock and proclaimed, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." Gradually, silence descended as all eyes turned to him. "I pose a question to you all. Please tell me. Do you wish to return to your homeland and reunite with your loved ones?" The eyes of everyone, including the Cyclops' solitary eye, sparkled momentarily before dimming again. Someone quietly replied, "What good does it do to wish? No one has ever escaped from here." Others lamented, It's impossible. If you have lost all hope, if you have succumbed to despair in this place, then what is the meaning of living?" Li Qiang paused to gauge the crowd's reaction before continuing, "I, Musi, offer you a chance and hope. If you are willing, prepare yourselves from this moment onward. I will lead you all out of this black prison." The Cyclops, having witnessed Li Qiang and his companion's prowess, felt a flicker of hope rise within him. He gazed at Li Qiang and declared, "All right, if you can bring us out, I, the Cyclops, will be the first to follow you. If I can return home to see it once more, I would die without regrets." A surge of longing for home overwhelmed each individual, igniting a newfound hope deep within their hearts. The crowd began to stir, some wept, while others murmured in excitement. Li Qiang further incited their emotions, raising his voice. "Think of your parents, your wives and children, and your homeland's fields. Do you wish to live your lives in this abyss forever?" No. Though the response was soft, the glimmer of hope sparkled in many eyes. If we have no hope for ourselves, can we still expect others to save us? We must unite and rely on our strength, no longer allowing ourselves to be manipulated. We will fight our way out of this black prison and return to our homeland. Do you have confidence? Yes. The resounding roar shook the air, deafening in its intensity. Li Qiang felt an immense relief wash over him. His greatest fear had been that this group had become numb and lifeless. Xiao Yuhong and Han Jin regarded Li Qiang with admiration, and Han Jin mused, "I wonder what Musi does. He possesses an innate leadership quality that may truly allow him to lead us back home." The forces of the Tanta Kingdom could never have anticipated that they had inadvertently acquired a cultivator with leadership capabilities, a veritable time bomb. The Cyclops, known as Na Shan and hailing from Qingfeng Nation, was anything but benevolent, though reluctantly subdued by Li Qiang. He found himself swayed by Li Qiang's promise to fulfill his deepest desire, to return home. Having been imprisoned in the Black Prison for quite some time, he had left his hometown when his eldest son was merely 11 and his youngest daughter was still in swaddling clothes. He decided to observe how Li Qiang intended to prepare for their escape, and if it proved feasible, he would wholeheartedly support him. Under Na Shan's arrangement, Li Qiang was given a clean room, 3 adjoining square chambers, equipped with a bed, a bench, and a small passage leading to a toilet. Li Qiang pondered how to accommodate Xiao Yuhong. Resolving that he would not need to sleep, he allowed her to take the bed for safety. He reassured her, "Hong, sleep well. I will be outside attending to matters, so don't be afraid." In the outer chamber, Li Qiang began to inquire about the conditions within the Black Prison. Na Shan, Han Jin, Wei Yuanqing, Zhao Ji, and Lin Feng were seated around the room. Na Shan took charge of explaining the actual situation. In Na Shan's district, there were a total of 860 individuals, occupying an area of nearly 1,000 meters. There were 7 mines available for exploitation and 2 rich sources, making life relatively bearable, with occasional newcomers arriving from other areas. The Black Prison comprised over 40 districts, with the larger ones housing 1 to 2,000 individuals, while smaller ones had 3 to 400. Thus, the entire population of the Black Prison amounted to a staggering 30 to 40,000 people. Li Qiang inquired, "Na Shan, how much crystal or do we have in stock?" Na Shan replied with a wry smile, "Not much left. We exchanged a significant amount for food last time, but with the recent influx of newcomers, our supplies have dwindled. It will be quite challenging to sustain ourselves. We must find a way to gather crystal and compel him to manufacture weapons," Li Qiang asserted. Li Qiang suddenly remembered that there were plenty of food and supplies in his bracelet. He proposed, "Could we perhaps exchange some items for crystal or with other districts?" "Sure, but we have nothing to offer," replied Han Jin. "Indeed," added Han Jin, "those who arrive here possess little more than their personal belongings. Not even a spare set of clothes." "I have something," Li Qiang assured them, "so you need not worry about that. By the way, Nazhan, I need someone who understands the local language. Please find me such a person." Nazhan looked puzzled. "We can recruit members of the Green Tribe. They understand the local dialect. However, boss, doesn't he grasp what Li Qiang means? Everyone here comprehends the spoken language." Li Qiang chuckled. "If we venture out and cannot comprehend the local tongue, what then? Therefore, it is essential for everyone to learn it." In truth, Li Qiang had already begun to devise a plan to form his own team. After observing the technology on Tambang Star, he realized that even if he regained his pre-seal state, he would only be able to escape alone. If he wished for everyone to flee together without armed resistance, it would be but a futile dream. "We shall take our time and see this through. I refuse to be deterred." Li Qiang resolved to take decisive action. Once he made up his mind, he immediately set it into motion. Recognizing his lack of military knowledge, he instructed Nazhan to gather all the former soldiers, especially those who had served as officers. Having come from Earth, Li Qiang understood the vital importance of talent. As Nazhan went to gather the prisoners, Han Jin remarked, "Brother Muzi, Lin, during his time in the former Song Kingdom, served as a border commander. He resigned due to the jealousy of his superiors, yet he knows how to fight." Lin Fenghe interjected, "Why bring this up? I have long since lost hope. Otherwise, I would not be here with you." Zhao Ji added, "Brother Muzi, Lin was once my superior. He is renowned as a cavalry general. I invited him to the escort agency. But who could have anticipated that our first escort would?" Lin Fenghe cut him off, saying, "Brother, no one could foresee this. It was simply fate." Li Qiang felt a surge of joy. He had already considered these 4 as his core team. With Lin Fenghe's military background, he smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you will be in charge of organizing the training. When Nazhan brings the recruits, you will assess their abilities." Lin Fenghe hesitated. "I fear that if I perform poorly, it may burden everyone." Li Qiang sensed his concern and pulled him aside, discreetly revealing a jade token. "I will be your backing. You just need to proceed with confidence." "What do you say?" Li Qiang knew he must secure Lin Fenghe's unwavering loyalty to steer future developments. Thus he set aside his reservations. Upon seeing the jade token, Lin Fenghe was astounded beyond words. During his time as a cavalry general, he had seen imperial edicts and recognized that such a jade token could only be issued by the emperor himself, reserved for the noble and royal. To anyone who beheld it, it was akin to encountering the emperor. He felt his legs weaken, ready to kneel, but Li Qiang caught him, smiling, "Just understand." Li Qiang further promised, "If we manage to return, I will write you a letter of recommendation, allowing you direct access to the emperor. Li Qiang pondered whether he was being overly forceful in his methods of persuasion. Han Jin and the others exchanged bewildered glances as Lin Fenghe, a former official, though a martial general, understood the implications and smiled. Very well, Fenghe will fully support Brother Musi. He thought to himself, who is he truly? Nazhan returned with over 30 individuals and reported, these are all former officers. Li Qiang noted that the majority were members of the Green Tribe. And a crucial realization struck him. Warfare on this planet might be fundamentally different from that on Tianting Star. The technological advancements here suggested that the forms of combat would vary accordingly. What should they do? Li Qiang inquired with a smile. I wish to know who among you held the highest rank. Who is the most experienced in battle? Almost all the officers present turned their gazes towards one individual. He was a slight Green Tribe member, with green hair cascading over his shoulders, appearing haggard, yet when he met Li Qiang's gaze, an aura of authority emanated from him, likely born from years of military service. He spoke calmly. I am the commander of the 7th Army of the Bangqing Ning Kingdom. I was captured while returning to report to the main army headquarters, dressed in civilian attire. I was mistaken for a commoner and sent to the Black Prison. My name is Nana Dan. Excellent. Welcome to our ranks, Li Qiang stated in an unyielding tone. Among this group, there were 2 high-ranking officers, one being the logistics officer Tan Go, and the other the commander of the Flying Battle Corps, Qin Qi. With the 3 Green Tribe officers, Li Qiang now had a total of 9 individuals. After careful contemplation, he declared, we shall form a team of 9. And from this moment forth, we must unite with sincerity. Whether we can escape from the Black Prison will depend on our collective efforts. He gestured for Lin Fenghe to speak. Li Qiang understood the significance of the first person to voice their support. It could instill confidence in the others or sow seeds of doubt. Lin Fenghe, aware of this as well, promptly stated, I support Brother Musi's proposal. Rather than languishing in this Black Prison, we should make an attempt. Perhaps there is still a chance. Even if we perish in battle, it is better than languishing in this dark abyss. Nazhan and Han Jin voiced their support as well. The 3 Green Tribe officers remained silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a moment, the logistics officer Tangu remarked, we lack weapons and armor. Most here are civilians, while our adversaries are well-equipped soldiers. How can we fight? It would be tantamount to seeking death. Zhao Ji retorted, if we lack confidence from the start, we will undoubtedly falter against the enemy. I refuse to believe we cannot prevail against them. Qin Qi scoffed, in Tambang Continent, warfare does not rely solely on swords and knives. If we engage in battle with such naivety, we would merely be sheep waiting for slaughter, unaware of our demise. Li Qiang realized that if this argument continued, it would lead to disastrous consequences. He gestured for Lin Fenghe to cease speaking and said, do not worry about weapons and equipment. I will handle that. I simply wish to know, do you possess confidence? Li Qiang understood that Nana Dun was their pillar of support. Securing his backing was imperative. Nana Dun suddenly felt an immense pressure emanating from Li Qiang, akin to a colossal mountain looming before him. He was taken aback. Having witnessed such a presence from adept cultivators of the Green Tribe, he began to suspect if Li Qiang might be a practitioner of such arts. If that were the case, their chances of escape would significantly increase. With weapons and proper training, hope was not entirely lost, but they needed to seize opportunities wisely. However, Nana Dun thought, even if they escaped the Black Prison, evading pursuers from both above and below would be exceedingly difficult. It would all depend on fortune. Li Qiang exhaled in relief, smiling. Very well, let us discuss our roles. I propose Lin Fenghe and Nana Dun oversee military command. Tan Ge will manage logistics, while Qin Qi, Zhao Ji, and Wei Yuanqing will be responsible for training the soldiers. Han Jin will coordinate, and Nazhan will serve as the liaison. Though presented as a suggestion, his tone was authoritative. No one dared challenge Li Qiang's authority at this moment, and all nodded in agreement. With no objections raised, everyone dispersed to prepare. Tan Ge and Nazhan remained behind, while the others departed. Following this meeting, Li Qiang solidified his position as the leader. Nazhan gazed at Li Qiang in disbelief as he seemingly conjured an entire room full of supplies and a bounty of unfamiliar food. Tan Ge's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly baffled by how Li Qiang had produced such an abundance of resources. The storage bracelet is a rare treasure in the realm of cultivation, let alone in the mundane world. Their astonishment, in Li Qiang's eyes, was entirely understandable. Ignoring the 2 who appeared foolishly bewildered, he chuckled, you handle it. Remember to exchange some for crystal ore. Prepare a sumptuous meal for everyone, and be sure to reserve a portion for me. He thought of Qiao Yuhong, who would surely be famished upon waking, and thus requested a share for himself. Na Shan hesitated, saying, "Boss, these items attract too much attention. We must assign someone to guard them. Furthermore, while it's feasible to trade these for crystal, or..." He struggled to articulate his concerns. Tangu, having once served as a high-ranking military supply officer, immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, if these items were taken to another district, we might not only fail to acquire crystal, but also risk our very lives. Some districts are densely populated with skilled individuals. What if they attempt to seize our belongings by force? This was a consideration Li Qiang had not entertained. This place lacked order, and without the backing of force, everything was perilous. Li Qiang replied, "Very well, let us first have a meal. We can discuss the exchange for crystal or later." Na Shan appeared troubled. "The food is rather scarce. It would be wise to conserve it, perhaps just a token portion for each." Tangu agreed. "Indeed, here, food is paramount. Without it, all is lost." Li Qiang pondered. Who knows who may arrive here? Had it not been for the frenzied shopping spree on Earth, we wouldn't possess these items. He declared, "You arrange it. I need to rest for a while. Do not disturb me, understood?" Upon entering his room, Li Qiang cautiously set up a rudimentary defensive array at the door. Lacking the ability to wield true essence, he could not activate any complex formations even if he successfully arranged them. He settled into a lotus position, intending to examine the sealed nascent soul. As he turned his focus inward, he found 10 golden lights enveloping the shadow dream armor and the nascent soul in a protective cocoon. Due to the unique nature of his nascent soul, several extraordinary treasures within were resisting, and even the formidable power of the soul-shattering golden finger could not penetrate further. He attempted to immerse his consciousness into the nascent soul multiple times, but was persistently thwarted. Frustrated, Li Qiang cursed internally. Without access to the nascent soul, he could not harness true essence, nor could he proceed with his forging. After exhausting all avenues to no avail, he reluctantly acknowledged the considerable skill of Situ Yong. Just as he was preparing to concede defeat, a thought struck him. Where had that little fire spirit gone? Chapter 27. Restoration. Li Qiang touched his shoulder, finding it empty, and wondered in disbelief. Has it escaped? That seems unlikely. How peculiar. He began to recall that the little creature had been perched on his shoulder when he entered the Dan room in the Huichun Valley. However, during the chaotic skirmish with Situ Yong, he had lost track of it amidst the turmoil. With a flicker of hope, Li Qiang plunged his consciousness back into his body, searching for the fire essence. After some time, just as despair began to creep in, he suddenly spotted it. The fire essence had transformed into a slender red filament, energetically burrowing into the light barrier. Li Qiang's Yuan was sealed, but it was this little entity that seemed most anxious. Akin to a child yearning for a beloved toy, desperately striving to reclaim its cherished possession. The light barrier was on the verge of being breached by its relentless assault. Li Qiang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and affection for this little creature. If they could escape, the credit would primarily belong to the fire essence. He understood that his powers would not recover immediately, yet with the fire essence exerting its efforts, breaking the seal was merely a matter of time. Rising to his feet and stretching lazily, Li Qiang felt invigorated. "Muzi, what are you doing? Why are you sitting on the floor?" Qiao Yuhong had awakened, her face a mask of confusion. "Muzi, why can't I leave the room? It seems I was blocked at the door." Gazing at her with tenderness, Li Qiang replied warmly, "Did you sleep well, Hong? The door is sealed by me, but it's easy to pass through. I'll teach you. From now on, this room will be yours. No one else can enter." Qiao Yuhong felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Though she was quite clever, she realized that Li Qiang had discerned her true gender. Grateful for his discretion, she decided to play along, feigning ignorance. After teaching Qiao Yuhong the method to navigate the array, Li Qiang discreetly placed a few garments on the bed. Though they were somewhat oversized, they were certainly better than nothing. He also handed her a package of food, saying, "Hong, have something to eat. You must be hungry." As they exited the room, they encountered 2 weary prisoners seated on the ground, guarding a scattered array of items. Upon seeing Li Qiang and Qiao Yuhong, they immediately stood and greeted, "Greetings, my lord," uncertain of how to address Qiao Yuhong. They resorted to an awkward formality that elicited laughter from her. Li Qiang inquired, "Where is Nazhan?" The questioned prisoner was momentarily taken aback, pondering, who was Nazhan? Fearful, he dared not ask further, his face paling. In this place, a word from the boss could determine life or death. These prisoners were only familiar with the one-eyed dragon, whom they referred to as my lord, completely unaware that his name was Nazhan. Noticing their anxiety, Li Qiang chuckled softly, moderating his tone. Nazhan is the one-eyed dragon. Where might he be? Take your time, speak slowly. Surprised by Li Qiang's amiable demeanor, one of the prisoners respectfully replied, he went to the mind face, my lord. Would you like me to summon him? That would be perfect. I wish to see the conditions at the mind face as well. Please lead the way. Xiao Yuhong interjected. Musi, take me with you. I feel so bored alone in the room. Very well, let us all go together. Oh, what is your name and where do you hail from? The leading prisoner shivered slightly at the question, sighing, I am a merchant from the Western continent, trading goods to the Tangbang continent's Bangqing kingdom. I never anticipated being discovered by the Tianji soldiers of the Tangta kingdom. My goods were seized, and I was sent to this black prison. Alas, my name is Pabin. The Western continent? What kind of place is that? What is its relation to the Tangbang continent? Li Qiang was astonished to learn that there were others of his kind in this realm, realizing the importance of understanding some fundamental circumstances. The Western continent was separated from the Tangbang continent by the Sea of Grievous Souls, comprising numerous small nations and indigenous tribes, with a harsh living environment. However, it produced many extraordinary items, and transporting them to the Tangbang continent promised immense profits. Furthermore, one could return with a plethora of goods from the Tangbang continent, ensuring a lucrative venture. Pabin continued, after the winds of dread subside, merchants prepare vessels at the Forgotten Horn to cross the sea. It is the nearest strait between the two continents, and if fortunate enough to avoid the sea monsters of the Sea of Grievous Souls, great wealth awaits. Oh, what treasures does your land produce? Pabin had never encountered such a congenial and approachable young lord, devoid of any airs. Flustered, he replied, there are many fine goods, such as golden Bodhi wood, scaled stone, heavenly illusion water, thunder feather, een fruit, sea agate, ice crystal. Sea agate? Li Qiang's heart leapt with joy at the mention of it. Grabbing Pabin's arm, he exclaimed, are you speaking of sea agate? Indeed, you mean sea agate. This was the treasure Li Qiang had longed for, and upon hearing about the Sea of Grievous Souls, he suddenly recalled that Mo Huayuan had once mentioned that the Sea of Grievous Souls produced sea agate. Pabin, terrified by Li Qiang's fervor, stammered, It's not my fault. He attempted to convey that the young lord should not associate him with this matter, but his words faltered, leaving him tongue-tied. Xiao Yuhong interjected, Musi, you frightened him. Li Qiang quickly released his grip, and Pabin collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling. Apologetically, Li Qiang helped him up, wearing a beaming smile as he said, I am sorry. It was not my intention to scare you. I simply wish to ask, is sea agate a specialty of your Western continent? Have you ever seen it? Pabin observed the ecstatic expression on Li Qiang's face and felt reassured. He replied with a wry smile, you nearly frightened me to death. Sea agate is not a specialty of the Western continent. It is a rarity found in the Sea of Grievous Souls, but I have never seen it myself. The items I mentioned are renowned treasures of the Western continent, but a small merchant like me has never encountered them. Pabin, do you speak this language fluently? Yes, I understand the language of the Tangbang continent and can converse with you, my lord, Pabin affirmed. Excellent. Then you shall accompany me from now on. Do not call me my lord. Simply refer to me as Musi, brother. Is that agreeable? After hearing Li Qiang's words, Pabin felt dizzy, stammering, yes, Musi, brother. Gathering his composure, he added, we are almost at the mind face. In the distance, the sound of metal clanging echoed. After navigating a few turns, a vast mining area came into view. The so-called mind face was merely a slope where black rocks shimmered with colorful crystals of varying sizes. The first step in mining involved breaking down the large black rocks and manually separating the crystals. Once processed, these crystals were referred to as raw stones, which could be exchanged for food. Upon spotting Li Qiang emerging from the corridor, Nazhan hurried over, exclaiming, Boss. Just now, a large section collapsed here, injuring several workers. Damn it, these fools are blind. Just when we were short on hands, we gained a few who only eat without working. I wish to toss them into the fire pit to save trouble. Li Qiang remained silent, ignoring Nazhan, and continued walking along the mine face, observing as he went. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Nazhan followed behind him. After a brief tour, Li Qiang inquired, where are the injured individuals? Take me to see them. They are over there. Nazhan pointed to a small black cavity not far away. As they approached, A foul stench and the metallic scent of blood assaulted Li Qiang's senses. Frowning, he commanded, "Bring them out. I wish to have a look." A few prisoners entered, gradually carrying out 3 individuals. 2 were members of the Green Tribe, while the third belonged to a race Li Qiang had never seen before, covered in short red fur, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with brown, shell-like growths on his chest and back, his face and right arm a gruesome sight. Paban whispered, "His name is Ben, a native of the Western continent." Li Qiang possessed no medical expertise. However, being from a region with advanced information, he was well-versed in basic first aid. He commanded, "Na Shan, quickly have someone boil a pot of hot water." Hearing the dissatisfaction in the new leader's voice, Na Shan felt perplexed. This was a terrifying and desolate dungeon devoid of medicine or healing. Death was a commonplace occurrence, yet the new leader seemed intent on saving someone. He shook his bald head, instructing others to fetch water while curiously observing how Li Qiang would proceed, as the surrounding unfortunate prisoners gathered closer. Xiao Yuhong felt both astonished and intrigued. This stranger, Muzi Gu, had introduced her to a realm of the unimaginable. Could it be that he possessed the ability to heal? The hot water was soon brought, and Li Qiang took a towel to cleanse Ben's wounds. Ben's arm bore 4 elongated gashes, with flesh hanging grotesquely and darkening in hue. Understanding that healing necessitated the removal of necrotic tissue, Li Qiang called out, "Bring me a few people to hold him down. Ben, if he awakens in pain, instruct him not to move." "All right, let us begin." In truth, Li Qiang was merely feigning knowledge, having learned these methods from films and television in his past life. For the sake of saving a life, he steeled himself to proceed. With the small silver dagger gifted by Mo Huayuan in hand, he prepared to act. Xiao Yuhong observed the peculiar dagger, contemplating how it resembled a silver fish, seemingly alive in his grip. Had a cultivator been present, they might have cried out in disbelief at the audacity of using such a precious weapon for surgery. A thunderous roar erupted as Ben, drenched in sweat, shouted frantically to calm Ben. However, upon awakening, Ben was not attuned to Ben's words. With a slight motion of his arm, he sent several prisoners tumbling backward. Yet the hand held by Li Qiang remained immovable, causing Ben to wonder why he could not free himself. As Ben opened his eyes, he beheld a young man marked by a long scar, wielding a peculiar knife that gleamed ominously as he cut into Ben's flesh. Without a moment's thought, he swung his other arm, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air. Gasps echoed from the onlookers. Ben was renowned for his strength. Yet due to the language barrier and lack of allies, he had suffered greatly in this place, with only a few from the Green Tribe showing him any kindness. Normally, his strength allowed him to extract more ore and secure additional food, and the other prisoners dared not provoke him. Had it not been for Li Qiang's intervention, no one would have come to his aid in this critical moment. Li Qiang remained unmoved, merely letting out a soft grunt as he channeled his strength into his shoulder, absorbing Ben's punch as if it were a mere tickle. The pain Ben experienced was immense, akin to striking iron or steel. His hand nearly shattered from the impact, prompting a howl of agony. Li Qiang stifled a laugh and said, Ben, tell him to remain still. I am treating his wounds." Ben regarded Li Qiang with eyes wide in disbelief, fully aware of Ben's might. In the Western continent, no one dared to provoke someone like Ben. They were born warriors, formidable fighters, and challenging them was tantamount to courting death. Witnessing Li Qiang nonchalantly absorb Ben's punch, Ben felt his courage waver, repeatedly exclaiming, all right, I will inform him." But it was already too late. Ben, feeling insulted, swung again, this time aiming for Li Qiang's face. With a sigh, Li Qiang performed an astonishing act that left all present in shock. He lowered his head and met the punch head-on. Thud! Ben found himself speechless, his body trembling. Seizing the moment, Ben hurriedly relayed the message. Once Ben finished speaking, the ferocity in Ben's eyes began to fade. He could scarcely comprehend that someone cared for him. A novel and unfamiliar emotion surged within him, one he could not quite define. Li Qiang offered Ben a gentle smile, having cleaned and dressed his wounds, and patted his hands together, declaring, "Next, bring the others over." With the prior experience, the 2 members of the Green Tribe were easier to manage. Li Qiang swiftly completed their bandaging and instructed Na Shan, "Ensure they rest well. Moreover, once healed, let Ben participate in training. He should make a formidable warrior." The prisoners' gazes toward Li Qiang transformed, shifting from fear to one filled with hope and respect. A few prisoners assisted the injured, and Li Qiang proclaimed, "Remember, We hail from diverse corners of the world, and fate has intertwined our lives. If anyone disregards their companions, when trouble befalls you, who can you rely on for help? From this moment forward, we shall support and care for one another. Do you all understand? The prisoners erupted in enthusiastic approval, while Na Shan murmured, "Now this is what a leader should embody. Alas, I cannot compare." Xiao Yuhong expressed her admiration. "Musigo, you are truly remarkable." "Ah, there is nothing extraordinary about it. We must possess confidence in ourselves to survive," Li Qiang replied, feeling a profound transformation within himself. Since his departure from Earth, he had endured numerous trials, and his mind was rapidly maturing. Ben approached Li Qiang, animatedly speaking, and Parbin translated. "He says he wishes to follow you, for you are a warrior." Considering the journey ahead to the Western continent, and recognizing Ben as a local native, Li Qiang smiled. "Very well, you shall accompany me. Your sole duty will be to protect Hongdi and Parbin." Parbin was taken aback, taking a moment before translating for Ben. Ben nodded vigorously at Xiao Yuhong and Parbin, and Li Qiang encouraged him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Suddenly, a prisoner rushed down the corridor, breathless as he reached Li Qiang and Na Shan, exclaiming, "Master, there is an announcement." Na Shan, reverting to his old temperament, slapped the prisoner, but Li Qiang caught his hand, shooting him a disapproving look. Na Shan chuckled sheepishly. "Ah, I forgot again. I won't hit anyone next time." Li Qiang smiled. "Take your time. What is the announcement?" The prisoner took a deep breath, overwhelmed with gratitude, and said, "Master, an announcement from above states they are searching for a recently imprisoned individual. If located and reported, the Tanta Kingdom will release the informant." Na Shan inquired in disbelief, "What individual merits such a grand search by the foreigners? What is their name?" The prisoner replied, "I believe it was something strong. Oh dear. I've forgotten. Was it Li Qiang?" Li Qiang maintained his composure. Yes, that is indeed the name. Oh no. The leaders from all districts have gone mad, saying they will search every inch of the ground to find him." His mind raced. How did they know his name? Was there a reason behind this search? They did not specify, but the urgency was palpable, the prisoner responded. Na Shan, brimming with excitement, said, "Master, we have recently received many new arrivals. Let us investigate. Perhaps he is amongst us." Li Qiang mused. "What are they searching for? I stand right before you. How peculiar that the Tanta Kingdom seeks me. Surely they wouldn't have found me here so soon." He waved his hand dismissively. "There's no one here. There's no need to search." In truth, following Li Qiang's capture, turmoil erupted within the cultivation world. News spread rapidly, and Fu Pijing, Fu Shan, and Mei Yu being united to issue a warning. If Bai Huang Laoren did not surrender Li Qiang, the formidable experts from the three sects would join forces with their allies to seek justice on Qianjia Star. While Bai Huang Laoren was unafraid, the prospect of so many cultivation experts descending upon him, particularly super-strong individuals like Fu Shan and Fu Pijing, posed a significant threat to his subordinates. Compounded by the recent revelations regarding the wrath of the celestial deities, which drew many powerful cultivators to Tianting Star. The risk of adversaries attacking Qianjia Star while his own experts were preoccupied at Tianting Star was alarming. Enraged, Bai Huang Laoren ordered the immediate search for Li Qiang. Upon the issuance of this decree, Situ Yong and En Lang were rendered speechless, unaware that Li Qiang was the brother of Fu Shan. They mistakenly believed him to be a disciple from the Mei family of the Huichun Valley, thus dismissing the matter entirely. Daily, individuals were sent to the dark camps of the Tanta Kingdom. How could one possibly investigate? En Lang even took the initiative to travel to the Tanta Kingdom in search, only to discover that the recent arrivals had all been sent to the Black Prison. Moreover, the Tanta Kingdom was rather reluctant to assist, as the Black Prison was shrouded in secrecy, and they were unwilling to release the individuals confined within. Ultimately, it was Situ Yong himself who engaged in discussions, securing a tentative agreement to look into the matter. Given the high mortality rate within the Black Prison, no one could guarantee that a search would yield results. Hence the issuance of this announcement. Through this incident, Li Qiang's reputation within the realm of cultivation had become notably pronounced. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted outside in his name. While he remained preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape his predicament, he summoned Lin Fenghe and Nadatin to inquire about their efforts in forming a team. Nadatin, having learned of Li Qiang's assistance to two injured clansmen, felt a sense of goodwill towards him, adopting a much more sincere demeanor as he remarked, "So far, we have assembled 5 small teams. each consisting of 80 to 90 individuals, and training has commenced. However, we lack sufficient weaponry. Lin Fenghe added, the individuals here are physically frail, requiring ample food and rest. Otherwise, they will struggle to exhibit any combat effectiveness. Li Qiang paced back and forth, contemplating how to restore the strength of these suffering captives. It was clear that adequate food supplies were unattainable. Thus, only through cultivation methods could recovery be feasible. He resolved to consult the Yutong Jin later to see if there existed any quick and simple techniques. Pausing momentarily, another issue crossed Li Qiang's mind. Chapter 28. Weapons and Armor. I want the weapons and armor here, Li Qiang remarked casually. Nana Dun was taken aback, exclaiming, but we don't have such equipment. What should we do? He thought to himself. Just a moment ago, you claimed there was no issue with the armaments, and now you've forgotten so quickly? Lin Fenghe and Na Shan looked at Li Qiang anxiously, equally surprised by his statement. Li Qiang paused, unable to suppress his laughter, and clarified. Oh, you misunderstood me. I meant I want to examine the weapons and armor here to study their structures, so we can begin manufacturing them. Nana Dun, incredulous, replied, how is that possible? Manufacturing these weapons requires specialized manufacturers and substantial resources. It cannot be accomplished by just a few individuals. If you doubt me, you can ask Tango, who has studied a bit of weapon manufacturing. Li Qiang was elated and said, that is splendid. Quickly, summon Tango. Let us return to discuss this. He thought to himself, I am a disciple of a renowned sect in the realm of cultivation. I refuse to believe I cannot produce your weapons. Upon returning to the room, Tangu arrived as well. Nana Dun reiterated the previous discussion, saying, Tangu, I recall that you have experience in weapon manufacturing. Do you think it is feasible for us to produce weapons ourselves? Tangu replied with difficulty, it's exceedingly challenging, nearly impossible. While we have an abundance of ores and crystal mines here, the issue lies in our lack of equipment and skilled weapon manufacturers. How can we create them? Everyone fell silent, looking at Li Qiang in unison, awaiting his solution. Xiao Yuhong's heart raced, fearing that Li Qiang might feel embarrassed. She wished she could assist him, but felt powerless. Anxiously observing everyone, she silently prayed for divine guidance, hoping Li Qiang would devise a solution. Li Qiang understood that the others found it hard to grasp the sophistication of weapon manufacturing and cultivation. He smiled and said, there is no need to be so tense. I assured you I could find a solution, and I will certainly accomplish it. However, I need a sample. The group sensed his confidence. Though they did not fully understand how he intended to create the weapons, he was the leader, and if he said it could be done, they believed it would be. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to trust Li Qiang. Na Shan frowned and said, it's extremely difficult to obtain weapons here. The last time the boss seized the small spine gun, it was only through my efforts that I managed to acquire it, resulting in the loss of 7 of my subordinates. A bold idea emerged, and Li Qiang inquired, are you familiar with the terrain here? Na Shan nodded. I am well acquainted with the terrain in our area and the adjacent ones. However, beyond that, I'm not familiar. Boss, the other areas are just like ours. They lack weapons as well. He assumed Li Qiang intended to seek weapons in other regions. I plan to sneak in and capture a few white devils while gathering intelligence on the situation above, Li Qiang declared. The others gasped in astonishment. This was exceedingly audacious. Lin Fenghe suggested, we should discuss this further. It would be more prudent. Knowing Li Qiang's other identity, he felt compelled to consider his safety. Nana Dun concurred, yes, we need a comprehensive plan, as this pertains to everyone's lives. However, I support the boss's idea. Capturing a prisoner is essential. Na Shan felt both exhilarated and anxious. In the Black Prison, no one dared to confront the White Devils. Their new leader was audacious, with a proposal that was utterly unexpected. He could hardly contain his eagerness, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the White Devils. The fire pool was a unique geographical phenomenon, a vent for the magma and fire from the Earth's core. Winding passages marked the areas where volcanic activity had previously erupted. However, due to the extreme temperatures, no one dared to venture out through this route. Na Shan could hardly believe that Li Qiang was interested in it. Standing at the edge of the fire pool, Na Shan led Li Qiang and the others, feeling the intense heat waves wash over them. The rocky walls nearby warped under the heat, and the pool bubbled violently, with enormous bubbles bursting and emitting peculiar sounds. With each bubble that burst, the heat intensified. Poppin, attempting to stand further back, still found it difficult to breathe due to the oppressive heat. Only Li Qiang remained unfazed, seemingly relishing the oppressive warmth. In truth, he was exultant, The fire essence emanated from him, plunging into the fire pool. Moments later, the essence turned a vibrant red and returned to his body, causing him to feel a loosening sensation in the light barrier of the fragmented soul gold finger. Yet, no one witnessed the essence's entrance and exit due to the extreme heat. Kinkanki wiped the sweat streaming down his face and remarked with a wry smile. Even if I had my flying wings, I wouldn't dare traverse this path. It's too frightening. Oh, my oversight. Brother Lin, Kinkanki, and Brother Zhao. The four of us will go, the others should return. Brother Han and Na Shan will stay behind to guard. Remember to maintain a low profile until we return, and avoid conflicts with other regions. Additionally, training cannot cease. Is that understood? Na Shan said, I should go as well. I've been here long enough to be familiar with the situation. Li Qiang was pleasantly surprised by Na Shan's eagerness. Very well, Brother Lin will stay. Na Shan, you may accompany us. Lin Fenghe, a military man, knew he could not disobey orders, despite his reluctance. The others hastily retreated to the entrance of the fire pool tunnel. Kinkanki thought Li Qiang was utterly reckless, wondering how he could traverse such a scorching path. He feared that he might become a dried corpse before reaching their destination. Li Qiang declared, All right, let us begin. He handed each of the 3 defensive jade talismans, saying, one for backup and one to crush. Na Shan, curious, crushed one talisman, and a radiant light burst forth, suddenly enveloping him in a refreshing coolness that almost made him forget the previous intense heat. He couldn't help but exclaim, What is this? It's incredible. Kinkanki was equally astonished. Li Qiang was full of surprises, which significantly boosted his confidence in him. Li Qiang pointed to Na Shan. You go first. Be careful where you step. He grabbed Na Shan by the arm and exerted force, tossing him forward. Na Shan, though claiming to be unafraid, could not help but scream as he saw the lava rushing beneath him. After landing precisely in the cave across the fire pool, his cry for help echoed back. Li Qiang chuckled. Look at you, so fierce yet crying for help. You're fine. He then tossed Zhao Ji and Kinkanki across. Having witnessed Na Shan's experience, the two remained silent but were drenched in cold sweat. If they fell into the fire pool, they might vanish without a trace. All 3 were eager to see how Li Qiang would cross. Li Qiang possessed the fire essence within him, and his cultivation was based on the purple flame heart and heavenly fire, rendering him impervious to such flames. Had his nascent soul not been sealed, even falling into the pool would pose no significant threat. However, he did not dare to be careless. He leaped into the air, his form darting like lightning into the cave. The 3 cheered in unison, and Li Qiang, with a fluid bow, grinned. I hope I didn't embarrass myself. In that instant, he left a profound impression on the 3, truly carefree and unrestrained. The 4 swiftly ascended within the cave. The higher they climbed, the more challenging it became. The branching paths grew numerous. Kinkanki and Na Shan, the least physically fit, began to slow down, while Zhao Ji, being a martial artist, managed to keep pace. Kinkanki gasped for breath, his face turning a deep green, while Na Shan appeared pale and haggard, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He quietly implored, Boss, could we slow down a bit? It's too exhausting. Li Qiang cast a rope and whispered, Hold on to the rope. The 3 hurriedly grasped it, leveraging Li Qiang's strength to regain some composure. After navigating several forks, they ascended higher, and the passage began to widen. The temperature around them noticeably dropped, accompanied by a refreshing breeze brushing against their faces. The 4 continued their climb. Just as the 3 were on the verge of exhaustion, Li Qiang, leading the way, abruptly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. Instantly, the 3 froze, anxiously watching him. Among them, Kinkanki was the most aware of the combat prowess of the soldiers from Tantua country, making him the most anxious. He touched the small spike gun tucked in his embrace, a gift from Li Qiang through Han Jin, as he was the local soldier most familiar with the weaponry here. Kinkanki silently lamented the absence of their former weapons, armor, and wings. How advantageous it would be to have those now. With their current small spike gun, he doubted they could even pierce the armor of the enemy soldiers, leaving him uncertain about how to capture a prisoner. Li Qiang turned, placing a finger to his lips, then gestured for them to move forward. In truth, he had already discerned faint voices. If the Yuan had not been sealed, the sounds would have been crystal clear. For now, he could only identify the source, which was sufficient. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the flying sword Mo Huayuan had given him. Though he had not cultivated it, it was far superior to any mundane weapon. As they turned another corner, the voices grew louder, a cacophony of indistinct chatter that seemed to convey laughter. Having faced life and death struggles, Li Qiang felt emboldened and slowly approached. Na Shan and the others cautiously followed. In a hushed tone, Na Shan whispered, "Boss, that might be a vent." Qing quietly readied his small spike gun, while Zhao Ji and Na Shan clutched 8-inch-long triangular spikes, their palms slick with sweat. Zhao Ji pulled out a torn cloth, dividing it in half to wrap around his hand. Na Shan, realizing the gesture, followed suit, feeling somewhat reassured. Li Qiang had pinpointed the source of the voices. It was a hole approximately half a meter in diameter. He silently crawled to the opening, noting that the walls were not too thick. Below lay a spacious hall, and indeed, Na Shan and Apos' observation about the vent was accurate. From the hole, he could clearly see the layout of the hall. To his astonishment, he spotted over a dozen soldiers clad in white armor, among them a figure in red armor. Evidently an officer. Qing leaned closer to peer down, his expression a mix of surprise and delight, whispering to Li Qiang, "It seems this is their armory. Look over there behind that row of stone pillars." Li Qiang's heart soared at the sight. Behind the pillars were neatly arranged racks of spiked guns and what appeared to be armor. Na Shan gazed apprehensively at the soldiers below, pondering how they could possibly engage them with only 4 individuals. Charging down would likely result in them being turned into mincemeat before they even had a chance to fight back. His hands trembled involuntarily, while Zhao Ji remained composed, gently patting Na Shan's shoulder in reassurance, earning a grateful glance from him. Li Qiang's mind raced. Among the 4, only he remained unafraid of the soldiers. In a surprise attack, perhaps they could manage one-on-one confrontations, but with 14 soldiers and an officer below, and who knows how many more outside the hall, a direct assault posed too great a risk. Lacking a sound strategy, he gestured for everyone to slowly retreat into a side passage. They convened, deliberating on how best to proceed. This operation aimed to minimize casualties while ensuring the enemy remained oblivious to their presence. Therefore, once they engaged, not a single living soul could be left behind, save for those they intended to take away, who would be executed immediately if capture proved impossible. "Qing, do you have any thoughts?" Li Qiang inquired. "Boss, it seems quite difficult. There are too many of them. After we eliminate a few, if they become alert and activate their armor and shields, we would struggle to inflict any more damage." At that point, Qing replied, his voice tinged with concern. Na Shan remained silent, and when Li Qiang turned to him, he awkwardly scratched his bald head and forced a smile, saying, "Boss, don't look at me. I'm just a brute. Seeing so many soldiers earlier nearly scared me to death. Just tell me what to do. I and Apos, I'll follow your lead. If I must die, then so be it. At least I'll have fought." Zhao Ji echoed, "Indeed, Na Shan has a point. Boss, it's your call. It could end badly, but—" Li Qiang interrupted, playfully chastising, "Na Shan, you rascal, always talking about dying. I have no intention of sending you to your demise, nor do I want you, Zhao Dage, to perish. We must survive." Na Shan chuckled bitterly to himself, wishing for survival against such formidable foes. Once combat commenced, it would be a challenge to remain alive. Li Qiang cleared his throat and stated, "Since no one has a solid plan, I have a rather unconventional idea." Qing, puzzled, asked, "An unconventional idea? What might that be?" Na Shan interjected, "Sounds like there's no idea at all." Just as he spoke, Li Qiang playfully smacked his bald head, scolding, "Don't be so talkative." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Qiang found himself fond of this rugged man, unable to resist teasing him. Na Shan shrank back, mumbling to himself, "I'm already foolish. Why make it worse?" "We wait for the opportune moment," Li Qiang declared confidently. Qing's face lit up with understanding. "Indeed, we wait for the right opportunity. It's unlikely that so many soldiers will be present at all times. We can take turns keeping watch, and once a chance arises, we strike." A brilliant idea. His admiration for Li Qiang surged. The wait was excruciating. Li Qiang shared the provisions and water he had brought with the others and began to assess the changes within himself. Energized by the energy from the fire pool, his abilities surged, finally allowing him to breach a hole in the light barrier. Instantly, his consciousness flowed through this opening into the Yuan, commencing the full operation of his miniature universe. Time became irrelevant as a brilliant glow enveloped him. Na Shan, bored and fiddling with his triangular spike, suddenly found the surroundings illuminated. Startled, he fumbled, accidentally pricking his finger on the spike and stifling a gasp as he stared at Li Qiang, bewildered at how a person could emit light. Qing, feigning slumber against the rocky wall, was jolted awake by Na Shan's gasp. Grabbing his small spike gun, he blinked in astonishment. After a moment, the radiance dimmed, and Li Qiang sighed, opening his eyes. He understood that he was not yet restored to his previous state, but now he could wield some true essence. Observing the two staring at him in awe, he asked, "What are you both dazed about? Any new developments to report?" Na Shan and King Kanki, now aware that Li Qiang was no ordinary individual, felt their confidence swell but refrained from questioning why he had glowed moments prior. King Kanki respectfully reported, "Boss, Zhaoji has been gone for quite a while. I wonder if there's any news. He should be returning soon." The title boss carried genuine respect. "Oh, Zhao Ji is back," Li Qiang noted, hearing the sound of Zhao Ji's movement. Moments later, Zhao Ji crawled back through the passage, excitement radiating from him. "Boss, there are only 7 people in the hall now. This is the fewest we've seen in a while. Should we attack?" The three turned their gazes toward Li Qiang. "Yes, we've been here long enough. The people below will surely become restless. Let us go see and discuss our strategy," Li Qiang asserted, his confidence buoyed by his newfound ability to wield true essence, even if limited. "All right, everyone, let us crush the jade talismans," he reminded them. Returning to the cave entrance, they counted again and found only 6 individuals present, 1 less than before. 3 soldiers were seated in the center of the hall, seemingly engaged in animated conversation, chattering incessantly. 1 soldier leaned against a row of stone pillars, partially obscuring himself, while another appeared to be dozing in a corner. The most troublesome was a soldier who kept pacing back and forth. Li Qiang, harnessing his inner energy, communicated quietly, "Brother Zhao, deal with the wandering soldier. Even if you cannot eliminate him, entangle him. King Kanki will handle the one behind the pillar, and Nazan, you take care of the one who is asleep. As for the 3 in the middle of the hall, I shall confront them. I will go down first. You will jump down one by one, and I will catch you. Do not hesitate. Act immediately. Do you understand?" The 3 nodded in agreement, and thus, Li Qiang commenced his inaugural operation in the dark camp. His caution indeed saved all 4 of them. In the Tanfan Star, a well-equipped army could undoubtedly contend with cultivators, hence, those cultivators aware of the circumstances would refrain from provoking the military here, as their weaponry was formidable. Like a wraith, Li Qiang descended silently, landing without a sound. Zhao Ji followed suit, and before he could touch the ground, Li Qiang propelled him towards the wandering soldier with a swift push. Zhao's body soared like an arrow released from its bow, aimed directly at the moving soldier. Next, King Kanki was also nudged forward. With a firm resolve, Nazan leaped down, only to be seized by Li Qiang by the collar and hurled towards the sleeping soldier. The trio of chatting soldiers noticed Li Qiang and his companions, rising in a flurry of panic. Just as they grasped their weapons, they were suddenly confronted by Li Qiang's mischievous visage, his scarred face contorted in a grotesque smile, gleaming brightly at them. They were utterly baffled as to how he had approached them so swiftly and stealthily. Chapter 29. A violent outburst. Li Qiang understood that if he did not swiftly eliminate the 3 soldiers before him, he would find himself in grave trouble. Seizing the moment before they could raise their weapons, the small flying sword in his hand shimmered with silver light as it swiftly severed one soldier's neck. Utilizing a minimal amount of true energy, a flicker of purple light appeared, and with his other hand, he thrust like a long sword into the chest of another soldier. A head flew off, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. The remaining soldier desperately clutched Li Qiang's shoulder, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed Li Qiang's elbow pierce entirely through his body, armor proving futile against the assault. The last soldier's eyes betrayed an overwhelming disbelief and terror. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen and found himself soaring through the air. Li Qiang's kick had pulverized his insides. Na Shan, gritting his teeth, landed atop the sleeping soldier with a thud, waking him abruptly. The soldier flailed his arms, still dazed. Na Shan, straddling him, thrust a triangular spike with all his might into the soldier's chest, only for it to become lodged 3 inches deep, despite piercing through the armor. The soldier let out a roar of pain, blood pouring from his mouth. In his panic, Na Shan attempted to cover the soldier's mouth, only to be bitten fiercely. The soldier ceased his cries, but Na Shan screamed in agony. King Kanki fared better, landing precisely beside a dozing soldier. He raised his small spike gun and with a single shot, obliterated the soldier's head. 2 screams echoed in the air, one of which was Na Shan's, sending shivers down King Kanki's spine. Grabbing a spike gun from the rack, he dashed towards the corridor entrance. True to his military training, Kinkanki did not rush to save Na Shan, but instead sprinted toward the corridor entrance, knowing that only by blocking the entry could they hope to fight off the overwhelming numbers. If a large contingent of soldiers surged in, survival would be impossible. Zhao Ji, however, encountered a formidable challenge, a burly soldier with a thick beard whose vigilance was alarmingly high. The moment he spotted Zhao Ji, he activated his armor and arm shield. Raising his spike gun, Zhao Ji delivered a swift kick to the soldier's wrist, sending the white spiked gun clattering to the ground. Despite Zhao Ji's relentless barrage of strikes, he found himself unable to inflict any damage. The bearded soldier, though encumbered by excellent armor, was similarly at a disadvantage without his weapon. He rolled and scrambled towards the fallen spike gun. Zhao Ji possessed decent martial skills, yet against the burly soldier clad in standard armor, he felt utterly powerless. The triangular spike barely penetrated his armor, leaving Zhao Ji to resort to futile punches and kicks. The bearded soldier, reeling from the consecutive blows, recognized that retrieving the spike gun was no longer feasible. With determination, he leapt aside and drew a peculiar 1-foot-long dagger. They faced each other like roosters in a standoff. Zhao Ji hesitated to charge forward, uncertain of the nature of the weapon in the soldier's grasp, but he had successfully engaged the bearded soldier. As Li Qiang dispatched the 3 soldiers, he heard Na Shan's peculiar cries. He swiftly maneuvered toward him, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. In midair, he observed Na Shan, one hand caught in the soldier's jaws, while the other rained down blows on the soldier's face, which was now smeared with blood. Yet the soldier refused to relent. Li Qiang landed beside Na Shan and stomped down, the triangular spike and armor collapsing underfoot. The soldier's mouth opened wide, blood spraying onto Na Shan. Na Shan leapt up, clutching his hand in pain, rolling on the ground. Li Qiang, unbothered, dashed toward Zhao Ji. Kinkanki was in distress, realizing they had roused the soldiers outside, as countless troops charged toward the hall. Kinkanki crouched at the corridor entrance, firing frantically, silver energy spheres crashing against the soldiers' shields with a cacophony. The soldiers, momentarily disoriented, raised their spiked guns in retaliation, creating a thunderous uproar. The burly soldier, hearing the commotion outside, shouted wildly. Before he could call out again, Li Qiang arrived. Like a whirlwind, he swept behind the soldier, grasping his neck with fingers that tightened like steel pincers, causing the soldier to foam at the mouth and roll his eyes back in terror. Zhao Ji shouted, "Let him live, we only need one." Li Qiang hastily released his grip, realizing that lately, every time he acted, he inadvertently pushed people towards death, perplexed by his own lethal force. Na Shan, come quickly and bind him. Wait for us at the entrance of the cave. Brother Zhao, let us head to the corridor. Before he finished speaking, he had already darted forward. Kinkanki, how are you holding up? Li Qiang suddenly appeared behind him, inquiring. Kinkanki, without looking back, fired another volley of energy spheres, calmly yet helplessly replying, there are too many soldiers. If not for the narrow corridor limiting them, they would have rushed in by now. If they employ a strong shield push, we're finished. Zhao Ji, armed with 2 spike guns, took cover on the opposite side of the corridor, forming a crossfire with Kinkanki. Li Qiang, though unfamiliar with the term strong shield push, was certain that the spike guns could not penetrate such a device. As he hesitated, Na Shan's voice chimed in. What is this? Can it be used? Li Qiang and Kinkanki turned simultaneously. Li Qiang could not help but scold. I told you to wait at the entrance. Why did you come here? Are you trying to get yourself killed? But Kinkanki, elated, exclaimed, Quick, bring it here. Na Shan, donned in full white armor, with blue light shimmering from his arm shields and the headpiece on his bald head, dragged a large box filled with neatly arranged oval red spheres, grinning mischievously at them. Kinkanki picked up one of the oval red spheres and squeezed it hard, transforming it into a round shape. He hurled it into the corridor, shouting, Everyone, get down. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the corridor, a wave of heat mixed with debris crashing towards them. Na Shan cursed, Damn, that's powerful. He grabbed another sphere and mimicked Kinkanki's actions, but forgot to duck, getting knocked over by the force of the blast. Fortunately, his armor protected him from injury, and he cursed as he scrambled back to his feet. Li Qiang glanced back at the armory, gritting his teeth. You 3, hold them off for as long as you can. He seized 3 red spheres, positioned himself squarely at the corridor entrance, launched them, and then swiftly retreated into the armory. The armory was small, with limited supplies, but Li Qiang moved with astonishing speed, swiftly collecting all the weaponry he could find. Meanwhile, Kinkanki was struggling to maintain his position. Li Qiang shouted, "Fall back to the entrance quickly." The entire hall was engulfed in smoke, energy spheres slicing through the air with eerie sounds, debris raining down from the walls, and a choking smell of burning permeated the atmosphere. Fortunately, Zhao Ji and Kinkanki were protected by talismans, sustaining only minor injuries. The three retreated in disarray towards the cave entrance, with Na Shan still dragging the large box, clearly enamored with the red spheres. Li Qiang seized Kinkanki and hurled him towards the top of the cave entrance. He followed by tossing Zhao Ji, Na Shan, and the bearded captive into the cave just as soldiers burst into the hall. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, leaving the hall in chaos. Li Qiang was struck by at least a dozen energy spheres, his body instantly torn and bloodied. Thankfully, he could still channel a bit of true energy to preserve his life. Lying on the ground, he finally comprehended the potency of the spiked guns. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the abandoned box left by Na Shan, and he couldn't suppress a wicked grin. Countless soldiers, brandishing their spiked guns, approached with their armor and shields glinting ominously. Upon seeing a bloodied figure sprawled across a large box, they initially relaxed, lowering their weapons. A red-armored officer prodded the seemingly lifeless body with his spiked gun, curious to uncover the identity of one who ventured into this most secret of armory. The spear pierced the man, flipping him over. His bloodied visage offered no clues to his identity. The officer, perplexed, scanned the surroundings, utterly bewildered by how the man had managed to enter. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of violet light within. With a resounding laugh, he gestured towards a large crate, and in an instant, he soared into the air. Some soldiers deciphered his parting words, "Farewell, you fools." At that moment, the officer caught sight of a crate filled with powerful red explosives, all perfectly spherical, causing his heart to nearly shatter with fear. Li Qiang's meager energy was just sufficient to propel him through the opening at the top of the hall. Upon entering, he was astonished to find Kinkanki and the others waiting for him. There was no time for curses. He summoned his strength to roll down the corridor with the three companions and a captive in tow. Suddenly, the passage began to tremble, accompanied by ominous rumblings of thunder. The five of them stumbled to a stop at a bend. Nazhan, visibly shaken, inquired, "Boss, what have you done? This commotion is immense." Before he could finish, the entire corridor shook violently, with large stones and debris cascading down from the walls, rushing toward them. Zhao Ji used his spear to clear two boulders, exclaiming, "This is getting worse." Nazhan scoffed, "Nonsense. What do you mean worse? That's just bad luck." Li Qiang chuckled, "Isn't this your treasure? I just set off all the explosives." Huh. After a brief moment of laughter, Li Qiang sensed the gravity of their situation and asked, "Nazhan, are there any other passages we can take? Damn it, this is serious." The expressions of the three, along with the captive, shifted dramatically as they all heard the thunderous noise approaching. Nazhan trembled. "Where can we escape to? Who can outrun molten lava? I'd rather be shot down below." Despair filled their gazes as they looked at Li Qiang. A wave of acrid smoke, laced with scorching heat, surged up from the passage below. "We must climb, even if it's difficult. Hurry." The five of them scrambled upward, feeling the heat intensifying behind them. Li Qiang followed closely, giving a push to anyone who began to falter. Gradually, the corridor filled with smoke. The four others were gasping for breath, while Kinkanki wheezed, "I can't. It's too suffocating." Li Qiang swiftly produced 4 towels and tossed them to his companions, urging, "Urinate on the towels and cover your mouths and noses. Hurry." Nazhan, the most obedient, immediately followed suit, while the others reluctantly complied. Soon, they all had towels covering their faces, but Nazhan grimaced, "Boss, what if I can't urinate?" At this, Li Qiang nearly lost his footing, exclaiming, "Damn it, you want me to worry about your urination? Just do it." The captive, having understood Kinkanki and Appos as translation, chuckled bitterly and stuffed Nazhan and Appos as towel into his pants. They continued to ascend, with Nazhan cursing incoherently through his towel. "Damn it, the foreigners and Appos. Urine stinks to high heaven." His gaze swept over the rock wall, and suddenly he exclaimed, "Look up there." But in his excitement, he exerted too much force, inadvertently spilling urine into his mouth, the foul stench overwhelming him. Li Qiang looked up to find another passageway, and, filled with joy, playfully slapped Nazhan on the head, saying, "Well done, Nazhan." Nazhan inwardly cursed. Having tasted the unpleasant result of that slap, and thought about how he would eat in the future, feeling utterly unlucky. The group clumsily crawled into the new passage, where Nazhan dropped his towel and took deep breaths of the relatively fresh air. He erupted into laughter, which gradually turned into sobs and then into a full-blown cry. After their harrowing experience, no one dared to mock him. They stood silently, listening to his weeping. I feel much better. Let them laugh at me. Nazhan wiped his tears and forced a smile, saying, "Damn it, I never thought Nazhan would cry." Zhao Ji and Kinkanki simultaneously patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Li Qiang added, "This passage seems to lead who knows where. We must all remain vigilant." He glanced at Nazhan and asked, "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine. What is to worry about? I've crawled out of the grave, and now I'm as formidable as ever." He puffed out his chest, only to hear a loud thud as he bumped his head, exclaiming, "Ouch. I hit my head." Laughter erupted among them, instantly lightening the mood. Time seemed to stretch as they climbed, feeling as though they were moving farther away. They soon reached another fork in the path, and Nazhan, disheartened, muttered, "Damn it, I'm dizzy. Which passage should we take?" The bearded captive suddenly rolled down one of the paths, and Kinkanki, unable to grasp him, shouted, "Quick, follow him." He slid down right after. The other three were caught off guard, and Li Qiang cursed, "Damn it," as he rushed after them. Li Qiang moved like a great spider, his limbs adhering to the rocky walls as he swiftly pursued. A chilling scream pierced the air. It was the bearded man and Appos's voice. Kinkanki shivered in fear, but his body betrayed him, sliding down uncontrollably. Suddenly, he felt empty beneath him, and he couldn't Appos help but cry out. In a split second, Li Qiang managed to grab him, holding tightly, which caused Kinkanki to howl in pain from the grip on his shoulder. Anxiety surged in Li Qiang as he heard Zhao Ji and Nazhan's hurried descent behind him. The darkness enveloped them, but his enhanced vision and heightened senses allowed him to navigate. He twisted backward, employing a technique he had mastered, anchoring himself firmly against the slope. "Hold on to me. The void lies below. I've got you, boss." Zhao Ji, skilled in agility, managed to slow down upon hearing the warning, coming to a halt beside Li Qiang with a gentle tug. Nazhan, however, was less fortunate. He plummeted headfirst, engulfed in rubble and dust, shouting, "Boss, be careful." Thud. Nazhan cried out, "Ouch. Boss, your head. It's harder than rock. It hurts." Li Qiang found himself momentarily immobilized, with Nazhan atop him, while he clutched Kinkanki with one arm and held Zhao Ji with the other. "Zhao, I don't know what lies below. You go check it out, and hold the rope for me to pull you back." Nazhan retrieved a long crystal stick, twisting it gently until a soft green light illuminated the surroundings. He extended it backward, saying, "Be careful and take this." Zhao Ji bit down on the crystal stick and began to slide down the rope. After a while, Zhao Ji's voice echoed faintly from below, prompting Nazhan to ask, "Boss, what did he say? I can't hear clearly." Li Qiang exhaled in relief. "It's all right now. Kinkanki, you go down too. Nazhan, be ready." Moments later, the three descended, only to find the bearded captive had met a gruesome end. His brain splattered against a protruding rock. Kinkanki cursed, "Run, and you die? Serves you right." Li Qiang surveyed the area. They were in a funnel-shaped pit, strewn with large rocks and debris, casting eerie shadows under the crystal stick's glow. Scattered across the ground were glimmering crystals. Nazhan had already begun gathering the larger crystals when Li Qiang queried, "Did anyone hear any sounds?" "No, it's just too quiet," Zhao Ji remarked, straining to listen. "I hear dripping water. Follow me." Li Qiang took the lead, and the three followed closely behind. As they rounded a massive rock, a large fissure appeared before them, the sound of dripping water becoming increasingly discernible. Holding up the crystal stick, they ventured toward the source of the sound, soon finding a large pool of water before them, where they cheered and drank heartily. Zhao Ji quickly scoured the vicinity, shaking his head. "There are no other passages here. We must turn back." Nazhan plopped down onto the ground, despondently exclaiming, "Turn back? How on earth do we do that?" "Alas, boss, what do you suggest we do?" Li Qiang squatted by the edge of the pool, splashing water on his face as he replied, "I am inclined to dive in." Nazhan interjected, "Boss, you can and Appos possibly be contemplating a bath at this moment, can you?" Li Qiang chuckled and retorted, "Nazhan, it seems you possess a penchant for nonsensical chatter. Be wary of my wrath. I wish to explore the possibility of a passageway beneath the water. Wait for me here, and do not wander off, understood?" With a resounding splash, Li Qiang leapt into the water, Na Shan and the others silently observed the ripples on the surface, the atmosphere growing eerily somber, punctuated only by the haunting sound of drops falling into the water. Chapter 30. A brush with fate. Na Shan fixed his gaze intently on the water and amp. Apos. S surface and suddenly exclaimed, "By the heavens, something feels off." He rubbed his bald head and inquired of Qin, "What do you think, old Can?" Qin thought to himself, "When did I become and amp? Apos. Old Qin and amp. Apos." He replied, "You know the boss and amp. Apos. S prowess. There and amp. Apos. S nothing to worry about, so stop fretting." Na Shan grumbled, "Nowadays, everyone dares to speak to the former boss like this. Alas. There and amp. Apos. S no longer any authority." Zhaoji chuckled, "Old Na, I truly wonder how you became the boss, given your lack of ability." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Watch out." The three were startled as Li Qiang emerged drenched from the depths of the pond, countless small crimson shadows shooting towards him from the water. As Li Qiang soared into the air, the swarm of red shadows whizzed past him, striking the cave and amp. Apos. S ceiling with a series of loud cracks before plunging back into the water. Zhaoji, quick on his feet, had already darted away from the pond and amp. Apos. S edge. But Qin and Na Shan were not so fortunate, each struck by 3 or 4 of the red shadows, screaming in pain. Li Qiang hastened to their side, forcing a smile as he said, "Stay still, let me see what these things are." They were creatures resembling fish, measuring about a palm and amp. Apos. S length, with dark red bodies. Their sharp mouths had embedded deeply into the skin, while their tails writhed and twisted. Na Shan, more frightened than pained, cried out, "Boss, I'm done for. Help." Li Qiang could not help but slap his bald head again, scolding, "Your boss isn't dead. What are you afraid of? Qin isn and Apos, T panicking like you." As he spoke, he grasped the tail of a red shadow and slowly extracted it, marveling, "What a peculiar creature. Look at its mouth. It's as sharp as a knife." After removing the red shadows and applying medicine, Qin suddenly exclaimed, "I know what this is. These are aquatic creatures." Li Qiang, intrigued, asked, "What are they?" Qin replied, "Look at it now. Once removed from the water, it shrivels and turns a bright red." Zhaoji observed, "It resembles a small dart, albeit without fletching." Qin continued, "The natives here use them as arrowheads. They and Apos, quite venomous. Once embedded in the body, they come to life upon drawing blood, specifically targeting the heart. We call them and Apos, shadow heart arrows, and Apos. Until now, we never knew what they were made of. Seeing their desiccated forms has finally enlightened us." Na Shan, holding the slender red shadow, skeptically placed it in a puddle nearby. To his shock, it began writhing. Terrified, he stomped down hard on it and pounded his chest, exclaiming, "By the heavens, how frightening." Li Qiang retrieved 2 sets of standard armor, instructing Zhao and Qin, "Put these on. Don and Apos, T hesitate to use energy stones. Keep your defenses active. Na Shan, turn on your protection as well. I need to dive down and investigate." The 3 cried out in alarm, with Na Shan lamenting, "Boss, there's no need to rush to your death." Realizing the words had slipped out, he recoiled, raising a hand to shield himself, but it was too late. With a loud smack, he yelped, "Boss hit my head again." Zhaoji expressed concern, "Boss, this is too dangerous. How will you defend against the shadow heart arrows?" Li Qiang sat cross-legged and smiled, "I can only try. Earlier, I thought I saw a glimmer up ahead, so I must investigate further. It would be a shame to give up now." He focused his mind into his Yuan baby, striving to mobilize more true energy, as the Lan Yun armor required ample energy to don. Na Shan, touching his bald head, felt a profound admiration for Li Qiang. Having witnessed the formidable shadow heart arrows, he was astounded that Li Qiang dared to plunge into the water. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. He had been completely converted by Li Qiang. With such a leader, perhaps he could truly return to his homeland. Lost in his thoughts, the surroundings brightened. Qin tugged at his arm, and they beheld Li Qiang slowly rising to the surface, a suit of armor they had never seen before gradually revealing itself. Qin gaped in astonishment. Such exquisite armor was beyond his imagination. The gentle golden light intertwined with deep blue, reminiscent of the sun rising over the ocean. Dazzling and breathtaking. Qin understood that this armor contained a vast amount of crystal energy. He could not fathom how a single suit of armor could possess such immense power. Na Shan murmured to himself, "I knew it. Anyone who can be my boss must not be ordinary." He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Curse my loose tongue." Li Qiang felt no lightness in his heart. While he had managed to don the Lanyun armor, the amount of true energy he could access was still limited. However, he felt confident in his protection. He glanced at Na Shan, saying, "I'll be back shortly. You all wait at the entrance." In the water, Li Qiang felt at ease, illuminated by the golden glow of the Lanyun armor, allowing him to clearly see the swarms of shadow heart arrows darting around. Previously, he had relied solely on his instincts to navigate, but now, with the radiance of the armor, he could observe everything beneath the surface. He dared not use true energy to propel himself, and instead moved slowly. Strangely, the shadow heart arrows seemed to shy away from the light, avoiding him at a distance. Several passages lay at the bottom of the pond, and Li Qiang chose the largest one, swimming into it. This passage was about 6 or 7 meters long, but quite spacious inside, with numerous crystal stones shimmering with a rainbow of colors under the armor's illumination. Suddenly, he felt a current approaching from the side and turned to behold a shocking sight. What on earth is that? He reminded himself. Stay calm, remain composed. Before him was a creature resembling a gecko, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, its 4 long legs clinging to the rocky bottom. Its wide mouth concealed its teeth, and 2 small green eyes glimmered eerily. Its long tail fanned out like a folding fan, revealing blue spikes when opened, and 2 rows of black flesh spines ran down its back. Li Qiang could not discern its weakness or its means of attack, resulting in a stalemate. Another current swept past him, and a glance caused his scalp to prickle in alarm. Nearby, yet another creature emerged, its countless tentacles undulating in the water, yellow with bright red spots, obscuring its form, appearing as a mass of appendages. The gecko-like creature suddenly reared up, its belly swelling. Li Qiang cautiously made his way toward the rock wall, stealthily retrieving 2 red explosive bombs. The mass of tentacles arranged themselves into a star shape. Li Qiang was nearly taken aback, for the formation was a simple attack array, with glowing orbs rolling upon the tentacles, poised to unleash their power. Li Qiang quietly retreated to the base of the rock wall, observing how these 2 monsters would engage in combat. The gecko-like creature struck first, its inflated belly suddenly contracting, its mouth widening as an otherworldly sound wave rippled through the water. Li Qiang felt his blood surge, thinking, this must be a sound attack. How formidable. Even clad in the Lanyun armor, I am affected. An ordinary person could easily perish from such an assault. He discreetly sent forth a thread of true energy, attempting to analyze the trajectory of the sound attack, but after a while of probing, he found no clarity and had to abandon the endeavor. The tentacle mass, too, was remarkably intricate. The star attack array remained unchanged, while several rows of tentacles formed a defensive line, glowing yellow, effectively blocking the sound attack. Li Qiang marveled at the wonders of this world. Not daring to observe further, he quietly ascended to the water's surface. Breaking through, he found himself on a natural platform amidst the water, surrounded by crystalline blue depths. The cave walls resembled an enormous inverted bowl. The rock walls emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire area. The platform was covered with a thick layer of shattered crystal stones, translucent and sparkling. Li Qiang's discerning eye quickly caught sight of many premium celestial stones. He casually picked one up, discovering it to be a high-quality Bai Chao stone. After taking several steps closer to the center of the platform, Li Qiang discovered a small pit teeming with unfamiliar plant-like entities, its bottom holding a shallow layer of milky white water. Pondering momentarily, he thought it prudent to gather some celestial stones and return before his companions grew anxious. As he collected the stones, he mused about the peculiar vegetation thriving in the cave. I possess the Jade Tome of Lingpanman. I shall investigate further. He swiftly retrieved the Jade Tome he had seized from Mei Chu and began to search diligently. Gradually, a look of ecstatic revelation spread across Li Qiang's face. The dark substance, glimmering faintly, bore a resemblance to deer antlers, known as wall gap purple. Surrounding it were soft, green filaments akin to hair, referred to as ring essence silk, alongside clusters of blue mushroom-like berries. The milky liquid was a rare alchemical ingredient called crystal origin water. Both wall gap purple and crystal origin water could be combined to produce a simple elixir, which, while of minimal benefit to cultivators, would be akin to a divine remedy for ordinary individuals, and even more effective for martial artists. Li Qiang's serendipitous discovery of these items filled him with immense joy, especially considering the frail condition of the captives. With the preparation of a simple elixir, he could significantly enhance their strength. He carefully took out some glass vials to collect these treasures. Once he had secured the crystal origin water, he noticed a fist-sized crystal at the bottom of the pit. An azure-white gem he had never encountered before. Curiously, he picked it up, observing its colors morph from azure-white to black, then to a fiery orange. Amused, he stored it in his bracelet, unaware that this crystal was an exceptionally rare gem in the realm of cultivation known as embedded stone. A treasure that was both sought after and elusive. Suddenly, the ground beneath Li Qiang trembled as the azure waters surged tumultuously. He realized that fierce battles were taking place beneath the surface, and though he felt anxious, he had no choice but to wait patiently. While collecting more crystals from the ground, he kept a vigilant eye on the water's surface. Gradually, the water calmed, and when he peered into the depths, he found that the two creatures had vanished without a trace. Back at the pool, Na Shan and the others were already in a frenzy, pacing restlessly. Upon seeing Li Qiang emerge from the water, Na Shan seized his shoulder and scrutinized him, exclaiming, "Boss, if you hadn't returned soon, we would have gone in after you." Qing and Zhao Ji nodded in agreement. Qing inquired, "Did that group of shadow-hard arrows attack you?" "Sigh, I would rather have joined you in the water than wait anxiously here." Zhao Ji added, "If it weren't for old Can's restraint, Na Shan would have truly jumped in." Li Qiang felt a surge of gratitude, realizing he had earned their genuine concern. He replied, "The waterways are treacherous. Losing one's way can be perilous. Especially since I encountered some formidable creatures below. Old Qin was right. It was fortunate you didn't plunge in. It would have been too dangerous." Qing mused. "Why is the boss also calling me Old Qin? It must be that Na Shan's silly antics." Li Qiang put away his armor and suggested, "Let us return to the place we initially descended." The four of them retraced their steps, searching for an exit from the collapsed pit. After considerable effort, they finally arrived back at the fork where the bearded captives had fled. Na Shan, patting his bald head, declared, "Boss, I've spent ample time in the Black Camp. I believe I have a knack for navigating. Allow me to lead the way." Li Qiang, weary of navigating the underground passages, agreed. "All right, Na Shan shall take the lead, and we will follow." He donned a set of standard armor and added, "Everyone, activate your defenses and ready your weapons. Let us proceed." Qing had something to say but held his tongue, following Na Shan as they crawled forward. Li Qiang internally lamented how Si-Tu Yong had sealed his nascent soul. Otherwise, he could have used earth-walking technique to scout the path. The four of them twisted and turned, with Li Qiang feeling the least fatigue while Zhao Ji fared decently, but Na Shan was the most exhausted, panting heavily. "Boss," he gasped. "I can't go on. I need to rest." "All right, everyone take a breather." Li Qiang leaned against the cave wall and retrieved a glass vial. Carefully, he took out a piece of wall gap purple, using his true essence to grind it into powder, which he placed into a cup. Adding a bit of crystal origin water, he found several small pieces of celestial stone and arranged them into a diminutive alchemical formation, striving to channel a portion of his true essence to activate the formation. A gentle red glow illuminated the passage, and Li Qiang cautiously poured the mixture into the formation. Na Shan and the others gazed in astonishment. Not only had they never seen such a crystalline glass cup, but they had also never heard of such an alchemical formation. Na Shan inquired, "Boss, what are you doing? Why are those stones floating in midair?" Noticing Li Qiang engrossed in manipulating the stones, he turned to Zhao Ji and asked, "Old Zhao, what is the boss up to? Explain it to me." Zhao Ji waved his hand, having not quite grasped what Na Shan was saying. Yet he felt a deep sense of wonder. He vaguely understood this was alchemy, though it was his first time witnessing it, and he was unsure. The most astonished of all was Qing, who thought the use of celestial stones was commonplace on Tanbang Star. They were a fundamental resource. However, he had never seen such an application of celestial stone energy before, which only added to Li Qiang's mystique. Slowly, the red light began to fade to white, illuminating the cave walls, as the floating celestial stones began to spin rapidly. 6 elixirs took shape, each the size of a thumb, releasing a delightful fragrance. Na Shan could not contain himself, exclaiming, "It smells amazing. I feel so hungry just from the scent." As the red light dimmed, Li Qiang deftly caught the elixirs with the glass cup, while the celestial stones crumbled as they exhausted their energy. He laughed joyously, "Haha, it was a success." He silently praised the miraculous alchemical techniques of Ling Panman, wondering about the success rates in the mobile game, Mysterious Journey. "What success? Boss, why is everyone ignoring me?" Na Shan complained, feeling slighted. Li Qiang took one of the elixirs, and placed it in Na Shan's mouth, chuckling. Dinner is served. One for each of you, Zhao. Once you consume it, immediately circulate your energy for enhanced effects. Na Shan felt a surge of icy energy rush through him, the fragrance intensifying, causing his body to tremble. Suddenly, a rumble came from his stomach, and he blurted out, "Boss, I need to." Li Qiang retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Na Shan, who needs to?" Realizing he had misspoken, Na Shan scrambled deeper into the passage, attempting to explain, "Boss, I didn't mean to." Qing, unable to hold back, followed Na Shan into the depths. Zhao Ji experienced tremendous benefits, circulating his energy for several cycles, feeling as though he had undergone a complete transformation. Opening his eyes, he exclaimed excitedly, "This truly is a divine elixir, but why does it smell so foul? Not good." He too crawled towards Na Shan and the others. The four resumed their journey, their pace quickening. Na Shan was astounded. What had once felt like an arduous crawl now felt extraordinarily effortless. With just a gentle touch against the wall, he could propel himself forward, feeling a sense of liberation. Suddenly, Li Qiang sensed a slight tremor. He halted their advance and whispered, "Did you hear that?" Zhao Ji pressed his ear against the cave wall and replied, "It sounds like knocking." Na Shan and Qing also heard it. "Let us investigate," Li Qiang said, channeling a thread of true essence to scan the area. He soon discovered a narrow passage and instructed, "Everyone, follow me carefully." Navigating through the exceedingly narrow passage, the four of them struggled onward. "Damn it, it's a dead end," Li Qiang grumbled, unwilling to concede. He once again channeled his true essence to probe further and exclaimed, "The cave wall is thin. Retreat, and I shall blast it open." Once again, it was proclaimed, "Everyone, increase your defenses to the maximum. An explosion is imminent." Boom. Crash. The walls of the cavern collapsed, sending forth a cloud of smoke and a flurry of debris. Outside, cries of alarm resonated in unison. Zhao Ji was the first to leap out, closely followed by Li Qiang and the others. Na Shan cheered, "Boss, haha, we are back." Many frightened prisoners gazed at the fully armed quartet, unable to comprehend how the guards from the dark camp could have entered through this passage. Li Qiang inquired, "Can anyone tell me which district this is?" Na Shan, invigorated, shouted, "My boss is asking a question. Someone better step forward and respond." Silence lingered, so he demanded, "Who is your district leader? Bring him forth to meet our boss." Shortly, a throng of individuals rushed over. Upon seeing the attire of Li Qiang and his companions, they were taken aback. From the crowd emerged a short, slender figure who scrutinized the four intently and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you the one-eyed dragon? Damn! With that eye socket now enlarged, even I hardly recognize you." The familiarity in the term "I" sparked a sense of warmth in Li Qiang, reminiscent of how Brother Ho spoke, always referring to himself in such a manner. He replied with a smile, "I am the leader of the one-eyed dragon. Speak to me." Chapter 31. Confirming oneself. Na Shan suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. You are the boss of the West District. Bala." He then addressed Li Qiang, saying, "Boss. He is one of the most renowned leaders in the Black Prison and has helped me in the past. Haha, it has been quite a while since we last met." Previously, Na Shan was merely a leader of an ordinary area in the Black Prison, often sidelined in discussions. However, with Li Qiang's presence, he felt emboldened, speaking with newfound assertiveness. Bala scrutinized Li Qiang with astonishment. In all his time in the Black Prison, he had never encountered a convict daring enough to don standard military armor and wield a standard soldier's spiked rifle. Where could such weaponry have come from? A chill of fear washed over him. "You are the boss of the one-eyed dragon. May I know your name?" Bala's tone shifted to one of caution. The principle that strength dictates everything in the Black Prison was once again affirmed. Bala sensed from the aura of Li Qiang and his companions that they were not to be trifled with. Even the one-eyed dragon appeared significantly more formidable, emanating an aura of menace. "Indeed, I am called Muzi. We wish to borrow a route back from you." Hearing Na Shan's bold declaration, Li Qiang decided not to intimidate him further, adopting a calmer tone. "Oh, no problem. I will send someone to escort you," Bala thought quickly. Realizing that as long as they were not there to usurp his position as the district leader, everything would be manageable. Li Qiang and his companions were eager to return and had no intention of resorting to violence. "Very well, you may send someone to escort us. Here is something for you." Li Qiang handed Bala a package of food. Bala, taken aback, accepted the food. In the Black Prison, food represented life, and his demeanor instantly became more humble as he quickly arranged for someone to lead Li Qiang and his group back. After sending the four away, Bala gathered his subordinates and informed the leaders of the various districts, spreading the word of Li Qiang's visit. The news spread rapidly, and upon receiving it, the district leaders promptly convened. The situation was alarming. They surmised that Li Qiang and his companions must have killed the guard soldiers. What if the military from the Black Camp retaliated? An atmosphere of unease enveloped the Black Prison. Upon their return to their residence, the entire district was aflame with excitement. Work was abandoned as everyone flocked to them, clamoring with questions. Na Shan was now brimming with confidence. His stature elevated as he regaled tales of their exploits. His exuberance palpable. When Xiao Yuhong first laid eyes on Li Qiang, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She rushed into his embrace, choking back her sobs. Muzi Gu. I thought I would never see you again. Wu. Following closely behind, Ben and Pabin approached. With Ben's eyes filled with admiration, while Pabin babbled excitedly about Na Shan's legendary tale of seizing weapons. Li Qiang held Xiao Yuhong's petite frame, whispering gently in her ear. Don't cry, Hongdi. I am back now. See, everyone is watching you. Though her face flushed crimson, she refused to release him, clinging tightly to his waist, as if fearing he would vanish if she let go. Li Qiang concealed his own emotional turmoil, patting her shoulder before turning to greet the others. Na Dun and Lin Feng, he also approached with great enthusiasm. Li Qiang inquired, is everything well? How is everyone faring? Lin Feng, he replied, all is good. Just a few casualties from a recent volcanic eruption, but otherwise, no issues. Boss, the troops have begun training. Na Dun and I have discreetly recruited several former soldiers from other districts. Na Dun nodded, adding, the leaders from the nearby districts have issued warnings. They may be preparing to take action. They will be too late. By the time they arrive, they will find us fully armed, ready to seize their territory. Li Qiang declared with pride. Na Shan showcased the spiked rifle to the other convicts, reveling in his moment until he felt a sudden slap on the back of his head. Without turning around, he knew it was Li Qiang, the only one bold enough to continually slap his head in the Black Prison. However, after this daring venture, Na Shan held Li Qiang in even greater esteem. He would not dare to resist, even if kicked. Boss, I've just become a bit smarter, almost like you now. Haha, you're not going to hit me to make me foolish again, right? Na Shan blinked his one eye at Li Qiang, adorned with a look of eager submission. The surrounding convicts were dumbfounded. Was this the once mighty one-eyed dragon? He seemed like an entirely different person. Old Na, enough boasting. Gather the key personnel. We must prepare for our next move. Yes, boss, understood. Na Shan made a silly face and dashed off to prepare. Returning to the original room, they waited briefly until Han Jin, Wei Yuanqing, Tan Gu, and the leaders of various squads arrived, filling the room with their presence. This operation had yielded substantial gains. Although a captive had unexpectedly perished, it was still a success, resolving urgent needs for weapons and addressing the convicts' weakened conditions. However, they needed to hasten their actions. Many convicts had observed the four in standard military armor during their journey from the West District. If any spies from the Tantuan Nation and Apos' army were among them, their situation could become precarious. All right, if anyone has questions, please voice them. As long as we are sufficiently prepared, we need not fear. Na Dun inquired, boss, where are the weapons and equipment? Surely, what you four possess cannot suffice. Only Tan Gu bore no doubts, having witnessed Li Qiang magically fill a room with supplies last time. Although uncertain of where he kept his belongings, he was confident there was a hidden stash. Li Qiang smiled slightly. The military leader still seems unconvinced. This set of equipment is for you. With a flick of his hand, Na Dun was taken aback to find a full set of armor and a spiked rifle in his grasp. Bewildered, he asked, how did you do this? Being a soldier, Na Dun hesitated only briefly. Upon grasping the equipment, excitement surged within him, and he wasted no time donning it. Li Qiang subsequently distributed the remaining equipment and weapons among the others. Observing their eager expressions, he knew they were beginning to gain confidence. Though there were only a little over 100 spiked rifles and sets of armor, morale soared. Li Qiang removed his armor and handed it to Xiao Yuhong, saying, Hongdi, wear this. You must train too. I hope you can protect yourself, all right? His final word, all right, was spoken with gentle warmth. Xiao Yuhong silently accepted the armor and nodded resolutely. Tan Gu excitedly clutched his gear, relishing his newfound role as a quartermaster. Na Shan chuckled, I told you, old Tan. We fought tooth and nail for this. He was about to boast further when Qing Chi pulled him back. Qing Chi pointed at Li Qiang and then ruffled his own hair, suggesting that Na Shan was once again courting a slap. Zhao Ji turned away, stifling a laugh. The group fervently debated their next steps. Li Qiang suggested administering pills to the soldiers in training while simultaneously ramping up weapon and armor production, as their current supplies were far from adequate. Na Dun proposed dispatching scouts to gather intelligence on the various districts and to obtain topographical maps, even if they had to sketch them out themselves. Li Qiang wholeheartedly agreed. The importance of intelligence had become evident. Once the discussion concluded, everyone sprang into action. With military experts like Na Dun and Lin Feng He at the helm, preparations were organized with remarkable efficiency. The atmosphere in the dark prison grew increasingly tense, with rampant rumors swirling, the veracity of which remained uncertain. Each district's leader was striving to suppress the chaos. However, a terrifying piece of news surfaced recently that unsettled all the leaders. Nanadun had stationed sentries at various entrances and dispatched scouts to gather intelligence and map the terrain. Li Qiang, sequestered in his chamber, began preparing elixirs, aware that if the prisoners were in poor health, they would struggle to train for combat. Even if the Black Camp released them, their escape would be severely limited. Soon, Li Qiang successfully refined his first batch of pills, naming them minor Peiyuan pills, which could enhance physical strength. Although their efficacy was far inferior to the Peiyuan pills from Lingpiamen, for ordinary individuals, consuming them could yield transformative effects. Nazhan, old monk, go fetch the one-eyed dragon. Li Qiang instructed a prisoner at the corridor's entrance. Shortly after, Nazhan arrived, brimming with vitality. He had just sparred with Han Jin and, despite sustaining numerous hits, found the pain manageable. He discovered that striking Han Jin left him gasping for breath for a considerable time. Overjoyed, Nazhan rushed back upon hearing that Li Qiang sought him. Nazhan, where are they training? Li Qiang inquired. Boss, they're in the hall where you first arrived, the one with the pool. Training is underway, but a few have collapsed from exhaustion, infuriating old Lin. All right, let us take a look. The two made their way to the hall. There, they found Lin Fenghe embroiled in a heated argument with Nanadun. Your training is futile. Using knives and fists against the soldiers of the Tan Kingdom is a death sentence. Nanadun retorted, I need them to develop strength. Otherwise, they won't even be able to run, let alone fight. Lin Fenghe's face flushed crimson as he shouted. What should I do then? They can't become strong overnight. Damn it, they're far too weak. I can only train them this way. Can you make them recover instantly? I can. Li Qiang replied, striding over. Lin Fenghe and Nanadun immediately ceased their quarrel. Li Qiang understood that the two hailed from different worlds, each possessing distinct military perspectives, and it was only natural there would be disagreements. However, this was Tanstar, and Nanadun should take command, as he was more suited for the role of commander. Yes, Brother Lin, from now on, military command should prioritize Commander Nanadun. He understands how to wage war here. You must support him wholeheartedly and ensure his safety. Acknowledging Li Qiang's other identity, Lin Fenghe, though somewhat reluctant, readily complied. Li Qiang distributed the minor Peiyuan pills among the key personnel, giving one each to Ben, Xiao Yuhong, and Peibin. Suddenly, Nazhan exclaimed, Everyone, hold off on eating. Li Qiang paused, then smiled, saying, Hong, you should return to your room to eat, and come back to train later. Ben and Peibin need not follow. Watching Xiao Yuhong leave, Li Qiang chuckled, Eat up. Those who possess skills should sit down and circulate their energy immediately afterward for enhanced effects. He winked at Nazhan, originally intending to caution everyone. Nazhan, seeing Li Qiang's demeanor, held his tongue, feigning nonchalance as he said, All right, you may eat. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the two's intentions, but since the boss had given the order, they complied. They consumed the pills, and soon enough, Peibin could no longer withstand the effects and retreated to a corner. Following suit, Nanadun and Tange rushed off. Ben was more direct, dropping his trousers and squatting on the spot. Unable to contain himself, Nazhan burst into laughter. Han Jin, Lin Fenghe, and Wei Yuanqing reaped substantial benefits, their skills having surged from mediocre to exceptional levels. Nazhan instructed the prisoners to fetch water to clean the floor. Li Qiang ordered a large basin of hot water to be brought, dissolving the remaining pills into it for all the prisoners to partake. Just then, a scout returned with urgent news. Commander, trouble is brewing. The leaders of various districts have convened, and it seems they intend to capture people from our district. Li Qiang inquired, What is the reason? Who are they after? The scout replied, Sir, they seek to apprehend 4 individuals clad in soldier armor, namely you and your team. Word is spread from the Black Camp that if these 4 are not surrendered, their soldiers will descend upon all districts in a bloodbath. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body, Nanadun confidently declared, they won't make it in time. The Black Camp's commander was ruthless, first sowing discord among the prisoners before planning a comprehensive sweep. It appeared the Black Camp was already aware of their actions, and this was a retaliatory strike. Lin Fenghe, observing the prisoners' faces turning rosy, remarked, if we can buy some time for the soldiers to recover, we can conquer the entire dark prison. Nanadun swiftly ordered 2 soldiers to be stationed at each passageway, crossing their spike rifles to seal off the entrances. Anyone attempting to breach the defenses would be met with lethal force. Lin Fenghe added, we should also station 2 unarmed individuals at each passage to monitor the situation and report back immediately. Lacking military acumen, Li Qiang provided a few directives before returning with Nazhan to commence weapon fabrication. Following his customary approach, he first established a defensive array and set it in motion. Li Qiang instructed Nazhan to enlist some prisoners to transport, or while he took a spike rifle to study its design. He examined the structure closely, utilizing a strand of true essence, discovering a rudimentary formation within the rifle that was not entirely an offensive array, resembling a mechanism for converting crystal energy, augmented by an acceleration device and a triggering mechanism. To Li Qiang, this was exceedingly elementary. Although his available true essence was limited, such a straightforward crafting endeavor was manageable. Despite its simplicity, the creation of the first spike rifle proved challenging. He extracted useful materials from using the true fire of Samadhi, forming the rifle's body. Then laid out the formation, painstakingly modifying the triggering and acceleration mechanisms. In truth, he was designing an entirely new weapon, which would later be referred to as the Dark Prison Rifle. A complete Dark Prison Rifle commanded a market price exceeding 10,000, and its scarcity made it highly sought after. After successfully crafting the first spike rifle, the subsequent ones came much easier. Li Qiang produced dozens, each slightly different, adjusting the formations according to his whims. Upon dissemination, these Dark Prison Rifles became favorites among military leaders of various nations, with some being coveted by royal nobles and affluent merchants, an unexpected turn for Li Qiang. He was pleasantly surprised to find his capacity for true essence had expanded. This was the advantage of the Chongxian sect's weapon crafting, gaining cultivation while forging. However, the manufacturing of armor proved more complex due to the multitude of materials involved, making it wholly unfeasible. After considerable contemplation, Li Qiang devised a solution to forge only arm shields. While they wouldn't provide comprehensive protection, they could safeguard the body's vital areas. Drawing upon his experience in crafting the Scarlet Flame Dragon shield, creating the arm shields became significantly easier. Nazhan felt as though he were in a dream. Watching as Li Qiang brought in and soon emerged with heaps of peculiar spike rifles and arm shields. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Hey, boss. Can you make some of those red explosive bombs? I find them quite appealing." This remark sparked Li Qiang's inspiration, prompting him to laugh. "Ah, old monk, you've reminded me. Let me think for a moment." Recalling the ice bombs acquired on the terrifying slope of Tianting Star, he quickly designed a remarkably powerful explosive bomb. Several different weapons have been devised, and the prolonged refinement process has rendered the restraining power of the soul-splitting gold finger increasingly feeble, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a bid to extricate himself from this dire predicament, Li Qiang resolved to once again practice with the 100-blade spear and the Crimson Flame Dragon shield, while also modifying the Eagle Strike crossbow. "Nazhan, why hasn't he the boss emerged yet? Commander, if you inquire of me, to whom shall I turn for answers? He has suddenly ceased to appear, and I cannot gain entry. I dare you to try." Nazhan, with a sense of helplessness, spread his hands in resignation. "I refuse to believe it." With determination, Nandatin approached the door, yet found himself utterly unable to enter. The air within was thick with smoke. Not only could he not step inside, but even his hand could not penetrate the barrier, obscuring any view of the situation within. Frustration bubbled within him as he stamped his feet in exasperation. Meanwhile, Han Jin, Kang Kanki, Lin Fenghe, and others hastily arrived, aware that a significant event was unfolding. Chapter 32. Attending the meeting. Nanadun, being a soldier, recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly commanded, "We can no longer delay. Let us commence preparations immediately." King Kanki took a team to the passage, while Zhao Ji, "What are you all doing?" Li Qiang emerged from the room, radiating enthusiasm, wielding a peculiar silver-long spear and smiling at everyone. Na Shan shouted, "Boss, it's bad. Something serious has happened." Li Qiang waved the spear lightly, responding, "Old Na, there's no need to panic. How did you manage to lead before? Now tell me, what is it?" Li Qiang was in high spirits, having successfully broken through the 10 soul-shattering golden fingers set by Situ Yong, allowing his Yuan Ying to grow rapidly. "This, that, let the military commander speak," Na Shan said, scratching his bald head, as he was uncertain of what had transpired. In a moment of inspiration, he pushed Nana Dun forward, feeling quite pleased with himself. "I've become clever. If the boss knew I was just yelling, he'd surely give me a slap." The leaders from various districts gathered in the Great Void District, sending word that our district's leader was to attend. Scouts reported that a large crowd was gathering near our district, creating a dire situation. "Boss, shall we participate?" Nana Dun hesitated, not out of fear of their numbers, but because in the event of conflict, the ones to suffer would be the innocent captives, hence his nervousness. Na Shan understood now and chuckled. "Haha, let me. The one-eyed dragon. Deal with them and see my prowess." Seeing Li Qiang raise his hand again, he quickly covered his head and exclaimed, "Boss, don't strike. All you know is killing. These captives are just like you. Who isn't captured? They are our own," Li Qiang retorted, and Na Shan sheepishly retreated to the side. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qiang added, "It seems we must subdue the leading figures among them. We shall participate. Old Na, King Kanki, Brother Zhao, and Pabin, you four shall accompany me." Nana Dun led the team, entering the Great Void District in phases. Lin Fenghe and Tang Gu were tasked with guarding their base and to remain vigilant against underestimating the enemy. They reconvened to discuss the details. They had a total of 5 small teams, each comprising around 100 individuals, slightly more than when they were initially formed. Their weaponry was still insufficient, with only 30 sets of equipment per team. To demonstrate their strength, they consolidated 100 men into a single team, fully equipped. In the Black Prison, such military might was sufficient to sweep through all districts. After meticulously reviewing the action steps, Li Qiang stated, "This operation requires caution. Once we engage, we must be ruthless. If we do not suppress them, many innocent captives will perish. Is that understood?" As everyone nodded, Li Qiang continued, "Who among us excels in archery?" Han Jin replied with a smile, "Lin and Brother Yuan Qing are the best." Pabin suddenly interjected, "Ben is also skilled. Their indigenous archers are quite formidable. If you've played the same mobile game, Piao Miao GLV, you would know." Li Qiang chuckled, "I have recently refined 4 long bows. Let us see how they perform." He handed the long bows over. Lin Fenghe received one with great excitement. He excelled in mounted archery and was a renowned cavalry general in the former Song dynasty. This long bow was unlike any he had previously used. It was a peculiar bow without a string, shaped like a soaring goose, measuring 1.3 meters. Shorter than a typical bow, with a dark hue and a crystal embedded in the grip, featuring 2 small holes in the stringless center. Wei Yuanqing examined the long bow repeatedly, unable to contain his curiosity. "Boss, how do we use this without a string or arrows?" Li Qiang took the bow, gripping it with one hand and placing his finger in the small holes, pulling back as he explained, "No arrows are needed. What is released is a crystal energy arrow, which should be quite potent. We shall call this crystal source bow." The others appeared puzzled, unsure of what energy arrows were. However, the fact that it could be used without a string or arrows was indeed novel. "We shall research it further later. Now, let us depart." Na Shan, Kankanki, Zhao Ji, and Pabin donned their standard armor and took their spiked spears, following Li Qiang toward the Great Void District. Among the 5, Pabin was the only one wearing armor without a weapon, while Li Qiang was unarmed and not wearing armor. His weaponry remained concealed within his bracelet, appearing as nothing outwardly. Nana Dun, along with Han Jin and Wei Yuanqing, led a fully armed team of 100, stealthily approaching the Great Void District. They captured anyone they encountered along the way to prevent any leaks of information. As they proceeded, Li Qiang and his companions were quite conspicuous. Many captives gazed upon them with fear. Na Shan felt a sense of pride, enjoying a moment of glory that he had never experienced as a leader before. He waved his spiked spear, nearly strutting. After what seemed like an hour, Li Qiang inquired, "Old Na, why haven't we arrived yet? How much further?" Na Shan, swinging his spiked spear and shaking his bald head, replied in a peculiar tone, "We are nearly there." He felt he hadn't yet displayed enough authority and added, "Boss, let me lead the way ahead." Upon exiting the passage, Li Qiang beheld the vast Great Void District. Illuminated by countless glowing crystal objects, it was a spacious area, estimated to be at least the size of a large football field, with numerous passages leading into it. A multitude of captives congregated in the Great Void District, and as Li Qiang and his companions emerged from the passage, they immediately attracted all eyes. The clamor abruptly fell silent. Na Shan stood at the forefront with his spear, clad in standard armor and wielding a shield that glimmered faintly. Qing stood to the left, Zhao Ji to the right, while Pei-bin, trembling in fear, closely followed Li Qiang, maximizing his protective stance. He had never encountered such a grand spectacle before, although he had gained strength from the minor Pei Yuan Dan. His innate timidity left his legs quaking. A large gathering of captives began to surround them, and Qing estimated there were roughly 200 individuals, each armed with rudimentary weapons and dressed relatively uniformly. Pei-bin stammered, "Be boss, they are enforcers." Na Shan, without turning back, laughed, "Wrong. The boss is not an enforcer." Li Qiang and the others could not help but smile. Zhao Ji remarked, "Ah, old Na is quite composed." Of course. Na Shan beamed with pride, brandishing his spiked spear and shouting, "Our boss has declared that he does not wish to harm the innocent. Listen well, you rabble. With just a flick of my boss's finger, you shall all be reduced to dust. Summon your leader to speak." Na Shan felt a wave of exhilaration. He had never felt such imposing authority. His eyes gleamed, and with the enhancement of the minor Pei Yuan Dan, he radiated an extraordinary aura. Li Qiang nearly laughed out loud. "When did I become an elder? And why are you speaking so nonsensically? If they merely wish to negotiate, must they be treated so harshly?" Such words are quite oppressive. However, at that moment, Li Qiang had no desire to reprimand him. So he simply watched with a smile as he flaunted his authority. The enforcers gazed at them in fear, and someone urged, "Charge. We have the numbers. We can overwhelm them. Yes, let us go. Don't be afraid. Whoever captures one of them will be rewarded with 10 days' worth of food." The enforcers began to stir, the enticing rewards igniting their ambitions. As they prepared to charge forward, Li Qiang calmly stated, "If they surge forward, it will become troublesome." Simultaneously, the three of them unleashed a barrage of luminous spheres that struck the ground. The hard rock was blasted apart, sending shards flying and injuring the enforcers, who retreated in panic, howling in distress. "Retreat. This is too much. Just because they have a few good weapons, do we not possess any?" A formidable figure, resembling a lion, stepped forward. Na Shan was taken aback. His bravado diminished significantly. He said, "Boss, he is the strongest fighter in the Black Prison. Even the leaders here fear him. His name is Waya, but I do not know where he hails from." Qing suddenly became anxious. The weapon in his hand is Pei-bin. He muttered something in the local dialect, and Pei-bin stammered in response, "I don't know how to translate it, but it seems it should be called some kind of cannon." Li Qiang was astonished. A cannon? Could it be a cannon? Upon closer inspection of the hefty object in Waya's grasp, he truly couldn't fathom what it could be. Seeing Qing's unease, he understood that the item must possess formidable power. Li Qiang swiftly pulled Na Shan aside, donned the Lan Yun battle armor, activated the Crimson Flame Dragon shield, and armed himself with the 100-blade spear, stepping forward in the air with measured grace. The vast expanse fell into an eerie silence. The prisoners stared in bewilderment. None had ever witnessed such a figure as Li Qiang, exuding such an aura. Waya took a step back, raising the massive object in his hand, and for the first time, he felt his own impotence. Even with the spiked cannon in his possession, he sensed an inability to harm his opponent. The weight of pressure, like a mountain, bore down upon him, making it impossible for him to remain still. He retreated another step. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Stop. Or don't blame me." "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Li Qiang wielded the 100-blade spear with a flourish, laughing heartily towards the heavens. His laughter rose from a low chuckle to a thunderous roar, each burst echoing like the detonation of a bomb. This laughter descended upon Waya like a crescendo, leaving all in the hall, including Na Shan and others behind Li Qiang, pale with shock. This explosive sound was a manifestation of Li Qiang's newly comprehended power, the reverberations from the Yuan Ying's Tai Hao Sua, though due to his inexperience. The sound waves rippled through the entire hall, causing some frail prisoners to faint. Waya was struck back repeatedly by the force of Li Qiang's laughter, his chi boiling and face flushed. Had he not possessed an exceptionally robust physique, he would have been severely injured by it. Waya howled, "Do not laugh." I will." Waya mournfully raised the spiked cannon in his hand. He had never feared anyone. Yet the pressure from this opponent caused him to lose control and roar in frustration, a deep sense of humiliation swelling within him. Li Qiang secretly admired his opponent. He understood that once he broke free from Situ Yang's restraints, his current cultivation level would be beyond what a mere mortal could withstand. Waya had managed to endure, and could still stand and converse with him. No wonder Na Shan was afraid of him. Stopping his laughter, Li Qiang declared, "Waya, I respect you as a brave man. Put down your weapon, and I shall not trouble you. Do you think I will yield? We Lazen people are warriors who only die standing. I also respect you as a brave man. Come on." Waya would not surrender. Clenching the spiked cannon with pride, he proclaimed. Li Qiang internally lamented, "Alas, this fellow is a stubborn mule. This will be troublesome. I cannot simply kill him. It's a real headache." Yet, he admired such an unyielding spirit. If he could win him over, the other leaders in the area would pose little threat. "You are a warrior? Truly a warrior? Very well. Let me see how formidable this warrior truly is." Li Qiang landed on the ground, sheathing the 100-blade spear and Lan Yun battle armor. Clapping his hands, "Come, Waya, I will fight you unarmed, to see who the true warrior is." Provocation was the most effective tactic for someone like Waya. Waya's eyes lit up, casting aside his spiked cannon. Tearing off his shirt, he shouted, "Waya will compete with you to see who is the warrior." Waya was slightly taller than Ben, his bare skin marked with large black spots, brown hair sprouting from his head down to his back. His dark brown face illuminated by two round eyes gleaming with green light, resembling a ravenous beast poised to strike. He excitedly called out, "Come on." Waya is most skilled in unarmed combat. He had never suffered defeat in this regard. Na Shan inwardly despaired, complaining to King Kanki, "Boss, what are you doing? Fighting with such a wild man is hardly worth it." King Kanki nodded in agreement. "Exactly, one shot could take him down. Why waste time on this?" As a military man, King Kanki could hardly stand such rash displays of bravado. He believed in the power of collective strength. Pabin tugged at Zhao Ji, asking, "Do you think our boss can win?" Zhao Ji replied impatiently, "Stop talking." He was panting with excitement, eager to see how Li Qiang would strike. Li Qiang, confident in his formidable defenses thanks to the Shadow Dream armor, stepped before Waya. "If you are a man, strike first." He was disinterested in demonstrating techniques, wishing merely to conclude this swiftly to address other pressing matters. The crowd of prisoners surrounding the great expanse grew larger, the tension mounting. Waya wasted no words. Slightly crouching before suddenly lunging forward, emitting a peculiar roar, his fist colliding with Li Qiang's chest. Bang! Oh no! The gasps of the prisoners erupted, who in the black prison was unaware of Waya's might. Waya clutched his hands, howling as he staggered back repeatedly. Li Qiang also stumbled back 3 steps, the hard rock beneath him leaving deep impressions from his feet. Li Qiang was taken aback. Waya's strength was extraordinary. A blow like that could easily pierce through an ordinary person. Waya was bewildered. The force behind his punch could shatter rocks, and even the strongest of his kin would not remain unscathed after such a blow. He was at a loss as to what to do next. Not bad. Not bad. This is interesting. It's my turn to strike now. We concede." A group emerged from behind the prisoners. Among the leaders, Li Qiang recognized only one, the leader of the Western District, Bala. "Do not interfere. Come on, Waya, take your punch." Waya boldly stepped forward, chest out. Li Qiang chuckled. "All right, since you concede, I will let this punch go." He glanced at Waya, then swung his fist, striking the ground. A flash of purple light erupted, resulting in a thunderous crash, creating a hole nearly a meter deep and the size of a basin. All present, including Waya, gaped in disbelief. This was no ordinary feat of strength. The prisoners stirred restlessly, the leaders from various districts trembling in fear. Suddenly, a squad of fully armed soldiers approached, brandishing their weapons, the leader bowing to Li Qiang. The leaders were puzzled, wondering how their armaments could be so plentiful. They silently rejoiced that a conflict had not erupted earlier. "Chief Musi, we have no choice. The Black Camp has issued a decree. If we do not comply, not only will they come to sweep us away, but if they do not descend, they will withhold our food supplies, leading to the starvation of all prisoners in the Black Prison." Sigh. Bala lamented helplessly. Li Qiang was about to speak when suddenly, a commotion erupted, with a prisoner crying out, "The soldiers from the Black Camp are coming down. Run." Nana Dun urged urgently, "Boss, we need to retreat. This place is too open, and fighting here is too disadvantageous." Li Qiang sighed deeply, saying, "Those willing to follow us, come along." Bala, filled with despair, said, "Everyone, follow Chief Musi." Seeing Li Qiang's strength, the leaders, regardless of their willingness, dared not abandon this last glimmer of hope. "Na Shan, take all who wish to follow us back. Na Dun, Han Jin, lead the way to provide cover. Pabin, join the retreating group, and Waya, this armor is for you." Everyone, before he could finish, soldiers from the Black Camp surged out from the western corridor of the Great Expanse. Boom, boom, ah. The explosive ordnance from the Black Camp soldiers rained down among the crowd, instantly turning the scene into a slaughterhouse, with numerous prisoners falling lifelessly to the ground. The injured prisoners wailed for their parents, while those still standing fled desperately toward the corridor, transforming the entire Great Expanse into a hellish nightmare. Li Qiang, filled with fury, donned the Lan Yun battle armor and wielded the 100-blade spear, shouting, "Na Dun, cover the retreat for everyone." The two sides unleashed a barrage of spiked energy projectiles, illuminating the vast expanse with orbs of energy that soared in all directions. Many unfortunate captives fell before they could reach the cave entrance, struck down mercilessly. The soldiers of the Black Camp were taken aback by the organized resistance they encountered, suffering considerable casualties as well. Li Qiang's Lan Yun battle armor operated at an astonishing pace, shimmering with a faint golden light, rendering the energy projectiles harmless. He brandished the 100-blade spear and charged towards the soldiers of the Black Camp. Wei Yuanqing seized the crystal source bow and loosed an arrow at the enemy, a streak of red light shooting forth, emitting a haunting wail reminiscent of a mournful cry. The energy arrow struck a soldier with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a thunderous explosion that not only obliterated the target, but also sent nearby soldiers tumbling to the ground. He could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a magnificent bow! What a splendid arrow!" From the west tunnel, a surge of Black Camp soldiers poured forth. Li Qiang roared as he plunged into the throng of soldiers. Chapter 33. Discontent. The soldiers of the Black Camp were indeed the elite of the Tant Nation. Upon witnessing Li Qiang soaring through the air, a commander's order prompted a small squad of soldiers to raise their guns and fire in unison, while another squad simultaneously lifted their armed shields, forming a formidable defensive wall. This provided a brief respite, but soon, a throng of soldiers surged forth from the passageway, brandishing peculiar weapons that Li Qiang had never encountered before. Many unfortunate captives, unable to flee in time, perished beneath the stabbing spines of the guns, their cries resonating in the air. The Black Camp's army, initially prepared to make a show of force and execute a few prisoners while reorganizing the Black Prison, was taken aback by the organized resistance, suffering significant casualties. The officers, in unison, issued orders for slaughter. Enraged, Li Qiang shouted obscenities, "Damn it all, die!" His armor shimmered with energy as he descended rapidly, emitting a chilling sound as he plunged into the throng of soldiers. In an instant, countless blades scattered, illuminating the vast area around him. At the point where Li Qiang landed, the Black Camp soldiers were sent flying by the impact of his strike. The nearest 7 or 8 soldiers were killed on the spot, while others were knocked unconscious. Those clad in standard armor fared better, but without it, his strike would have wiped out all nearby soldiers. Li Qiang felt a profound dissatisfaction, realizing that the circumstances here were vastly different from those in Hamlin City. Meanwhile, the Black Camp commander was astonished. It was terrifying how a single strike had claimed so many lives. The soldiers began to scream in panic. A few soldiers hoisted an enormous, strange device, hastily aiming it at Li Qiang. "Get down!" Waya shouted. Li Qiang was startled, instinctively soaring into the air. A flash of red light revealed a massive blade of energy slicing through the air beneath him, striking a distant rock with incredible speed. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire area as chunks of black rock crumbled, engulfing the space in smoke and debris. "What is that?" Li Qiang exclaimed, launching several golden eagles. The newly refined Eagle Strike crossbow exhibited even greater power, and the fist-sized golden eagles soared into the sky, each transforming into 2 as they dove toward the Black Camp soldiers. The soldiers raised their shields in defense, but the sound of splintering echoed as the shields shattered, sending several soldiers tumbling away, clutching their severed limbs and wailing in agony. The Black Camp commander, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted frantically, rallying more soldiers to unleash a barrage of piercing shots at Li Qiang. As Li Qiang drew most of the firepower, he bought precious time for the remaining captives to retreat. Wei Yuanqing stood at the passage's entrance, shouting, "Boss, retreat now." The crystal source bow emitted streaks of red light, attempting to cover Li Qiang's withdrawal. In the air, Li Qiang was relentlessly pushed back by the piercing shots, his form resembling a radiant sphere of light as he struggled against the onslaught. Noticing that his comrades had retreated to the passage, he suddenly shifted, dashing back into the throng of soldiers, this time adopting a more evasive approach. Li Qiang understood that while frontal assaults could eliminate soldiers, they consumed an exorbitant amount of true essence. Utilizing his ghostly agility, he maneuvered behind the soldiers to strike, effortlessly taking down a dozen of them. The Black Camp soldiers began to panic, their shooting growing erratic. However, under their commander's leadership, most maintained their composure, leaving Li Qiang with limited opportunities. Impressed by the soldiers' combat prowess and the officers' organizational skills, Li Qiang realized that even with the strength of a cultivator, he could not recklessly engage in battle. He felt increasingly pressured and contemplated a retreat. A glance revealed the commander in red armor. He smiled faintly at the frenzied soldiers, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished. The Black Camp commander, in the midst of barking commands at his men, suddenly felt a constriction around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Terrified, he screamed and flailed his arms in disbelief. How could this person bypass the protective armor that should have kept him safe from harm? Li Qiang grasped the commander and flew backward toward the passageway. Finally, Wai's spire cannon discharged a massive energy sphere. Having hesitated out of fear of hitting Li Qiang, he seized the moment as Li Qiang retreated, releasing the only shot he had. The azure sphere descended languidly, striking the passage's entrance with precision. A deep, rumbling sound echoed as the vast area trembled, sending numerous Black Camp soldiers soaring into the air. The ceiling of the expanse of space, unable to withstand the shock, began to collapse. The air thickened with the acrid scent of charred flesh, and as the glowing crystals shattered, the area was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the struggling survivors. Visible only when illuminated by the occasional flash of piercing fireballs, Li Qiang and his companions successfully retreated into the passageway. Wei Yuanqing, anxious, remarked, "Waya, your weapon is far too powerful. You've brought the entire area down." Waya chuckled nervously, unaware of the cannon's true capabilities, lamenting that it could only fire one energy sphere. Li Qiang declared, "We must return and position soldiers to guard all passageways." The Black Camp soldiers were unprepared this time. Next time, they will be much more formidable. Damn it, those soldiers are truly despicable. Holding the Black Camp commander, he added, "It seems this fellow is still alive. We must interrogate him immediately." The Black Camp soldiers, suffering heavy losses, were forced to retreat. In this skirmish, over 3,000 captives perished, while more than 100 Black Camp soldiers were killed, and over 500 were wounded, the majority at Li Qiang's hands. Some were forever entombed beneath the collapsed rocks in the vast area. The formidable nature of the Black Camp soldiers and the officer's strategic acumen left a deep impression on Li Qiang, who seethed with anger at his own lack of preparation. News of the encounter spread rapidly, shocking the Tamp military, which promptly mobilized 5,000 troops to the Black Camp, preparing for a systematic purge. Along the way, they encountered numerous injured captives, moaning and writhing in pain, some curled in the shadows of the passage, awaiting death, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Upon returning to the gathering area by the pool, they found even more captives. As Li Qiang and his companions entered, every standing captive rose, silently watching them. The atmosphere growing oppressively heavy. "All the leaders from every area and our squad leaders, come to my quarters." The grim scenes along the way had deeply affected Li Qiang, prompting him to disregard everyone else and turn toward their usual meeting place. Na Shan and Na Dun exchanged glances, closely following him. Standing beside the intricately carved stone table in his room, Li Qiang was engulfed in despair. He had never anticipated so many captives would perish, and a surging anger ignited within him, transforming his complexion to a ghastly hue, twisting the scars on his face. The red mark of slavery on his forehead seemed to bleed, exuding a terrifying aura. Na Shan and the others had never witnessed Li Qiang's fury before, sensing an ominous and dreadful energy emanating from him, causing them to tread carefully. In a corner, Pabin trembled in fear. Han Jin quietly approached Pabin, whispering, "Go fetch Xiao Yuhong quickly." Though Pabin was uncertain of the reason, he was eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere, swiftly turning to leave. Leaders from various regions gradually entered the room. Having witnessed Li Qiang's superhuman abilities firsthand, they were filled with trepidation. Balala, having had a previous encounter with Li Qiang, took on the role of spokesperson for the group, inquiring, "Boss Musi, what are your orders?" Unable to contain his thoughts, he remarked, "Though the soldiers of the Black Camp have suffered heavy losses, I believe they will soon seek revenge. At that time, it is possible that everyone in the abyss will perish. Is that so? I refuse to accept such a fate." Li Qiang's fierce gaze fell upon Bala, who, in that moment, felt as if he had plunged into an abyss. Cold sweat poured down his face, rendering him breathless as his body trembled uncontrollably. He lowered his head deeply, no longer daring to meet Li Qiang's eyes. Just then, Xiao Yuhong entered the room, softly calling out, "Brother." At that moment, Li Qiang found himself straddling the line between the righteous and the dark arts. Upon hearing Xiao Yuhong's voice, he was jolted back to reality, inwardly exclaiming, "What a close call." The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped them suddenly dissipated. With a remorseful smile, Li Qiang addressed Bala, "Since the Black Camp intends to extinguish us, let us ensure they remember that if they wish to annihilate us, it will come at a terrible cost. If we do not resist, we may never see the light of day again. Is there anyone here who wishes to grow old and die in this abyss? I, Muzi, do not wish to force anyone. Please feel free to leave. Those who wish to fight alongside us, stay." Bala wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed heavily. "Alas, no one will leave. We have come this far. We must fight. I, Bala, accept my fate and will heed your command, Muzi." The other leaders from different districts felt utterly helpless, compelled to submit to Li Qiang's leadership. Li Qiang suddenly realized that his demeanor had changed significantly. He pondered whether he was on the cusp of transcending into a higher realm. Would advancing to the out-of-body stage alter his character? Why had he become increasingly ruthless? The danger lay in his uncertainty regarding the next steps in his cultivation. Since parting ways with Fu Shan, he had been exploring the path of cultivation alone, relying solely on the records within the Jade Tome, devoid of guidance from a master. Consequently, his pace in cultivation had been alarmingly swift, heightening the associated risks. Nana Dun offered a bitter smile. "Boss, there are many injured who require immediate medical attention. Furthermore, what shall we do about food? The influx of people has become overwhelming." He gently tapped the stone table, his expression weary and aged. Li Qiang furrowed his brow, contemplating their predicament. A soldier entered and quietly relayed a few words to Na Shan, who grasped the soldier's arm and insisted, "You must speak to the boss." Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward the soldier, who appeared somewhat anxious as he reported, "Sir, the captured officer from the Black Camp has awakened and attempted to escape." This prompted Li Qiang to issue an immediate order, "Send someone to bring him here at once." Lin Fenghe, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, "If I were the commander of the Black Camp, I would have only two options. Either starve the people in the abyss or concentrate our forces to launch a sweeping attack. What do you all think?" Li Qiang pondered this for a moment before asking Bala, "How urgent is the Black Camp's demand for crystal stones? Do they typically wait for a period before exchanging crystal ores for food, or is it a case of immediate exchange?" Bala exchanged glances with several other leaders, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "In the past, they would only come down to trade after a long interval, and they would only accept high-grade crystals. However, recently, there has been a noticeable change. They frequently come down to trade for food and seem to accept crystals of any grade, with much more favorable conditions." "Boss, what is the significance of your inquiry?" Tan Gu and Kan Chi whispered among themselves, and Li Qiang touched the scar on his face, stating, "Tan Gu has understood my intention in asking this question. Please, Tan Gu, enlighten everyone." Tan Gu, a former high-ranking military supply officer, was particularly attuned to resource and energy matters. He explained, from Bala's words, "I deduce that the Tanta Kingdom is in urgent need of crystal ores, which means they are unlikely to resort to a siege against us. They will soon come down to eliminate us, as they do not have the luxury of time to wait until we perish from starvation. Although a siege would be the safest and most ruthless approach, they must act quickly for the sake of the crystal ores." Na Shan, with his bald head lowered, muttered, "It seems our boss is quite cunning." "Even I can deduce that." Nanada nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, but our time is even more constrained now. Report. The captive has arrived," came the announcement. The door opened, and several soldiers pushed the officer into the room. The officer's armor had been stripped away, leaving him bare-chested. Li Qiang noticed that his skin was covered in scales, which piqued his curiosity. He casually approached the officer, reaching out to touch the grayish-white scales, which felt like a mass of hard points, quite uncomfortable to the touch. He asked nonchalantly, "What is your name?" The officer, unsure of what Li Qiang was saying, exuded an aura that made it difficult for him to breathe. Pa Ben quickly translated. "He says his name is Cade Ba Chi." Li Qiang chuckled. "What a dreadful name." He then instructed Pa Ben, "Ask him how many soldiers are in the Black Camp." After a brief exchange, Pa Ben shook his head, saying, "He refuses to disclose that information." Before Li Qiang could respond, Na Shan leaped up, adopting a strange tone as he spoke in the language of the Tanta Kingdom. Cade Ba Chi seemed quite defiant, twisting his head in response. After a few exchanges, Na Shan could no longer contain himself and punched the officer in the stomach, exclaiming, "Damn it, you little demon, I will peel off all your scales." Na Shan's action ignited a spark, and Bala immediately followed suit. With leaders from various districts rushing in, even Nana Dun discreetly kicking out a leg. Li Qiang watched the chaotic scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation, shouting, "Stop it all." Everyone froze, ceasing their actions. Cade Ba Chi was bloodied and had lost several scales, slumping towards Pa Ben. Pa Ben, trembling with fear, stammered, "Stand up. Stand up, I didn't mean to." He suddenly raised his knee, seemingly attempting to brace himself against his fall, but the force was too great, and his knee collided squarely with Cade Ba Chi's face, sending him toppling backward. Na Shan burst into laughter. "Pa Ben, you are truly fierce." "Haha, I like it." The room erupted with laughter, a release of pent-up frustration and unease. The entire abyss mobilized. Nana Dun and Lin Feng, he were the busiest, gathering all the inhabitants of the abyss to select combat-ready soldiers. Kan Qi, Zhao Ji, and Wei Yuanqing intensified their training. Everyone understood that should the Black Camp descend for a purge, escape would be impossible. Li Qiang labored tirelessly in the room, refining batches of pills and weapons. Having encountered the Black Camp soldiers firsthand, he was acutely aware of his current deficiencies and decided to begin cultivating with the Tai Hao Suo and an exceptional flying sword gifted by Mo Huiyuan named Shixing. This sword was discovered by Mo Huiyuan within the Star Palace. The origin of the Shixing sword was peculiar. It was found within a jade box while Mo Huiyuan was dismantling the formation in the Palace of Emptiness. According to Mo Huiyuan, the Shixing sword possesses an unusual quality as a water and fire attribute sword, a rarity among cultivators who typically wield single attribute swords. Given that Li Qiang was a rare fire-based body, Mo Huiyuan had informed him that the outcome of cultivating this sword was uncertain, with equal chances of success and failure. Li Qiang harbored a whimsical notion, believing that the Lan Yun battle armor also contained water attributes, which had proven remarkably effective. Therefore, he surmised that this flying sword would yield similar results. His half-baked experimentation brought him many unexpected benefits, yet also subjected him to considerable hardship. According to the records in the Jade Tome provided by Mo Huiyuan, Li Qiang held the Shixing sword in his palm, wielding a heavenly fire even more potent than the Samadhi true fire for refining, along with fire essence to control the temperature. Gradually, the Shixing sword began to dissolve, swirling between his hands like flowing mercury. To his astonishment, Li Qiang discovered that the Shixing sword exhibited no formation within its body. He infused a trace of true essence to probe, but found nothing of particular significance. Just as he was about to withdraw that thread of true essence, an immense gravitational force emanated from the flowing sword body, and Li Qiang and Appo's true essence surged forth like a torrent released from a dam. In an instant, the star-absorbing sword transformed into a swirling mist of silver, encircling Li Qiang. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a clear sign of his energy depletion. He attempted to utilize heavenly fire to stem the loss of his true essence. The silver mist shimmered subtly in the violet light, mysteriously merging into Li Qiang and Appo's hand, leaving no trace of the star-absorbing sword behind. Believing he had failed in his artifact refinement, Li Qiang felt a twinge of regret. Though not deeply troubled, merely sensing the waste of time. Convinced of his unsuccessful cultivation and the excessive expenditure of true essence, he retrieved a celestial stone to expedite the replenishment of his lost vigor. By chance, he grasped the exquisite embedded stone he had acquired from the pond, sinking his consciousness into his nascent soul, activating the formation surrounding it. In an instant, his microcosm began to whirl with fervor. Li Qiang observed his original self, seated cross-legged on the ground, with a puzzled thought. How could I be watching myself from outside my body? He decided to witness the training methods of his companions. As his mind stirred, he found himself at the edge of the pool. He watched as Na Naden and Lin Feng coordinated a squad for training. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Li Qiang. He had indeed reached the out-of-body stage of cultivation. It appeared that none of the others noticed Li Qiang. They continued their training with unwavering focus. A thrill of joy surged through him as he mused on the advantages of such stealth and reconnaissance. Who could possibly detect him? With a mere thought, he found himself outside the mountain. Chapter 34. The Path to Escape. It was a wondrous sight, a panoramic view that enveloped the senses entirely, imprinting every detail into the mind. The peak of the Black Prison was unlike anything Li Qiang had ever encountered. Surrounding him were dark, undulating mountains. Yet the Black Prison towered majestically, standing out distinctly. The cave at its midsection appeared no larger than an egg, but Li Qiang, having ventured inside, knew its true vastness. He observed white rectangular vessels, gleaming with a red light, continuously entering and exiting the cave. With a mere thought, Li Qiang found himself hovering above them. The white vessels were brimming with soldiers clad in full armor. Following their path into the cave, he encountered an assembly of countless soldiers within. He trailed behind, following the direction in which they moved. A small contingent of soldiers descended toward the upper layer of the Black Prison. The newly arrived soldiers busied themselves with their equipment, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Some clutched strange statues, seemingly engaged in prayer. Emerging once more outside the mountain, Li Qiang sought an escape route. The landscape was desolate, dominated by black rocks and soil, interspersed with bizarre plants of white, azure, and reddish-brown hues, yet devoid of any green. The shapes of these plants were peculiar, resembling forks or strings of beads, all emitting a faint glow. No discernible path presented itself. As he hesitated, the ground suddenly stirred. Several plants shattered, and the black soil erupted, revealing a creature with serrated horns. It swayed from side to side as it slowly emerged from the earth. Measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, its body adorned with yellow and white patterns, flat against the ground. It coiled like a serpent, letting out a strange cry toward the sky. Li Qiang glanced upward to hear someone exclaim, "Ah, it and amp. Amp. Oppos. A coiling insect. This creature has bone spurs and can be used for refining weapons. Master, it seems the black camp is nearby. Let and amp. Amp. Oppos. Not concern ourselves with it." Li Qiang and amp. Oppos. Thoughts soared. A large group of people hovered in the air, and upon closer inspection, many familiar faces emerged. Leading the group were Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, accompanied by Zhao Hao, Mei Jingjing, and even Hua Meinyang. Among them was someone being led away with a downcast expression, and Lang. Fu Shan and Ho Pijing sensed something amiss simultaneously, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Hua Meinyang chuckled, "Brother Fu, what do you see?" Her radiant demeanor made it hard to believe she was the infamous little demoness. Fu Shan's gaze sharpened. "Whose primordial spirit is observing?" Li Qiang was taken aback, his consciousness scattering, and all sights vanished abruptly. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in his original form, his body trembling with excitement as he murmured, "Brother Fu has arrived. They all have." A sense of hope flooded his heart. Once more, he delved into his nascent soul, attempting to establish contact with Fu Shan through his primordial spirit. However, after a prolonged wait, he found himself unable to break free. In truth, he had only momentarily tapped into the power of the embedded stone, triggering the might of Tai Hao Suo, propelling him into the initial phase of the out-of-body experience. Fortunately, Fu Shan's sudden interruption had prevented him from becoming ensnared in a prolonged state, which could have led to a perilous fate. Abandoning the thought of contacting Fu Shan, Li Qiang leaped from the ground, bursting out of the chamber. A set of protective gear, when maximized, could effectively shield one from the piercing gunfire, causing only a jarring impact without significant harm. One must remember not to be struck repeatedly, otherwise, one might find oneself, well, dead. Thus, during battle, Qing gestured animatedly, passionately explaining to the newcomers. Upon noticing Li Qiang sprinting past, he managed to utter, "Follow me," before dashing away. Qing sensed something was amiss and hurried after him. In the midst of the crowd, Li Qiang felt as if he were grounded too low, unable to resist rising into the air. Na Shan, puzzled, inquired of Lin Feng'a, "What's wrong with the boss? Look, his face is flushed. Is he unwell?" Lin Feng'a shot him a glare, retorting, "I think you're the one who is sick. You could use a good beating from the boss." "Hey, I didn't mean that." Silence. Qing kicked him lightly and added, "You talk too much. Let us hear what the boss has to say. Listen up. The Black Camp soldiers are about to descend." With this single declaration, The entire hall erupted in a cacophony of anxious murmurs, fear etched across every face. Nana Dun bellowed, "Silence. Let the boss finish." Lin Fenghe echoed, silencing the crowd and amp, oppose, chatter. "However, do not be afraid. If we can hold out for a while, my reinforcements will arrive." Li Qiang shouted with exuberance. He was genuinely elated. He would finally reunite with Fu Shan and Ho Pijing. Han Jin, puzzled, asked, "Brother Musi, what do you mean by reinforcements? Is someone coming to rescue us? Who are they?" Nana Dun added, "Boss, is it the army from Qing Kingdom that is approaching? How many troops do we have?" Li Qiang, with a triumphant gesture, replied, "My brothers and friends are coming. There are dozens of them." Yet, he realized he had not elaborated sufficiently. In truth, he could not quantify the strength of dozens of cultivators, not even in his own mind. One thing was clear, though, such power was beyond what the Black Camp soldiers could withstand. Yet, this was a concept far beyond the comprehension of the prisoners within the Black Prison. Almost everyone was left in a state of shock. Dozens of people? How can that possibly save us? Is Brother Musi out of his mind? Nana Dun struggled to find words, his disappointment impossible to conceal. As commander, he knew he should not display his emotions, but Li Qiang and Oppo's soaring hopes had been overwhelming, and he fought to maintain his composure. Na Shan's faith in Li Qiang had become nearly blind. If the boss said it would work, then it would. He broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, "Wonderful. We're about to escape. Ha ha ha. Why do you all look so glum?" Li Qiang had been overly exuberant, but as he gradually calmed, he found humor in the situation. No one here would believe in the might of Fu Shan and the others. It was prudent to devise a defense strategy first. Nana Dun and Lin Fenghe, you must establish defenses immediately. Find ways to hold off the Black Camp soldiers and minimize our losses. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. If not, commence preparations at once. Li Qiang wisely entrusted command to them, recognizing that warfare was not his forte. Fu Laoi, whose primordial spirit was that earlier? Why couldn't Ti Nyonyo see it? I don't know whose primordial spirit it was, but it seems rather weak. Ho Laudi, what do you think? Fu Shan chuckled again. Nyonyo, only when your cultivation surpasses that of the primordial spirit earlier can you sense it. I feel a strange familiarity. Ho Pijing, having spent more time with Li Qiang than Fu Shan, understood his cultivation level well, given that Li Qiang had also practiced the techniques of the Yuanshi sect. Ho Pijing and Oppo's senses were sharper, yet he could not ascertain if it was indeed Li Qiang and Oppo's primordial spirit. Could it be my master? Zhao Hao interjected eagerly, deeply concerned for Li Qiang and Oppo's safety. Mei Jingjing and Oppo's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Really? Could it be my brother?" Her eager gaze sent shivers down Ho Pijing and Oppo's spine. He chuckled nervously. "Little girl, don't look at me like that. You're infatuated with my brother." Hua Mingyang laughed, embracing Mei Jingjing. "Ho Laoi, dare you bully my little sister?" Ho Pijing, having endured his fair share of trials at the hands of Hua Mingyang, smiled awkwardly. "Hey, who's bullying Nyonyo? Tell me, and I'll skin him alive." Oh, right, that earlier sensation was indeed from Li Laodi's primordial spirit. Realizing he could no longer dodge the issue, he decided to bring Li Qiang into the conversation, using it as a diversion for the moment. Fu Shan smiled faintly and glanced at Ho Pijing, whose weathered face flushed, though his dark complexion masked it somewhat. Mei Jingjing and Oppo's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. This left Ho Pijing flustered. He dreaded the sight of young girls crying, stammering, "Don and Oppo's, T cry, Don and Oppo's, T cry. Little Demonis. Please, save me. No, not little Demonis, little fairy. Little fairy." Hua Mingyang looked at Fu Shan and giggled. "Forget it, I won't hold it against you, old man. Little sister, if it truly is your brother's primordial spirit, he must be nearby. Now, don't cry." This time, Fu Shan had brought along friends and experts from the Chongshan sect. They had captured Enlang, a tribute of the Li Tang kingdom, on Tianting Star, injuring Si Tu Yong in the process. Upon seeing Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, Enlang realized there was no escape, and he ultimately divulged the fate of Li Qiang, revealing that he had been sold into slavery. Fu Shan immediately led his group to Tanbang Star, knowing that the Tante kingdom had landed themselves in deep trouble. Gazing at the towering mountain peak, Fu Shan remarked calmly, "Since the Tante kingdom dares to treat my brother as a slave, it cannot be said that I, Fu Shan, and bullying them. He turned to Jing and said, "What do you think? Shall we stretch our limbs a bit? It has been a while since I have played with so many people." His serene tone sent a chill down the spine. Jing chuckled, "You take the lead. I'll scout the black camp first. Let's go." True to his nature, he preferred to go solo. Fu Shan understood his eccentricities and responded, "Very well. Everyone scatter and take control of the east, south, and north sides of the mountain, leaving the west open. Let us commence." The cultivators immediately dispersed. Zhao Hao, Mei Jing, and Hua Meinyang followed closely behind Fu Shan as the four soared toward the peak of the black camp. "Careful, everyone." Kan Chi held his piercing spear, leading a group of over 20 individuals guarding a main passage, where they had dug a deep trench to conceal themselves along the edge. A total of 7 or 8 passages were ambushed with soldiers, awaiting the arrival of the black camp forces. Li Qiang, accompanied by Ben, Han Jin, Xiao Yuhong, and Pa Ben, stood in the pool hall, observing the descending passageway above, the very spot they had arrived from. Li Qiang instructed Xiao Yuhong, "Brother Hong, you take position there and do not reveal yourself easily. Pa Ben should go too." He then addressed Ben, "Stand on that rock and seal the entrance with the crystal source bow." Upon hearing this, Ben swiftly climbed up. Xiao Yuhong glanced at Li Qiang with concern and whispered, "Brother, be careful." Li Qiang smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, hide well and obey. Brother Han, you go watch over Nashan. I'll handle things here." "But there are too few of us. I should stay." Li Qiang interrupted. "I don't trust that rascal Nashan. You go help keep an eye on him." Han Jin sighed in resignation, knowing he couldn't argue with Li Qiang. "Take care, Brother Muzi," he replied. As soon as Han Jin's figure vanished from the passageway, a thunderous explosion echoed from all directions. Boom! The rocks on the cave wall shattered, cascading down upon Nashan, who squinted, his heart pounding in trepidation. The surrounding soldiers, clad in standard armor, maximized their defenses, deflecting the falling debris before it could strike them, while a few unarmored soldiers suffered injuries, groaning in pain. "Damn it! Everyone prepare and listen to my command," Nashan shouted, brandishing his piercing spear, sweat glistening on his brow, his solitary eye wide with urgency. "Stand up, fire energy orbs." A barrage of energy projectiles erupted, illuminating the entire passage. Amidst the haze, numerous silhouettes of black camp soldiers could be discerned. "Retreat, no running." Han Jin arrived, kicking back 2 prisoners attempting to flee. One of them, bloodied and frantic, cried, "I have no armor. I'll be killed. I don't want to die." Han Jin scolded the wailing prisoner. "Don't want to die? Damn you. The first to die will be the likes of you. Get back and fight." Nashan, elated, called out, "Old Han, come quick. Be careful." Han Jin shouted. Nashan was blasted by an energy orb, crashing against the cave wall in fury. Han Jin swiftly approached, saying, "Get ready to throw explosive grenades. I'll count to 3. The 8-meter-wide passageway saw the black camp soldiers slowly advancing, their silhouettes shimmering with the faint blue glow of their armor. Han Jin clutched an explosive grenade, counting 1, 2, 3, throw. Almost simultaneously, the black camp soldiers unleashed a volley of large energy orbs, causing an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the entire passage. Li Qiang stood by the pool, gazing at the cave entrance above, praying, "Brother Fu, hurry up, the prisoners won't hold out much longer." Suddenly, he spotted a watermelon-sized red orb tumbling from the opening, plummeting toward the pool. Alarmed, he shouted, "Get down." A blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. As if the entire black prison was about to collapse, the rumbling echoes reverberating. Ben, perched on the rock, was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, while the water in the pool boiled as if it were on the verge of eruption. Xiao Yuhong tightly gripped her piercing spear, burying her head in the crook of her arm, feeling as though she were aboard a small boat battling through a tempest, tossing and turning, the deafening roars rendering her unable to hear anything. Concern for Li Qiang's safety compelled her to open her eyes, and she couldn't help but weep with joy. Amidst the flying debris and swirling mist, Li Qiang hung suspended in midair, his Lan Yun battle armor gleaming with a soft golden light. A peculiar purple dragon coiling around him, 7 radiant golden lights shielding him from outside, illuminating the entire hall, rendering him a veritable war deity. Having activated all his defenses in anticipation of the explosive grenade's power, Li Qiang realized he had perhaps overprepared. He flew closer to the entrance, hovering at the edge, aware that soldiers were about to descend. Sure enough, Moments later, a winged soldier dropped from the opening, and they found themselves face to face. The soldier, paralyzed with fear, could hardly comprehend that someone could hover in midair without wings, and that the recent explosion had not claimed his life. Li Qiang grinned silently, uttering a phrase in the language of the Tante kingdom that Pa Bin had taught him, meaning fool. The soldier understood, and just as Li Qiang closed his mouth, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by the sight of his own body and the approaching water, and suddenly it dawned on him. His head had been severed. With a swish, 7 or 8 winged soldiers descended from the opening. Li Qiang pressed himself against the ceiling of the hall, catching sight of one soldier still clutching 2 of the recently dropped explosive grenades. A triumphant smile blossomed on his face as an idea struck him. In a flash, he darted toward that soldier, snatched the 2 explosive grenades, and tossed one into the upper opening while detonating the other on the spot. Just as the explosion was about to occur, he swiftly evaded to Qiao Yuhong's side. The soldiers were left bewildered, frozen in midair by his rapid actions. Another massive explosion ensued. The 8 winged soldiers were propelled like arrows in all directions, crashing violently against the cave walls. Even with their standard armor, they could not withstand such tremendous force, and one by one, they perished. The grenade tossed into the cave was even more devastating, obliterating the entire passage. Where a multitude of black camp soldiers had been crammed, hardly any escaping. This passage, once a route of despair for countless prisoners, had now become a path to hell for the black camp soldiers. For the time being, no dark camp soldiers would descend into the hall. Li Qiang rose and said, "Ben, guard this place. I shall venture elsewhere. Hong, take care of yourselves." As Fu Shan and his companions approached the mountain peak, they distinctly heard a muffled explosion emanating from within. Zhao Hao queried in confusion, "Why has the fighting already begun? Master Ho has only just arrived." From the mountain's cavern flew forth numerous small figures, swiftly approaching. There were over 300 winged soldiers, brandishing their piercing spears as they surrounded the group. A commanding officer clad in red armor stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you?" Observing that these 4 could fly without the aid of wings, he felt uncertain and refrained from acting rashly. Among the 4, only Fu Shan and Hua Meinyang comprehended the officer's question. Hua Meinyang chuckled and replied, "Oh dear, little rascal, we are here looking for someone. We heard that many individuals have been captured here, including one who happens to be my dear brother. Thus, we have come to retrieve him." Mei Jingjing could not help but laugh. "Oh, Sister Hua, what are you babbling about? I can't understand a word." Hua Meinyang smiled. "Nyo, you are still so young. I understand nearly all the languages of the Tambang continent. In time, as you explore more, you will learn as well." The officer, oblivious to the impending danger, was captivated by the 2 charming young women, having noticed their lack of weapons. Overcome with desire, he declared, "Excellent, daring to insult an officer. Capture them all. Haha, I fancy this little lady." His heart swelled with delight. Hua Meinyang seemed to find great amusement in the situation, giggling incessantly, her enchanting petite figure swaying gracefully in the breeze. The officer, unable to catch his breath, was utterly mesmerized by her beauty. In a daze, he perceived a cloud of pink mist enveloping him, causing a tingling sensation throughout his body. When he looked down, he was horrified to see his body riddled with tiny spikes. The standard armor provided no protection whatsoever. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain that penetrated to his very marrow, wishing for death to relieve him. Fu Shan shook his head slightly and pointed at the officer. The more than 300 winged soldiers gazed in disbelief at their leader, having witnessed no weapon in Fu Shan's hand. He merely pointed, and their commander was torn asunder. The winged soldiers instinctively retreated while simultaneously raising their guns and firing wildly. Chapter 35. Falling down, Fu Shan raised his hand and cast a 5-colored flame barrier. Smiling as he said, "You all stay inside and watch. Do not come out. I shall perform a segment of the Grand Drum of Heaven for you. Apart from the mobile game The Journey of the Ethereal, this is the only place you can witness it." Hua Meinyang clapped her hands and laughed. "Wonderful. You all are fortunate to witness Brother Fu and Apos' extraordinary skills." Mei Jingjing wrapped her arms around Hua Meinyang and Apos' shoulders and asked, "Sister, have you ever seen the old man play the drum? Where's the drum?" Bang! Fu Shan swung his fist in a feigned strike, unleashing a wave of force that rippled outward, transforming all incoming energy spheres into colorful fragments that cascaded down like fireworks during a festival. Mei Jingjing and the others cheered loudly. "So beautiful." Bang! Bang! The drumbeat rose from low to high, gradually increasing in urgency and intensity. Fu Shan alternated his strikes, singing loudly. The great wind rises, clouds fly high, mighty across the land, returning to my homeland. Where are the brave defenders, guarding the four corners? This song, The Great Wind Rises, was sung by Liu Bang during a banquet with old friends and townsfolk in his hometown of Peixian, on his way back from defeating the king of Huainan, Yingbu. As Fu Shan sang, his powerful yet slightly melancholic tone reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. Hua Mingyan's gaze towards Fu Shan transformed. Fu Shan, already a handsome man, was a learned scholar during the Western Han dynasty. After his cultivation, he became even more extraordinary. With his long hair dancing in the wind, his gracefulness while singing and striking the drum left Hua Mingyan utterly mesmerized. The 300 flying soldiers jumped involuntarily with each drumbeat, their bodies moving rhythmically as the tempo quickened. Fortunately, Fu Shan harbored no murderous intent. Instead, he merely shocked them into spitting blood and suffering severe mental trauma. When the song ceased, it was as if time itself had frozen. Everyone stood still. Fu Shan, moved by emotion, let out a long howl, and the song reminded him of his years during the Western Han. Amidst his howl, the flying soldiers jolted back to reality, shouting as they turned and fled in a panic. A dozen or so soldiers collided in their haste, falling to the ground amidst a cacophony of cries. Zhao Hao could hardly believe that such a carefree and effortless master existed in the world. The deep, sorrowful song, filled with profound insights about life, had caused the enemy to retreat in just a brief performance, far beyond his imagination. Ho Pijing, upon hearing Fu Shan's song, scoffed, "This guy is showing off again, humph. Just watch me." He had already teleported into a large cave, swaggering inside. The cave was packed with soldiers from the Black Camp, and amidst the chaos, no one noticed Ho Pijing. Clearing his throat, he suddenly shouted, "Waya! Hey!" The soldiers of the Black Camp were immediately startled. The people of the Tant country were generally tall, and Ho Pijing's petite frame made him hard to spot in the crowd. With a tinge of annoyance, he exclaimed, "Stop looking, I'm right here. You blind fools, all useless." Despite his small stature, his voice resonated like a bronze bell. The soldiers parted like a tide, encircling him in layers, brandishing their spears as if facing a formidable enemy, only to realize it was a frail old man grimacing at them. Some soldier chuckled quietly, and soon, laughter spread like an infection throughout the group. "Oh, how dare these ignorant fools laugh at me?" Ho Pijing thought, "Let us see who can laugh better." He posed with one hand theatrically against his mouth and burst into laughter. Wah! Ha! Ha ha ha! His laughter unleashed an immense force, and the soldiers found themselves unable to continue laughing. The sound resembled thunder, growing increasingly louder and shaking the cave walls. Many soldiers dropped their weapons, covering their ears, while others rolled on the ground, overwhelmed by pain. As the cave walls began to crack, Ho Pijing finally ceased his laughter, not out of mercy, but out of fear that the cave might collapse, leaving him unable to find a way in. Just as the laughter subsided, several officers simultaneously ordered their soldiers to fire. With over 700 well-trained soldiers just returned from the battlefield, they were ready to suppress the rebellious prisoners of the Black Prison. As the soldiers aimed their spears in a circle around Ho Pijing, they were horrified to find they had struck at an illusion. More alarmingly, the sudden disappearance of Ho Pijing caused their own men to shoot one another. Amidst the chaos, a circle of soldiers fell. "Huh, how foolish." Ho Pijing laughed triumphantly in midair. Some soldiers, terrified, covered their ears, which only fueled Ho Pijing's amusement, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. The officers, furious, ordered another round of shooting. The soldiers, panicked and enraged, unleashed a barrage that filled the cave with smoke until it finally came to a halt. Upon closer inspection, there was no sign of anyone in the air. "I'm done playing, everyone lie down," Ho Pijing coldly commanded, slamming his palm against the ground. The solid rock rippled as if it were water, sending waves outward. The soldiers could hardly believe their eyes, watching the ripples approach their feet, which exploded upon contact. The rapid explosions left the soldiers no place to escape, witnessing their comrades being blasted into the air, only to follow suit themselves. Eventually, the echo of explosions subsided, leaving soldiers sprawled across the cave, wailing and rolling in agony. Much like Fu Shan, Ho Pijing harbored no murderous intent. His power was perfectly controlled, leaving all soldiers severely injured but alive. To the soldiers, Ho Pijing's frail frame no longer appeared weak. They now regarded him as a divine warrior. realizing this eccentric old man was extraordinarily formidable. Approaching a red-armored officer, Fu Shan smiled gently. "Could you kindly inform me how to descend?" His tone was so soft and gentle that it seemed unbelievable he was the same man who just raged moments before. The officer, trembling in fear, replied, I don't know." "What?" Fu Shan feigned deafness. "Could you repeat that?" The officer, terrified, stammered, He knows. I just arrived." Satisfied, Fu Shan grinned and approached a foreman, saying, I often get lost when walking, so I am always polite to guides. "Would you prefer I be courteous or—" The foreman exclaimed, Polite. I want polite." Fu Shan chuckled, "Let us go. Stop lying around. As long as you lead well, I will certainly be polite." The passage of Nazhan and Hanjin was the most perilous, suppressed by the spears and explosives of the Black Camp soldiers, leaving the remaining defenders barely able to hold their ground. They prepared for a final desperate struggle. Nazhan shouted, "Prepare the explosives. Lao Han, let us hurl the explosive towards the side wall, allowing it to ricochet off." "A splendid idea. I shall begin." "Pass me the explosive." "No more arguments. I'll take the lead." "You follow." Nazhan leapt up, raised his hand, and threw a red explosive. Simultaneously, he was struck by 2 energy projectiles from the spiked guns, sending him tumbling back, a mouthful of blood escaping him. He coughed and exclaimed, "Damn it. I'm not dead. Haha." Upon raising his eyes, he realized the Black Camp soldiers were already quite close. Hanjin bellowed. Positioning himself in front of Nazhan, facing the multitude of spiked guns, he laughed heartily. "Old Na, let us perish together. Perhaps Brother Muzi will escort our souls back home." "Haha, I shall not carry your souls. I seek the living." "Li Qiang has arrived." Nazhan joyously shouted. "Boss, haha, the boss is here." The feeling of being rescued from the brink of death rendered him somewhat unhinged. Suddenly, Hanjin embraced Nazhan and rolled aside, the spiked guns of the Black Camp soldiers firing where Nazhan had just stood. Li Qiang instantly erupted in fury, pointing at the Black Camp soldiers and bellowing, "All of you, come at me." Although the Black Camp soldiers could not comprehend Li Qiang's words, they were taken aback by the sight of this peculiar youth, audaciously pointing at them, and raised their guns in response. Li Qiang felt the Taoist needle within his nascent soul tremble incessantly. Unable to contain himself, he opened his mouth and unleashed a beam of golden light. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the golden light erupted forth. Nazhan felt the brilliance dazzle his senses, and Hanjin shouted, "Do not gaze at that light." In the blink of an eye, all the Black Camp soldiers in the corridor vanished, leaving it utterly devoid of anything. Nazhan opened his eyes in astonishment. Where have the enemies gone? Hanjin was at a loss for words. He too was unaware of the soldiers' whereabouts. Yet he understood that they had certainly not departed of their own accord. Li Qiang shivered, fully aware that the power of the Taoist needle had turned those Black Camp soldiers to ashes. The force contained within the Taoist needle was immensely potent, beyond his control. Fortunately, Nazhan and Hanjin were behind him, lest they too share the same fate as the Black Camp soldiers. Li Qiang was eager to delve into the nascent soul to ascertain what had transpired with the Taoist needle, but upon hearing the distant rumble, he shook his head. There was no time to cultivate and investigate now. He could only say, "Let us proceed to the pool hall." The commander of the Black Camp was stunned by the report conveyed through the sound ball. Not only was the assault on the Black prison proceeding poorly, but also, some exceptionally formidable individuals had arrived from outside the mountain, their prowess simply unbelievable. The sound ball rang again, and upon hearing the report, the officers in the room broke out in cold sweat. The report stated that a peculiar old man, at the entrance of Tunnel Number 7, had severely injured over 700 soldiers single-handedly and forcibly taken away a supervisor to the Black prison. The highest commander of the Black Camp exclaimed, "How is that possible? Tunnel Number 7 houses elite soldiers recently withdrawn from the front lines, and an old man? What use are their spike guns?" The officers stared, dumbfounded, at their roaring commander. The developments of the battle had surpassed everyone's expectations. Soon, the commander regained his composure and ordered, "Immediately withdraw all attacking forces. Report to the general headquarters and request reinforcements." A flash of white light illuminated the room, revealing 4 individuals. "Master, it seems this place is filled with officers." Zhao Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, this is their command center. What a fortunate coincidence," Fu Shan replied with a smile. The officers maintained their composure, swiftly surrounding the 4. Weapons drawn. Hua Meinyang remarked. Little sister, look how tense they are. Should we show them my special move? It's quite a sight. Mei Jingjing giggled. Sister has finally lost her composure. How delightful. Fu Shan found Hua Meinyang particularly vexing, considering her past rescues of Li Qiang in the heavenly court. Coupled with the persuasion of Ho Pai Jing, he refrained from reprimanding her for her mischief on Mars. Hua Meinyang proudly informed Fu Shan that she had recognized Li Qiang as her brother, henceforth calling Fu Shan Big Brother Fu, which rendered Fu Shan speechless and became fodder for Ho Pai Jing's teasing. Fu Shan hurriedly interjected. Oh, with me present, is there any need for you to take action? He thought. If this little demonist decides to strike, none of these officers would survive. I shall handle this myself. Hua Meinyang, embracing Mei Jingjing, whispered triumphantly. Big Brother Fu cares for people too, hee hee. Mei Jingjing could not help but think of Li Qiang, a tinge of jealousy creeping in as she remarked, how lovely for you. Such light-hearted banter, devoid of concern for their surroundings, left the officers of the Black Camp both furious and fearful. Their commander declared, I am Commander de Qing Emperor. Who are you? Why do you attack the forces of the Tantai Kingdom? Ha! Who are we? You are not worthy to inquire. I am the guardian deity of the Tantai Kingdom, Emochi Fu Nuo, who would bow before me. You Tantai Kingdom have the audacity to enslave my brother. Humph, if anything befalls my brother, do not blame me for uniting with the Banjing Kingdom to annihilate your Tantai Kingdom, Fu Shan stated with both arrogance and authority. Fu Shan was indeed justified in making such claims. One of his dear friends had once been grievously injured by a remarkably powerful loose immortal. Fu Shan gathered a multitude of cultivation experts to confront the loose immortal, forcing him to flee in terror. It is worth noting that loose immortals possess a level of cultivation far superior to that of regular cultivators. After that battle, Fu Shan's reputation in the cultivation world soared. However, he rarely took to the field personally. Should he choose to engage directly, the situation would escalate dramatically. The officers were oblivious to his identity, yet the title of guardian deity Emochi Fu Nuo was universally recognized, being the Grand Master of the Tantai Kingdom, holding an exceedingly high status. Commander de Qing Emperor, with uncertainty, remarked, Your tone is quite bold. We were unaware that your brother was in the Black Prison. What is his name? Upon hearing Hua Meinyang's translation, Mei Jingjing interjected eagerly. His name is Li Qiang. Is he still alive? Her heart raced involuntarily. Once more it was him. Alas, once again it was him. Da Qing Emperor internally cursed the plague brought by the envoy from Qingjia Star. Letting out a deep sigh, stand down your weapons, order an immediate retreat, and strictly prohibit any conflict with anyone. I will bear all responsibility. Fu Shan regarded this Da Qing Emperor with newfound respect. This individual was not ordinary. Quickly recognizing the futility of the situation and opting for a strategic withdrawal to conserve strength, Fu Shan softened his tone. Inform Emochi Fu Nuo that an old friend, Fu Shan, has visited the Tantai Kingdom. Emochi Fu Nuo had expended countless efforts to cultivate a relationship with Fu Shan, having previously secured Fu Shan's promise to visit the Tantai Kingdom when time permitted. By the time the report from the Black Camp reached Emochi Fu Nuo regarding this matter, Fu Shan had already departed the planet, leaving Emochi Fu Nuo seething in silence for several days, knowing he could no longer count on Fu Shan as a patron for the Tantai Kingdom. Upon returning to the pool hall, Li Qiang felt utterly unwell, restless and anxious, as if utterly exhausted. Xiao Yuhong, upon seeing Li Qiang enter, rushed over joyfully, exclaiming, Brother, you're back. Hong Di. Li Qiang suddenly felt as though all his energy had drained away, stumbling slightly. He was astonished. What is happening? Xiao Yuhong cried out. Brother, you look dreadful. What's wrong? Her voice trembling with emotion. I'm fine, Hong Di. Do not worry. He reassured her. Both Na Shan and Han Jin sensed something was amiss. Na Shan shouted, Old Han, stop aiding me. Quickly help the boss. I fear he is unwell. Han Jin swiftly leaped to Li Qiang's side, supporting him, and immediately felt his body tremble slightly. He called out, Pabon, come here. A few individuals helped Li Qiang to lean against the rock wall. Li Qiang sat half reclined against the wall, while Xiao Yuhong nestled closely beside him, beginning to sob softly. Gently stroking Xiao Yuhong's hair, Li Qiang softly remarked, Be strong, your brother will take you home. Please, do not cry. With a soft clatter, the Lan Yun battle armor slipped from Li Qiang's form. Struggling to gather the armor, He remained perplexed by the events unfolding, sensing that perhaps the magical artifact had malfunctioned. Suddenly, Han Jin exclaimed, "It seems to have quieted down. There are no more sounds of explosions." In an instant, countless tormented prisoners surged forth from every passage, jubilantly cheering and leaping. "We can go home. Finally, there is a glimmer of hope. We have been rescued by celestial beings." The entire infernal prison erupted in joyous commotion. Nana Dun, Lin Fenghe, Kankanki, and Zhao Ji all rushed to Li Qiang's side. Observing their leader, whose complexion had taken on an unusual pale golden hue, disbelief was etched on everyone's faces. Lin Fenghe grasped Nana Shan and shouted, "What on earth is happening? Tell me." Nana Shan's voice boomed even louder, "I don't know. If I could, I would gladly sacrifice myself for our leader." Tears welled in his solitary eye. In his heart, he had already considered Li Qiang a brother, and seeing him in such a state filled him with a mix of urgency and rage, as if he yearned to bite down on something to quell his frustration. Han Jin grasped Lin Fenghe's arm and said, "Nana Shan is just as bewildered about our leader's condition. Everyone, please remain calm. I just heard that celestial beings have come to our aid." "Ah, right. The leader mentioned earlier that he had friends coming. Could they be those celestial beings?" Chapter 36. An overwhelming sense of despair. Li Qiang raised his hand to halt the ongoing debate among the crowd, gradually standing up as he felt his strength returning. Taking a deep breath, he reassured them, "Everyone, please remain calm. I feel much better now." Na Shan observed the color of Li Qiang's face and inquired, "Boss, why is your face so flushed?" The onlookers were perplexed by Li Qiang's complexion, which had transformed into a deep crimson, starkly contrasting with the pale golden hue it had earlier possessed. The slave mark on his forehead was strikingly red, evoking a sense of dread. Moments ago, the sensation of weakness had plunged Li Qiang into profound despair. Though he maintained a stoic facade, he understood the dire consequence of losing his cultivation abilities in this place. Forcing himself to regain composure, he asked, "Nana Dun, how many have we lost? Have any outsiders entered?" Nana Dun replied, "Fortunately, the soldiers from the Black Camp retreated. Otherwise, the casualties would have been substantial. I cannot provide an exact number, but I fear it is not few. Lao Wei is gravely injured, and other key personnel have also sustained various injuries." "Is Wei Yuanqing injured?" Li Qiang asked, his anxiety palpable. Lin Fenghe quickly interjected, "He was rescued by a peculiar old man. His life is not in danger, so there's no need for concern, boss." "Peculiar old man?" Li Qiang suddenly realized, his spirits lifting with excitement. "What did he say?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fenghe responded, "He seemed to be searching for someone." "Where is Tangu?" "He went to help find that person." "You all should go and fetch Tangu." Xiao Yuhong nestled closer to Li Qiang and whispered, "Brother, do you know these people?" Li Qiang smiled. "Indeed, they are all my brothers and friends." Xiao Yuhong expressed her admiration. "Your friends are truly remarkable, just like you, brother. I wish I possessed such great abilities." It was the first time she genuinely wished to learn the skills Li Qiang possessed. Tangu hurriedly arrived and was taken aback upon seeing Li Qiang. "Boss, what has happened to you?" Li Qiang managed a wry smile, thinking to himself that he must look quite terrifying at the moment. "Tangu, what did the person who saved Lao Wei say? Where is he now?" Tangu informed him, "He is looking for a young man with the surname Li. I inquired for quite a while, but could not locate him. I will notify everyone to gather in the pool hall shortly, and we can continue searching." Li Qiang replied, "Tangu, there's no need to search any further. The person he seeks is me. He is my elder brother." Observing the astonished expressions around him, he added, "Do not be surprised. My surname is Li. The character Mu combined with Z gives Li, and my name is Li Qiang." The others were baffled by Li Qiang's identity, yet Lin Fenghe was struck with realization. Recalling the jade pendant Li Qiang had shown him, his heart raced as he cautiously asked, "Boss, you are?" Li Qiang, momentarily taken aback, responded, "I am simply called Li Qiang." Suddenly, Lin Fenghe knelt, bowing deeply. "I, Lin Fenghe, former general of the Song dynasty, pay my respects to General Hu Wei." Having been aware of the events occurring in the capital during his retirement, he was astute enough to piece together the clues. His gesture left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Han Jin inquired, "Fenghe, what are you doing? When did the boss become a general?" "Brother Lin, please rise." "Sigh, I have long since resigned from my post. There is no need for such formality. If you must pay your respects, do so to my elder brother. He is the holy king of your former Song dynasty." Lin Fenghe's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. In that moment, everyone from the former Song dynasty grasped the weight of the situation. Han Jin and Zhao Ji were left speechless, astounded that Li Qiang referred to the Holy King as his elder brother. Lin Fenghe regretted not bowing to the Holy King when he had the chance. He sprang to his feet and commanded the nearby prisoners to search for the Holy King, instructing them to show utmost respect upon encountering him. Li Qiang recognized the reverence the subjects of the former Song dynasty held for their Holy King and declared, "All right, let us prepare. Soon, we shall return to our homeland." His heart ached with longing. When would he be able to return to his home? The surviving prisoners felt as though they had awakened from a nightmare. The prospect of returning home was a dream they had cherished daily since arriving in the Black Prison. Now, hearing that they might actually return, disbelief washed over them. The hall gradually fell silent. Only the sound of muffled sobs filled the air. As if infected by the collective sorrow, weeping filled the space. Even Han Jin, Zhao Ji, and Nana Dun found their eyes misty with tears. Amidst the crowd, some began to cry out in search of captured family members, while others inquired about the well-being of friends from their hometowns. In the pool hall, it seemed nearly everyone was in tears, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Li Qiang instructed, "Nana Dun, Lin Fenghe, please organize and gather the leaders from each district to account for everyone. Tangu, Na Shan, immediately gather all the food so we can have a hearty meal. Oh, but don't overindulge. We wouldn't want anyone to burst." Someone shouted, "The Holy King has arrived." All subjects of the former Song dynasty immediately fell to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground, which startled the others, causing them to retreat. The Black Prison housed the most individuals from Taoist, with representatives from various nations, including a significant number from the former Song dynasty and the Han Kingdom, along with local residents from Bankening, among others. Ho Pijing was puzzled, wondering how these individuals knew of his identity as the Holy King. He surmised that Li Qiang must have disclosed it. Upon catching sight of Li Qiang, the astonishment he felt was beyond words. His years of cultivation experience told him that Li Qiang was in serious trouble. He swiftly approached and exclaimed, "Brother," but found himself at a loss for words. Li Qiang joyfully called out, "Elder brother," also rendered speechless. Lin Fenghe immediately knelt again, bowing, "I am Lin Fenghe, former general of the Song dynasty. Paying my respects to His Highness the Holy King, wishing you peace." Only then did Ho Pijing regain his composure, extending a trace of true essence to inspect the changes within Li Qiang. Slowly, his brow furrowed, and after a moment of hesitation, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Gesturing for Lin Fenghe to rise, he pondered deeply for a while before suddenly directing a beam of white light towards a passageway, stating, "Let us wait for your elder brother to arrive. He is a master artifact smith and may have a solution." Li Qiang felt a chill run through him and managed a wry smile. "It is nothing extraordinary. At worst, I shall revert to my original form. Now, allow me to introduce you to the friends I have made in the Black Prison." Li Qiang solemnly introduced Lin Fenghe, Han Jin, Nana Dun, Zhao Ji, and Xiao Yuhong to Ho Pijing. Ho Pijing secretly admired his brother for being able to make numerous friends wherever he went. Out of respect for Li Qiang, Ho Pijing greeted everyone courteously. Lin Fenghe was elated. The legendary Holy King was so approachable, a pleasant surprise indeed. Xiao Yuhong anxiously looked at Ho Pijing and asked, "Elder, will my brother be all right?" Ho Pijing paused for a moment, then replied, I cannot say for certain. We must await his elder brother's arrival." He wondered why such a young girl was so concerned. Who is her elder brother? Is he formidable? Ho Pijing remarked, "You are from the Han Kingdom, correct?" Xiao Yuhong nodded, still puzzled. "Her elder brother is called Fu Shan. In your Han Kingdom, he is referred to as the guardian deity," he thought to himself, deciding to unveil Fu Shan's identity to let the girl experience the sensation of reverence firsthand. Many from the Han Kingdom present gasped at the mention of this renowned figure. Xiao Yuhong was left speechless for a while, a sense of disappointment washing over her. She understood that the gap between herself and Li Qiang was insurmountable. The moment Li Qiang shielded her from the overseer's whip, she had already formed a bond of affection towards him. Yet, Li Qiang seemed to regard her with concern rather than love, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Fu Shan traversed the white light sent forth by Ho Pijing, instantly teleporting into the pool hall alongside Zhao Hao and the others. For figures suddenly revealed themselves, eliciting gasps of surprise from the crowd. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qiang turned around and immediately recognized Fu Shan, Hua Meng Yang, Zhao Hao, and Mei Jingjing, those he held dearest. The sight of them braving great dangers and traversing from the heavenly court star to the Tambang star for his safety, stirred a tidal wave of emotion within him. He felt as though he had 1,000 words to articulate, yet found himself rendered speechless, standing in a daze, his legs firmly rooted to the ground, unable to take a single step forward. Zhao Hao simply called out master before kneeling down. Mei Jing, tears streaming down her face, rushed into Li Qiang's embrace, almost failing to recognize him. Hua Meinyang stood quietly to the side, refraining from any mischief, fearful of incurring Fu Shan's displeasure. Xiao Yuhong gazed at Li Qiang holding Mei Jing, overwhelmed by despair, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Fu Shan smiled gently and said, "Ah, at last. I have found my brother. You were truly difficult to locate." "Brother Fu, I knew we would meet again," Li Qiang replied. "No, do not cry, see. I am perfectly fine." He released Mei Jing, helped Zhao Hao to his feet, and chuckled, "As your master, I feel utterly incompetent. If you wish, I shall officially accept you as my disciple." Zhao Hao, overjoyed, knelt once more, respectfully bowing 3 times, saying, "Master, I pay my respects." Li Qiang, noticing Hua Meinyang's unusually compliant demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Hua, why so well behaved? I am genuinely delighted to see you." He had discerned that Hua Meinyang seemed to harbor some feelings for Fu Shan. "Last time I saw my sister, I was quite displeased," she teased. "Watch out, or I might just give you a beating." "Ah, Sister Hua, you must maintain your ladylike decorum, otherwise, who would find you appealing?" Li Qiang remarked with a mischievous grin at Fu Shan. Hua Meinyang, caught off guard, was left speechless. Ho Pai Jing laughed heartily, saying, "Little enchantress, it turns out." Hua Meinyang, flustered, retorted, "No, you mustn't say that, I absolutely forbid it." Mei Jing, still with tear-stained cheeks, couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to embrace Hua Meinyang. "Sister, you're so fierce." Hua Meinyang stomped her foot in frustration, unable to devise a suitable retort, especially with Fu Shan present. Ho Pai Jing nudged Fu Shan, saying, "Chong Bai, look." Fu Shan waved his hand slightly. "I understand. Let us discuss it later when we have some free time." He had instantly recognized that Li Qiang was experiencing difficulties in his training. Being a person of great steadiness, he refrained from jumping to conclusions and decided to observe further. Suddenly, Na Shan knelt down, beseeching Li Qiang, "Boss, please accept me as your disciple. I earnestly request this humble favor from you." He was envious of the remarkable abilities of those around him and thought that such opportunities were fleeting. If he were to approach Fu Shan or Ho Pai Jing for mentorship, they might not agree. Having spent considerable time with Li Qiang, he felt a bond had formed. As the former leader of a dark prison, he was resilient and adept at adapting to circumstances, regardless of whether Li Qiang accepted him or not. He decided to bow first. Li Qiang, sensing trouble, noticed Lin Fenghe eyeing him, seemingly about to kneel as well. He thought to himself, "I have yet to perfect my own skills, yet I'm expected to teach disciples. Isn't that absurd?" He shouted, "Stop! No one is allowed to move." He made a stopping gesture, regardless of whether others understood it. Fu Shan, Ho Pai Jing, Hua Meinyang, Mei Jing, and Na Shan all smiled. Zhao Hao recalled how Li Qiang had looked pitiful when he had become his disciple, finding it quite amusing. He felt a pang of sympathy for Na Shan, saying, "Master, this, junior brother." But upon meeting Li Qiang's glare, he was too frightened to continue speaking. Na Shan, displaying a hint of cleverness, crawled over to Fu Shan's feet, bowing his head. "Master uncle, Na Shan pays his respects. Please take charge of my fate." Fu Shan, observing Li Qiang's distressed demeanor, which resembled a monkey squatting on a hot stove, jested, "Ah, I cannot decide that for you. But here is a suggestion. Just follow him." He is at a loss for a solution as well. "Oh, I understand now, huh?" Na Shan exclaimed, leaping to his feet and employing his skill of climbing the ranks. Standing beside Li Qiang with a broad smile, "Greetings, master." He then turned to Fu Shan, Ho Pai Jing, and the others, saying, "Greetings, masters. Greetings, senior brother." Li Qiang nearly fainted, astonished by such a domineering disciple. Fearing further mishaps, Li Qiang hurriedly instructed, "Tangu, quickly prepare food for everyone. After we eat and tidy up, we shall be on our way. Do not just stand there like fools." Tanga hesitated. "There's only a little food. It won't be enough for everyone. Should we not divide it equally and share?" Fu Shan interjected, "We have brought provisions specifically for this purpose. Just wait a moment." He conjured a beam of white light, catching Tan Ji's curiosity. With a soft sound, Fu Shan produced a pale blue pouch, handing it to Tangu. This contains enough food to last several days. Take it for now, and if it's insufficient, come to me again. Oh, just reach in and take what you need. It's filled with flatbreads. Tangu, intrigued, reached inside and was astonished, his mouth agape. The mystery behind Li Qiang's ability to produce so many items was now clear. He surely possessed the same kind of pouch. Tinji's mind raced with ideas, pondering if Banqi Ningguo had such items, which could resolve their logistical issues entirely. What a monumental contribution. Nana Dun also reached in to explore, equally captivated. His thoughts mirrored Tangu's, and he discreetly signaled to Tangu, who understood and followed suit. The suffering prisoners finally enjoyed a hearty meal, though some, still haunted by their past, hid flatbreads in their clothes, fearing hunger once more. Despite repeated warnings, some prisoners overindulged, leading to several unfortunate deaths, which infuriated Tangu and the others. However, they felt powerless. Once food was within sight, some lost all control. Fu Shan had reached a verbal agreement with the commander of the Black Camp, Daichong Mo Jun, to provide transport for the prisoners to the teleportation point. He also decided not to pursue the responsibility of Tantagu's extensive purchase of Heavenly Court Star inhabitants. As the prisoners emerged from the peaks of the Black Camp, each was filled with a profound sense of rebirth. Some astute prisoners had hidden crystals. While they might not become wealthy, they could achieve a modest living. The most prosperous were the leaders from various districts, possessing mid-grade crystals and having taken in a group of followers, returning as local tyrants. They would forever remember one individual. Not all being grateful, yet no one dared to speak ill of him. He was the leader who bravely opposed the Black Camp soldiers, Muzi Lauda. Within the teleportation array, all the suffering prisoners from the Heavenly Court Star knelt to express their heartfelt gratitude to Li Qiang and the others for saving their lives. Fu Shan continued to send the people of the Heavenly Court Star through the teleportation. Li Qiang addressed Nana Dun. You will have to wait a bit. Brother Fu's friend has gone to Banqi Ningguo to establish a receiving point. Once it's ready, we'll teleport you. Nana Dun, speechless, stepped forward, touching his forehead against Li Qiang's in a gesture of affection. Ken Qi and Tangu followed suit. Knowing this was the highest form of respect among the Green Clan, reserved for those closest to them, Li Qiang called over Lin Fenghe, saying, I promise to recommend you to the royal palace of Gusonggua to meet the emperor. Take this golden token. The guards should recognize it and escort you to the emperor. Just convey my greetings from the Holy King and me. He added, the crystal source bow is a gift for you. Use it wisely and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. In the Green Basin, this weapon is somewhat too powerful. Lin Fenghe hesitated greatly. He yearned to remain with Li Qiang like Na Shan, yet the recommendation Li Qiang offered was undeniably tempting. This was a recommendation from the Holy King and his brother to the emperor. Who could boast such an honor in Gusonggua? Reflecting on the exclusion he faced in the military, he relished the thought of returning to show them the consequences. He is indeed of noble birth, and the desire for an official position is deeply ingrained within him. He is reluctant to relinquish it whenever an opportunity arises. Kneeling on the ground, he humbly addressed, Your Highness, esteemed elder, I, Lin Fenghe, owe my present circumstances to your benevolence. I am profoundly grateful and bow before you. Ultimately, he decided to return. Li Qiang, with a reassuring smile, said, Please rise. Remember, if I return, I will seek you out, so do not pretend not to recognize me. Lin Fenghe respectfully replied, Fenghe dares not. His earnest demeanor made it awkward for Li Qiang to continue jesting. Ho Pijin, somewhat impatient, interjected, Young man, spare us the pleasantries. By the way, remember not to abuse your position. Han Jin and Zhao Ji, standing nearby, were at a loss. Wei Yuanqing had already been teleported away due to his injuries. They wished to stay but were unsure how to express it. Li Qiang felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling that Han Jin was the first acquaintance he made upon entering the Black Prison. He stepped forward and grasped Han Jin's hand, saying, Brother Han, upon your return, will you still be running the escort agency? I would like to commission you for a job. Would you be willing? Han Jin, as customary, responded, Brother Muzi, feel free to command me. I would risk my life to fulfill your request. Li Qiang chuckled. It's not that serious. I merely wish for the two of you to make a trip to the Great Han Kingdom to escort Brother Hong home. Zhao Yuhong, who had been following closely behind Li Qiang, could not hold back her tears upon hearing his words. She felt powerless to remain, and finally, she sobbed. Hua Mingyang then realized she was just a young girl and stepped forward to embrace her, gently asking, Has he been bullying you? Tell your sister. and I shall take care of it. Mei Jingjing was equally astonished. How could there be such a young girl? What was her connection to Li Qiang? Chapter 37. Expression. Xiao Yuhong shook her head in tears, her voice choked with emotion, exuding a pitiful charm. Mei Jingjing could not help but step forward to comfort her. Among the crowd, only Han Jin had long realized she was a young girl, a worldly wise individual fully aware of Xiao Yuhong's sentiments. He sighed inwardly, observing Li Qiang's flustered demeanor, and proceeded to recount the events to Hua Meinyang and the others. Hua Meinyang quickly grasped the situation, recalling her own feelings towards Fu Shan, and a wave of sympathy surged within her. She had an affinity for defying norms and laughed, saying, "Sister, while some are reluctant to accept disciples, I am quite different. Little girl, would you care to be my apprentice?" Xiao Yuhong could scarcely believe her ears. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt down and sobbed, "I am willing. Hunger, I am willing, esteemed master." Hua Meinyang embraced her, laughing, "From now on, do not call me master. Just call me sister, haha." Li Qiang was keenly aware of everything transpiring, though he feigned ignorance. The upheaval in his hometown, along with his girlfriend's betrayal and deceit, compelled him to relinquish all he possessed and embark on the path of cultivation alongside Fu Shan. He had grown indifferent to many matters, especially regarding emotions, becoming increasingly reserved. His ability to act oblivious was remarkable, as he chuckled, "Congratulations, Hong sister. Oh no, I should say Hong Mei now. Sister Hua is truly formidable." What was that nickname again? Ho Pijing could no longer contain himself, shouting, "It's little Demonis, haha." Hua Meinyang raised her delicate pink fist in mock threat. "You're going to regret this, teasing me again." "Oh, you cheeky lad, you started it." Li Qiang feigned innocence, saying, "I was merely complimenting my sister, no jesting, no jesting." With this light-hearted banter, everyone began to relax. Xiao Yuhong, being clever, approached Mei Jingjing, bowing respectfully and calling her sister repeatedly, which instantly warmed the atmosphere among the three women. Mei Jingjing was delighted to receive such respectful addresses, a first in her life, and relished the role of an elder sister. Fu Shan approached and announced, "We shall begin the transportation of the people from Bangqing Ningguo. Maiden, among this group, there are various races from other regions. You are responsible for their accommodation. Devise a suitable method, but ensure it is resolved appropriately, understood?" Naden pointed a finger to his brow, solemnly declaring, "I swear by the name of the great deity Kamer of the Green Clan, I shall accomplish this." Fu Shan nodded. "As long as you take this seriously, there is no need to swear by Kamer, lest you face him next time and he thinks I coerced you into making oaths." Naden trembled at Fu Shan's nonchalant words, bowing deeply. It was evident that Fu Shan and the great deity Kamer were at least acquaintances. He dared not speak further and turned to seek Tanj, urging him to return promptly to return the storage bag. Should Fu Shan later mention that members of Naden's clan had taken his belongings without returning them, the ensuing disgrace would far exceed the value of a mere bag. This transportation was indeed a grand undertaking, costing countless crystal stones, a feat only the Chongxian sect could achieve. All remaining individuals were transported to the outskirts of a large city in Bangqing Ningguo. Han Jin and Zhao Ji, seizing the moment, followed suit. When Li Qiang noticed, the two stubbornly refused to leave, resorting to childish antics reminiscent of Naden. Li Qiang, known for his soft-heartedness towards friends, had no choice but to acquiesce. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Fu Shan inquired, "Brother, shall we return to Fengyuan's star? You may bring your apprentices and friends along. Brother Ho, you should join as well. I have some celestial stamen due to share with you, but once you taste it, you may find all other wines unworthy." Ho Pijing's eyes lit up, cheerfully exclaiming, I have heard of such a wine, but never seen it. I truly do not understand you two brothers. Neither of you drinks, yet you hoard fine wines, while I, a true wine lover, possess none." Li Qiang chuckled as he offered a bottle of liquor, to which Ho Pijing sighed, "You truly are a good brother." Knowing I salivate at the mere mention of wine, after taking a sip, he could not help but exclaim loudly in delight, "Li Qiang Zhao Hao," and Mei Jingjing reminisced about their first encounter with him, smiles gracing their faces. Fu Shan remarked nonchalantly, "If you have tasted my celestial wine, you would scarcely glance at this one." Ho Pijing responded, "I know, the treasures of Chongbi are hard to come by. However, I dare not indulge in your wine." Hua Mingyang curiously asked, "Why is that? Are you afraid Fu Gu will harm you?" Ho Pijing laughed heartily, "Ha, little Demonis, do not speak nonsense. If your Fu Gu were such a person, would you still hold affection for him? Ah, I said nothing. I merely meant that once one has tasted his wine, where else could one find something so exquisite? Strangely enough, Hua Meinyang did not get angry at being exposed in front of Fu Shan. Instead, she said, "Humph, I shall ignore you. Let us go over there." She took Mei Jingjing and Xiao Yuhong away. In truth, she felt a quiet gratitude towards Ho Pijing. While she admired Fu Shan, she feared to express it and thus resorted to mischief to capture his attention, striving to make him remember her. In the end, Fu Shan did remember her, but without any affection. This only fueled her desire to disrupt further, leaving her confidence waning. Today, however, she finally articulated her feelings through Ho Pijing's words. Fu Shan was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Li Qiang forced a wry smile, saying, "Fu Gu, I must stay here for a while longer. There is something of utmost importance I need to attend to." Fu Shan inquired curiously, "What is it? Can you share it with your elder brother?" Li Qiang nodded. "I am in need of sea agate. It appears only the Wraith Sea here produces it." "Fu Gu, do you know of this substance?" Fu Shan lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before replying. "I believe I have heard of it, though its purpose escapes me." "Who is in need of it?" Li Qiang handed him a desolation pill, explaining, "The one who requires this spirit pill needs it. This is a token I pass to you, my elder brother." Even Fu Shan, typically composed, could not help but be taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. "Impossible. This is desolation pill." He articulated each word with care. After examining the desolation pill closely, Fu Shan steadied himself and slowly remarked, "The one who provided you the desolation pill must be a remarkable senior. Are you truly gifting it to me?" With Li Qiang's current cultivation level, he could not comprehend the significance of the desolation pill. For those on the verge of transcending tribulation, it was an invaluable treasure. Li Qiang, feeling somewhat irate, retorted, "If not for Fu Gu, who else could I give it to? I wish to assist you." Fu Shan grasped Li Qiang's hand, interrupting him, "Brother, that is not my intention. I accept it. This is your sincere offering, and I understand." Seizing the moment, Fu Shan extended his true essence to examine the changes within Li Qiang. Li Qiang felt a tremendous shock coursing through him. Suddenly, Fu Shan exclaimed, "Incredible, incredible. What is this power? Hey, Ho brother, come take a look." Ho Pijing ambled over, still sipping his drink, mumbling, "Why have you summoned me when I could finally enjoy some fine wine? Come see what is inside our younger brother. It is astonishing." Even I, with my cultivation, was repelled. Fu Shan's face bore a look of astonishment. Upon hearing this, Ho Pijing's interest peaked. He was well aware of Fu Shan's prowess. And if even Fu Shan was astonished, it surely indicated something extraordinary. The two took turns probing Li Qiang with their true essence, causing him to alternate between pain and numbness, prompting him to cry out, "Elder gentleman, please stop. What on earth is happening? I feel like I might perish." Fu Shan queried, "What is it within your nascent soul that possesses such strength?" "It cannot be the purple flame heart." Li Qiang extended a finger, a thin wisp of heavenly fire emerging from his fingertip. As Fu Shan, a master artificer, glanced at it, he instantly recognized it as the radiant celestial fire. He slapped his forehead vigorously, exclaiming, "My dear brother, I am astonished. I have no idea where you encountered the divine fire of the heavens. It is utterly remarkable. After years of cultivation, this is the first time I have witnessed someone actually absorb celestial fire into their body." Could it be the influence of the purple flame heart? Perhaps, yet something feels amiss. There must be another element within your nascent soul. Li Qiang held profound admiration for Fu Shan, as the Taihao shuttle and the nascent soul had fused so completely that he could not extricate them. He replied, "Indeed, there is still the Taihao shuttle within my nascent soul." Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, both erudite individuals, exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously sighing in disbelief. Fu Shan paced anxiously, muttering, the Taihao shuttle. This is a celestial artifact. No wonder it is so formidable. By the heavens. I. His voice grew increasingly louder. The usually composed Fu Shan erupted in expletives, leaving everyone stunned. Ho Pijing advised, "Chongbai, do not rush. There may yet be a solution." Fu Shan fell silent, yet unwilling to concede. He utilized his true essence to probe once more, and after a moment, suddenly asked, "Brother Ho, did you impart your techniques to him?" Ho Pijing grinned sheepishly. "Well, not exactly. He comprehended it on his own." Observing his demeanor, Fu Shan could not help but exclaim, "Ah, did you give him the jade eye tablet?" Ho Pijing nodded. Fu Shan sighed with relief and said, I am grateful for Brother Ho's generosity in passing on your techniques to my younger brother. Ho Pijing took a sip of wine, shaking his head with a smile. There is no need for thanks. It is merely a matter of affinity between us. Fu Shan continued, fortunately, my younger brother has learned the techniques of the Primordial Gate. The nascent soul's microcosm within the Primordial Gate is extraordinary. Otherwise, I would have no means to rescue him. Seeing Fu Shan's urgency, Li Qiang urged, Brother Fu, do not fret, let fate take its course. Fu Shan retorted, you reckless lad, with such audacity, you dare to refine anything into your nascent soul. That is your life's essence. Should anything go awry, it could be disastrous. Thankfully, you first refined the Primordial Gate's techniques, which provides a remedy. Li Qiang, puzzled, inquired, isn't the Taihao shuttle a celestial artifact? Is that not a good thing? Fu Shan responded with a wry smile, indeed, it is splendid, truly remarkable. Even I do not possess such a fine celestial artifact. My younger brother, the power of this treasure. Sigh, what strength do you possess to control it? Did the exalted one who bestowed this treasure upon you not mention that true mastery of the Taihao shuttle requires the merging of divine artifacts? Li Qiang pondered for a moment and replied, it seems that was mentioned, though I did not fully grasp it. This time, even Ho Pijing could not hold back. Exclaiming, little brother, I must commend your audacity. You are truly a bold fool. Do you value your life so little that you would wield it without understanding? Li Qiang, feeling aggrieved, replied, I never intended to use the Taihao shuttle. It acted on its own. Thus, Fu Shan had to explain why this was the case. With Li Qiang's current level of power, it was utterly impossible for him to command the Taihao shuttle. Unwittingly, he had activated the artifact's power, nearly draining his own essence. Cultivators enhance their inherent powers through cultivation, and treasures like the purple flame heart can provide substantial aid. While the Primordial Gate's methods are the most effective means of augmenting one's essence. Fu Shan finally relaxed, chuckling, consider yourself fortunate. You have the techniques of the Primordial Gate to practice. However, you shall henceforth be akin to a hedgehog. Anyone who strikes you will be in for misfortune. Turning to Ho Pijing, he said, it appears we must join forces to sever the Taihao shuttle's absorption. My strength alone is insufficient to do so. The Taihao shuttle is exceedingly powerful. Li Qiang could be described in just 2 words, fortunate. Were it not for the simultaneous intervention of the 2 master-level experts, it would not be long before the Taihao shuttle forcibly absorbed Li Qiang's nascent soul, transforming into a sentient celestial artifact, thereby obliterating his original form. Together, Fu Shan and Ho Pijing managed to seal the Taihao shuttle outside of Li Qiang's nascent soul, preventing it from absorbing his essence. Fu Shan reiterated the importance of not attempting to manipulate the Taihao shuttle. Only when one and Appo's essence surpasses that of the shuttle may one attempt to cultivate it, achieving the true merging of artifacts. Fu Shan advised, my younger brother, you will need to cultivate for a while to restore your inherent powers. It is unwise to recklessly wield your true essence at this time, lest you suffer backlash. However, do not fear. Anyone who strikes you will be in for a rude awakening. If the Taihao shuttle cannot absorb your essence, it will dissipate its own power. And whoever provokes it, well, you will come to understand in time. Li Qiang, feeling assured of his safety, joyfully remarked, Brother Fu, are you and Brother Ho returning to Heavenly Palace Star or Fengyuan Star? I shall seek you both after I find the Haima Stone. Fu Shan contemplated for a moment and replied, I cannot say for certain, but there is a significant matter at Heavenly Palace Star. Several of my brothers are overseeing it, and it greatly impacts the entire cultivation realm. I suspect I will be spending more time there. Oh, here, take this. He handed Li Qiang an object that was finger-length, composed of numerous silver rings linked together, with a pointed hook at one end. Wear it on your ring finger. This signifies the core brothers of the Chongxian sect, and our own will recognize you immediately. Li Qiang examined the exquisitely crafted item, which resembled a hawk's head at first glance. He cautiously slipped it onto his ring finger, and with a series of soft clicks, the rings fastened themselves, shimmering with silver light as if it had become a part of him. Moving his finger elicited a flicker of movement, imparting an eerie beauty to the object. What is this called? Li Qiang inquired curiously. Ho Pijing interjected, I know. You Chongxian sect folk love these peculiar items. It is called the Soul Release Dragon Ring. Fu Shan chuckled. What, are you envious? With your status and cultivation, establishing a sect would be effortless, though perhaps you are just too indolent. Indeed, it is called the Soul Release Dragon Ring. Every core brother of the Qiang sect possesses one. Those under their tutelage will regard you as their master upon sight. He added, try using a bit of true essence to manipulate it. Li Qiang complied, and indeed, the soul-release dragon ring shrank to a normal-sized ring. Its face a silver triangle, its material indiscernible. He tried again, and the ring transformed into a fine black line encircling the base of his finger, nearly invisible at a glance. How fascinating. Thank you, Brother Fu. Oh, brother, what significant matter is at Heavenly Palace Star? Is it related to the wrath of the deity? Fu Shan regarded Li Qiang with curiosity, remarking, I did not realize my younger brother was so well informed. The wrath of the deity will not manifest for some time. Currently, the significant conflict lies between Fengyuan Star and Qianjia Star, which may extend to Bada Star for a contest. Yet, both sides are currently recruiting allies. I have heard they may even invite a wandering immortal, which would complicate matters. Nevertheless, this is not something you can assist with. Ho Pijing, hearing this, smiled. Well, in light of our little brother's situation, I suppose it is time for me to step forward. Very well, I shall accompany you. For I too seek to settle accounts with that old fool Bai Huang. Count me in. Fu Shan was overjoyed. He had invited Ho Pijing several times, but he had never given a direct answer. With such a formidable expert joining their ranks, their strength would significantly increase. Rest assured, I, Fu Shan, may not claim to possess much, but I have an abundance of fine wine. Now, we must take our leave. My younger brother. This Jade-Eye tablet contains instructions on how to use the teleportation array. There is an ancient large-scale teleportation array on Tanbang Star, located in the western continent, documented within the tablet. After you locate the Haima Stone, proceed to that teleportation array. Be cautious. Do not recklessly wield your true essence in the meantime. Fu Shan earnestly cautioned. Li Qiang harbored his own intentions. He had overheard that the Qianjia Star inhabitants had enlisted the aid of a rogue immortal. Apparently, senior brother Fu held this immortal in great esteem. He planned to locate the sea agate and then seek out Mo Huayuan, imploring him to assist. Li Qiang was not in a hurry to inform Fu Shan, intending to surprise him later. The experts brought by Fu Shan had already departed. Fu Shan, Ho Pijing, Hua Meinyang, Xiao Yuhong, and Mei Jingjing bid farewell to Li Qiang and his companions. Mei Jingjing initially desired to stay, but Fu Shan demurred. As he had promised Mei Yubing to escort her back, Mei Jingjing was inexplicably apprehensive of Fu Shan, perhaps due to witnessing her great-grandfather kneeling before him in obeisance. With Hua Meinyang's persuasion, she reluctantly departed with them. Xiao Yuhong had resolved to first master her skills, relegating other matters to the future, so she obediently left upon being told. With Narnadon as their guide, Li Qiang's group effortlessly entered the city. This was a major metropolis within the Bangqin Ning Kingdom, and Li Qiang found it to be an eye-opening experience. Perhaps due to the close association with crystals, the city's architecture was exceedingly peculiar. The towering buildings were constructed from countless crystal-like materials. To Li Qiang's astonishment, some buildings floated 2 to 3 meters above the ground, devoid of visible support. The buildings were adorned with a myriad of colors, yet they shared the common trait of emitting a faint glow. The pedestrians on the streets represented a diverse array of races, and their attire was equally bizarre. Nazan practically gawked with his single eye upon entering the city. He was even more astonished than Li Qiang, who had at least witnessed numerous things. Nazan, on the other hand, hailed from the relatively backward planet of the celestial court star. He tugged at Zhao Hao, exclaiming, Senior brother, look at that. He was referring to an individual leading a meter-long creature. Upon noticing Nazan pointing at it, the creature abruptly stood upright, its head immediately swelling, revealing a mouth full of fine teeth and emitting an eerie cry.